In the realm of matchmaking, a peculiar woman subjected him, Xiao Beichen, to humiliation. Little did she know, he had 7 former girlfriends, each of breathtaking beauty with exquisite figures and delicate features. The Empress of Commerce declared, Beichen, you must marry me if not. I shall take my own life before you. The divine healer warned, if you dare leave, I shall render you incapable of manhood. The war goddess asserted, you belong to me, no one else shall wed you. The master of the Flower Pavilion suggested, sisters, cease your quarrels, let us unite. I am unemployed, without savings to marry me. One must earn a minimum of 500,000 annually, else I cannot sustain my daily expenses. Furthermore, one must possess a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million to escort me, and a villa within the city valued no less than $3 million. All transferred to my name after all. Wealth corrupts men. The dowry I demand is modest, just 600,000. Also, I fear pain and wish to avoid childbirth, as it would mar my figure. Should your family desire descendants, a red envelope of at least 2 million is required for me to contemplate it. Seated opposite Xiao Beichen was a heavily made-up woman, her appearance a mere 7 out of 10, yet her figure was strikingly alluring. Miss, I must inquire, what do you bring to the table? Xiao Beichen frowned, interrupting her incessant chatter. What I need to bring? My beauty is sufficient. Are you dissatisfied? Hu Xiao rolled her eyes and flaunted her figure. Let's set aside other matters for now. Xiao Beichen inhaled deeply, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. He was here for matchmaking, not charity. What then shall we discuss? Regarding the 600,000 dowry, I am 24 years old. If I live to 100, that means we would share 76 years together, which averages to about 8,000 per year, or roughly 21 a day. Your coffee costs 70, it'll cover it for 3 days, and the remainder can serve as your tip. How's that sound? Xiao Beichen smirked. Hu Xiao immediately grasped his implication, her fury igniting. You think him for sale? Let's not frame it so harshly. We are merely enjoying a preview of marital bliss, Xiao Beichen retorted. Hu Xiao fumed. Who do you think you are? I could be with anyone, I wouldn't choose you. I see now you're nothing but a pauper. Wasting my time with someone like you is absurd. Huh? Xiao Beichen scoffed. Rest assured, even if I were to consort with a dog, it would not be you. My 7 ex-girlfriends are floral beauties, blooming in their prime, far surpassing your cosmetic facade. 7 ex-girlfriends? Pray tell, how do they compare in beauty? Hu Xiao was incensed. My first girlfriend, the Empress of Commerce, is breathtaking, wealthy beyond measure. My second, the war goddess, is unparalleled in grace and valor. My third, my fourth, smack. As Xiao Beichen recounted his former flames, suddenly, a cup of coffee splashed across his face. Indeed, a pathetic dreamer, lost in fantasies. Why not just ascend to heaven? I detest even spending another second with you. With that, Hu Xiao stormed out. Xiao Beichen touched his face, feeling unjustly wronged. He had merely spoken the truth. Yet, he dismissed the notion of lowering himself to engage with such a woman. Were it not for the assurance of his adoptive parents, he would not have entertained this farce. 3 years prior, he would not have even considered her worthy of washing his feet, let alone sharing a table. The times have truly declined. Once a prominent figure, now reduced to this, Xiao Beichen lamented. In the next moment, however, his gaze turned icy. Yet, there's a silver lining. The fire poison within me shows signs of suppression. He would not spare those who had decimated his family. 18 years prior, he was the scion of the illustrious Long family in the imperial capital. His prominence drew envy, leading to the slaughter of his kin and the tragic demise of his parents. It was only through the valiant efforts of family guardians that he escaped, wandering to Jiangzhou, where a kind couple took him in and raised him as Xiao. As adulthood approached, the hatred burned within him, compelling him to enlist at the border and hone his skills. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as his plane crashed upon a dark isle. By some miracle, he survived, learning the island's ancient techniques, which he mastered over the years. Yet, he fell prey to a dark obsession, succumbing to fire poison. It was during this tumultuous time that he encountered 7 pure, embodied ex-girlfriends, spending 3 years absorbing their essence to combat the poison. For 3 years, he refrained from confronting his enemies, knowing that any exertion of power would result in his own demise from the fire poison. On this occasion, a barista handed him a tissue. Brother, you certainly know how to boast. Who claims I'm boasting? I speak only truths. Xiao Beichen smiled, accepting the tissue. His attire, now stained by coffee, was beyond salvaging. The surrounding patrons scoffed at his claims, regarding them as ludicrous fabrications. To believe him would be folly. His garb, a mere assemblage of thrift store finds, hardly suggested he mingled with the elite. Though the gold-digging woman's words stung, they rang true. Moreover, the Empress of Commerce he mentioned was none other than the illustrious Yi Qingqing, who had recently graced their city with her presence. And that esteemed figure. Suddenly, the barista fell silent, turning away thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in an exclusive lounge above, a woman of impeccable beauty and grace sat, a stark contrast to Xiao, who seemed a mere maid by comparison. Yi, it is time to depart. The woman's secretary approached, speaking softly. This woman was Yi Qingqing, the chairwoman of the Yi Group in Jiangcheng, a renowned figure in the business world. Yi Qingqiang sighed, gazing out the window. Are you still pondering that man? Secretary Wang Xiaodai rolled her eyes. What kind of man could captivate you so? Yi Qingqiang chuckled ruefully. Just a scoundrel. You still linger on such a rogue? Your first act upon arriving in Jiangcheng was to seek out that CF, scouring the city for a similar one. Returning every Tuesday afternoon, regardless of how busy you are, Wang Xiaodai expressed, exasperated. Enough, let us go. As they entered the lobby, they instantly drew the attention of many, for the calf's recent popularity was largely due to Yi Qingqing's presence, attracting numerous admirers. Those bold enough to approach her invariably faced rejection. Brother, your ex is here? Someone teased Xiao Beichen. Impossible, he replied dismissively, convinced his exes were elsewhere. Yet, in the next moment, he froze. No way is this truly happening? He promptly ducked beneath the table. What a twist had truly encountered her. Having left without a word, he feared her wrath if discovered she would surely flay him alive. Laughter erupted around him, letting a pathetic pauper boast, only to awaken the tiger. But in an instant, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Xiao Beichen, after sleeping with me, you just ran away. Are you still a man? Everyone in the CAF was taken aback. A collective gasp filled the air. What on earth is happening? Ran away after sleeping together? After a moment of stunned silence, the admirers of Yi Qingqing erupted in fury, scanning the surroundings with intense anger, as if they were ready to rip the culprit apart for a vendetta. Who the hell is Xiao Beichen? Yi Qingqing stood frozen, her body trembling slightly, her gaze fixated on the floor beneath the table, where the man she thought she would never see again was hidden. This scoundrel, after having spent the night with her, had vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, she had finally found him. Beside her, her secretary Wang Xiaodai was equally stunned after years of being by Yi Qingqing's side. She had never witnessed her so visibly shaken. Curiosity gnawed at her. Who exactly is Xiao Beichen? As the crowd's rage simmered, Xiao Beichen emerged from beneath the table with an awkward grin, saying, Hey, Qingqing, long time no see. All eyes turned towards him in unison, shock washing over their faces. He was not lying. He truly was the chairman of the Yi Corporation in Jiangcheng, the former boyfriend of the business queen. Oh my heavens! You still remember long time no see? Then tell me, why did you disappear after we slept together? Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes were a tumult of emotions: excitement, agitation, anger, and disappointment. Unconsciously, her eyes began to glisten with tears, embodying a heart-wrenching beauty. Back then, during a terrifying attack, it was Xiao Beichen who selflessly shielded her from bullets, saving her from the grasp of death. From strangers, they had become friends, sharing their lives and experiences. Just when she thought they were on the verge of stepping into marriage, he vanished into thin air after that night, and no amount of connections could locate him. Hey, don't cry, don't cry. Xiao Beichen felt a headache coming on. In his life, nothing disturbed him more than seeing a woman in tears. Stop. Yi Qingqing swatted his hand away, her voice cold and accusatory. Tell me, why did you leave me? The surrounding crowd's expressions grew more hostile. Some were so enraged that it seemed they would rush forward to tear Xiao Beichen apart at Yi Qingqing's command. How despicable! As one of the most beautiful women in the country, a goddess in countless men's hearts, how could she be made to weep? A man stepped forward. Yi, why shed tears for such a scoundrel? He is not worth it. I can help you teach him a lesson. In moments of vulnerability, women often become the most susceptible. The others curse themselves for not having stepped up sooner. Get lost. Though tears brimmed in Yi Qingqing's eyes, her voice remained icy, cutting through the tension like a blade. With a single statement, she deterred all men with ulterior motives. Fine, you refuse to speak? I won't press you. Now, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage license. At this proclamation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The goddess is getting married, and the groom isn't me? The shock of a lifetime paled in comparison to the intensity of those few moments. Wang Xiaodai was equally astonished. Yi, marriage is a significant matter. You must think this through. She feared Yi Qingsheng might act rashly and truly go get marriage license. If she regretted it later, it would be too late. Xiao Beichen forced a smile. Indeed, marriage is a serious affair. You should reconsider. Besides, even if you wish to marry, I have no intention of doing so. His callous tone once again stirred the hearts of those around him. Marrying Yi Qingsheng would signify what? Winning over a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet, he was turning it down. Yi Qingsheng wiped her tears dry and coldly declared, "Do you think resisting is effective? In this lifetime, I will only share my bed with one man. You will marry me, whether you like it or not." "Enough!" Xiao Beichen suddenly shouted. "I have no feelings for you, just seeing you irritates me. Now, disappear from my sight immediately." Yi Qingsheng was taken aback. She had never expected Xiao Beichen to shout at her in such a manner. Yet, as she processed his words, he had already vanished without a trace. Wang Xiaodai's impression of Xiao Beichen plummeted. She had initially been curious about the man who captivated Yi Qingsheng, but was now dismayed by his behavior shouting at a woman who loved him. What sort of prowess was that? She earnestly advised, "Yi, he isn't worth your tears." Yi Qingsheng inhaled deeply, swallowing her tears. "No, you don't understand him. He must have his reasons for hiding something from me. Investigate. Find out where he is now." Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen returned to the village, dejected. His heart ached. Not love. How could that be? But he could not offer anyone a future under the oppressive force of pure yin energy. He had only 10 years left to live. If he could not find a cure within that time, his life would reach its end. He felt guilty towards Yi Qingsheng and his 7 ex-girlfriends in the end. He had exploited them. Love was present, yet he could not accompany them. They were all so young. If he died in 10 years, they would still be in their 30s. Life is long, and one should not dwell solely in memories. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his doorstep. At the entrance sat a woman in a wheelchair, his non-biological elder sister, Xiao Anyan. Upon seeing the disheveled Xiao Beichen, she anxiously patted her wheelchair. "Did you fail at a blind date?" Xiao Beichen concealed his disarray, forcing a smile. "Sister, I've just returned. I want to spend time with you all. Don't push me into blind dates." "What nonsense! A man should grow up and start a family." Xiao Anyan was puzzled. Her brother, tall and handsome, with striking features, why couldn't any girl take an interest in him? Their adoptive mother, Zhao Yalan, was furious and slapped Xiao Beichen. "Why are you so unambitious? He'll arrange another blind date for you tomorrow. You must find someone." "Mom, why go through all this?" Xiao Beichen said with a wry smile. "Yes, it will be arranged for tomorrow. If one doesn't work, we'll try 2. If 2 don't work, we'll try 3. I refuse to believe no one wants my Beichen." His adoptive father, Xiao Jinghua, nodded in agreement. Xiao Beichen felt exasperated. Just as he was about to protest again, 2 figures rushed in from outside. Leading the way was Hu Xiao. She was accompanied by a middle-aged woman who, unlike Xiao's mother, appeared youthful and radiant. "Who is the Xiao Beichen going on a blind date with my daughter today? Come out at once." The middle-aged woman scolded. "What do you want with our Beichen?" Xiao's mother approached with a benevolent smile. "This must be Xiao. She truly is lovely. Quick, please come in." She thought the woman had a change of heart and wanted to discuss things anew. Such a beautiful girl should not be missed. "Get in your head. This matchmaker dares to charge any fee. My daughter is such a catch. Yet you dare to pair her with someone from the village? I spit. Talking to people like you makes me feel disgusted." Chapter 3. He is my man. Upon uttering those words, the expressions of the family turned somewhat awkward. Zhao's mother cautiously inquired, "So what brings you here?" "Oof. Do you think I wanted to come to this dilapidated place? The environment reflects the quality of its inhabitants, a lifetime of being at the bottom." The middle-aged woman bellowed. Xiao, you speak." With a cold smile, Hu Xiao looked at Xiao Beichen and declared, "He said I am here to sell myself." The 3 were taken aback. Zhao's father hurriedly retorted, "That's impossible. Though Beichen can be a bit eccentric, he would never say such a thing." "What? Are you implying that my daughter is deceiving you?" The middle-aged woman erupted with fury. No, I just think there must be some misunderstanding." Xiao's father waved his hand, adopting a submissive stance. Xiao Beichen attempted to speak, but was silenced by his father. "There is no misunderstanding." The middle-aged woman immediately adopted a confrontational stance. "We are here today to seek an explanation. Make him kneel and apologize to my daughter until she is satisfied." "That Kneeling is not appropriate. Xiao's father gasped. No kneeling? The middle-aged woman sneered derisively. Let me tell you, I have connections. If he does not kneel, I will have someone break all your legs, just like her. She pointed at Xiao Anyan. Xiao's father and mother, being ordinary folk, were thrown into panic upon hearing this. Xiao Jinghua gritted his teeth and said, In that case, I will kneel in Beichen's stead. This child has a strong sense of pride. I beg you, spare him. Pride? I will trample on his pride. He may not kneel, but all of you, including the one in the wheelchair, must kneel before me. Hu Xiao relished in her triumph. Fine, I am willing to kneel, as long as you spare my brother. Xiao Anyan declared without hesitation. As an elder sister, she would not allow her brother to be humiliated. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is the consequence of offending me. Dare to say I am selling myself? I will have your entire family humiliated. Hu Xiao boasted arrogantly. Xiao's parents exchanged glances, sighing. They could not afford to provoke these people. Xiao Beichen clenched his fists, glaring fiercely. Well, not much skill, but quite the temper. You wish to fight me? You seek death. At that moment, a furious aura erupted from Xiao Beichen, emanating an almost invisible dark energy, resembling a demon returned from hell. Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Beichen was finally ready to reveal his true nature. He seized Hu Xiao by the collar, his terrifying strength nearly crushing her throat. Xiao, let go of me. What are you doing? The middle-aged woman gasped, taken aback by the boy's strength. Xiao Jinghua and others were equally astonished. Beichen's demeanor suggested he was prepared to do serious harm. If he truly killed someone, his life would be over. Smack! A resounding slap struck Xiao Beichen's face, snapping him back to reality. Let go. Xiao Anyan trembled as she spoke. Xiao Beichen suppressed his intense murderous intent, delivering several slaps to Hu Xiao before tossing her to the ground like a discarded dog. Today, I will spare your wretched life. Now, get out. If you dare to insult my family again, not even the gods can save you. Cough, cough, cough. Hu Xiao's face turned crimson, unable to suppress her coughing. The middle-aged woman shouted angrily, You dare strike my daughter? I will kill you. Get lost. Xiao Beichen gently flung his hand, sending her flying. Xiao's parents were astonished by his strength. Once frail, he had now returned powerful. Wait, just wait. I will call for backup. None of you will escape. The middle-aged woman struggled to rise from the ground, making a call. Have you arrived? Hurry, we've been attacked. Before she finished speaking, a dozen men wielding clubs descended from a van. Hu Xiao and her mother were not foolish. They had prepared beforehand, summoning these thugs from streets. Why are you still standing there? Attack them. Break their legs. The middle-aged woman commanded ferociously. Hu Xiao, filled with rage, had never faced such humiliation. Kill him. I will pay whatever it takes. At the mention of money, the thugs' eyes gleamed, tightening their grips on the clubs. Xiao's parents trembled in fear, as did Xiao Anyan, who worriedly shouted to Xiao Beichen, Beichen, run, run. No one escapes before me. The leader, a muscular man with dyed red hair, boasted, watch closely. Is this kick not impressive? With a swift motion, he lunged forward, revealing himself to be a skilled fighter. Impressive, the thugs echoed. However, the flare lasted but 3 seconds. Before he could reach Xiao Beichen, he was sent flying by a single punch. How dare you touch our boss? Kill him. The rest of the gang surged forward in fury. Stop. At that moment, a voice as cold as ice rang out. A woman in a flowing white dress, her face like frost, appeared before them, flanked by several bodyguards in black. Outside, several luxury cars were parked. Instantly, the thugs turned into quivering weaklings. Compared to the professional bodyguards, they were nothing. My man, who dares lay a finger on him, I will have them dead. The middle-aged woman stood frozen, realizing this was no ordinary character. Tentatively, she asked, Miss, are you sure you have the right person? You cannot be saying that Xiao Beichen, this useless boy, is your man? Hu Xiao, recognizing the woman's beauty and poise, approached eagerly, extending her hand. I am Hu Xiao. Let us be friends. Hu Xiao, I've heard of you, a renowned socialite. Yi Qingchang glanced at Hu Xiao, a look of disdain crossing her face. A socialité? Xiao's parents were taken aback. Xiao Beichen frowned as well. It seemed she was indeed a woman of ill repute, seeking to latch on as someone respectable. Hu Xiao's expression stiffened, anger rising. Don't speak so harshly. Who knows what kind of person you are? You could very well be someone's kept mistress. Indeed, with your gaudy looks. Who are you to judge others? Who knows how many men have been with you? Bold. Smack. 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 A bodyguard charged forward, delivering slap after slap, transforming Xiao's face into a swollen mess. The middle-aged woman rushed to intervene, but received several slaps herself. Were you not saying my man is useless? He's indeed my man. Chapter 4. I want to marry him. With a snap of her fingers, the remaining bodyguards promptly retrieved several boxes from the vehicle. Upon opening them, the onlookers were nearly blinded by the sight of gold, jade, precious paintings, and countless exquisite porcelain items, the value beyond estimation. Xiao's family was left in a daze. They distinctly remembered their son having no female friends. Suddenly, a woman of noble stature and ethereal beauty appeared, bringing a large box of treasures and declaring their son as her man. Any parent would be bewildered by such a revelation. Xiao Anyun felt a surge of delight. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao and her mother were left trembling, realizing they had encountered a golden opportunity. Xiao Beichen, I find you strikingly similar to my brother. From this day forth, I shall be your sister, declared Hu Xiao shamelessly. Get lost. Xiao Beichen retorted angrily. How dare you presume to be my man's sister, a mere seller of flesh? I grant you 10 seconds. If you reappear before me, I shall have you sunk in the river. Yi Qingcheng stated coldly. Hu Xiao and her mother shivered, recognizing the seriousness in Yi Qingcheng's eyes. They hastily fled, their gazes filled with malice. The group of ruffians, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, also made their escape. Beichen, do you know this young lady? Once they had departed, Zhao's mother cautiously inquired, her tone laced with trepidation. After all, their statuses were vastly different. One was a privileged young lady, while they were mere inhabitants of an urban village. Coupled with Yi Qingcheng's icy demeanor, it was understandable that anyone would feel intimidated. Before Xiao Beichen could respond, Yi Qingcheng's frosty expression melted into a warm smile. I am Yi Qingcheng, Xiao Beichen's girlfriend. I presume you are his parents. These items are my dowry, as I intend to marry Xiao Beichen and join the Xiao family. I sincerely hope you will grant your approval. Zhao's parents were overjoyed, nearly leaping from their seats in delight, were it not for Yi Qingcheng's presence. How could you, Xiao Beichen, find a girlfriend without informing your family? Xiao Anyun huffed, genuinely pleased for her younger brother as she maneuvered her wheelchair. Sister-in-law, I am Xiao Anyun, Xiao Beichen's elder sister. Stop standing there and come in and sit. Yes, yes. How forgetful of me. Please do come in. Inside the modest dwelling, aside from a dilapidated television, there was little of value. Zhao's mother meticulously wiped the benches, fearful of even a speck of dust. Hurry and bring out the benches, urged Xiao Jinghua. I fear they may be dusty. Then wipe them a few more times. Zhao's mother replied. After polishing them to a shine, she finally brought them out. I apologize, this is all we have. Yi Qingcheng shook her head with a smile. Annie, what matters to me is Beichen, not wealth. Hearing this, the older couple beamed with joy, their excitement palpable as they fumbled for where to place their hands. It was only when Yi Qingcheng spoke that they settled down. Sister-in-law, how did you and my brother meet? He has never mentioned you before. Xiao Anyun inquired with a sisterly warmth. It's a long story. Yi Qingcheng began, but Xiao Beichen interrupted. If it's a long story, then let us not speak of it. Take your belongings and leave at once. You are not welcome here. You foolish child, what are you saying? Zhao's father exclaimed, rising to pat Xiao Beichen on the back. If you are unwelcome to me, as long as Annie and uncle welcome me, that suffices, Yi Qingcheng replied cheerfully, unfazed by the rebuke. Indeed, this child lacks tact. Please do not be angry. Zhao's mother shot a disapproving glance at her son. Xiao Beichen pouted, Dad, Mom. Do you truly believe I am suited for her? Marriage requires compatibility. She is a lofty heiress, while I am but a small-time ruffian from the urban village. We inhabit entirely different worlds. Upon hearing this, the older couple fell into contemplation. Xiao Anyun countered, what do you mean we are not from the same world? Are we not conversing under one roof right now? You are overthinking it. Adults are discussing matters. You should be quiet. My goodness. Xiao Beichen felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. Are you truly my sister, assisting an outsider? I am over 20 years old, yet you call me a child. Yi Qingcheng could not help but chuckle, especially at the sight of Xiao Beichen's chagrin, her laughter a melody of joy. What are you laughing at? Xiao Beichen retorted peevishly. With his parents and sister seemingly unsupportive, he hoped to dissuade Yi Qingcheng from pursuing him. You're cultured and refined, while I am a rustic villager. We are not on the same wavelength. You are so beautiful, and while I am not unhandsome, I am clearly unworthy of you. I worry about affording street food while you feast upon delicacies. Miss Yi, would you truly accompany me in wearing garments worth mere $10 and dining at roadside stalls? Remember, as the saying goes, if you are unhappy with me, I too will find no joy with you. Social status cannot be altered, for the sun hangs high above. Why must we dwell in the dirt? Xiao Enyan rubbed her nose thoughtfully. Zhao's father and mother sighed in agreement, clearly reflecting upon the truth in his words. Differences in social standing would indeed complicate their lives. Yi Qingchang gazed intently at Xiao Beichen, rising resolutely. You are my man. If you eat street food, I shall join you. If you lack culture, so shall I. If you say I am a sun suspended in the heavens, then I shall willingly be a small stone in the earth. This lifetime, I, Yi Qingcheng, have determined my course, and no one can change that, no one. Her declaration left Xiao Beichen speechless, words that had formed on his lips swallowed. I do not know what you are concealing. However, my love for you is my own affair. Even if you do not love me, you shall forever reside in my heart. Leave, Xiao Beichen shouted once more. Yi Qingcheng did not press further, but handed him her contact information. As long as you do not agree to me today, I shall return tomorrow. If you do not consent in a year, I shall return each day for a year. I have ample time to spare. This woman has lost her mind. Even Xiao Anyun wondered what charm her brother possessed to captivate such a beautiful and affluent woman. Old Xiao, bring the whip. Zhao's mother commanded sternly. Xiao Beichen was taken aback. Mom, what are you planning? Forget it. Zhao's father sighed. Ah, father, you are truly the best. Xiao Beichen retorted. Look how grown I am. Did you not see how I dealt with those ruffians? I shall not hesitate to beat this ungrateful wretch. Sister, you must protect me. I am your dear brother. Xiao Beichen's expression shifted dramatically. No, you are adopted. I shall go close the door. Chapter 5. Marriage certificate inside. A cacophony of wails echoed. His skin is far too thick. How is he not bruised? Zhao's father gasped heavily, astonished. Xiao Beichen chuckled quietly, refraining from explaining. Previously, his frail condition was due to fire poison, but now it had been thoroughly suppressed, ensuring it would not resurface for 10 years. His strength had returned to what it once was beyond the realm. Beichen, mark my words. You must resolve this matter. Zhao's mother stated coldly. The Xiao family has never abandoned its kin. Should you dare to initiate such a precedent, do not blame us for disowning you. Her body trembled with evident anger. I feel the same, Zhao's father retorted. Why would you reject such a wonderful girl? Setting aside her wealth, which is of no concern to us. Her character alone qualifies her to be my daughter-in-law. Xiao Anya nodded in approval. Beichen, not everyone is as blind as she. You must not disappoint a good girl's heart. It is clear she genuinely loves you. Xiao Beichen sighed. I have my own reasons. If something were to happen to me, would she not be left a widow? At this, the expressions of Zhao's father and mother darkened, exchanging glances of mutual resignation before retreating into the house. Pooh, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Enyan scoffed. As twilight approached, the elderly couple did not emerge for dinner. No matter how loudly Xiao Enyan called, she was met with silence. Look at what you've done to your parents. Xiao Beichen sighed, his gaze cast downward, not uttering a word. He instructed the group of bodyguards to return the items, wishing to sever any ties with Yi Qingcheng. The deeper the entanglement, the harder it became to forget. It would be better for a scoundrel like him to be forgotten sooner rather than later. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the dishes and laid down on the bed, provoking a torrent of curses from Xiao Anyan. I haven't finished eating yet. It was summer, with cicadas chirping incessantly. Ever since he suppressed the fire poison, his body's functions gradually returned to their prime. Meanwhile, Xiao Anyan was vehemently berating her brother for being oblivious, lamenting that such an exceptional woman would be hard to find again. Yet he had pushed her away. Xiao Beichen was too weary to ponder these matters. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, he heard faint sobs emanating from the adjacent room. What did Beichen mean by what he just said? Zhao Yalan's voice was weak and trembling. Alas, Xiao Jinghua lit a cigarette, something he rarely did, and coughed a few times. Beichen still harbors deep-seated grievances. Back when he had just turned 18, he declared he wouldn't attend university and would enlist in the military. Though unspoken, we all understood that he sought revenge. Xiao Jinghua took another drag. This child is stubborn. No matter how much we dissuade him, he remains unyielding. After enduring such anxiety for so long, they finally returned, hoping he would find a girl to care for, so that when he sought revenge, he would have reservations. However, Xiao Jinghua left the rest unsaid, quietly wiping away his tears. Xiao Beichen lay in bed, his heart torn as if being sliced by a knife, his nails digging into his flesh without a hint of pain. What if something were to happen to him? Those people are powerful. They're not the kind of foes we ordinary folk can provoke. Although Xiao Beichen was adopted, the feelings they held for him were akin to that of a biological son. They could not bear to watch their son march toward death. Stop crying. You'll wake them up, Xiao Jinghua said. Tomorrow, I'll have another talk with Beichen to see if there's a glimmer of hope. As his voice dwindled, Xiao Beichen lay awake all night. The next morning, Xiao Jinghua sought to have a discussion. Xiao Beichen spoke first. Mom, Dad, I want to marry her. Really? Xiao Jinghua and Zhao Yalan were overjoyed, the weight in their hearts lifting instantly. Xiao Anyan chimed in with a smile. Some people just can't hold back anymore. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and call my sister-in-law. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Yi Corporation, despite the light makeup, the dark circles under her eyes remained visible. She sat in her chair, not working, but fixated on her phone. The entire night passed like this, the device seemingly unresponsive. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yi Qingqing answered immediately. I knew you'd call. I knew you couldn't let go of me. Qingqing, I can't let go of you. Came the voice of a man, but it wasn't Xiao Beichen. Oh, Yi Qingqing's face fell, and she hung up. Soon after, several more calls came in, adding to her annoyance, which she brushed off. President Yi, the board members have arrived. Wang Xiaodai knocked and entered. Seeing Yi Qingqing's condition, she felt a pang of sympathy. President Yi, is it wise to attend the meeting in this state? Yi Qingqing sighed. Go ahead and start the meeting. Just then, her phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Yi Qingqing, she answered, her tone indifferent. She had already stopped expecting Xiao Beichen a call. Come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. On the other end, it was indeed Xiao Beichen's voice. He was really calling and wanted to get the certificate. In an instant, joy illuminated Yi Qingqing's face. Xiaodai, lend me your makeup. Though puzzled, Wang Xiaodai complied. Having followed Yi Qingqing for years, she had never seen her so concerned about her appearance. Just a moment ago, she had appeared indifferent. Xiaodai, tell the board members to postpone the meeting by 3 hours, Yi Qingqing said, adjusting her appearance in the mirror as she walked. President Yi, this is our first board meeting. Is it really appropriate to delay it? Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, upon seeing Xiao Beichen, Yi Qingqing feigned restraint. Have you finally come to your senses? I can marry you, but I have a few stipulations. Go ahead, Xiao Beichen replied. Yi Qingqing no longer cared about the rest. First, you are not to disclose our marriage to anyone, which also means no wedding. Second, all your dowry must be returned. I will not accept any of it. Third, you cannot covet my body. Fourth, if you can accept these conditions, I will agree to marry you. Xiao Beichen quickly rattled off a list of his own. Fine, but I have one condition as well. You must move in with me, or you can stay at your home. Without hesitation, Yi Qingqing agreed. As the Civil Affairs Bureau staff observed the couple, they couldn't help but feel envious. She was beautiful, and he was handsome. The perfect match. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Upon exiting the bureau, Yi Qingqing extended her hand, her smile radiant. Chapter 6. The plan begins. Xiao Beichen's expression was complex. Yet he reached out his hand. I truly don't understand what you see in me. I like you as a person. Sometimes, liking someone doesn't require too many reasons. It could be the gentle breeze, the full moon illuminating the earth, and the presence of someone beside you. This person almost lost their life for you. Yi Qingqing pulled out a key from her pocket. This is the key to Villa 108 in Uni District. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must leave. Wait for me to return tonight. She longed to go home with Xiao Beichen, but she couldn't miss her first board meeting. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Beichen felt an unusual complexity in his heart. Women are truly peculiar beings. Despite having known each other for only a few months, it feels as though they will be remembered for a lifetime. With a sigh, Xiao Beichen lowered his gaze to the marriage certificate, feeling a sense of disbelief. If those 6 ancestors find out, they would surely want to kill me. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, several women across various locations, still desperately searching for Xiao Beichen, furrowed their brows. What is happening? Why do I feel an inexplicable surge of murderous intent? Not long after Xiao Beichen departed, a figure appeared on the street. She was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed a striking figure, yet her icy demeanor exuded an air of unapproachability. She furrowed her brow. Strange, why do I sense a familiar scent? Looking up, she found herself before the Civil Affairs Bureau. Remembering someone, she sneered. Humph. If he dares to obtain a marriage certificate with another woman, I will ensure he lives his next life unable to care for himself. Xiao Beichen did not head directly to Uni District, but instead arrived at Citibank. He intended to retrieve something from his past. This was a place specifically designed for the affluent to store their possessions. Mere wealth was insufficient. One must also possess supreme status. In the entire Jiang city, only the most formidable characters could access this place. Dressed simply, Xiao Beichen seemed out of place in such an environment. Sir, this is not a place for someone like you. As he approached the entrance, a professional-looking woman blocked his path. I'm here to conduct business. Xiao Beichen smiled. The elegant lady immediately began to mock. Sir, have you earned a monthly salary of 3,000 yet? Do you know where this is? If you wish to conduct business, just turn right. There is a bank that caters specifically to individuals of your financial standing. It's quite amusing to see you, dressed in such lowly attire, attempting to engage with Citibank. Suddenly, a black card appeared in Xiao Beichen's hand. Summon the person in charge here to meet me. The dragon-patterned black card, only accessible to the elite clientele of Citibank, rendered the lady's laughter abruptly silent, replaced by a palpable fear and anxiety. Such a card could be counted among the rarest in the world, possessed by only a select few. Shortly thereafter, the manager approached with utmost respect. Welcome back, esteemed Mr. Xiao. Lead the way. In that moment, Xiao Beichen transformed. He was no longer a mere figure from the urban village, but a formidable presence, looking down upon the world with an air of invincibility. They descended into the innermost sanctum of Citibank, a place that held remnants of Xiao Beichen's past. As the Dark Emperor, his reputation may not have echoed in the Dragon Domain, yet in the realm of sin, he was the sovereign of the shadows. He had buried his past to shield himself from enemies, but now that he had returned, it was time to unveil the secrets. Using his retina, he unlocked a secure vault containing a mobile phone and a pendant, the front inscribed with the word darkness and the back, Emperor. He dialed a number, and an excited voice responded, The Dark Emperor, you have returned. Indeed, Xiao Beichen replied coldly, the plan can commence. Yes, his numerous brothers awaited this moment eagerly. In the boardroom of the Yi Group, Yi Qingcheng, clad in professional attire that accentuated her perfect curves, was met with discontent from an elder with white hair and a beard. Yi, is this your way of asserting authority over us by arriving late to your first board meeting? My apologies, I was delayed by some matters, she replied calmly. Let us not mince words. Your reputation precedes you in the capital, but Jiangcheng is not the same. Beyond us old-timers, your connections are of little use here. They were accustomed to their local supremacy and felt threatened by the arrival of a new chairwoman from the capital. Old Gus scoffed. What difficulty is this for you, Yi? I believe within 2 days it will all be resolved. The members of the board turned their gazes toward Yi Qingcheng, incredulous that a project stalled for nearly a year could be resolved in such a brief time. Very well, I accept, she responded without hesitation, surprising everyone, including Wang Xiaodai, who stood beside her. Old Gu laughed heartily. Truly the Queen of Commerce. You possess great courage. 2 days it is. After the meeting, back in her office, Wang Xiaodai anxiously protested. Yi, how could you agree to such an unreasonable demand? It's simply impossible. Yi Qingcheng lightly tapped her fingers on the table. If I do not take this stance, how can they respect me? I am new to Jiangcheng, and if I show weakness now, they will only look down on me further. Call the people in the high-tech zone and send someone who can negotiate. As evening fell, she returned to the Uni Villa district, but upon not finding Xiao Beichen, she grew worried. Just as she was about to call him, he appeared at the door. With a hint of anger, she asked, Where have you been? What does it matter to you? Xiao Beichen replied coldly. Do not forget our agreement. You have no right to question my whereabouts or actions. Though he had agreed to marry her, it was not with the intention of sharing a lifetime. Have you eaten? Ye king inwitted, had tonisoftening. I haven tea. Could you make me a bowl of noodles? She revealed a more vulnerable side, reminiscent of a girl. Recalling how delicious Xiao Beichen's cooking was. Em Dayed. He retorted, dismissing her. Order takeout for yourself. By the way, which room do I sleep in? Are you really that heartless? Yi Qingcheng's large, watery eyes were hard to resist, and even the most stoic of men would find it difficult to remain unaffected. Xiao Beichen felt a stir within, but maintained his composure. "No," he declared, placing a hand on her chin. "I did not marry you to be a servant. You are here to serve me, understand?" With an exasperated pout, she pointed to a room and retreated to the kitchen for food. Despite her demeanor, Xiao Beichen entered the spacious, lavishly decorated room, but his mind was elsewhere. After some time, a sliver of light peeked through the slightly ajar door, and he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Suddenly, he felt delicate hands gliding up his body, startling him awake. He flipped on the lights, his heart racing even more. There stood Yi Qingcheng in a form-fitting black nightgown, her alluring legs exposed, her enchanting eyes glimmering like those of a succubus. "WH, what are you doing?" he stammered. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her other hand resting on her thigh. "Didn't you say you would marry me and have me serve you? Here I am, and I've done this before. Are you shy now?" Xiao Beichen's face flushed. "The third rule prohibits you from tempting me. Is it wrong for a husband and wife to engage in normal activities?" she teased. Yi Qingqing's voice was akin to that of a seductive fox, enticing one to commit sins at any moment. "No," Xiao Beichen firmly refused. Fine. Yi Qingqing's expression bore a hint of helplessness. "Can't you fall for this trick? I am tired. Don't just stand there foolishly. Come over and sleep." "Sleep? No way. I'll sleep in the other room." Without waiting for Yi Qingqing's reaction, Xiao Beichen swiftly grabbed his coat and dashed into another room, locking the door behind him without a word. Heaving heavily, Xiao Beichen buried his head in the blankets. Regardless of the commotion outside, he chose to remain oblivious. "Hey, this is my sister's room," Ye Qing shouted. After standing at the door for several minutes, she huffed and returned to her own room, muttering to herself, "Forget it. My sister is out gallivanting all day. She may not even come back. Besides, he already locked the door." Around 1 o'clock in the morning, a woman clad in trendy attire entered the room. She bore a resemblance to Yi Qingcheng. After turning on the living room light and drunkenly freshening up, she made her way to the second-floor room, only to find the door locked. "Damn it, sister. Are you making me sleep on the couch? Good thing I brought a key." With the key in hand, she entered her beloved little flower-patterned bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed in. Yi Sairu turned over, feeling something soft and pudgy. Suddenly alert, she was shocked to find a man sleeping in her bed, and even more infuriatingly, his hand resting inappropriately. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Yi Sairu's mouth. "What happened?" Xiao Beichen jolted awake, unleashing a scream even louder than Yi Sairu's. He quickly pulled the blanket over his muscular body, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you, and why are you in my room?" Yi Sairu's forehead twitched with irritation. "Get off me." Hearing the commotion, Yi Qingcheng rushed out. "Sister, who is he, and why is there a man in my room?" Yi Sairu's face turned pale as she took a step back behind Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng's expression was equally awkward as she cleared her throat twice. "He is my husband. I thought you wouldn't TB back, so I let him sleep in your room." "Ah!" Yi Sairu screamed again. "Sister, what did you just say?" He's her husband? When did you get married? Why didn't I know about it?" "Yesterday," Yi Qingcheng replied, retrieving their newly acquired marriage certificate from the room. Yi Sairu rubbed her eyes, glancing at it in disbelief. It took her an entire morning to finally accept the fact that her sister had tied the knot. However, this did not imply her approval of this brother-in-law. "What do you do?" Yesiru inuit, asumin an autoritativitone. Xiao Beichen shrugged. "Em unemployed." "What is your educational background?" "High school graduate." He got into college, but he didn't attend after joining the army. "For what prestigious family?" I live in a village in the city." "Crazy. You must be insane." Yi Sairu felt like crying. "Sister, there are countless suitors for you from the capital. So why settle for this useless man? Aside from being somewhat good-looking, he possesses nothing of value. Anyone picked randomly off the street would far surpass him. No way. If word of this spreads to the capital, those people will go mad, and our family will not let you off lightly. You must get a divorce today. I cannot allow you to marry such a worthless man." Yi Sairu stood up abruptly. In contrast, Yi Qingcheng remained remarkably calm, continuing her breakfast. "I like him. That is enough. As for the family, God knows, the earth knows, and I know. As long as you don't speak of it, I won't tea either. They will remain oblivious." Xiao Beichen watched her performance with amusement, saying nothing. "Sister, he is not from our world. Why do this to yourself? I came all the way from the capital for you. It's either him or me. Either he gets kicked out, or I'm leaving. You decide. Yi Sairu nearly shouted. The door is over there. You can leave if you wish. Sister, I am your biological sister. Yi Sairu yelled. He's my husband. After 20 years of being with you, I cannot be outdone by an outsider. He's my husband. Yi Sairu was a loss for words. Can you stop repeating that phrase? I'm full. The group has a ton of matters I need to handle. Yi Ching Chong stood up, preparing to leave. By the way, your brother-in-law is unemployed and will be resting at home. You will make him lunch. Just as Yi Sairu was about to unleash her frustration, Yi Qingsheng walked out. She had always been a pampered young lady, accustomed to others cooking for her. Now she was expected to cook for someone else? Her face nearly contorted with disbelief. She glanced at Xiao Beichen, her disdain palpable. Pulling out a bank card, she felt a pang of regret. It was her hard-earned secret stash. There are 5 million in this card. Just take it and get lost. Leave my sister. Thank you, boss. How generous. Xiao Beichen said without hesitation, pocketing the card and walking out. Yi Sairu crossed her arms, wearing a smug expression tinged with mockery. Indeed, a worthless man. Bought off with just 5 million. I wonder what kind of potion he fed my sister. But as long as he leaves, it's fine. Dialing her sister, she exclaimed, Sister, that scoundrel is utterly useless. 5 million is all it took to send him away. This kind of person is only after your money. Now, do you see his true colors? No need to thank me. I am your benefactor. Yi Sairu, are you foolish? I have a marriage certificate with him. Do you think chasing him away will be effective? Yi Qingsheng found it amusing. Realizing her folly, Yi Sairu slapped her thigh. Sister, hurry and call him back for a divorce. Impossible. Yi Qingsheng hung up. Yi Sairu slumped into her chair, staring at a table full of dishes, feeling even more distressed. My secret stash. You two scoundrels deceive me. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen arrived at a herbal medicine store. Sir, what herbs do you need? A staff member clad in a white coat inquired. Black beer grass, wood ginger, heavenly mysterious wood. Xiao Beichen listed a plethora of items. He intended to buy these to treat Xiao Anyun's leg ailment. Previously, he had refrained from using his powers, but now that he had regained them, it was imperative to heal Xiao Anyun's legs promptly. These herbs did not come cheap. The voiceover questioned whether he had enough money. Xiao Beichen tossed down a card, and the staff member, after swiping it, beamed with joy. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll fetch your medicine right away. At that moment, a large group of men in black suddenly stormed in, carrying a middle-aged man. Dr. Huang, please save my father. A young man shouted anxiously. An elderly man with white hair and a beard emerged from the back room, his eyes widening in shock. The man being carried was none other than the mayor of Jiangsheng, who was coughing up black blood, clearly in a dire condition. Quick, lay him down. Bring my silver needles. Dr. Huang Yu and shouted urgently. Unrolling the needle case, a slender silver needle appeared in his hand, as if it was second nature. Xiao Beichen observed, noting the man's considerable skill. The ailment was not severe. A few needles would suffice. Destiny, sandalwood, radiance, goldwood. Xiao Beichen nodded, acknowledging the proficiency of the Phoenix 7 needles. Dr. Huang Yuan stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Mayor Zhao is fine now. Shouldn't there still be 1 needle left? Xiao Beichen was momentarily taken aback, muttering softly to himself, the Phoenix 7 needles. As the name suggests, there are 7 needles, and he had only administered 6. The most crucial needle remained uninserted, or all previous efforts would be in vain. Thank you, Dr. Huang. Your benevolence will never be forgotten by me, Zhao Tianan. Zhao Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after, Zhao Huayan, the mayor of Jiang City, regained consciousness, his breath steady, appearing like a normal person. Upon learning that it was Huang Weiyuan who had saved him, he quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, Dr. Huang. A physician should aim to treat and save lives. No thanks are necessary. I will prescribe some medicine to eradicate the stubborn ailment shortly, Huang Weiyuan replied with a smile, relieved that the weight on his shoulders had lifted. If anything had happened to the mayor under his care, his entire herbal shop would have been in jeopardy. Old man, you still have 1 needle left to administer. Xiao Beichen interjected. 1 more needle? Huang Weiyuan chuckled. Sir, are you jesting with me? There are only 6 needles in the Phoenix technique. Ah, I see. You have not learned the 7th needle. Xiao Beichen nodded. If that is the case, you may have just doomed him. This remark left everyone in stunned silence. Even Huang Weiyuan, known for his good temper, felt a surge of anger. Are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license? No. Humph. You dare to speak recklessly without being a doctor or having a medical license. Young man, you can eat recklessly, but be careful with your words. You might invite disaster. Huang Weiyuan replied coldly. Do you know who this is? Our renowned Dr. Huang from Jiang City, soon to be the first physician of the Medicine King's Hall. Do you need to point fingers here? Zhao Tiansheng retorted coldly. How dare you curse my father to death? I see you are courting death. Just as Zhao Tiansheng was about to take action, Zhao Huayan waved his hand, saying, Enough. Ignorance is no crime. You still have time to live. Xiao Beichen extended his palm, stating matter-of-factly. 5 days? Zhao Huayan responded flatly. 5, 4, 3. Xiao Beichen's fingers fell one by one. This action thoroughly infuriated Zhao Huayan. Kid, do you really think I, Zhao Huayan, have no temper? How dare you curse the mayor? This young man must not value his life. The mayor had already spared him, choosing not to hold him accountable. Yet this young man still dared to speak such nonsense. The crowd whispered among themselves, astonished by Xiao Beichen's audacity. Huang Weiyuan coldly remarked, Ignorant child. Zhao Tianqing's expression darkened ominously. Damn it, I see you are seeking death. Suddenly, Zhao Huayan's complexion changed dramatically, alternating between green and purple, before he spewed a mouthful of black blood. Help me. Chapter 9. The Phoenix 7 Needles. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. Huang Weiyuan, quick on his feet, hurriedly administered another needle, but to no avail. Huang Weiyuan, what is happening to my father? Zhao Tianqing seethed. If anything happens to him, I will ensure you disappear from Jiang City. Huang Weiyuan was drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear, fully aware that Zhao Tianqing would not hesitate to tear him apart. Suddenly recalling Xiao Beichen's words, he respectfully implored. Sir, I beg you to intervene. Not interested. Thud. Huang Weiyuan sank to his knees. Sir, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you greatly. I hope you can forgive me. A legendary physician kneeling before an unknown individual. The onlookers couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Following suit, Zhao Tianqing also knelt. Sir, please save my father. I will agree to any terms you propose. Saving a life is worth more than erecting a towering pagoda. Indeed, Mayor Zhao is a once-in-a-century leader for Jiang City. Please save him. The surrounding crowd urged as they saw Xiao Beichen remain unmoved. Seeing Zhao Tianqing's filial piety, Xiao Beichen reluctantly complied, for it was a mere trifle for him. Before long, a silver needle appeared in his hand, precisely aimed at Zhao Huayan's brow. With a whoosh, a great deal of foul air escaped Zhao Huayan's mouth. His complexion gradually normalized, and his gaze became focused. Dad, how do you feel? Zhao Tianqing inquired anxiously. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. Zhao Huayan felt rejuvenated, as if he had regained 10 years of vitality, brimming with energy. This world truly holds the Phoenix 7 Needles. Huang Weiyuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A divine physician. This is indeed a divine physician. Zhao Tianqing turned to express his gratitude, only to find that Xiao Beichen had already departed with the medicine. Zhao Huayan sighed. He seeks neither fame nor fortune. Tianqing, you must learn well from this gentleman. In truth, Xiao Beichen found the situation cumbersome and wished to avoid deeper entanglements. At that moment, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Xiao Beichen? A panicked voice came through. Who are you? I am Wang Xiaodai, secretary to Director Yi. Director Yi. Wang Xiaodai explained the situation, stating that the Yi Group was undertaking development in the high-tech zone, but had been obstructed by a group of thugs demanding that Director Yi attend negotiations alone at the Longfeng building. Undoubtedly, Yi Qingcheng had gone alone. What a foolish woman. Xiao Beichen scolded inwardly, maintaining an indifferent facade as he coldly replied, I do not involve myself in work matters. There was a moment of silence on the line before the voice suddenly erupted in anger. You are a complete scoundrel. Wang Xiaodai had encountered many men, but had never seen one as despicable as Xiao Beichen. He was nothing short of a disgrace to manhood. No, he was not even worthy of being called a man. How could he remain indifferent when the woman he claimed to care for was in danger? It was a mystery what Director Yi saw in him. After hanging up, Xiao Beichen hailed a taxi to the Longfeng building. His woman would not be subjected to humiliation by anyone. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Longfeng building. He quickly spotted Yi Qingchang seated in the lobby. Evidently a setup she had orchestrated, and he watched from a distance. Across from Yi Qingcheng sat a tattooed, brash bald man whose gaze unabashedly roamed over her. Indeed, The legendary Queen of Commerce is as beautiful as they say. Yi Qingchang showed no signs of intimidation. Bald Chong, you are unlawfully obstructing construction and causing significant losses to our group. How do you intend to resolve this? Easy, easy. Bait Kiang Chakot. As long as Director Yi downs these 2 bottles of liquor, I will immediately have my men withdraw. The 2 bottles on the table were high-priced XO, with a high alcohol content. For an ordinary person, consuming even 1 bottle would leave them disoriented. Fool! Xiao Beichen couldn't help but smirk. Despite Yi Qingcheng being a woman, he knew that when it came to drinking, even he might not match her. Very well. Yi King Similit lightly. Without hesitation, she consumed both bottles in front of everyone. Her cheeks flushing, but her mind remaining clear. The crowd gasped, astonished that she had finished 2 bottles of XO so effortlessly. Yi Qingcheng wiped her mouth. The liquor is finished. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ha ha ha! Bald Chong clapped his hands. Indeed, the Queen of Commerce. A woman of valor. I admire you. I will have my men withdraw immediately, but I cannot guarantee those villagers. Yi Qingcheng's expression turned icy. Are you trying to play tricks? Bald Chong laughed heartily. How is this playing tricks? This is simply giving you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on you, Director Yi. Bald Chong crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat. As Yi Qingcheng pondered her next move, a voice interrupted. Let me help Yi Zong with her drink. It was Xiao Dai. Yi Qingcheng turned towards the voice, noticing yet another beauty. Bald Chong's face broke into a broad smile. Yi Zong, you can't drink anymore. No matter how good your tolerance, you'll still get drunk, Xiao Dai insisted. Everyone here is Bald Chong's people. If you get drunk, it will lead to significant trouble. She picked up a bottle of XO, intending to pour it down, but was stopped by Yi Qingcheng, who knew Xiao Dai couldn't handle alcohol. With a smile, she said, Bald Chong, let's call it a day. I'll come find you tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Bald Chong abruptly stood up. Wait, Yi Zong, do you think this is your place to come and go as you please? A large group of thugs immediately surrounded them. What do you want? Yi Qingcheng replied coldly. Of course, to take you to bed. Bait Kiang Laokit. I've played with many women, but I've never had the pleasure of someone as stunning as you. As for the other beauty, I'll leave her to my subordinates. The thugs erupted into laughter, as if Yi Qingcheng and her companion were merely fish on their chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. However, in a shadowy corner, a cold, menacing gaze was fixated on Bald Chong's every move. Any misstep could determine his fate. Xiao Dai was terrified. She had never encountered such a situation before. Yi Qingcheng remarked indifferently, Bald Chong, am I not giving you face? One of his underlings immediately retorted, who do you think you are? Just because you're some business queen? You think you're impressive? In front of Bald Chong, you're just a worthless woman. Do you believe I won't slap you twice? Bald Chong interjected with a wicked grin. Yi Zong, don't think I don't know. Though you hold power in the capital, here in Jiangsheng, you have no roots. What can you do to me? Is that so? Yi Qingcheng pulled out a chair and sat down. Then do you believe that with just one phone call, people from the capital will come and tear you apart? Who are you trying to scare? Bald Chong scoffed. Whether it's a threat or not, let us wait and see. Seeing Yi Qingcheng's unyielding demeanor, Bald Chong felt a twinge of unease. After all, Yi Qingcheng had a formidable reputation. However, he didn't want to let her off easily. For a moment, he was torn between desire and reason, ultimately choosing the latter. You're ruthless. No wonder you can stand your ground in the capital. Now get lost. Yi Qingcheng stood up, taking Xiao Dai with her as they left. Watching them depart, Xiao Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. Bald brother, are you just letting them go? One of his subordinates asked. Bald Chong took a sip of his drink and coldly replied, don't forget about that piece of land in the high-tech zone. Unless she willingly comes to my bed, she won't escape unscathed. You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. The boss is indeed clever. His subordinates flattered him. Suddenly, an out-of-place voice chimed in, Bald Chong, show some mercy and pull back your men. Don't cause trouble for the Yi group. The thugs instantly seethed with anger. Who do you think you are? You don't have a say here. Get out. Bald Chong chuckled mockingly. And you are? I am Yi Qingcheng's husband. Xiao Beichen replied coolly. Ha ha ha. I haven't heard that Yi Qingcheng is married. You're probably just her lapdog. I don't care who you are. Kneel and apologize to me. Bald Chong sneered, disregarding him entirely. When Xiao Beichen remained unmoving, one of Bald Chong's thugs grew impatient, pushing down on Xiao Beichen's shoulder. My boss told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Slap. A resounding slap sent the thug flying. Dare to hit me? You're courting death. Get him. A swarm of over 30 thugs charged forward, startling all the patrons around them. Had they lost their minds? How dare they provoke Bald Chong, the local tyrant, whom even the Yi Group's president dared not offend? Bald Chong smiled coldly. Those who dared to provoke him would face consequences. However, the next moment, he froze in shock. Bang! 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 In mere moments, all 30 thugs lay on the ground, blood staining Xiao Beichen's clothes. A chilling aura emanated from him, his eyes as cold as a demon's. He appeared like an infernal warrior amidst the bloodshed, instilling terror in everyone present. The patrons of Longfeng Tower trembled, unable to comprehend how one could single-handedly take down so many in such a short span of time. Bald Chong's eyes widened in fear. Who are you? I told you, give me some face. If not, you will die. Xiao Beichen advanced slowly, his gaze indifferent. Don't come any closer. Bald Chong was nearly in a panic. Brother, I can't make decisions about the high-tech zone. It was Longhu who ordered us to do this. Crack. He snapped Bald Chong's neck effortlessly. In my life, I only give one chance. Meanwhile, the two who had just left Longfeng Tower were still shaken. Yi Zong, please don't engage in such dangerous activities again. We nearly met our end, Xiao Dai said, patting her chest. Yi Qingcheng smiled. Why did you come here? I was worried about you, Xiao Dai pouted, then her expression turned serious. Yi Zong, you really shouldn't be with that scoundrel. Why? I called him to come and assist you, but he said he wouldn't involve himself in work matters and hung up on me. A man without responsibility or accountability doesn't deserve you. He is nothing but a coward. What kind of man would allow his woman to be humiliated? Xiao exclaimed, her words dripping with disdain for Xiao Beichen, viewing him as a good-for-nothing. Yi Qingcheng pondered for a moment and replied, Xiao Dai, that's where you're mistaken. It was indeed a work matter. Besides, we had an agreement that he wouldn't interfere in work affairs. Though she spoke these words, a hint of discomfort lingered in her heart, yet it quickly dissipated. At that moment, all she wished was for Xiao Beichen to stay by her side. Everything else was insignificant. She understood why he acted this way. It was to make her let go. However, how could she easily give up on a man she had set her sights on? From now on, she wouldn't call him about work matters. I had a bit too much to drink. I need a rest, she said. Xiao Dai opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words. Leaning against the car window, Yi Qingcheng found herself unable to sleep. Beichen, what burdens do you carry? Ding! A text message arrived, and Yi Qingcheng groggily picked up her phone, seeing it was from an unknown number. The development in the high-tech zone is being manipulated by Zhang Longhu of Tianqing Group. Yi Qingcheng furrowed her brow. Who are you? The message vanished into silence, receiving no response. When she dialed the number, it turned out to be disconnected. Xiao, please investigate whether there are any conflicts of interest between the Yi Group and the Tianqing Group. It is better to believe there is than to believe there isn't. Wang Xiaodai opened her computer and immediately began her search. Indeed, they discovered that 2 years ago, the Yi Group and the Tianqing Group had a significant conflict over a project in the high-tech zone. However, in the end, the Tianqing Group withdrew from the project first. Chapter 11, Zhu Ke. A billion swipe. Those old fogies in the board of directors must be doing this on purpose. I'm going to call them out right now. Wang Xiaodai expressed her dissatisfaction. They must have known about this news long ago, yet no one said a word. They foolishly went to look for Bald Chong. Yi Qingcheng shook her head, stopping her. Even if you confront them, what good will it do? But we can't just suffer this silent loss. Don't worry, it will be repaid in the future. Yi Qingcheng was no pushover either. This grudge had been established. Yeah. Why did you suddenly think of investigating the Tianqing Group? Wang Xiaodai asked, voicing her curiosity. Yi Qingcheng showed her a text message. Could this person possibly be your suitor? Wang Xiaodai remarked. If you ask me, you should steer clear of that scumbag. A man who can truly support you is worth a lifetime of companionship. I have many who can support me. Should I marry each one of them? Ye King retorted. Casting a glance, Wang Xiaodai stuck out her tongue. I still believe anyone is better than that Xiao Beichen. Yi Qingcheng chose not to respond further, opening the text message to reply with 2 words, thank you. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Beichen smiled faintly. There's no need to thank me. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Suddenly, a jeep stopped in front of him, and the window rolled down to reveal a young woman in her 20s, clad in athletic gear with a refined appearance and short hair. What brings you here? Xiao Beichen asked in surprise. The plan has commenced. Qinglong, Bai Hu, and Xuanwu have all headed to the capital. I was worried about you, so I came. Qinglong, Bai Hu, Zhu Ke, Xuanwu. They were all his capable subordinates from outside the domain. The short-haired woman before him was Zhuke. What more could I be worried about? Xiao Beichen laughed. It's because our boss has been doing some rather reckless things. Zhuke shrugged, like getting married without telling us. You investigated me? Don't forget, I'm still the Dark Emperor, the master of the Dark Palace. Zhuke scoffed. Save that intimidation for someone else. I was fooled by your aura back then. Zhuke was not buying it. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you somewhere. Xiao Beichen felt helpless. His subordinates were all acting out. He opened the door and climbed in, unaware that someone was lurking in the shadows, secretly capturing everything. He got the evidence of your infidelity. Let us see how you wriggle out of this. Before long, the car arrived at a property development. What are we doing here? Xiao Beichen asked, puzzled. Of course, we're here to buy a house, Zhuke replied with a smile. We don't have a base in Jiangcheng, and besides, boss, don't you want to make Yi Qingsheng give up? Creating a superior suitor will surely make her lose interest. Yi Qingsheng aims to take full control of the Yi group in Jiangcheng, but faces numerous challenges. You wouldn't want to act openly, would you? As she spoke, it made sense. This property was no ordinary one. It was the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng, Uni Villa District. It was also where Yi Qingsheng's villa was located. The cheapest ones were worth over 10 million. Upon entering the development, staff approached them. However, upon seeing their attire, they hesitated. Zhu Chue's athletic did not reveal her wealth, while Xiao Beichen appeared to be anything but affluent. Sir, please leave. This is the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng, with each house priced around 10 million. You clearly cannot afford it, the sales staff, He Rue, said bluntly. You lowly-eyed fool, we are here to buy a house. Zhuke immediately retorted. Buy a house. Sorry, but I can't see how you could afford a place here. You look like you're living paycheck to paycheck, dreaming of million-dollar homes. He Rue looked him over and sneered. Smack! Xiao Beichen slapped He Rue across the face. Speak respectfully. You dare hit me. He Rue could hardly believe it. I hit you all right. Zhuke coldly interjected. Get your manager here. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in the lobby. Upon learning of the situation, he immediately bowed and apologized. Sir, miss, I'm terribly sorry. This is our new employee, and he was unaware. Please bear with us. He Rue covered his face, wishing to tear Xiao Beichen apart. Manager, I admit I spoke out of turn, but he slapped me. He must apologize. The manager replied. Let us settle this amicably. Sir, perhaps you could apologize to her as well, and we can put this behind us. Zhuke disdainfully remarked. A slap is a light punishment. If it were the old days, she would be in worse shape. One must admit, the current boss has a truly good temper. Back in the Sin domain, who would dare to utter a word against him? The consequence would only be death. Damn you, you vile woman. He Rue, unable to contain his anger, attempted to argue, but was knocked down by Zhu Chue's swift kick. This action drew the manager's ire as well, leading him to say, Sir, miss, you are going too far. Too far? Zhuke couldn't help but chuckle, producing a card. I have hundreds of billions in my account. And she says I can't buy a house. Isn't that excessive? Hundreds of billions? The surrounding sales staff were stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. This woman is quite pretty, but her intellect seems lacking. Hundreds of billions? I'd wager she has only a few hundred. Look at the man beside her. If he had hundreds of billions, how could he still wear clothes worth only a few dozen dollars? However, a glimmer of doubt crossed the manager's eyes. He Rue stood up, mocking. You have hundreds of billions? I'll eat SHT on the spot. Don't come here to scam free meals. Zhuke shot back. Xiao Beichen felt a chuckle coming on. Her temperament was exactly the same as before. He Rue's face turned beet red. And Zhuke handed the card to the manager. I want Yinding Mountain Villa. We're moving in today. Yinding Mountain Villa is the pinnacle of Uni Villa District, worth tens of billions. Due to its exorbitant price, it had yet to be sold. The surrounding sales staff looked on with skepticism, unable to believe they could afford Yinding Mountain Villa. There are only so many prominent figures in Jiangcheng, and even they couldn't afford it, let alone these two unknowns. The manager took the card, his palms sweating. If he could actually close the sale on Yinding Mountain Villa, he would achieve several years' worth of sales in one go. I'm curious to see how you embarrass yourself. He Rue sneered. Yinding Mountain Villa? You think you're worthy of living there? Ding! Just as the words fell from his lips, the POS machine chimed. Transaction successful. You have paid 1,000,000,000,000. Chapter 12. Darling, sorry to keep you waiting. The entire room fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was left in shock. A single payment of 10 billion for Yunding Mountain Villa. Every face was etched with disbelief. Even the wealthiest in Jiangsheng would not be so extravagant. How is this possible? He Rue trembled, his face paling. Don't provoke my pocket money with your limited understanding. Zhuke sneered. Pocket money. The manager trembled as he returned the card to Miss Zhuke, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Esteemed Miss Zhuke, congratulations on becoming the owner of Yunding Villa. Our uni developers shall provide you with comprehensive services, including 10 retired security personnel from the military and a renowned international butler. Zhuke glanced dismissively. Unnecessary. Dismiss her. She is displeasing to my eyes. Furthermore, let it be known that our identities must remain confidential. Should even a whisper of this information escape, I shall ensure the ruin of your entire uni developers. No one doubted her words. Possessing such wealth certainly conferred authority. Understood, the manager replied, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, the two departed amidst a throng. Xiao Beichen smiled faintly. How audacious of you, to spend 1 billion simply to acquire a residence. After all, it's the funds from the Dark Palace, not my own. Zhuke shrugged nonchalantly. Just as the duo settled into their vehicle, a striking figure pursued them, her eyes glinting with coldness. Why does that silhouette resemble Zhuke? Accompanying her was a man. Could it be the Dark Emperor? A realization struck the icy woman, prompting her to enter the sales office immediately. What property did the two individuals who just left purchase? The manager hesitated, recalling Zhu Chue's insistence on confidentiality, and promptly fell silent. The icy woman coldly threatened, "Choose not to speak? I will kill you." A sudden chill enveloped the manager, causing him to tremble. Yet fearing the wrath of a significant client, he fabricated a lie. The icy woman, disregarding the need for verification, dashed out. "Dark Emperor, you may evade for a time, but not for eternity. Sleep with me and think to flee? Do you truly believe I, Jiang Luofei of the Medicine King Hall, am feeble? Yunding Villa, nestled among the peaks, boasts both mountains and waters, adorned with lavish decor. Boss, we have investigated the forces that acted against you in Jiang City years ago." A dossier was placed upon the table. Xiao Beichen perused it, a hint of coldness emanating from his brow. Ma San, one of the 3 titans of Jiang City. No wonder he has grown into a giant over the past decade. He has the backing of the imperial capital. Boss, he will attend Zhang Longhu's 60th birthday celebration tonight. Shall I take action? Zhuke inquired. No need. Xiao Beichen shook his head, his expression resolute. I will avenge my grievances personally. Anyone who has dared to raise a hand against me will not escape unscathed. Zhuke chuckled, then produced a mask. It's been a while. Xiao Beichen tenderly caressed the mask. He then retrieved the medicinal materials he had purchased and began his alchemical work. As dusk approached, Xiao Beichen received a call from Yi Qingqing. Beichen, I have a banquet tonight. Would you accompany me? It was evident that it was Zhang Longhu's birthday celebration. Certainly, Xiao Beichen replied. Really? Yi Qingqing's voice brimmed with joy. I will send the location to your phone. Junlin Grand Hotel has transformed into a retro ambience, filled with festive cheer. Luxury vehicles abound as Jiang City's elite gather to celebrate the 60th birthday of Old Master Zhang. Xiao Beichen, clad in a simple t-shirt, awaited at the entrance. Oh, you rustic bumpkin, what brings you here? A derisive voice pierced the air before Yi Qingqing could arrive. Xiao, do you know him? A nearby young man inquired, contempt evident in his gaze. Every attendee was a member of high society, impeccably dressed, while Xiao Beichen's t-shirt seemed out of place against the backdrop of a suit worth over 700,000. Of course I know him. He is a rustic bumpkin I was set up with, Hu Xiao coldly retorted. Have you lost your mind? You actually went on a blind date with someone like him? Young man Xia Mingfeng appeared incredulous, only for his expression to darken suddenly. You're the one who slapped my Xiao? It was indeed him, Xia Mingfeng declared, his demeanor shifting to one of aggression. You dare touch my woman. Kneel and let Xiao slap you until she is satisfied. Hu Xiao scoffed, her tone fierce. Listen here, Xiao. This gentleman is Xia Mingfeng, whose family possesses assets in the hundreds of millions. Don't think that just because you have a woman backing you, you're impressive. If I am not pleased, you will regret it. No one had ever dared to strike her. Her face bore the marks of that slap. Xiao Beichen glanced at Xia Mingfeng and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. What do you mean? Xiao Mingfeng was momentarily taken aback. To rid the world of scum. To have such a renowned socialite as a girlfriend. If that's not impressive, then what is? Xiao Beichen smiled subtly. Xiao Mingfeng's eyes widened. Socialite? Xiao Mingfeng. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am still pure. He is merely slandering me because he cannot have me. Hu Xiao hurriedly clarified. My first time will certainly be with you, Xiao Mingfeng. Did you hear that, you rustic bumpkin? You think you can deceive me? Xiao Mingfeng chose to believe Hu Xiao. Impressive. Xiao Beichen again gave a thumbs up. And how is that impressive? You believe anything you hear. Lack of intellect, he remarked. You. Xiao Mingfeng seethed with anger. Hu Xiao was equally furious. Xiao, you're despicable. If you cannot have me, you wish to ruin me. I spit on you. With your caliber, you will never find a woman and dare to insult mine. I'll put an end to you. Just as Xiao Mingfeng prepared to act, a red Porsche pulled up. The door swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in a black gown, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. Her skin was fair, legs long, and her features exquisite. Upon her arrival, she captivated the attention of all present, causing the radiance of every other woman to pale in comparison. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? What a star! She is simply ethereal. I have never seen anyone so beautiful in Jiang City. Whoever marries her will awaken smiling from dreams. Whispers filled the air, yet none dared approach her. Wang Xiaodai trailed behind, seemingly accustomed to such settings, her face beaming with pride as she walked in the presence of such a superior. Yi Qingchang glanced over and, spotting Xiao Beichen, a gentle smile graced her lips as she drew near. An angel? Did she just smile at me? Xiao Mingfeng was entranced, his thoughts spilling forth. In this moment, only he and Xiao Beichen stood among the men. And how could a rustic bumpkin like Xiao Beichen elicit a smile from such a paragon of beauty? Surely, she was smiling at him, given his superb looks and background. Hu Xiao was on the verge of exploding with rage, while Xiao Mingfeng remained oblivious, stepping forward and performing a gentlemanly bow. Beautiful lady, I am Xiao Mingfeng. I noticed your smile towards me. Could it be that you wish to become my partner? It would be my honor. Onlookers were envious, for it is said, to die beneath a peony is to be a spirited ghost. To win the favor of such a beauty is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yi Qingchang frowned slightly, questioning the presence of such a lecherous man. She bypassed Xiao Mingfeng and approached Xiao Beichen, smiling as she said, Darling, thank you for waiting. Chapter 13. The Titans of Jiang City. Xiao Beichen furrowed his brow. Didn't I say not to call me darling? I couldn't help myself. Yi Qingcheng replied with a radiant smile, her beauty captivating. She was genuinely delighted. She had anticipated that Xiao Beichen would decline her invitation to the banquet. Yet he had readily accepted. Xiao Beichen glanced at her. No more of that next time. All right, Yi Qingcheng nodded. The two were immersed in their own world, oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around them. This captivating beauty has surely been deceived. That fellow is but a worthless dweller of the urban village, utterly unworthy of your exquisite beauty, existing in a realm entirely separate from ours, the elite. In his eyes, Xiao Beichen must have employed underhanded tactics to ensnare her. But what of it? My affection renders him the finest choice. Yi Qingcheng's smile bore a hint of mockery. My dear lady, with your attributes, you could effortlessly marry into a prestigious family. Why subject yourself to such degradation, akin to a delicate flower planted in dung? Xiao Mingfeng remained undeterred. A prestigious family? Yi Qingcheng scoffed. I am the prestigious family. Even a union of convenience is advantageous. There is no need to settle for such detritus. Xiao Mingfeng retorted. Moreover, do you not desire someone superior? Or you anyway? At least he is more handsome. Yi Qingcheng replied coldly. Handsomeness holds no value in our social circles. Pretty boys are worth little. I caution you, do not disregard your beauty in its prime, for when you genuinely aspire to ascend the social ladder, you will find yourself aged. Xiao Mingfeng's irritation grew. Wretched woman, exuding the aura of a fox. Hu Xiao was nearly apoplectic. Ever since Yi Qingcheng's arrival, Xiao Mingfeng's gaze had not strayed from her for even a moment. Young Master Xia, if she chooses to demean herself, what business is it of yours? Perhaps she seeks a simpleton to marry after being toyed with. Otherwise, how could a woman afford such luxury cars and expensive attire? Slap. Yi Qingcheng's voice cut through the air with icy resolve. Smack. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaodai lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Hu Xiao's face. Speak with more respect. You dare strike me? Hu Xiao was on the verge of madness. Young Master Xia, you must avenge me. Xia Mingfeng seethed with rage. Beautiful lady, offer me an explanation. Explanation? I am Yi Qingcheng. Do I owe you an explanation? Ye King replied indifferently. Very well, you are Yi Qingcheng noted. Xia Mingfeng instinctively threatened her, but before he could finish, he was left in a stupor, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Ye King, the empress of the business world in the capital. Those few words struck like thunder upon his mind. Everyone present was left in shock. No wonder she is so stunning. Having never encountered her in Jiangcheng, it was astonishing to discover she was the renowned Yi Qingcheng. Rumor had it she despised men, yet clearly that rumor was erroneous. Did they not observe how close she was to that fellow? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Yi Qingcheng is married? And to a country bumpkin. No less. What explosive news this is. You are Yi Qingcheng. Xia Mingfeng trembled all over. So what if she is Yi Qingcheng? Young Master Xia shall strike her. Hu Xiao, unperturbed, continued to shout. Xia Mingfeng pivoted and delivered a resounding slap to Hu Xiao's face. Silence. Yi Qingcheng stepped forward, her presence akin to that of a true queen. Do you still require an explanation? No need. Xia Mingfeng was nearly paralyzed with fear. Although the Xia family held some influence in Jiangcheng, it paled in comparison to the Yi family of the capital. He could never have envisioned that the rustic fellow he dismissed would marry Yi Qingcheng. Miss Yi, I was mistaken. I implore you to spare me. For a great person does not hold a minor one's faults against them. Xia Mingfeng's legs weakened, nearly leading him to kneel. Depart. Yi Qingcheng's voice was frigid. Xia Mingfeng dared not linger, hastily pulling Hu Xiao away. Turning back, Yi Qingcheng's tone softened. Beichen, shall we proceed inside? The crowd could not help but murmur in astonishment, pondering the magnitude of this unexpected turn of events. Wang Xiaodai expressed her dissatisfaction. Humph, coward. His own woman was insulted, and he merely stood by, doing nothing. She was utterly disillusioned with Xiao Beichen, utterly perplexed as to what merits this man possessed. He was nothing but a useless being. General Liu of Weakwater Real Estate presented a golden toad, valued at 15 million, to celebrate Old Master Zhang's birthday, wishing him longevity. General Fong of Tiangang Group gifted a renowned painting, valued at 8 million, wishing Old Master Zhang a lifespan exceeding that of the Southern Mountains. In the center of the hotel, the hostess continuously announced the gifts presented by the guests. Zhang Longhu, donned in traditional attire, though 60 years old, possessed sharp eyes that sparkled with delight upon hearing the various gifts presented. The banquet gathered individuals from all factions of Jiangcheng, each eager to curry favor with Zhang Longhu, a testament to his immense influence in the city. As the emperor of the underground forces, he wielded absolute authority. The chairperson of the Yi Group, Yi Qingcheng, presented a pair of luminous pearls, valued at 20 million. The hostess announced. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Longhu narrowed his eyes. The empress of the business world, Yi Qingcheng? He promptly rose to greet her. After all, Yi Qingcheng's status warranted such respect. Yi Zong, I did not anticipate your personal attendance. Zhang Longhu, dispelling the coldness in his gaze, laughed heartily. Initially, I intended to welcome you in person upon hearing you were in Jiangcheng, yet considering my humble status, I dare not intrude. Nonsense. You, old master, are the true figure of significance in Jiangcheng. I am but a junior, and I shall require your guidance in the future. Such pleasantries must be spoken with grace. Surely, Yi Zong, your visit is not solely for my congratulations? Zhang Longhu was the first to broach the subject. Yi Qingcheng replied, Old master, you see through me. There are indeed matters of work, yet let us discuss them after your birthday celebration. At that moment, Master Ma San of Jiangcheng presented a statue of the Guanyin with 1,000 hands. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention as an elder appeared at the entrance, exuding vigor and strolling leisurely. Master Ma San, Master Ma San, Master Ma San. Voices echoed in admiration. In Jiangcheng, he was a true titan. Even the city's mayor would treat him with deference. Zhang Longhu rushed forward to greet him. Master Ma San, you have finally arrived. Ha ha ha, how could I miss your birthday? Ma Tiankoei chuckled. Beichen, what is the matter? Do you know Ma Tiankoei? Yi Qingqiang noticed a peculiar expression on Xiao Beichen's face. I did not know him. Xiao Beichen shook his head slightly, yet his gaze was icy cold. Chapter 14. A conspiracy Wang Xiaodai began to mock. Ma Tiankuei is a giant of Jiangcheng. How could he possibly know you? Most likely, it is his first encounter with such a figure, and thus, he trembles in fear. Yi Qingqiang shot her a disdainful glance, prompting Wang Xiaodai to promptly silence herself. Soon, the birthday banquet commenced. Zhang Longhu delivered a few words from the stage before the guests dispersed, taking their seats at the main table and engaging in lively conversation with Master Ma San. Longhu, who is that woman? Ma Tian Gui Inguiret, Pointing Atieking King. Master, this person is known to you. The Empress of the business world, Yi Qingqiang. Zhang Longhu raised his glass in respect. So it is her. Ma Tiankuei nodded. Indeed, as rumored, she is exceptionally beautiful. What use is beauty? Master, you know why she has come to Jiangcheng. Zhang Longhu scoffed. No matter how formidable she may be, she is ultimately just a woman. The Yi family of the capital has arranged a marriage for her, yet she audaciously rejected it. This incited the wrath of the Yi family, leading to her exile to Jiangcheng, with a stipulation to elevate the Yi group to the foremost enterprise in Zhonghai within 3 years. Otherwise, she must marry. Do you think that is feasible? In Jiangcheng, where she lacks reputation and connections, she is utterly insignificant. Ma Tiankuei was well aware of these secrets, while they were concealed from others. Their status granted them insight into matters unknown to most. Appearing glamorous on the outside, she was in reality hollow within. Without the support of the Yi family, she was not. Ma Tiankuei wore a wicked grin. This woman, I shall have her. Laughter erupted as Zhang Longhu expressed, Ah, third master, your vitality truly knows no bounds. He chuckled heartily, declaring that he could easily charm a woman into his bed, especially in Jiangcheng, where his words still held weight. Their glasses clinked in camaraderie. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen remained seated, his cold gaze fixed on Ma Tiankuei as they entered the private room. Yi Qingqiang and Wang Xiaodai seized the moment to cultivate connections at the banquet. Just then, a waiter approached, saying, Miss Yi, my master requests your presence regarding the high-tech zone project. Yi Qingqiang nodded and headed toward the room. Wang Xiaodai attempted to follow, but was stopped. My master wishes to see only Miss Yi. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaodai returned to her seat, exclaiming, Xiao Beichen, I sense something amiss. What do you mean? Xiao Beichen inquired. Wang Xiaodai explained, that old fox, Zhang Longhu, just sent someone to summon the CEO to discuss the high-tech zone project. I've investigated him. Do you want to part with it so easily? There is a chance the CEO might be in danger. Oh, Xiao Beichen replied indifferently. Then, as her personal secretary, shouldn't you hurry in to assist rather than discuss it with me? Wang Xiaodai gritted her teeth in frustration. How can you, as a man, lack even this bit of responsibility? I'm heading to the restroom, she declared, watching Xiao Beichen's retreating figure with indignation. If not for the CEO's protection, she would have slapped him. Xiao, why did you just hit me? Hu Xiao complained. Hitting you was lenient. Do you know who she is? A member of the Yi family from the capital. See that? Even the underground emperor of Jiangcheng, Zhang Longhu, must personally invite her. Xiao Mingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. If Yi Qingqiang sought revenge, the Xiao family would be finished. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen did not go to the restroom, but instead made his way to the second-floor private room. With his keen hearing, he could easily discern the discussions within. The CEO has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhang Longhu greeted with a facade of friendliness. Yi Qingqiang cast a wary glance at Ma Tiankuei, feeling a pang of unease but concealing it with a smile. Old master, we are both in business. Let us speak plainly. The high-tech zone is a project of the Yi group. What conditions must be met for those thugs to withdraw? I admire your straightforwardness. Zhang Longhu replied. However, I'm not inclined to discuss that matter just yet. What then? Ye King Pidesit. My subordinate, Guangtou Chong, has died. Zhang Longhu narrowed his eyes. Yi Qingqiang sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Old master, you cannot possibly think I had anything to do with that? Zhang Longhu's smile vanished. Witnesses claim it was your people. Impossible. I did meet Guangtou Chong, but I left shortly thereafter. Yi Qingqiang retorted coldly. Zhang Longhu sneered, still trying to deny it at this juncture. To be frank, Third Master has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to be his woman in secret. If you agree, I can make all this disappear. Not only will you be free from trouble, but I can also help you establish yourself in Jiangqing. Yi Qingchang glanced at Ma Tiankui, who was of similar age to Zhang Longhu, and found his intentions appalling. Her expression hardened. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. I must take my leave. As she turned to exit, she heard Ma Tiankui coldly declare, refusing a toast and opting for punishment wine. If you dare leave this door today, I will ensure you can't survive in Jiangqing. Yi Qingchang trembled slightly, but did not falter. Upon opening the door, she sensed a fleeting shadow before it vanished. An ungrateful woman. Zhang Longhu scoffed. Who does she think she is to show me disdain? Ma Tiankui. Such women never learn until it's too late. Rest assured, third master. I will ensure she complies. Feeling disheartened, Yi Qingqing returned to her seat. Wang Xiaodai hurriedly inquired, CEO, what transpired? After recounting the events, Wang Xiaodai erupted in anger. How can they be so shameless? At their age, they still desire young women. Enough, we must think this through. Whereas Beichen, Yi Qingchang felt emotionally drained, realizing the complexities of Jiangqing's situation. What puzzled her most was Guangtou Chang's demise. He went to the restroom and hasn't returned. He probably fell into a pit. Wang Xiaodai speculated with irritation. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the loft. Everyone, silence. The music ceased, and all eyes turned to the second floor. Zhang Longhu cast a cold glance at Yi Qingchang before announcing, from this moment forth, I declare war against Yi Qingchang and the Yi group. Anyone who dares to collaborate with her shall be deemed an enemy of Tianqing group. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the declaration of open war against the Yi group. Yi Qingqing's situation grew dire. Despite her power in the capital, she was merely a transient force in Jiangqing, where Zhang Longhu reigned supreme. Those who had just been amicable with Yi Qingchang quickly distanced themselves. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale as Zhang Longhu sneered. You conspired to murder my subordinate, Guangtou Chang. Seize her. A throng of thugs surged forward, encircling Yi Qingqing and Wang Xiaodai. Yi Qingqing's eyes turned icy. Old master, I have told you, Guangtou Chang's death is not my doing. Zhang Longhu descended the stairs with a scoff. My men say otherwise. In Jiangqing, I am the king. My word is law. The underground emperor's authority loomed, and even without clear evidence, he could easily condemn. Yi Qingchang coldly replied, What do you intend to do? Do I need to spell out my conditions? Zhang Longhu retorted with a chilling smile, exuding confidence. Absolutely not. Yi Qingchang rejected without hesitation. To become a gilded cage for Ma Tiankui was worse than death itself. Such spirit, I want to harm you, but I am not above touching your secretary. Don't think to use the Yi family to intimidate me. While I may fear the Yi family in the capital, I'm well aware of the wager between you and them. The Yi family will not lift a finger to save you in Jiangqing. Gasps filled the room. Realizing Zhang Longhu's audacity stemmed from Yi Qingchang's abandonment by her family. Attack! Stop! Yi Qingchang cried out, desperately reaching for Wang Xiaodai. But her strength was no match for the thugs. Wang Xiaodai was swiftly dragged away, nearly in tears. CO, save me. The men showed no mercy, brutally assaulting Wang Xiaodai, leaving her bloodied and unconscious. The scene was terrifying, yet none dared intervene. Zhang Longhu laughed coldly. This was the fate of those who defied him. Bring me ice water, he ordered, and upon awakening her, approached with a knife. So, if this blade were to accidentally mar your secretary's face, you mustn't blame me. With a swift and brutal stroke of the dagger, a scar appeared on Wang Xiaodai's face, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the air, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock and instinctively shield half of their faces. Wang Xiaodai struggled, but was firmly pressed to the ground by a dozen burly men, rendering her completely immobile. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes filled with terror. 2 more cuts followed, inflicting unbearable pain upon her. Yiking, Paliafajit, shouted, Zanglongku. If you dare to kill me today, I will make you pay 100-fold. How dare you threaten me? Zhang Longhu retorted, striding forward to deliver several resounding slaps to Yi Qingqing. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you? Lock them in the private room, and once the banquet concludes, I shall teach them a lesson. He then donned a facade of congeniality, addressing the guests, everyone, enjoy your meal and drink well. The guests nodded in compliance, not daring to assert themselves during such a tense moment. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoxiao jumped up in delight, exclaiming, this is hilarious. I thought he was someone formidable, but just this? Outside, a truck approached slowly. "Boss, the coffins are ready. 2 of them." Zhuke's voice rang out, followed closely by the delivery of a dark mask to Xiao Beichen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Beichen donned the dark mask once more. Zhuchue's heart raced with excitement. The Dark Emperor had finally returned. Xiao Beichen leaped onto the truck, delivering a powerful strike that sent a coffin flying. The sound of violent collisions echoed as it crashed into the center of Junlin Hotel. Tonight, he had initially intended to kill but one man. However, having overheard the conversation between Ma Tianque and Zhang Longhu in the private room, he resolved to add another to his list. This sudden scene sent the previously relaxed atmosphere spiraling back into tension. What is happening? Someone is bringing in a coffin. A voice boomed. Ma Tianque, come out and face your death. Bold of you. Today is my birthday banquet, and Third Master is a distinguished guest in my home. How dare you bring a coffin for him? You seek death. Zhang Longhu roared in fury. As the underground emperor of Jiancheng, he commanded numerous followers, while Ma Tianque was a titan of the city. This act was nothing short of provoking 2 powerful figures. Who are you? Ma Tianque got it at Xiao Beichen, his eyes icy with disdain. Who dares to be so brazen before me? The one who seeks your life. Came the cold response as Xiao Beichen, donning the black mask, strode purposefully from the entrance to the center of the hall. Presumptuous. A man in his 30s, dressed in a fitted outfit, stepped forward, cursing, wearing a black mask to play tricks. Remove it and reveal the true face of the coward who dares to be so audacious here. He was Zhang Longhu's son, Zhang Yuanda, who reached for Xiao Beichen's mask. In that instant, a fiery red figure appeared like a specter, seizing Zhang Yuanda's hand and hurling him aside. With a sickening sound, his arm was torn asunder, blood splattering across the hall. Zhang Yuanda screamed in agony as blood poured from his severed limb. The elite guests of Jiangcheng stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with horror. Upon closer inspection, they were further terrified to see that the red figure was a woman. Her clothing stained with blood, yet devoid of fear. Rather, she exuded excitement, like a goddess of death, casually tossing the severed arm to the ground. My boss is speaking, outsiders. Leave? Witnessing this, Zhang Longhu was taken aback. Yuanda, attack. Kill them. A throng of henchmen surged forward, but against Zhuke. They were mere insects before a crushing force. The hall soon erupted with cries of anguish and terror. Covered in blood, Zhuke spat disdainfully, useless. Everyone in the hall trembled, chilled to the bone. What manner of being was this? A veritable monster. They feared the masked man even more than Zhuke. If her subordinates were this formidable, how powerful must he be? Ma Tianque, undeterred as a prominent figure of Jiangcheng, maintained his composure. Who exactly are you? 18 years of pursuit, and you've forgotten? Xiao Beichen's frigid voice echoed ominously, reminiscent of a vengeful specter from the underworld. 18 years. Ma Tianque ponderet suteni rekalling. You are the young master of a long family from the imperial capital, so you're not quite senile yet. Xiao Beichen replied coldly. I thought you were some formidable foe. How naive. Ma Tianque sneered. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? I have seen my fair share of such scenes. Master Tian, please take action, he commanded. Understood, replied an elder who had been overlooked until now. His emergence caused a stir. Who is he? Someone inquired. The former master of the Jiangcheng Wing Chun Academy. It is said he practiced the purest form of Wing Chun and single-handedly defeated over 100 opponents in his youth. I even witnessed him kill a cow with a single punch. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A single punch to kill a cow, facing over 100 opponents? They turned their eyes to Xiao Beichen and Zhuke, realizing the true experts had arrived. Tian Chang'e glanced at Xiao Beichen. Revenge begets revenge, young man. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Lay down your weapons and find peace. Grant me this favor, and let today's events end here. Chapter 16. The Dark Emperor is furious. Xiao Beichen exhaled softly. Grant you face? Who do you think you are? At any moment, he reprimanded one to be magnanimous. Such individuals should never be befriended. One never knew when they might betray you. The crowd gasped in shock at his audacity. Why waste words with him, Master Tian? He severed my son's arm. He must die. Zhang Longhu bellowed. Tian Chang'e's expression darkened. You, reckless youth. Do not presume to look down on others just because you've learned a bit of martial skill. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, the tiles beneath his feet shattered as he launched forward like a specter, delivering a powerful strike toward Xiao Beichen. Impressive speed for a man over 60. The crowd marveled. Zhu Ke remained motionless, not a hint of concern on her face. Ma Tian Kuei sneered. You choose the path of death. I shall gladly collect your corpse for a reward. Xiao Beichen's cold retort came. You are not worthy to take my life. Such bravado. Ma Tian Kui scoffed. Tian Changyi is a master of Wing Chun. Dealing with such children is childish play. Facing this strike, Xiao Beichen slowly raised his hand. What? He intends to confront Master Tian head-on. The crowd watched in disbelief. Knowing Tian Changyi's might would likely shatter Xiao Beichen's arm. You're doomed, playing hardball with me, Tian Changyi declared coldly. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, producing a sound that reverberated throughout the hall, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Ah, what? All eyes widened in disbelief as the cry of agony came from Tian Changyi himself. Wing Chun, merely a lowly art. Xiao Beichen's eyes glinted with frost as he seized the retreating Tian Changyi, hurling him across the room, where he crashed against the wall, leaving a startling crack. Before losing consciousness, Ma Tian Kuei's face twitched slightly. Tian Chang, he had actually been defeated. A single strike and no chance to retaliate. A bone-chilling cold surged from his feet, shooting straight to his brain. Ma Tian Kuei, it's your turn. A voice, frigid to the core and brimming with murderous intent, echoed once more. Dream of avenging me? You shall perish. Suddenly, Ma Tian Kuei drew a handgun from his waist, shocking everyone present. Who would have imagined that one would attend a banquet armed? Seizing the moment, he pulled the trigger with a fierce determination. Bang! A blinding flash erupted, sending a bullet hurtling towards Xiao Beichen's head. It seemed as if the spectators could already envision the gruesome scene of his head exploding. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Beichen abruptly raised his hand, catching the bullet mid-air. A deformed bullet shell fell to the ground with a crisp sound, causing all faces to turn pale. A monster. Undoubtedly a monster. To catch a bullet with bare hands. This was beyond human capability. Ma Tian Kuei's final psychological defenses crumbled, his eyes filled with terror. Why you? Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? The giant of Jiangcheng. I have powerful allies behind me. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in all of Jiangcheng. The enmity of the noble families, the lives of clans, demand your blood as tribute. Today, I shall take your worthless life. In an instant, Xiao Beichen's figure flickered, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand, slicing through Ma Tian Kuei's neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the head fell to the ground. In this world, there is no one I fear to slay. If the King of Hell allows you to die at 3, I shall ensure you go at 2. A cacophony of screams erupted from the guests, who were paralyzed in fear. Silence. Zhu Ke shouted angrily. The atmosphere fell into an eerie stillness, with terrified guests casting fearful glances at the two men, trembling and afraid to move, lest they provoke Xiao Beichen and end up like a watermelon on the ground. Hu Xiao was so frightened that she cried, regretting her decision to attend this perilous banquet. Zhang Long, who was equally terrified, nearly losing his mind. Xiao Beichen did not act immediately. Instead, he searched for Yi Qingcheng's figure. After scanning the room, he found no trace of her. However, his expression suddenly turned icy as he noticed a bow tie lying on the ground. A bow tie he distinctly remembered belonged to Yi Qingcheng. He gently picked it up, only to see it stained with blood. Who can tell me where the owner of this bow tie has gone? Xiao Beichen's voice was cold, devoid of compassion, and laced with a thirst for blood. Zhang Long, whose heart sank as a thought struck him, and he hastily said, I know. You didn't just come for Ma Tian Kuei, but also for Yi Qingcheng. That wretched woman is locked in a private room beside the stairs. If you spare my life, I will take you there immediately. This is a matter concerning the capital, and Yi Qingcheng is also from there. The other coffin must be prepared for her. Lead the way. Xiao Beichen commanded sternly. Yes, yes. Zhang Long, who nodded repeatedly, eager not to show any sign of disobedience as he hurriedly stood up. It was no jest. This masked man had not only defeated the renowned Tian Changyi, but could also catch bullets with his bare hands. He could easily eliminate him. Ye Zong. Are we going to die soon? I don't want to die. Wang Xiao Dai had awakened, her face marred by 2 horrifying scars, resembling centipedes. With blood beginning to congeal, tears soaked her cheeks. Yi Qingcheng embraced Wang Xiao Dai, reassuring her, Don't be afraid, we will not perish. Beichen will surely come to rescue us. Yizong, what time is it? You're still thinking about Xiao Beichen? If he truly intended to save us, why hasn't he appeared yet? He's just an ordinary man. How can he confront Ma Tianque and Zhang Longhu? Wang Xiao Di nearly shouted in despair. He will. Yi Qing Chang insisted, though she herself was uncertain why she felt this way. Perhaps it was because Xiao Beichen had once selflessly saved her, leading her to believe that whenever she was in peril, he would emerge. Creak! The door to the private room swung open, and the blinding lights of the hall flooded in, causing both women to squint against the harsh brightness. Yi Qing Chang's heart tightened instantly. As she adjusted to the light and discerned the figures, she was met with Zhang Longhu and a man in a black mask. Wang Xiao Dai instinctively recoiled in fear. If you wish to kill, then come at me, Yi Qing Chang declared coldly, stepping protectively in front. Oomph. Zhang Longhu scoffed. Rest assured, I won't kill you. However, your time is up. There are 2 coffins at the entrance, and one of them is for you. He then turned to Xiao Beichen, saying, My lord, Yi Qing Chang is right here. Can you spare me now? I barely know Ma Tianque. We are only acquaintances. Yi Qing Chang was taken aback. She didn't recognize this masked figure. Why would I want to kill her? Was she truly beyond salvation? Beneath the mask, Xiao Beichen's gaze fixated on the bloodstains and slap marks on Yi Qing Chang's face, an intense fury surging within him, making his fists involuntarily clench with a metallic clang. Zhu Ke, following closely behind, sensed a terrifying aura radiating from Xiao Beichen, compelling her to take several steps back. In the next moment, Xiao Beichen's chilling voice resonated, his murderous intent akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. You shall die. Chapter 17. She is my woman. You shall die. Just a few words, yet they reverberated like thunder, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Zhang Long, who was on the verge of losing his wits. He was the underground emperor of Jiangcheng. Who would dare to act so brazenly before him? Yet, this masked man was different. He could even slay the giants of Jiangcheng without hesitation. The roar sent shivers down his spine. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Yet, a cold smirk crept onto his face. With such boundless rage, Yi Qing Chang was undoubtedly doomed tonight. No one could save her. Yi Qing Chang felt despair rising within her. And Wang Xiao Dai trembled in a curled-up position. The onlookers, having gathered to witness the spectacle, seemed to envision the scene of Yi Qing Chang's head rolling on the ground. They couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The illustrious queen of the business world had just arrived in Jiangcheng, only to face imminent demise. That wretched woman was doomed. Hu Xiao Xiao was elated. That masked man had killed Ma Tianque without a second thought. How could he spare that wretched woman? Isn't she so formidable? She slapped me for that filthy man with the surname Xiao. Now, she's on the brink of death, and where is that Xiao? Not even a shadow to be seen. Indeed, doesn't she have a husband? Why hasn't he come out? Most likely, he's already fled, abandoning ship in the face of disaster. The crowd erupted in mockery. Xiao Ming Feng shook his head, lamenting what a pity. Such a beautiful woman, on the verge of death. Zhu Ke's eyes were devoid of emotion as she surveyed the surroundings. If only these people knew that the masked man was Xiao Beichen. Would they still dare to speak so boldly? Yet, she remained silent, fixated on Xiao Beichen's silhouette. Having followed him for many years, she understood his temperament well. He often appeared carefree, but he cared deeply for those he held dear. Aside from his siblings in the Dark Realm and his adoptive parents, the most significant person was his former lover. To suppress his fiery emotions, he had sought out 7 pure bodies. Every relationship he forged, he invested everything into, even if he told himself it was merely utilitarian. He couldn't help but become entranced by love. Tonight, a night destined for sleeplessness, a night destined for rivers of blood. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall die. Even if the dragon domain's sovereign were to descend, those who dare obstruct him would meet their demise. Zhang Longhu, observing that Xiao Beichen remained unmoved, assumed that he was hesitant to act against a woman. My lord, there is no need for you to intervene with such a wretched woman. Allow me to teach her a lesson that will leave her wishing for death. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Xiao Beichen's body. He seized Zhang Longhu's throat, the sensation of suffocation instantly flooding his mind. This shocking scene left everyone in awe. Wasn't he supposed to strike at Yi Qingsheng? Yi Qingsheng herself was taken aback. And master, what are you doing? Fear radiated from Zhang Longhu's eyes. Another coffin awaits you. Xiao Beichen's gaze turned icy, his wrath palpable. What? My lord, I have no grievances with you. I am utterly ignorant of the affairs concerning the long family of the imperial capital. Why do you wish to kill me? Zhang Longhu's pupils constricted, his body trembling violently as a chill gripped his heart. She is my woman. Under the terrified stares of those present, Zhang Longhu's head tilted, and he fell straight down the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. He landed on the first floor, prompting a collective gasp from the onlookers. It became clear that his fury was not directed at Yi Qingcheng, but rather stemmed from her injury. What manner of man was he to be so profoundly affected? Chapter 18. The Island of the Medicine King. The tycoon of Jiang City, Ma Tiankui, has perished. The underground emperor of Jiang City, Zhang Longhu, is also dead. The heavens of Jiang City are set to change. Hu Xiaoxiao's face twisted in jealousy as she internally screamed. How can she be so lucky to have such a formidable admirer? Xiao Beichen turned, bloodstains seeping through his black mask as he lifted Yi Qingcheng into his arms. She attempted to struggle, but recalling his act of rescue, she acquiesced. Wang Xiaodai, on the other hand, stood up on her own, hastily following them out. This was a place of carnage, and she wished to linger no longer. Leave none of the Zhang family alive. Before departing, Xiao Beichen uttered a chilling command. The Zhang family members, witnessing Zhang Longhu lying on the ground, were paralyzed with shock. Unable to move, Zhu Ke received Xiao Beichen's orders and stepped forward, her coat billowing. In mere moments, the entire Zhang family lay in pools of blood. With Zhu Chue's departure, the vast venue fell into an eerie silence. As they gazed upon the carnage, some could not help but retch. It was far too gruesome. You may set me down now, Yi Qingcheng said as they exited the Junlin Hotel. No, a voice, unwavering and authoritative, emerged from beneath the mask. Why you? Yi Qingcheng felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Beside her, Wang Xiaodai was in agony, knowing she was the true victim here. Zhu Ke, take them to Yunding Villa, Xiao Beichen instructed, placing Yi Qingcheng inside the vehicle. Yes, Zhu Ke complied. Why are we going to Yunding Villa? Isn't it uninhabited? Yi Qing questioned it. For now, that is my domain. If you wish to spare your secretary from becoming an eyesore henceforth, heed my words, Xiao Beichen replied, lowering his voice to a softer tone. Do you have a solution? Yi Qingcheng inquired, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Xiao Beichen nodded, watching the vehicle depart. He exhaled in relief before heading to another location, the island of the Medicine King. As the name suggests, it is an island. Jiang City is surrounded by water on 3 sides. 30 miles off the eastern shore lies a secluded isle, a paradise of picturesque scenery. Though small in size, it is abundant with rare and exotic herbs, renowned as a division of the world-famous Medicine King Hall. Xiao Beichen hired a boat, and the young boatman remarked, no one is seen on the island of the Medicine King at night. Even if you land, it is of no use. Xiao Beichen tossed a hefty sum of money. Just sail, young man. Initially, Xiao Beichen had been reluctant to come, having a past connection with the island's female healer. However, he was compelled to assist Wang Xiaodai, whose appearance had been marred due to Yi Qingcheng's incident. Only here could he procure the black ointment capable of restoring her beauty. Though he could concoct it himself, time was of the essence. By the time he finished, Wang Xiaodia's scars would be permanent. As he braved the wind, he recalled a serendipitous encounter with Yi Qingcheng at the Jiang City CAF, causing him to shudder. Surely, he wouldn't run into Jiang Luofei on the island as well. The thought barely lingered before he chuckled to himself. My luck cannot be that abysmal. What are the odds of encountering 2 ex-lovers in such a small place? If it happens, I shall eat dung on the spot. Approximately 5 minutes later, they arrived at the island center. Who dares to trespass? Xiao Beichen surveyed his surroundings. I seek medicine. As night fell, the island of the Medicine King had closed its gates, with a voice ringing out, come back tomorrow. I demand entry today. Xiao Beichen retorted coldly. Inside the island, Jiang Luofei sat on the throne, flanked by 3 elderly guardians, who trembled in fear due to her foul mood. This cannot be. I clearly saw Zhu Ke. Why then, did I find no trace of her in the Univilla? Could it be that I was mistaken? Impossible. I could never misidentify him. He must be deliberately avoiding me. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, bringing a fleeting sweetness, only to be overshadowed by the memory of his indifferent departure. Bang! The armrest of her cold, iron throne splintered under her fury. Dark Emperor, where are you? Just then, a flustered figure burst in. What is the meaning of this commotion? One of the guardians barked, fearful of inciting Jiang Luofei's wrath. Out! Outside, someone's causing trouble. What? Who dares to disturb my island of the Medicine King? They seek death. The Guardian's rage flared. Jiang Luofei's brow furrowed as a wave of coldness surged from her. The Guardian swallowed hard. Handle it yourself. Do not trouble me with such trivial matters. Jiang Luofei was already in a foul mood, her expression icy. Yes. Swish. 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 3 figures suddenly appeared around the island, their gazes sharp and filled with fury. You dare to cause trouble? The island of the Medicine King is closed at night. Return tomorrow, unless you wish to breach our domain. One of the cloaked elders shouted angrily. Then we must part ways as adversaries. Xiao Beichen replied coldly. You seek death. The 3 elders exclaimed in unison. The young boatman trembled in fear. Ever since the island's establishment, no one had dared to intrude, not only due to the reputation of the Medicine King Hall, but also because of the formidable guardians who could single-handedly repel thousands of foes. Had he known what he was getting into, he would never have taken this job. He had assumed the other party would retreat in fear, yet they charged forward. Xiao Beichen's voice dripped with disdain. Behold the dark mask upon my face. The dark mask. The 3 guardians gasped in surprise. While others may not know, they were well aware of its significance as followers of Jiang Luofei. They recognized a powerful force known as the Dark Hall, whose master, the Dark Emperor, had once swept through the top organizations of the Outer Realm, reigning as the king of the Dark World. Never did they expect to encounter him in Jiang City. We are remiss in our welcome for the Dark Emperor. The Guardians hastily bowed deeply, trembling with respect. They were relieved they had not acted against him. Otherwise, they would surely meet a grim fate. The young boatman was aghast. Who is this person, that even the 3 guardians of the island of the Medicine King revere him so? I come seeking the black jade ointment, Xiao Beichen declared. One of the guardians promptly threw a box towards him. Xiao Beichen pocketed the bank card, which contained 60 million, and tossed it aside. We owe each other nothing. Do not disclose my presence here. At that moment, a hint of delight flickered within him. It appeared that Jiang Luofei was indeed absent from the island, and fortune seemed to favor him as he had successfully acquired the medicine. However, just as he turned to leave, a crisp voice laced with anger interrupted him. Stop. Turn around. Xiao Beichen froze, his body tense. Beneath the mask, cold sweat trickled down his brow. Could it be? That voice unmistakably belonged to. Chapter 19. Jiang Luofei, damn it. How could his luck be this dreadful? It must be an illusion. Such improbable events could not possibly occur. With a stiff demeanor, Xiao Beichen turned around to behold a woman clad in a slightly loose plain garment, the cuffs adorned with exquisite purple gold threads that accentuated her lavish appearance. Most strikingly, she possessed hair as radiant as freshly fallen snow, seemingly a natural gift rather than a result of dye. Her locks cascaded down her shoulders, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy. Xiao Beichen inhaled sharply, his heart racing. How exquisite! The young boatman was utterly entranced. Yet, Xiao Beichen swallowed hard, his face contorted with bitterness. Why is she here? He had thought encountering an ex-girlfriend in Jiangsheng was ludicrous enough, but to run into another? Heaven, are you jesting with me? Dark Emperor, we did not disclose any information. The divine healer just happened to be on the island. One of the island's guardians quickly explained. They understood the implication of Xiao Beichen's last statement. He must not inform the divine healer. They were all aware that she had long been searching for the Dark Emperor, having shared a past together. Yet, the divine healer being on the island was beyond their control. Dark Emperor. Each syllable spoken by Jiang Luofei sent shivers down Xiao Beichen's spine, making him avert his gaze. He stole a hurried glance, his expression mirroring the guilt he had felt when he encountered Yi Qingsheng. Damn! How can my luck be so miserable? After 3 years of not meeting anyone, I run into 2 in 3 days. The odds. Heaven, you must be toying with me. Had I known Jiang Luofei was on the island, I wouldn't have dared set foot here, even with 1,000 lives. Jiang Luofei felt a mix of joy and fury. She initially thought she was hallucinating, but the Dark Emperor truly was in Jiangsheng. Cough, cough. Long time no see. Xiao Beichen cleared his throat, attempting to greet her. Indeed, it had been a long time. Jiang Luofei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she clenched her delicate fists tightly. Do you remember what I said before? An icy chill enveloped him. How could he forget? When he had acted like a scoundrel, Jiang Luofei had issued a ruthless warning. If she caught him again, She would ensure he would never be able to bear children. Instinctively, Xiao Beichen glanced downward. No, surely that isn't necessary. A cold sweat broke out on him. At that moment, he loathed Zhang Longhu deeply. If it weren't for him injuring Wang Xiaodai, he wouldn't have sought medicine on Medicine King Island and encountered the very ex-girlfriend he wished to avoid. The thought made him feel that Zhang Longhu had escaped too easily. He should be dragged out and dealt with repeatedly. Not necessary? How is it unnecessary when you heartlessly abandoned me? Jiang Luofei's icy visage was filled with rage. You tarnished my purity and vanished without a trace. How could you say it was unnecessary? The three island guardians gasped in shock, their expressions laden with complexity. They were aware of the past between the two, but had not anticipated it to pertain to such matters. In their eyes, Jiang Luofei was a living saint, pure and untouchable, while the infamous Dark Emperor was revealed to be a scoundrel. Xiao Beichen retorted, "How can you say that? I slept with you. Did you not sleep with me as well?" Chapter 20. Deep grudges. That incident is in the past. It was my first time. He argued, "We are even now." Of course, it was not his first time, considering Yi Qingsheng, but since he had already embraced the reputation of a rogue, he saw no harm in further embracing it. How shameless can one be? I am a woman, and you are a man. Can they be equated? You are merely courting death. Jiang Luofei's face was a mask of fury. With a leap, she became a vision of ethereal beauty, her ribbons shimmering in the moonlight. What are you waiting for? Set sail quickly. This she-devil has lost her mind. She will kill me first, then you. Xiao Beichen yelled to the boatman. The young man wasted no time, firing up the engine and propelling the vessel away at maximum speed, driven by his instinct for survival. Jiang Luofei, however, was a step too late, finding herself without a foothold and forced to land on a submerged rock. The water did not engulf her ankles, and with another leap, she returned to the shore. Xiao Beichen turned back, offering a slight smile. "Luofei, may we never meet again." That was a close call. He nearly fell into her clutches. Her controlling nature was frightening. If captured, he might truly face chemical castration. Fortunately, he had taken precautions when they first met. She had only seen him wearing a mask and did not know his true face. As he watched the boat drift further away, Jiang Luofei's heart grew colder. Her gaze was filled with chilling resolve. "Dark Emperor, next time, I shall ensure your demise. Investigate the whereabouts of the Dark Emperor with all your might. Relay any information to me immediately." Her voice resonated coldly across the skies. "Understood," the three guardians replied hastily, none daring to defy Jiang Luofei at that moment. When Xiao Beichen returned to Yunding Mountain Villa, it was already past 2 in the morning. Yi Qingsheng and Wang Xiaodai had been waiting for him in the living room. Gazing at the man in the black mask, Yi Qingsheng's expression was complex. Xiao Beichen opened the box, revealing a puddle of black mud emitting a foul odor. "What is this?" Wang Xiaodai recoiled. "Black jade ointment." Xiao Beichen replied. "It looks like dog excrement." Wang Xiaodai instinctively rejected it. Xiao Beichen rolled his eyes. Had it not been for her connection to Yi Qingsheng, he would have given her a piece of his mind after all the trouble he had gone through to acquire the medicine, only to encounter Jiang Luofei, a calamity in herself. If he hadn't escaped swiftly, he might have lost his life. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. To make matters worse, he couldn't even share his ordeal. Yi Qingsheng interjected, "Alarm, Xiaodai, do not resist. The black jade ointment is effective. This is typically reserved for royalty and the elite. Each box costs around 60 million and is priceless." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaodai ceased her resistance and obediently allowed Xiao Beichen to apply the ointment. Shortly after, her entire face was wrapped in bandages. Yi Qingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Xiaodai had truly been disfigured, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. It can only be removed after 7 days. Xiao Beichen instructed, "All right, you may leave now. Who are you?" Before departing, Yi Qingsheng could not help but ask. "Someone who loves you," Xiao Beichen mused before responding. Yi Qingsheng shook her head. "I'm sorry. I already have a husband." "I understand. I don't mind waiting for you." Xiao Beichen teased. "Give me an account number. I will transfer the money to you." Yi Qing insisted. "No need. Provide me with an account number." Her tone was unequivocal. With no other option, Xiao Beichen reluctantly shared Zhu Chue's account details. "Tomorrow, I will transfer the funds. You have saved me, and I am grateful. Yet love and gratitude must remain distinct. I have loved but one person from the beginning to the end. Thank you." Yekingcheng bowed deeply. Watching them depart, Zhuke remarked, "Boss, when I saw you enter, your expression seemed off. Has Yaowang Island troubled you?" Xiao Beichen chuckled bitterly. "Yaowang Island is insignificant. Should they dare to provoke me, I would annihilate them without hesitation. However, I encountered Jiang Luofei at Yaowang Island." Chapter 21. A Sleepless Night. Jiang Luofei. Upon hearing this name, Zhuke could not help but be taken aback. Xiao Beichen nodded. "Boss, you should brace yourself. This woman is not as easily deceived as Yekingcheng. You have been away from the dark world for years, and much has transpired. She has declared that she will not rest until one of you is dead, either you or her." Zhuke wore a look of sympathy and continued. "If she were to learn of your marriage, what do you think she would do, given her temperament?" "Stop. I can already envision the consequences." Xiao Beichen swiftly interrupted Zhuke, feeling a headache coming on. "After all, she has never seen my true face beneath the mask. Let her be." Finally, Xiao Beichen resignedly stated, "As long as I avoid contact with her, there should be no trouble." "Not necessarily. The wheels of fate have begun to turn, and you may still have a story to tell." Zhuke grinned. "In my opinion, Jiang Luofei surely harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, why would you have collected them all?" He wore an expression that suggested he was reveling in the drama. "Collect?" Xiao Beichen shook his head. "If they were to discover each other's existence, it would be a veritable hell on earth. They would tear me apart. Do not be deceived by Yekingcheng's current affection. If she were to find out about my numerous entanglements, she would likely be the first to strike. Recently, we should create some commotion in the imperial capital to fabricate the illusion of my presence there." Zhuke nodded, already imagining a 70-episode drama in his mind. Leaving his mask and clothing behind, he descended the mountain. Upon opening the door, he found Yekingcheng seated in the living room, appearing particularly fatigued. "Beichen, where have you been?" Yekingcheng inquired. Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly, "I just went for a stroll." You do not know what happened at the Junlin Hotel, do you?" Yekingcheng, with her large, expressive eyes, asked anxiously. After escorting Wang Xiaodai to her room to rest, she had even reapplied her makeup to conceal the marks on her face. Xiao Beichen's heart quivered slightly, for he understood what Yekingcheng was hoping for. He could easily let her down completely, claiming he had known and had cowardly hidden away, only daring to emerge once the matter had concluded. In such a case, even if Yekingcheng did not leave him, she would gradually lose hope. However, gazing into Yekingcheng's eyes, he found himself unable to voice the hurtful truth and replied coolly, "I do not know. After using the restroom, I felt quite vexed, so I left." Sure enough, upon hearing this response, a smile of joy spread across Yekingcheng's face. "I knew that if you were here, you would never allow me to come to any harm," she said with a smile. "You're insane," Xiao Beichen muttered. He then ascended to the second floor, intending to enter another room to sleep, but Yekingcheng intercepted him. "Xiaodai has been sleeping at home for the past few days." "Then where am I supposed to sleep?" Xiao Beichen inquired. "Of course, you will share a room with me. But rest assured, I will not touch you this time," Yekingcheng declared. "Absolutely not." Xiao Beichen immediately rejected her proposition. "I will sleep on the sofa." "No, the sofa is wet," Yekingcheng insisted. "How could that be? I just saw it was dry." Yekingcheng then went downstairs, filled a cup with water, and poured it all over the sofa. "Now it's wet," she stated. Xiao Beichen was left speechless. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to share a room with Yekingcheng, albeit sleeping on the floor while she occupied the bed, creating an invisible boundary that neither was permitted to cross. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, Yekingcheng quietly asked, "Are you asleep?" Not receiving a response from Xiao Beichen, she moved from the bed to the floor, gently placing his hand beneath her head, gazing intently at his sharply defined face, and sighed, "Beichen, I was truly frightened today. I fear that I might die. Someone rushed in to save me, professing their love. But how I wish that person had been you. It was you who gave me a second chance at life back in that CAF, beyond the domain." Despite her disappointment, she was still elated that he had not cowardly hidden away, but rather remained unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 22. A Transaction. "I love you, and I shall for all eternity. Good night." With a soft peck on Xiao Beichen's cheek, Yekingcheng nestled her head against him, and before long, a faint sound of breathing filled the air. In the darkness, Xiao Beichen opened his eyes, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had not slept, unable to do so, caught between two women, each role he played exhausting him. Silly girl. Why must you be so naive, believing everything I say? gazing at the peacefully sleeping Cheng. He silently vowed, "As long as I live, anyone who harms you shall pay dearly." As the sun rose high in the sky, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by Yi Sairu's voice. "Sister, sister, are you back? Wake up. I have evidence of that wastrel's infidelity." Cheng woke to the clamor outside, rubbing her eyes. To her surprise, she found herself in bed, grumbling, "You stingy thing. I can't even get comfortable for a moment." She kicked Xiao Beichen awake. "Aren't you going to get up?" Xiao Beichen rolled over. "I don't have to work. Why should I get up? Did you not hear what Yi Sairu said? She claims to have evidence of your infidelity." Cheng chuckled, well aware of her younger sister's tendency to exaggerate. Xiao Beichen, truly fatigued, had not slept until 6 in the morning, and now that he had finally managed to doze off, he was abruptly roused. "Stop knocking. Your sister and I are engaged in some intimate activities." Cheng called out when Xiao Beichen remained unresponsive. After a brief pause, a loud squeal erupted from outside, prompting Cheng to fling open the door. "What on earth are you doing, little sister?" she demanded, her face a picture of displeasure. Yi Sairu burst through the door, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Xiao Beichen. "Shameless! Shameless!" Cheng quickly stepped in to intervene. "Enough. If you lay a hand on your brother-in-law again, I'll cut off your allowance." Yi Sairu looked utterly distressed. "Sister, I am your real sister. He has cheated, and you still defend him." With that, she pulled out her phone, displaying the photos she had taken the day before. To her dismay, Cheng did not even glance at them, which sent Yi Sairu into a panic. "Sister, why would you rather believe an outsider than trust me? I truly captured him getting into a jeep with a woman in red." "Enough. I know you dislike Beichen, but I care for him." Cheng dismissed her and went off to wash up. Xiao Beichen, however, was startled. A woman in red? That could only refer to Zhu Ke. If Cheng were to see that photograph, she would surely uncover his true identity. "Your sister will never believe you." Xiao Beichen remained calm and stood up. "Why not? Why trust a stranger you barely know over your own sister?" Yixiao, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "It must be you, that despicable scoundrel. I can't fathom what kind of enchantment you've cast on my sister. Have you ever heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf? Surely, you've deceived too many times." Xiao Beichen merely smiled lightly. "Oomph. I shall ensure you reveal your true colors." "You infuriate me, miss." Yixiao retorted fiercely. "In any case, that photograph is of no use to you. Besides, it's merely of my friend. Even if you show it to Yi Qingcheng, what difference would it make? How about we strike a deal?" proposed Xiao Beichen. "What kind of deal?" she inquired. "Hand over the photograph, and I shall transfer 5 million to you," Xiao Beichen declared. "That photograph must not fall into Yi Qingcheng's hands." Yixiao pondered for a moment before agreeing, having previously created a backup to prevent any loss. Clearly, Xiao Beichen, in his clumsiness, remained oblivious. "All right, but you must provide the money first," she insisted. "Not a problem." Xiao Beichen promptly transferred 5 million to her. Yixiao had no intention of playing tricks, just as she anticipated Xiao Beichen would delete the photograph. She heard a loud bang. Xiao Beichen had disregarded all expectations and smashed the phone to pieces. Yixiao was left fuming. 5 million for a phone is not unreasonable. Xiao Beichen chuckled. With the photograph deleted and her backup destroyed, Yi Qingcheng approached, inquiring, "What has happened?" "Sister, he is feeling guilty. To prevent me from showing you the photograph, he transferred 5 million to me and smashed my phone." Yixiao exclaimed. Ye Kink Fronet. Contemplating for a moment. "Did you extort 5 million from Beichen?" "Sister, can you please focus on the main issue?" Yixiao was nearly at her wit's end. She possessed evidence of Xiao Beichen's infidelity, yet felt utterly trapped. She could not comprehend what sort of spell the man had cast on her sister. With a serious expression, Yi Qingcheng stated, "Return the money to Beichen." "Sister." Yixiao, nearly in tears, stamped her foot. "He cheated. Moreover, that 5 million was originally swindled from me. I do not care. Just return the money to Beichen. If you refuse, I shall deduct it from your allowance." Yi Qingcheng concluded, then turned to Xiao Beichen, saying, "My breakfast has arrived. Freshen up and join me for a meal." Xiao Beichen nodded. Once Yi Qingcheng had left, Yixiao seethed in rage, wishing she could tear Xiao Beichen apart. Xiao Beichen, making a face, only fueled her fury further. During breakfast, Wang Xiaodai was also present, her face wrapped in bandages, leaving only her mouth and eyes visible. "Is there a mummy here?" Yisio exclaimed upon seeing Wang Xiaodai after washing up. Wang Xiaodai pouted. I am your sister Xiaodai. Huh? Did you undergo plastic surgery? Yisio scrutinized. Why is your face entirely bandaged? Plastic surgery? Wang Xiaodai was on the verge of tears. She had nearly been disfigured the previous night and was about to lament her near-death experience when she spotted Xiao Beichen descending the stairs, her emotions turning to agitation. Xiao, how dare you remain in this household after what transpired last night? Do you have any idea how close Yi and I came to not returning? Yi Qingcheng, taken aback, quickly interjected Xiaodai. This silenced Wang Xiaodai, but her eyes remained fixed on Xiao Beichen, brimming with anger. Yisio, sensing something amiss, inquired Sister Xiaodai, what exactly happened? This is not something a child like you should concern yourself with. Yi Qingcheng replied coolly, then tossed her a letter of admission. I have arranged for your enrollment at Jiangxing University. After breakfast, you shall report there. Yisio pouted, but quickly finished her meal and dragged Wang Xiaodai upstairs. Her curiosity piqued. Sister Xiaodai, what truly happened last night? Wang Xiaodai, feeling embarrassed, replied, President Yi instructed me not to disclose anything. I'm not an outsider. I am her sister. After a relentless barrage of persuasion from Yisio, Wang Xiaodai eventually relented. Yisio's outrage erupted. Is my sister out of her mind? She forsakes the likes of the men at Yunding Mountain Villa for such a useless fellow. I tried advising her, but it was futile. Wang Xiaodai sighed. No, I must ensure that fool leaves my home. Seething with anger, Yisio simmered at the thought. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Yi Qingcheng tidied up the table, ensuring Xiao Beichen had no tasks to perform. He lay back, akin to a lord. Beichen, do not take offense at CEO. She is merely a child. Ye kink, ganti de market. Xiao Beichen smiled faintly. I am genuinely curious. Are you not afraid of my infidelity? Without hesitation, Yi Qingcheng shook her head. Not at all. I still possess some allure. She then teased. My man is untouchable. How could other women even approach him? Xiao Beichen chuckled, but remained silent. Just then, Yisio burst forth, casting a glance at Xiao Beichen, a sly expression gracing her face. Sister, I wanted to take me to school. Yi Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback before smiling. All right, this is a perfect opportunity for them to mend their relationship. No way. I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Beichen flatly refused, needing to return home to tend to his sister's leg ailment. Regardless, you must take me. Otherwise, I shall trouble you every day. With that, Yisio spun around to change her clothes. Reluctantly, Xiao Beichen conceded. Yi Qingcheng observed their playful banter with a faint smile. From the garage, he drove a Mercedes towards Jiangxing University. Seated in the back, Yisio icily remarked, Xiao, I truly cannot comprehend what my sister sees in a worthless person like you. Who knows? I find it equally perplexing. Xiao Beichen shrugged, continuing, moreover, it is not I who intends to marry your sister. She is the one relentlessly pursuing me. With a fierce expression, Yisio harbored the urge to strangle Xiao Beichen. Her sister was a goddess in the eyes of countless men, yet this fool rendered her utterly inconsequential. Oomph. Do not think you were safe. What transpired last night? My sister has not informed you, has she? They nearly perished at Junlin Hotel, only to be saved by a formidable masked man. Do you know where he resides? Yunding Mountain Villa, worth over 10 billion. Compared to him, you are merely a wretched coward. Yisio expected Xiao Beichen to turn pale, pleading with her to speak well of him to her sister. After all, who would willingly forsake a woman of beauty and wealth? To her dismay, Xiao Beichen displayed no change in expression, maintaining a smile throughout. How shameless can you be? She thought. Once we reach the school gate, I shall ensure you are embarrassed. Soon, they arrived at Jiangxing University, where a group of young men with flamboyant hairstyles awaited at the entrance. The leader, known as Brother Yang, was a local ruffian. Upon spotting Yisio, his eyes gleamed with greed. Xiao Beichen, still in the car, furrowed his brow. He had intended to drop Yisio off and leave, but seeing her mingling with such individuals displeased him. He promptly exited the vehicle, rebuking her. Yisio, your sister brought you to university to study, not to associate with these people. Yisio, startled by his sudden outburst, retorted, who I associate with is none of your business. Is this the useless person you wanted me to deal with? Yanga scrutinized Xiao Beichen coldly. It was then that Xiao Beichen realized these individuals were specifically summoned by Yisio, which explained why he had to deliver her today. Yisio nodded with a mischievous smile. Xiao, are you afraid? From now on, Don't appear before my sister again. I can let bygones be bygones, but if you do, I'll make you regret it. Do you think you can deal with me with just this motley crew? Xiao Beichen replied with a faint smile. Have I given you face? Didn't you hear what Yisio said? Get lost immediately, or I'll break your legs. Yanggu retorted angrily, his followers glaring menacingly. I'm giving you a chance. Disappear from my sight. Xiao Beichen's demeanor turned increasingly frigid. Fool! Brothers, attack. Beat him to death. Yanggu shouted, and his underlings surged forward. Yisio sneered. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. However, in the next moment, she stood frozen in disbelief. Each of the rushing thugs was sent flying with a single slap. Only Yanggu remained, trembling in place. What do you want? Without further ado, Xiao Beichen twisted one of the assailant's arms, eliciting a piercing scream. If I see you with Yisio again, you'll die. A group of ruffians, confronted by Xiao Beichen's icy gaze, felt their courage wane and fled in haste. Yisio was stunned. She had always thought Xiao Beichen was useless. She never expected him to possess such prowess, scattering several thugs in an instant. Useless. Next time, remember to find someone who can actually fight. She quipped, turning away. Xiao Beichen turned, and the chill on his face vanished instantly. Oomph. Yisio huffed. To prevent you from mingling with such lowly characters, I will personally escort you inside. Though Xiao Beichen was reluctant to meddle, he felt compelled to assist since Yisio was his sister-in-law. Despite her reluctance, she could not resist Xiao Beichen's insistence. Jiangxing University, a prestigious institution, spans 1.2 million square meters with over 500,000 square meters of built space. A perfect place for study. As he gazed at the campus scenery, Xiao Beichen couldn't help but reminisce. Had he not suggested joining the military years ago, he might have attended this university. Yisio scoffed. A country bumpkin who has never set foot in a university. Your high school grades must have been terrible. Who says my high school grade were poor? I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Xiao Beichen retorted, somewhat indignant. Huh, you a top scorer? What a tall tale. Yisio responded with a derisive laugh. Xiao Beichen chose not to elaborate as they continued to the principal's office. The principal, an elderly man with glasses, exuded an aura of scholarly wisdom. Upon seeing Yisio, he promptly stood to greet her, but his gaze scrutinized Xiao Beichen intently. After a long assessment, he adjusted his glasses in astonishment. You. Are you Xiao Beichen? Yes, Xiao Beichen nodded. Principal, you remember me. Yisio was puzzled. Wasn't he just a country bumpkin? How could he know the principal of Jiangxing University? Principal Lin, do you know him? She inquired. Principal Lin sighed. How could I not know him? He was the top scorer from his year. The top scorer? Yisio was taken aback. You must be mistaken. How could I be wrong? He was a sensation back then, not just the top scorer in Jiangxing, but in the entire southwest region. Many prestigious universities vied for him, including Jiangxing University. I personally visited his home to recruit him, but he made an unexpected decision that left every institution empty-handed. What decision? Yisio's curiosity deepened. The top scorer of the southwest region, a national talent, decided to enlist in the military. Principal Lin lamented. You must be mad. Yisio exclaimed. Throwing away a bright future to become a soldier? You must have lost your mind. Principal Lin shared her sentiments. Xiao, can you share why you wanted to enlist back then? He had always been intrigued. Xiao Beichen smiled. Let bygones be bygones. This current life isn't bad. I married your sister and no longer worry about finances. Principal Lin was taken aback. Realizing the connection between Xiao Beichen and Yisio, he was here to escort his sister-in-law to school. Ha ha. That's good. As the conversation progressed, Yisio found herself regretting her earlier assumptions. Her sister, Yi Qingcheng, was a renowned businesswoman in the capital, the head of the Yi Group. Marrying her meant a life free from financial worries. After leaving the principal's office, they headed toward the female dormitory. Yisio's gaze toward Xiao Beichen was filled with skepticism. How absurd it was for the top scorer of the southwest region to have joined the military and returned home to live off his family. Xiao, I used to think you were simply useless, but now I see your intellect is lacking too. Yisio remarked after a pause. What was your exam score? 401, he replied. Yisio was taken aback. I scored 740. That's nearly double. How can you claim I'm the one lacking intellect? Xiao Beichen grinned mischievously. Yisio clenched her teeth in frustration. Besides, if I hadn't gone into the military, how would I have met your sister? Wouldn't you agree? My dear sister-in-law, stop calling me that. I am not your sister-in-law. Yisio retorted, biting down on Xiao Beichen's arm, her teeth leaving a mark. Don't you feel pain? She had used considerable strength, yet he merely shrugged it off. Yi Xiao stomped her foot in anger, exasperated by his audacity. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a voice called out, "Xiao?" A young woman approached, dressed in a flowing white dress, her face radiating joy as she clutched an armful of books. Ran. Yi Xiao greeted with a smile. The newcomer was Jiang Churen, a former classmate from elementary and middle school, who had returned to Jiangsheng after her parents resumed their business there. Although they seldom met, they kept in touch online. "What brings you here?" Jiang Churen asked, surprised. Yi Xiao shrugged. "My sister forced me to come to school. I intended to surprise you, but who knew I would run into you right away? By the way, why are you carrying so many books?" "I just came from the library," Jiang Churen explained. "The teacher assigned a college entrance exam question last class, and I couldn't make heads or tails of it, so I gathered some resources." "Let me see," Yi Xiao said with a mischievous grin. "Do you think you can understand it?" Jiang Churen looked skeptical, aware of Yi Xiao's academic struggles. "Don't worry, I won't. Someone will." Yi Xiao snatched the papers and handed them to Xiao Beichen. "Xiao, you're the top scorer, right? These questions should be easy for you." At that moment, Jiang Churen noticed someone beside Yi Xiao and inquired, "Who is this?" "My little follower." Yi Xiao wore an expression of triumph. Xiao Beichen, intrigued, took the question and scrutinized it carefully. Observing Xiao Beichen's awkward demeanor, Jiang Churen remarked, "Perhaps it's best to leave it be. I'll study in depth when I return." "Oh no, he is the top scorer of the college entrance examination. If he can't solve such a simple problem, what right does he have to that title?" Yi Xiao intended to embarrass Xiao Beichen. After all, he was indeed the top scorer of this year's exam. If she couldn't solve it, how could a mere 20-something half-wit like Xiao Beichen possibly unravel it? "Xiao, you can't truly be stumped, can you? I was prepared to be impressed, yet this is the result?" Seeing Xiao Beichen's puzzled expression, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. Xiao Beichen chuckled. "It's simple. This question contains an error." Chapter 27. He is a genius, haha. "You've made my day. You can't solve it, yet you claim the problem is erroneous." Yi Xiao burst into laughter. Truly shameless. Jiang Churen smiled lightly, taking the question for herself, but inwardly shook her head. She had encountered many like Xiao Beichen, pretenders who feigned understanding. He was clearly trying to impress Yi Xiao by adopting an air of profound knowledge. Xiao Beichen offered no defense. "Pass me your pen." "For what?" Jiang Churen asked, puzzled, but handed over the pen nonetheless. Xiao Beichen made a slight alteration to the problem, returned the pen, and then turned to leave. With Yi Xiao as friend present, he felt no need to follow. "Xiao, avoid associating with such individuals in the future." After Xiao Beichen departed, Jiang Churen felt a twinge of displeasure. If he couldn't solve it, why scribble on a question? Yi Xiao huffed. "I wish he would just leave." After some small talk, Jiang Churen glanced at the time and said, "I must go. Class is starting soon. I'll find you afterward." "Alright." Yi Xiao nodded. Jiang Churen hurriedly made her way and managed to sit in the front row just before the class bell rang. Her arrival instantly drew many gazes, even from those not attending the class. "Last session, I posed a question for you. I wonder if any student has managed to solve it?" The teacher inquired from the podium, surveying the room filled with students. No one responded to the teacher's question. After scanning the room, the teacher's gaze landed on Jiang Churen. Jiang Churen, as the top scorer of the college entrance examination and the best performer among the freshmen. "Have you solved it?" Jiang Churen stood, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Teacher, I tried numerous methods, but could not find a solution." The teacher sighed with disappointment upon hearing this. "Is there no other student who can solve it?" Silence reigned in the room. "Sigh." The teacher lamented. "Since no one has managed to solve it, I shall explain." In truth, the question was flawed. Mathematics is not solely about deriving results. It also requires proof and conviction. The students listened calmly to the lecture, while Jiang Churen was taken aback. Was it really erroneous? Wasn't he mistaken? Even she and doubted the validity of the problem. Yet Xiao Beichen had seen through it instantly. Suddenly recalling something, she flipped back to the question and noticed Xiao Beichen had altered a decimal point. Precisely what the teacher was now addressing. She realized she had underestimated him. He truly is a genius. With just a glance, he grasped the essence of the problem and provided a counterproof. For so long, she had believed herself to be a learning prodigy, dismissing others, yet suddenly, someone emerged who shattered her confidence. Moreover, this was someone who had never attended university. This evoked a profound sense of defeat within her. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen drove back to the urban village, intending to treat Xiao Anyun's leg ailment, only to find no one there. After making inquiries via phone, he learned they had gone to his uncle Xiao Jingya's home. Xiao Beichen furrowed his brow in confusion. Their family had never had much interaction with Xiao Jingya, primarily due to their significant disparity. The Jingya family was involved in the building materials business and had several million in savings, often looking down on his elder brother who resided in the urban village. Furthermore, his mother was a person who valued face, so she wouldn't stoop to seek out Xiao Jingya. Fine, I'll head over anyway. Chapter 28. Borrowing money. At that moment, the Xiao Jingya family was at Uncle Xiao Jingya's house. Brother, you are aware of our situation. I just bought a car for Tian and purchased a house in the city. We have no money to lend you. Upon hearing they were there to borrow money, Xiao Jingya recoiled as if encountering a plague. Xiao Jingya wore a humble expression. Jingya, as a successful businessman, 3,000 yuan is hardly a burden for you. I've contacted a hospital. We only need 3,000 yuan to treat Anyun's leg. I promise to repay you within 3 months. This doctor is renowned in the region for his expertise in orthopedics. He had taken Xiao Anyun for an examination, and the doctor stated there was an 80% chance of recovery. However, this doctor would only be in Jiangsheng for a week, and the surgery cost 30,000 yuan. The family gathered all their funds and managed to scrape together 27,000. They were just short of 3,000. He sought this assistance only once, yet to his dismay, his own brother rejected him without a second thought. If they truly had no money, that would be one thing, but Xiao Jingya knew about their financial standing. They possessed several million, so it was hardly an issue. Brother, do you not understand human language? I truly have no money to lend you, and besides, Xiao Anyun has been in a wheelchair for over 10 years. She might have grown accustomed to it. Why treat her? It's a waste of money. Xiao Jingya was becoming irritated, his anger boiling over. You have a foster son. Let him provide the funds. It's truly pathetic. After raising him for half a lifetime, he won't even contribute 3,000 yuan. If I were you, I would simply throw him out. Jingya, we are genuinely in a difficult situation. I have never bowed to you in my life, but I implore you to lend us 3,000 yuan. I will bow to you. Zhao Yalan sighed, her lifelong pride crumbling as she was forced to humble herself. Sister-in-law, you are truly shameless. Do I need to be any clearer? No money. Even if I had money, I would lend it to you. A middle-aged woman, Xiao Jingya's wife, Huang Tsuhua, with a pointed face and arms crossed, added, even if you kneel today, we won't lend you a single cent. Zhao Yalan's temper flared, and she retorted, who is truly shameless here? Do you not know why our family is in such dire straits? The elder of the Xiao family passed away early, and, as the eldest brother, Xiao Jingya bore the burden of raising Xiao Jingya, enduring hardships. They had saved some money for business, but when they heard the second brother intended to marry, they withdrew their business funds to assist with the wedding. If it weren't for you, our family would not be in this predicament. What do we seek in return? Now that your family is wealthy, and we finally have someone who can treat Anyun's illness, we are not asking for hundreds of thousands. We only need 3,000 yuan, yet you are reluctant. Those are all old grievances. Why bring them up now? Huang Tsuehua scoffed. The bottom line is clear. We want to lend you a cent. You. Zhao Yalan was left breathless with anger. Xiao Jingya quickly tried to soothe her. Xiao Anyun watched this scene, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, Dad, let it go. If I have to stay in a wheelchair, so be it. A bunch of paupers. Don't even think about getting 3,000 yuan from me. Not even 300. Huang Tsuehua dismissed them coldly. Now you come to drag up old accounts. Don't even think about entering our family's door in the future. We don't associate with poor relatives like you. Hurry up and leave. Huang Tsuehua issued her ultimatum. Xiao Jingya was also incensed. Jingya, are you truly unwilling to lend? I did not hear my wife's words and asked her to repeat them several times. Hurry up and leave. Your presence is a nuisance to us, you impoverished relatives. Xiao Jingya's words completely extinguished Xiao Jingya's hopes. The warmth of human feelings was acutely felt by the Xiao family at that moment. Just as they were about to depart, an angry voice resonated at the entrance. Xiao Jingya, Huang Tsuehua, have I given you face? Standing at the door was none other than Xiao Beichen, who had listened for quite some time, his face ablaze with fury. Beichen, why are you here? Xiao Jingya and his wife were startled. I came home and found you were not here. So I called my sister and learned that you were at the home of these vile people. Xiao Beichen retorted icily. His gaze then turned fierce as he fixed it upon Xiao Jingye. You truly have no shame. Seeing that I'm not around, you dare to bully my parents? Xiao Jingye felt a chill run down his spine. While he was not afraid of the Xiao family, he did fear Xiao Beichen. Once, during a visit to the Xiao household, he was ridiculed so thoroughly that he could not hold his head high, and when Xiao Beichen brandished a kitchen knife in pursuit, it left him psychologically scarred. He quickly hid behind Huang Cuihua. Huang Cuihua fumed. You little bastard, how dare you cause a scene in our home? And to call us vile creatures, you worthless wretch. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Xiao Beichen shot back. My father is your elder brother. Do you respect him? My father raised this vile creature, and instead of expressing gratitude, you want to drive them away with your so-called filial piety. Why is it that you cannot even produce 30,000 yuan, yet you come here begging us, practically on your knees? Huang Cuihua scoffed at this. Fine. If they are unwilling to lend us money, we will not force it. We'll find a way ourselves. Xiao Jing will pull Xiao Beichen back. Upon seeing this, Xiao Beichen calmed his temper. Remember, it is you who missed the opportunity. Don't come to me for help later. Huang Cuihua laughed derisively. What is this little madman talking about? We would seek his help? What a joke. Beichen, stop wasting your breath on them. Let's go, Zhao Yalan urged. Having seen through these people as a pack of ingrates, no matter how much they talked, they would never lend a single penny. What are you impoverished relatives doing at our home? Just then, a voice rang out from outside. A fashionable young man approached, Xiao Jingye's son, Xiao Wei, accompanied by a stylishly dressed woman who surveyed Xiao Jinghua and his family with disdain. However, upon seeing Xiao Beichen, she froze in shock. WH, what is he doing here? Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Huang Cuihua instantly perked up. Allow me to introduce, this is my son's girlfriend, Hirue, who works in uni real estate with a monthly salary in the tens of thousands, sometimes even exceeding 100,000. Xiao Beichen glanced over. Wasn't this the saleswoman who looked down on others and was subsequently fired? Mom, why are you telling them this? Xiao Wei expressed his discontent, secretly looking down on such impoverished relatives. You don't understand. Given their family circumstances, they could never marry. Who would be foolish enough to associate with a family like theirs? Huang Cuihua laughed heartily. Indeed, I recall Xiao Beichen is older than me. A family so poor, he must have never even held a girl's hand. Xiao Wei's disdain was palpable. Zhao Yalan immediately retorted, my Beichen not only is a girlfriend, but is also married to a beautiful and wealthy woman. If we can't borrow money, so be it. It's not about the dumplings, it's about pride. Who says our son cannot find a wife? Huang Cuihua was momentarily taken aback. Then sneered, sister-in-law, you must still be dreaming. If he really found a wife, beautiful and rich, would you still come to us for money? Zhao Yalan was left speechless. The reason they did not approach Xiao Beichen was precisely that they did not want the woman to look down on them. Seeking Xiao Beichen would be akin to asking Yi Qingsheng for money. They might as well beg on the street. Who are you to say they are poor? Hirue, standing nearby, swallowed hard, her face a mask of disbelief. They can easily spend $1 billion to buy Yunding Mountain Villa. Are they poor? Yes. Huang Cuihua replied. They live in that run-down place in the city center, a bunch of leeches only knowing how to come to us for money. Now that we refuse, they treat us like fools. I feel disgusted just speaking to them. Xiao Jinghua sighed, sister-in-law, even if you don't wish to lend money, there is no need for such venomous words. I could be even more venomous. Want to hear? Huang Cuihua crossed her arms defiantly. Get out. You are not welcome here. Xiao Wei said impatiently. Xiao Beichen coldly remarked. Those who look down on others will eventually face retribution. Xiao Enyan tugged at Xiao Beichen's hand. Let it go. Let's leave. Watching them depart, Hirue's expression turned complex. Who do you think you are to speak here? Xiao Wei snapped angrily. Then he turned back. A smile plastered on his face. Dad, Mom, have you secretly bought me a new car? A new car? Not all. Huang Cuihua replied, bewildered. Xiao Wei was puzzled. Then whose Mercedes is parked at our door? An S-Class, no less. An S-Class Mercedes costs over $3 million. We cannot afford that, Xiao Jingye said. Let's go outside and take a look. Their family had some means, but they had never splurged on a 3 million yuan vehicle. I think it might belong to those people. Perhaps that lady was right. They really did find a beautiful and wealthy woman. Hirue's voice trembled as she spoke. Still remembering the scene where Zhuke casually spent $1 billion without batting an eye. This drew a wave of ridicule. You must be joking, Rue. Do you think a family living in the city center can afford such luxury? Xiao Wei scoffed. Little Rue, no matter whose it is, it cannot possibly belong to them. If it does, I will eat my words, Huang Tsuehua declared. No one believed Rue's claim, dismissing it as a mere jest. Dad, Mom, if you need money, just tell me. Do not go looking for them, Xiao Beichen said as he pushed Xiao Anyan along. This is our concern. You shouldn't worry, Zhao Yalan replied. What are you saying? It sounds as if I am not part of the family. Xiao Beichen retorted, I merely married a wife, not abandoned my family. Xiao Jinghua and Zhao Yalan exchanged glances, but said nothing. You are still a child and do not understand, Xiao Anyan remarked. Xiao Beichen felt a surge of frustration. He was already married, yet they still treated him like a child. We won't take the bus today. Watching his parents head toward the bus stop, Xiao Beichen said first. All right, let's just take a taxi home. Taxi? That's too expensive. Every penny we save now goes toward Anyan's medical expenses, Zhao Yalan retorted. Xiao Jinghua nodded thoughtfully. No taxis. No buses. We will take this car, Xiao Beichen said, patting the Mercedes hood, feeling a pang of sadness. His parents had not enjoyed a moment of their own happiness in their lives. Beichen, don't touch that. You might scratch it, Xiao Anyan cautioned. You have a habit of being careless, Zhao Yalan scolded, slapping his back. Just as Xiao Beichen was about to explain, the voices of Xiao Wei's family rang out. A bunch of poor wretches. Do you even know what car this is? How dare you touch it? This is a Mercedes S-Class, the top configuration, worth over $3 million. Even scratching the paint is something you could never afford to pay for. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinghua panicked and quickly pulled Xiao Beichen away, terrified he might touch it. Upon observing their reactions, Xiao Wei sneered repeatedly, declaring, such luxury vehicles are not meant for you impoverished souls. Even a lifetime's worth of earnings wouldn't suffice to purchase one. He turned to Xiao Rue, taunting. You claimed this car belonged to them, but now you see their ignorance. They don't even know the make of the vehicle. Huang Tsuehua's face was a mask of derision. Who says we can't afford it? Xiao Beichen interjected, visibly displeased. Laughter erupted from Xiao Wei's family, as they mocked. Are you truly that foolish? If it were your car, drive it away and prove it. They believed that if they couldn't afford it, neither could Xiao Beichen, whom they regarded as a worthless leech living off his family. What if I actually did drive it away? Xiao Beichen suddenly countered. If you did, I would kneel and call you father. Xiao Wei retorted with disdain. If you fail to drive it away, you shall kneel and call me father. Deal. Xiao Beichen nodded. He had initially wished to avoid engaging with such individuals, but after repeated mockery, even the most patient man has his limits. Xiao Jinghua and the others were taken aback, hastily urging, Beichen. However, Xiao Wei interrupted. He has already wagered with me. I am eager to see him kneel and call me father. This opportunity for humiliation was one Xiao Wei was determined not to miss. Zhao Yalan and Xiao Jinghua appeared to relish the unfolding spectacle, thinking to themselves that boasting without basis was absurd. Such luxury cars are reserved for those worth millions. Who does he think he is to brag? At that moment, Xiao Beichen produced the key and pressed the unlock button. The Mercedes emitted a beep, causing the atmosphere to thicken. Xiao Wei's family was left agape, stuttering in disbelief. What's happening? Hirue, appearing relatively unperturbed, mused at having purchased the billion-dollar Yunding Mountain Villa. A mere $300,000 car was trivial, even beneath her consideration. Xiao Jinghua and Zhao Yalan were equally stunned, but quickly deduced that it must be a gift from Yi Qingqing. Xiao Anyan smiled. Little brother, you've done well to be driving such a luxury vehicle. Xiao Beichen merely brushed his nose, replying, it's nothing. He then turned to Xiao Wei, asserting, I warned you. Those who look down upon others will inevitably face retribution. Now kneel and call me father. How dare you? His girlfriend stood nearby, apprehensive that kneeling would tarnish his dignity. You cannot possibly afford such a fine vehicle. It must be rented. Xiao Jinghua and the others began to comprehend. Given their financial situation, they could not even afford a second-hand car, let alone one costing over $300,000. Huang Tsuehua scoffed. I thought you were prosperous. Turns out it's merely a rented vehicle. How amusing. Regardless of whether it is rented or not, this car is mine now. Hence, I have won the bet, and you must kneel and call me father. Xiao Beichen declared. I advise you not to go too far. Just take your rented car and leave. Xiao Wei replied, visibly irritated. However, in the next moment, Xiao Beichen was suddenly before him. Slap! A resounding blow struck Xiao Wei's face. Shocked, he gasped. Why you dare hit me? Wagering means accepting the outcome. Do you not understand that? Xiao Beichen said coldly. I wager. Xiao Wei attempted to retaliate, but he was no match for Xiao Beichen, who swiftly delivered another slap. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghua rushed forward to intervene, only to be stopped by Zhao Yalan, who insisted. You witnessed them bullying us. Let Beichen have his moment. Consider it our release of pin-up frustration. You dare strike my son? I will confront you. Huang Zuihua shrieked as she lunged forward. Xiao Beichen, however, knew no respect for age. Anyone who insulted his family would face punishment. He swiftly turned and struck Huang Zuihua, leaving her dazed. Turning to Xiao Jingye, he glared, Xiao Jingye, do you wish to be struck as well? I. Xiao Jingye trembled with fear. Chapter 32 Hello. Is this my daughter-in-law? Watching Xiao Jingye's cowardice, Xiao Beichen found it amusing. Apart from being assertive toward his elder brother, he was merely pathetic. Xiao Wei, I warn you. If you do not kneel and call me father, I shall break your legs. Xiao Beichen threatened. Xiao Wei contemplated resisting, yet the thought that Xiao Beichen was indeed capable of such a deed quelled his defiance. Reluctantly, he knelt, muttering softly, Daddy, speak louder. I didn't hear you. Xiao Beichen commanded. Don't go too far. Xiao Wei quivered. Then I shall break your legs. Xiao Beichen feigned a motion to strike, causing Xiao Wei to panic and shout, Daddy, get lost. I have no son like you. Xiao Beichen kicked him aside and departed with Xiao Jinghua's family. As they watched the luxury vehicle drive away, Xiao Wei trembled with rage. Mother, you must avenge me. Huang Zuihua clung to the railing, exclaiming, Xiao Jingye, you spineless wretch. You watched your son and daughter-in-law be beaten without intervening? Xiao Jingye was at a loss for words. I advise you not to provoke him. He looks formidable. He Rui said, her brow furrowed. To offend a billionaire? One might not even realize their demise. He is not to be trifled with, nor are we. Xiao Jingye, summon all your relatives. We must seek justice. It's outrageous that he wishes to break my son's legs. Huang Zuihua's face twisted in fury. In the car, Xiao Beichen sensed the unusual gazes from his family, feeling a chill run down his spine. Mom and Dad, your stares frighten me. It feels as though you wish to devour me. Who would dare eat you? Weren't you quite the brave one just now, threatening to break Xiao Wei's legs? Zhao Yalan remarked sarcastically. Speak plainly. I feel uneasy. He feared nothing in this world except his mother's contradictory remarks. Throughout his life, apart from the occasional dread of encountering an ex-girlfriend, Zhao Yalan was the only one who instilled fear in him. Her contradictory statements never boded well. Xiao Jinghua spoke earnestly. Beichen, no man from our Xiao family has ever lived off a woman. As a man, you must hold your own. Your wife's wealth is hers, and you must strive to match her efforts rather than rely on her. Zhao Yalan nodded in agreement. If you wish to avoid being looked down upon for a lifetime, you must work diligently. Finding a good wife is a blessing, but you must also remain grounded. Xiao Anyan chuckled. Mom and Dad, does little brother's appearance lend itself to living off a woman? It is not disgraceful. A man should possess a sense of responsibility and duty. Xiao Jinghua asserted. Absolutely agree. You must also find a man with responsibility, not someone like your brother who lives off others. The elder couple chimed in unison. This direct confrontation left Xiao Beichen's mind reeling. Even Xiao Anyan was not spared. Am I truly that unworthy? Xiao Beichen pouted, displeased. There are worse fates. Would you like to hear? Zhao Yalan asked. Never mind. Xiao Beichen quickly interjected. Your incessant chatter frightens me. It's good that you know fear. Zhao Yalan retorted with a snort. By the way, call my daughter-in-law and invite her over for dinner. It's been a few days since we registered the marriage. Even if we do not host a banquet, we should at least serve her a meal prepared by her mother-in-law. Upon mentioning his daughter-in-law, Zhao Yalan's expression softened instantaneously. Do we have to? Xiao Beichen inwardly resisted. Are we calling or not? If not, hand me your phone. I will call. Zhao Yalan offered no room for refusal. Fine, I will call. Xiao Beichen relented, ultimately dialing Yi Qingqing's number. The call connected swiftly, and just as he began to speak, Zhao Yalan snatched the phone from him. Her tone gentle and entirely different from her earlier confrontation with Xiao Beichen. Hello, is this my daughter-in-law? Chapter 33. One cannot trust the words of a mother-in-law on the other end of the phone. There was a noticeable pause before the voice replied. Is that you, Auntie? What Auntie? I am your mother. Zhao Yalan responded with a smile. Xiao Jinghua and Xiao Anyan chuckled heartily, while Xiao Beichen appeared somewhat speechless. Mom. Yi Qingqiang called out somewhat awkwardly. clearly still processing the situation. Are you free tonight? Come home for a simple meal, and I would like to discuss something with you. Zhao Yalan said softly. Sure, I just need to wrap up some work. Yi Qingxing readily agreed. After hanging up, Zhao Yalan beamed with satisfaction. Old Xiao, let's go to the market later and buy some groceries. I notice my daughter-in-law has become quite thin. It's evident she has been overworked and not eating well. It's time to nourish her properly. Absolutely. In the Yi Group's presidential office, Yi Qingcheng, who had never been anxious about anything, now found herself flustered and at a loss. Her previous encounter with Xiao Beichen's parents had been driven by hormones, lacking any forethought. Now, she was to visit them as a daughter-in-law, and the dynamics were entirely different. What should she wear? What gift should she bring? Despite racking her brain, she could come up with nothing. Ultimately, she called upon a recently married subordinate. Yi General, you called for me? The young woman appeared somewhat shy, as it was her first conversation with Yi Qingxing. I heard you got married. Congratulations. I called you here to ask what you brought when you first visited your in-laws. Yi Qingxing stated directly. The young woman sighed in relief. When I first visited, I brought some fruit and a carton of milk. Fruit and milk? Is that not rather inexpensive? Ye King responded, Somehat astonished. The young woman smiled. For ordinary folks like us, we don't have many pretensions. It's the thought that counts. If it's Yi General visiting her future mother-in-law, then it certainly needs to be more elaborate, perhaps a car or a house. Yi Qingchang took mental notes. However, Yi General, these mothers-in-law can be difficult to deal with. They can be quite venomous. The young woman's tone shifted. Venomous? Yi Qingchang frowned. They didn't appear venomous during our last encounter. Indeed, my mother-in-law is quite patient. She treated me well before marriage, but post-marriage, she expects me to work and take care of the household. The moment I falter, she scolds me. And never trust a mother-in-law's words. They often say one thing to your face and another behind your back. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Qingqing's anxiety escalated. These mothers-in-law either demand perfection or are outright hostile. She preferred the latter approach. All right, thank you. You may leave now. Once the young woman exited, Ye King grubit hertemplis. She had no choice. If she wished to be with Xiao Beichen, she had to adopt the former approach. Charge forth for love. She promptly instructed her staff to purchase a car and a house. After delegating the high-tech district matters to her subordinates, she headed to the marketplace. Zhang Longhu died. With the project in the high-tech district in disarray, the underlings were in chaos. It was crucial to appease her mother-in-law. Meanwhile, after Yi Qingcheng left, several members of the Yi Group's board convened a meeting. Old girl, how fortunate is Yi Qingcheng? Just as we entered a wager with her, Zhang Longhu dies. With his demise, won't the high-tech project commence immediately? Old girl, do we really have to hand over power to Yi Qingcheng? Old girl snorted. Look at your pitiful lack of resolve. A mere gust of wind sends you into a frenzy. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Yi Qingqing's people will not touch the high-tech project. Chapter 34. He actually seeks a married woman on Yaowang Island. The three guardians stood respectfully before Jiang Luofei. Jiang Yixian, we have uncovered some information regarding the Dark Emperor. One of the guardians announced. Speak. Jiang Luofei's expression was as cold as ice. Last night, at the birthday banquet of Zhang Longhu, the underground emperor of Jiang City, he killed Zhang Longhu and the influential Ma Tianke, rescuing a woman in the process. The guardian glanced at Jiang Luofei's expression. Jiang Luofei's demeanor remained indifferent. Continue. This woman is Yi Qingcheng, the chairwoman of the Yi Group, and he publicly declared her as his woman at the banquet. With a snap, the corner of the sandalwood chair shattered into splinters. The three guardians trembled. Everyone knew that beneath her frosty exterior lay a heart seething with rage. Jiang Luofei slowly rose, her voice as frigid as the depths of hell. Dark Emperor, not only did he deceive me, but now he dares to proclaim another as his own in front of me. I will make him pay dearly. Find out where Yi Qingxing is at once. She is currently in the village meeting her fiancé's parents. She is married? Jiang Luofei paused for a moment. The guardians nodded vigorously. A surge of unbridled hatred welled up within her. How dare you, Dark Emperor? Not only are you out courting women, but you also seek a married one. What a scoundrel. Immediately provide me with her location. With that, Jiang Luofei boarded a boat and left the island. The three guardians exchanged glances, fearing that the king of the underworld might soon face a chemical castration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Beichen and Xiao Jinghua were tasked with tidying the house, ensuring not a speck of dust remained, while Zhao Yalan prepared a lavish spread. Dad, it's just a meal. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Xiao Beichen grumbled. Xiao Jinghua gave him a playful smack on the head. What do you mean, no need? This is your wife meeting her in-laws. Any effort is warranted. He turned to Xiao Anyun with a mischievous grin. Don't you smile. You'll be in the same situation one day. Xiao Anyun stuck out her tongue. I'll make sure you're the one to be embarrassed. Xiao Beichen playfully pushed Xiao Anyun into a room and locked the door. Why did you lock the door? Xiao Anyun asked. Do you want to stand up? The abruptness of his question made Xiao Anyun shrug. Who would want to be in a wheelchair for life? But you know the family needs 30,000 more for the surgery. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to borrow money from uncle. Xiao Beichen chuckled, pulling a box from his pocket. Apply this to your knees, and in about half a month, you'll be able to stand. What is this? Surely, it's not some scam remedy. Xiao Anyun scoffed. Trust me, apply it every evening, Xiao Beichen insisted earnestly. Xiao Anyun found herself momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had seen him so serious. Hesitantly, she agreed. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted outside. Xiao Beichen, your family has gone too far. You even resort to violence, thinking we won't dare retaliate. A large group of people approached the house, all relatives of the Xiao family, who only gathered during festivals. Leading them was Huang Cuihua's family. Chapter 35. Enforcing family rules. Xiao Jinghua was startled and hurried forward to disperse the crowd. Elder of the clan, what brings you here? Among them was an elder known as Xiao Chenkui, a figure of respect in their village, often mediating disputes. Xiao Chenkui leaned on his cane, casting a glance at the uninvited guests. Xiao Jinghua, let us skip the pleasantries. Did your son, Xiao Beichen, strike Xiao Wei? Indeed, a physical altercation did occur. However, before Xiao Jinghua could finish his statement, Xiao Chenkui began to smoke his pipe, declaring, regardless of the reason, striking someone is indefensible. Immediately summon your Beichen. Let him return the blows he dealt to Xiao Wei. That is impossible. Zhao Yalan responded with unwavering firmness. Whether Beichen erred is clear to us. If he truly did wrong, we would handle it ourselves. In this matter, Beichen is blameless. Your eyes deceive you. Huang Cuihua seethed, pulling Xiao Wei to the forefront and gesturing towards his injuries. He deserves to be struck. Without hesitation, Zhao Yalan retorted. All of you from the Xiao family must now witness the truth of how impoverished surroundings breed malice. They sought to borrow money from us, and given our own financial strain, we could not oblige. Thus, they resorted to violence, yet still believed themselves innocent. How absurd! Huang Cuihua ranted, igniting further discord. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued. Zhao Yalan, you are utterly shameless. Do not claim that the Xiao Jinghua family lacks funds. Even if they had wealth, why should they lend it to you? Indeed, you strike others and still claim innocence. Your entire family is truly disgraceful. Only the Xiao Jinghua family possesses enough decency to refrain from confrontation. Otherwise, we would not have been summoned here. Your poverty and pretentiousness make it intolerable to associate with you. Zhao Yalan, infuriated, interjected, do not listen to her nonsense. That is not the truth. It was her son who lost a bet to Beichen and refused to accept the outcome, which led to Beichen's retaliation. Enough of your deceitful arguments. We are not fools. We will believe Huang Cuihua, not your empty words. With your family's lack of integrity, it is no wonder you still reside in the urban village after all these years. How much of what you say can be deemed truthful? The speaker, a middle-aged woman named Xiao Chunhua, regarded them with disdain. Among the Xiao family, Xiao Jinghua's household was the most financially disadvantaged, and they had always looked down upon him. Such is the nature of relatives. They extol wealthy kin while deriding those who are less fortunate, as if they had violated some sacred law. Without understanding the truth of the matter, the disparity was glaring. Enough! Xiao Chenkui interjected. Xiao Jinghua, hand over your son. Witnessing the support surrounding them, the Xiao Jinghua family was filled with arrogance. Yet, despite his humble nature, Xiao Jinghua, like Zhao Yalan, fiercely defended his kin and refused to surrender Xiao Beichen. Xiao Chenkui's wrinkled visage darkened. You no longer heed my words? If you still consider me an elder, you shall comply with my request. Patriarch, I respect you. But Beichen has done nothing wrong, Xiao Jinghua pleaded. Bang! Xiao Chenkui struck the ground with his cane, visibly displeased. Xiao Jinghua, you are being excessively audacious. If you continue to disregard my words, You will comply today, whether you like it or not, or face the consequences of our clan's rules. As Xiao Jinghua remained silent, Xiao Chengkui's fury escalated. Bring me the stick. Immediately, someone presented a massive club, drawing the attention of the onlookers from the Xiao family, who whispered among themselves. Will you not surrender him? Xiao Chengkui pressed. I will not. Xiao Jinghua replied, fear evident in his voice, yet resolute. Strike him. At Xiao Chengkui's command, a robust member of the Xiao family stepped forward, raising the club to strike Xiao Jinghua. Suddenly, the door burst open. A swift kick sent the assailant flying across the room. Who do you think you are, daring to strike my father? I will annihilate your entire family. Chapter 36. A surprise encounter with the great-grandmother. The unexpected scene left everyone in shock. A grown man had been hurled across the room before their eyes, a display of immense strength. Xiao Beichen stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the relatives. Beichen! Xiao Jinghua and his wife exclaimed in unison. In that moment, Xiao Jinghua felt a profound sense of pride. His son had matured and was now capable of shielding them from harm. You dare to obstruct the enforcement of the Xiao family rules. Xiao Chengkui fumed, incensed by the defiance of a younger generation. He was the elder of the Xiao family. Who would dare to disrespect him? This impudent youth had threatened his entire family. An act of brazen audacity. You are nothing but an old fool. Xiao Beichen scoffed derisively. This provoked discontent among the other members of the Xiao family. Xiao Beichen, your arrogance knows no bounds. The clan elder is our esteemed elder. His word is law, and you dare to act so insolently. Like father, like son. Even if he were adopted, he would still bear the same traits. Those with education use words. Those without resort to violence. Xiao Chengkui's fury intensified. Xiao Beichen, do you still consider yourself a member of the Xiao family? It is one thing to deny wrongdoing, but to threaten me is intolerable. I will threaten you. What of it? You dare to bite me with those old, worn-out teeth? I might just knock them all out. Xiao Beichen's expression was one of defiance, unafraid of the elder's wrath. With age comes the wisdom to retire gracefully. Spare us your presence. When my parents were humiliated, where were you to uphold the family rules? Now that the Xiao Jingye family has been harmed, you rush to seek justice. Spare us your pretenses. You only flaunt your seniority to belittle those less fortunate. Yet you are too cowardly to confront the affluent. I will say this. If my family were wealthy, would you dare to enforce the clan rules? He held no regard for this elder. Previously, a wealthy relative had tried to seize Xiao Jinghua's land, resulting in his beating. When they sought the clan elder's intervention, he merely found excuses to avoid action, ultimately declaring that Xiao Jinghua deserved his fate. You are far too arrogant. Such hubris will surely lead to your downfall. Xiao Chengkui was seething, nearly choked by his anger. Are you awaiting your great-grandmother? Stay far away from my doorstep. I want no part of your misfortune. Thud! Just as Xiao Chengkui's anger subsided, it surged once more, causing him to faint. The Xiao family members fell into chaos, hurriedly calling for emergency assistance. After more than 20 minutes, they finally exhaled in relief upon seeing Xiao Chengkui being loaded into the ambulance. Huang Zuihua loathed Xiao Beichen. Summoning the clan elder had achieved nothing, and instead had left them with a hospital bill they would inevitably have to cover. Xiao Jingye trembled with rage. You are a demon. How can our family produce such a person who disrespects elders and spouts vile language? Speak another word, and I will end you. Xiao Beichen threatened, refusing to engage further. Fear gripped Xiao Jingye, causing him to retract into his shell. Huang Zuihua, enraged, declared everyone, you have witnessed how outrageous Xiao Beichen is. Not only did he resort to violence, but he also threatened the elder's family. Today, we are the targets of his aggression. Tomorrow, it may be someone else. We must unite to expel their family from Jiangsheng. Indeed, they must be driven out. Xiao Chunhua echoed. I recall that part of this urban village house belongs to Xiao Jingye. At this moment, someone interjected. Chapter 37. Demolition of houses. The crowd pondered this revelation, their gazes shifting toward Xiao Jingye's family. Huang Zuihua smacked her forehead in realization. How did I not consider that our family also has a stake in this house? The properties in the urban village were not worth much. Given their dilapidated state and lack of legal contracts, they might only fetch a few tens of thousands at most. Considering their financial situation, they had not given it much thought until now. Zhao Yalan exclaimed, you truly possess no shame. When we divided the family assets, it was clearly stated that the money would belong to you, while this house would belong to us. How is it that you now claim a share? If you assert that this house belongs to you, then produce the deed. Huang Zuihua responded with a disdainful laugh. Zhao Yalan's expression turned sour. She had never anticipated that someone could be so brazen. At the time, Xiao Jinghua had trusted their integrity, which is why no written agreement was drawn up during the division, only verbal promises. Who could have foreseen that after more than a decade, they would become so avaricious and ungrateful? Huang Zuihua laughed heartily. Since you cannot provide the deed, this house is indeed ours. Xiao Chunhua chimed in. Sister Zuihua, you truly possess foresight. It was fortuitous that no deed was created. Immediately, a flurry of flattery ensued. Huang Zuihua, filled with pride, declared, since we have half a share in this house, you should gather your things and vacate. Xiao Jinghua appeared despondent. Huang Zuihua, must it come to this? Perhaps I could simply purchase it. Very well, for 100,000 yuan, Huang Zuihua demanded, her tone audacious. 100,000? Xiao Jinghua exclaimed, astonished, as the entire house was worth only a fraction of that. If you cannot provide the funds, then hasten to clear out half the house. Huang Zuihua insisted. Did you not hear what Sister Zuihua said? Hurry up, shouted Xiao Chunhua. The other members of the Xiao family echoed their sentiments, leaving Xiao Jinghua's family feeling utterly humiliated. Everyone sought to display their superiority, particularly given Huang Zuihua's wealth. Having such a prosperous relative would undoubtedly be advantageous in the future. Xiao Jingye and his son exchanged smug glances. You're going too far? Zhao Yalan trembled with rage. If you refuse to move out, then your son must kneel and apologize to all of us, and we shall consider the matter closed. Huang Zuihua crossed her arms defiantly, embodying a shrewish demeanor. Laughter erupted among the Xiao family, as they regarded Xiao Beichen's family as fools. Kneel, and you shall obtain this house. Do not delay, lest you find yourselves on the streets, Xiao Chunhua taunted. Kneel. Xiao Wei stepped forward, gazing at Xiao Beichen with amusement, relishing the thought of forcing him to submit. Oh, it seems you have quite the spread today. With a crash, Xiao Wei overturned the table, sending the meal Zhao Yalan had prepared scattering to the floor. Zhao Yalan nearly wept. This was dinner for my daughter-in-law. You are bullying us. The ones being bullied are you. He retorted coldly. If Xiao Beichen does not kneel and call me father today, I will ensure you all are thrown out. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a slap landed across Xiao Wei's face. You think you can act with impunity? He stammered, covering his face. You desire this house? I shall grant it to you. Just as he lamented his inability to provide for his parents, an opportunity presented itself. Out with the old, in with the new. Without hesitation, Xiao Beichen began dismantling the structure, removing support beams until the entire house collapsed in a cloud of dust. The once cozy abode was reduced to rubble in an instant. Xiao Jinghua was left stunned. Home gone? Zhao Yalan rushed forward, striking Xiao Beichen. What are you doing? Do you realize this is our home? Xiao Beichen stood momentarily dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever been struck. He fell silent, as did the other members of the Xiao family, who were equally bewildered. Madman, absolutely insane, they whispered. A few simple words had led to the destruction of their home. Huang Zuihua's laughter rang out. It seems you're now facing the prospect of homelessness. Her mocking tone only fueled their despair. How could you have lived in such squalor for so long? Xiao Wei scoffed, tossing a 100 yuan note onto the ground. We are all members of the Xiao family and should not take advantage of one another in this moment. Seeing you in such distress, I offer you 100 yuan. Look at the generosity of the affluent. Unlike some who resort to violence when they cannot procure funds, sending even the elders to the hospital, Xiao Chunhua derided. What are you waiting for? Pick it up. That 100 yuan could sustain you for days. Save it for your funeral expenses. Xiao Beichen turned to Zhao Yalan. Mother, since they desire this house, let them have it. After a lifetime of hardship, it is time for you to enjoy some comfort. I will purchase a villa in a uni district for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yalan's anger escalated. Before you left, I told you not to use your wife's money. Mother, this money is mine, not hers, Xiao Beichen quickly clarified. If one were to assess their finances, his resources far surpassed those of Yi Qingchen, and I refuse to accept the antiques and gold that Xiao Yi brought last time. We will not accept anything now. Have some dignity. Zhao Yalan scolded, exasperated. Xiao Beichen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had never touched Yi Qingqing's wealth. Just then, a round of applause broke out. and Huang Tsuehua could no longer contain her laughter. This is the funniest thing I've heard all year. Antiques, gold, and a villa in Uni District? If I did not know you were all impoverished, I might have believed you. Xiao Chunhua joined in the laughter. Xiao Beichen, you both should consider a career in acting. It's a pity you aren't pursuing it. They continued to mock him, claiming that his supposed wife was nothing more than a figment of their imagination. Who would believe that someone like him could marry? Just then, a chilling voice interrupted. Xiao Beichen, is he truly your husband? The crowd turned in surprise to see a luxury car parked outside. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million yuan. My goodness, I've only seen this online. I never thought I'd see one in person. Suddenly, a stunning woman in a red qipao, exuding elegance and beauty, stepped out of the vehicle. All eyes were drawn to her, captivated by her striking presence. Beautiful lady, are you here for me? Xiao Wei's gaze locked onto Yi Qingcheng, utterly entranced. Wei, you have achieved great success. Beautiful lady, I am Huang Tsuehua, Xiao Wei's mother. Huang Tsuehua's eyes sparkled with interest, for in this humble village, she did not believe the woman was seeking anyone else. Certainly, it must be Xiao Wei. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Xiao family swallowed hard and hurriedly flattered him. Xiao Wei, you've hidden yourself too well. You found such a beautiful girlfriend. Sister Tsuehua, once you both succeed, you mustn't forget us. Yes, we are family. With such a wealthy woman on the list, one can only imagine the richness of life. Huang Tsuehua's smile was nearly splitting her face, but then she recalled that Xiao Wei's girlfriend was supposed to be Hirue. Nevertheless, it mattered little. This stunning beauty was both attractive and affluent, and she was determined to accept her as a daughter-in-law. Xiao Jingye, however, felt a sense of unease, as he vaguely recalled hearing from the car just now. I'm his wife. How shameless. Zhao Yalan scoffed. She never claimed to be looking for Xiao Wei. So why are you so excited? Who are you calling shameless? A beauty like that is a blessing for your son to even glance at. If she isn't seeking Wei, could it be that she s after your useless son? Huang Tsuehua sneered, as long as one isn't blind. Who would look at your son? Xiao Chunhua quickly chimed in. Have you even looked in the mirror? Do you know what kind of car that is? A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Only the upper class drive such vehicles. Your son doesn't even measure up to a single toe of theirs. Turning around, she wore a flattering expression towards Huang Tsuehua, saying, Sister Tsuehua, I've always stood by you. If you rise to prominence, you mustn't forget me. Xiao Wei, initially uncertain, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing the compliments and smiled. Beauty, you just referred to me as your husband. We aren't married yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty? What is wrong with that? We can go get the marriage certificate right away. Huang Tsuehua beamed. After we get the certificate, won't that make you my husband? Xiao Wei was so excited he could hardly contain himself, striving to maintain composure. Beauty, I'm not someone who rushes into things. But given your beauty, I wouldn't mind going to get the certificate with you right now. Ye king furuit herberais, sorry. I don't know you. Everyone present was taken aback, and Xiao Wei, puzzled, asked, If you don't know me, why did you call me husband? Who called you husband? He's my husband. Yi Qingcheng pointed with her slender finger, and everyone was astonished. You mean Xiao Beichen is your husband? Chapter 40. The filial son dismantles the family. The atmosphere instantly grew peculiar, with all faces paling. The hall fell silent. Everyone stood as if possessed, unable to utter a word. No one expected that this ethereal beauty would be Xiao Beichen's wife, as if the world had played a cruel joke on them. The Xiao family trembled in shock. Dad, Mom. Yi Qingcheng, shedding her previous cold demeanor, blushed and spoke gently. Zhao Yalan was overjoyed. Seizing Yi Qingcheng's hand, daughter-in-law, you look stunning in that qipao. Thank you for the compliment, Mom. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's face reddened further. Suddenly recollecting something, she hurriedly opened her bag and pulled out a property deed and a set of car keys. Dad, Mom, last time we met, it was rather rushed, and you didn't accept the antique gold I gave you. But this time, I'm here as your daughter-in-law, so you must accept this. I bought you a villa in the Uni Villa district, and as for the car, I got you a Rolls-Royce Phantom, not knowing your preferences. The reason for her delay was to purchase these two items. What? Zhao Yalan and Xiao Beichen were stunned. Last time, she gifted them antique gold, and this time, she presented them with a villa and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. What kind of family is this, effortlessly gifting away items worth tens of millions? Zhao Yalan quickly replied, Our Beichen is incredibly fortunate to marry you. Since he didn't ask for a bride price, how can we accept your gifts? Yes, yes, we can't accept this. Daughter-in-law, your sentiment is enough. Xiao Jingwen nodded. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were rejecting gifts that were practically being handed to them. Surely they must be fools. Xiao Chanhua's demeanor shifted to one of sycophancy. Sister Yalan, how can we refuse gifts from the daughter-in-law? It's a gesture of goodwill. What does that have to do with you? Zhao Yalan coldly retorted. Just moments ago, Xiao Chanhua had been the most vociferous. Xiao Chanhua, unperturbed, countered, we're all family. We naturally wish for your well-being. Didn't you just borrow money from Xiao Jingye? They refused, so I offered. And no, sister-in-law, we have money we can lend. Huang Cuihua quickly interjected. Xiao Jingye wore a cheerful expression. Brother, sister-in-law, we were wrong before. Please don't take it to heart. I'll go get the money right now. Xiao Chanhua was displeased. You all are ungrateful. If it weren't for old Xiao raising you, you'd be dead by now. Now that you need a little money, you're being so evasive. If you need a loan, it should come from us. Shut up. We're family. Jingye and your brother share blood ties. What do you count as? Just a distant relative at best. Immediately, a scene akin to dogs biting dogs unfolded, nearly culminating in a brawl over borrowing money. No need. I can't afford your money. Zhao Yalan said coldly, finding their demeanor repulsive. How could that be? I'm the biological brother of the elder brother. My money is your money. If I had known you were of such character, I should have left you to starve on the road, or better yet, thrown you into the mountains to be devoured by wolves, Zhao Yalan remarked. Xiao Jingye. Borrowing money? Yi Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback. Mom, Dad, if you need money, just tell me directly. Why go borrowing from others? This card has 20 million. Take it for now, and if it's not enough, let me know. She directly handed a card to Zhao Yalan. Everyone's eyes gleamed at the sight of the card. 20 million. They had never seen so much money in their lives. You just got married. How can you use your money? Quickly put it away. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Zhao Yalan hastily returned the card, unable to fathom the concept of 20 million, something they couldn't earn even if given 10 lifetimes. Seeing Zhao Yalan's expression darken, Yi Qingsheng reluctantly put the card back in her bag. By the way, weren't we supposed to have a meal together? Why has the house turned into this? At that moment, Yi Qingsheng realized they were at Xiao Beichen's home. How did it become a ruin? Zhao Yalan cast a glance at Xiao Beichen, snorting, isn't it because of this unfilial son? He demolished the house over a trivial disagreement. Chapter 41. The Arena of Strife, you useless thing. Just thinking about it made Zhao Yalan furious. She picked up a stick from the rubble and chased Xiao Beichen down the street, while Xiao Jingye tried in vain to intervene. Mom, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Wrong or not, you'll still get punished. Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but smile at this scene. She had never seen Xiao Beichen in such a state, running down the street in a panic. At that moment, a car stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down to reveal Jiang Luofei. She initially intended to find Yi Qingsheng to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dark Emperor. However, she unintentionally caught sight of Xiao Beichen's silhouette. Though she had never seen the true face behind the mask of the Dark Emperor, this figure felt incredibly familiar. The more she looked, the more something fell off, and a sudden chill ran down her spine as she muttered through gritted teeth, Dark Emperor. One's appearance may change, but one's essence and characteristics cannot. As the saintess of the Medicine King Hall, Jiang Luofei was acutely aware of this. After tirelessly searching for the Dark Emperor, she stumbled upon him effortlessly. Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Luofei forcefully kicked open the car door, the resounding noise instantly capturing the attention of everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. What day was it today that such stunning beauties appeared one after another? Xiao Wei swallowed hard. This was no mere beauty. She resembled a formidable warrior. Who had ever seen a beauty capable of kicking a car door open? Could it be that this enchanting woman had also come in search of Xiao Beichen? A collective gasp echoed at the mention of this name. Xiao Wei's face was a mixture of envy and jealousy. Yi Qingsheng stood frozen in place. Indeed, she was beautiful. With an air of cool detachment that seemed to ward off strangers, she wore a flowing white gown, compelling even her to concede. Their gazes met, as if fated, each appraising the other. For reasons unknown, Yi Qingsheng sensed a hint of hostility in the other's eyes, as though they bore a grudge from a past life. Yet she was certain she had never crossed paths with her before. What a striking young lady. Zhao Yalan paused her actions, scrutinizing Jiang Luofei closely. Thud, 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 thud. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Beichen's heart raced to the brink of spasms. Oh no. How did she find her way here? Encountering Jiang Luofei could be likened to descending into hell. To have Jiang Luofei meet Yi Qingsheng would surely transform this into a veritable battlefield, a true purgatory on earth. The sudden turn of events left Xiao Beichen's heart reeling. If these women were to discover each other's existence, they might very well tear each other apart. At that moment, Xiao Beichen wished he could flee. This unbearable place was no longer tenable. With his mother wielding a stick in pursuit and the looming presence of Jiang Luofei, and Yi Qingsheng creating an apocalyptic scene, Zhao Yalan noticed something was amiss. Beichen, why are you trembling? Nothing, Xiao Beichen replied, casting a sideways glance at Zhao Yalan. You're holding a stick. How could I not tremble? What if you slip and accidentally injure me? Oh, Zhao Yalan nodded, though she found it peculiar. The last stick she wielded was twice the thickness of this one, and he trembled then. Why was he so agitated today? Every move Xiao Beichen made was keenly observed by Jiang Luofei, cementing her belief. This was the scoundrel who had irresponsibly left after their encounter. However, she refrained from exposing his true nature immediately and instead approached Yi Qingsheng. Why does it feel so chilly on such a hot day? Someone remarked. Xiao Beichen shot them a glance, muttering, That's just my heart feeling cold. You must be Yi Qingsheng, Jiang Luofei declared, her voice laced with condescension, towering over Yi Qingsheng, who stood about 1.7 meters tall, a considerable height among women. Yet Jiang Luofei surpassed her by half a head. Yi Qingsheng frowned, refusing to yield, proudly accentuating her ample curves, and replied in an icy tone, I am Yi Qingsheng. May I ask who you are? Jiang Luofei's expression soured as she instinctively felt displeased. As the holy maiden of the Medicine King's hall, she had always looked down upon others, never having been provoked in such a manner. While both she and Yi Qingsheng were evenly matched in terms of physique, Jiang Luofei's A-cup made her feel inadequate. She extended her hand, revealing a teasing smile. I am Jiang Luofei. I don't know you, Yi Qingsheng responded coldly. You may not know me, but I know you, Jiang Luofei retorted with a sneer. That is expected. I am rather famous. Yi Qingsheng extended her hand as well. In this brief confrontation, it was unmistakably Yi Qingsheng, with her impressive figure, who held the upper hand. Jiang Luofei's expression darkened, yet she remained silent. The onlookers were mesmerized, particularly the men from the Xiao family. Usually, a glimpse of one beauty was a cause for reverence. Now, they were witnessing two, both exquisite beyond compare. The sight of them standing together resembled a picturesque landscape, albeit one set in the Arctic, causing onlookers to shiver in the cold. Jiang Luofei appraised Yi Qingsheng from head to toe. Indeed, you are famous. Famous for being a seductress. You are married, yet still seek to steal another's man. Seducer? The crowd gasped, as if they had stumbled upon a scandalous topic. Their gazes swiftly shifted to Xiao Beichen. The verdant lawn appeared lush. Zhao Yalan, visibly displeased, interjected. Miss, please mind your language. One may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak so carelessly. She was known for her fierce protectiveness. In a few swift strides, she positioned herself in front of Yi Qingsheng, shielding her from Jiang Luofei, her face ablaze with anger. Xiao Jinghua, feeling similarly irked, stepped in front of Yi Qingsheng. Xiao Anyun, however, remained still, observing everything with a contemplative expression. Dad Mom, Yi Qingsheng looked at the two who stood before her, warmth swelling within her. Despite her prestigious lineage, her family had always prioritized male heirs, leading to her and her sister being somewhat overlooked by their parents. Their encounters were few and far between, and parental affection was a rarity. Jiang Luofei's brow furrowed. Step aside. This is between her and me. Zhao Yalan was ready to retort, but Yi Qingsheng tugged at her sleeve. Mom, allow me to handle this. Handle what? She has insulted you. Zhao Yalan, though having only met Yi Qingsheng twice, sensed the kindness within her. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for her seemingly unaccomplished son? Both Xiao Jinghua and I are shameless enough to endure others' bullying. But you're my daughter-in-law. No one dares to bully you. Her simple declaration brought moisture to Yi Qingsheng's eyes. Xiao Beichen, you coward. Your wife is being bullied, and you intend to hide away like a turtle? Zhao Yalan exclaimed when she noticed Xiao Beichen's silence. Xiao Beichen's heart sank. He had aimed to diminish his presence. Now, at his mother's urging, He became the focal point of everyone's attention. Oh, mother, you've doomed me. If I told you that these two women are both your daughters-in-law, would you beat me to death? He thought to himself, yet he walked over, feigning calmness while turmoil raged within. Before he could speak, Jiang Lufei's frigid voice interrupted. Dark Emperor, I know it's you. You may deceive others, but not me. Today, if you do not provide an explanation, I will ensure that everyone pays the price. The atmosphere turned chillingly tense. In June, it felt like December's chill. Dark Emperor? What is this, Dark Emperor? Is this a film shoot? The surrounding crowd murmured in confusion. Xiao Beichen feigned composure, his expression puzzled. Miss, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Jiang Luofei's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, I have never seen you before and have no idea who this Dark Emperor is. Xiao Beichen maintained his placid demeanor, though he felt a surge of irritation. However, it seems rather impolite for you to label my wife a seductress. Suddenly, Jiang Luofei realized something and turned to inquire. Yi Qingsheng, is he your husband? Yi Qingsheng scoffed. Indeed. Jiang Luofei inhaled deeply, scrutinizing Xiao Beichen anew. Only upon this close examination did she realize that he differed from the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor, the ruler of the Dark World, exuding an air of sovereign authority. In contrast, the man before her, Xiao Beichen, emanated a roguish charm. My apologies, I was mistaken. Jiang Luofei's tone was icy. Even in her apology, her expression remained devoid of warmth. From the information gathered from the three guardians of the island, Jiang Luofei knew that Yi Qingsheng was indeed married. If Xiao Beichen were truly the Dark Emperor, why would he fabricate yet another identity? The logic was flawed. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Beichen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He never wished to endure such a scene again. Damn it, that was terrifying. In mere minutes, it felt as though centuries had passed. Fortunately, Jiang Luofei did not witness his true nature back then. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be doomed today. Zhao Yalan was not one to let bygones be bygones. Since a mistake had been made, it was best to move on. Jiang Luofei gazed at Yi Qingsheng and inquired, Did masked man save you at the banquet last night? Why should I tell you? Ye Qing retorted, her pride flaring at the thought of someone coming over to slander her with such hostility. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luofei, proud as she was, bowed deeply. I was too impulsive before. I apologize and implore you to reveal the whereabouts of that person. He is of utmost importance to me. Seeing this, Yi Qingsheng decided not to press further. The person you seek resides at Yunding Villa. Thank you, Jiang Luofei responded, departing in her luxurious car from the urban village. Under Yi Qingsheng's urging, Zhao Yalan and the others climbed into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Home is lost. At least we need somewhere to stay. Zhao Yalan contemplated renting a house, but was sternly halted by Yi Qingsheng. Mom, the house I bought for you is right next to ours. You can visit for meals. Otherwise, I'd have to resort to takeout. Reluctantly, Zhao Yalan agreed. However, she adamantly refused to relinquish the car or the bank card. Brother, we were wrong in the past. From now on, I shall be a good younger brother. As they prepared to leave, Huang Zihua urged Xiao Jingye forward. If they did not secure familial ties now, there would be no chance in the future. Xiao Jingye felt conflicted. After all, this was his own brother. Zhao Yalan showed no mercy. Who is your elder brother? You all aimed to drive us out, and now that we are leaving, I assent that what you wished. Jingye, let me make this clear. If you maintain ties with them, I will send you back. You heard what Yalan said. I cannot be the head of this family. Xiao Jingye replied. The Xiao family felt deep regret, yet there are no pills for remorse in this world. Watching the Rolls-Royce depart, Xiao Jingye could no longer contain his rage, shouting, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I shall see how you are cast out in due time. As they prepared to return home, the rest of the Xiao family glared icily at them. Attack! Strike them down! A dozen members of the Xiao family surged forward, overpowering Xiao Jingye's family. If it weren't for you lot, I might have had my turn in a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 44, The Charlatan. Son, why are your hands trembling? In the car, Xiao Anyun, Zhao Yalan, and Yi Qingsheng sat in the back seat. Xiao Jingye noticed Xiao Beichen's hands shaking slightly on the steering wheel and felt puzzled. Cough, it's nothing. It's my first time driving such a luxurious car. Naturally, I'm a bit nervous. Xiao Beichen was still trying to recover from the experience. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhu Ke. Xiao Jingye frowned. Drive responsibly. Tears will flow if you don't. All right. They drove to the Yue Villa district, where the security guard immediately let them pass upon seeing the Rolls-Royce. They resided in Building 100, only a few houses away from where Xiao Beichen lived. Zhao Yalan felt a mixture of amazement and nostalgia as she gazed at the never-before-imagined surroundings. Upon opening the door, she was astounded by the opulence within. The house boasted 2 stories and was almost identical in layout to Building 108. Qingcheng, I apologize for the extravagance. Zhao Yalan spoke with a hint of insecurity. Coming from a humble background, they had never experienced such luxury. Thus, every action felt tentative. Yi Qingcheng shook her head. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. I initially wanted to treat you to a meal at home, but now there is no home left. It was somewhat amusing, and every time Zhao Yalan thought of it, she couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Beichen, who pretended not to notice as he introduced the house to Xiao Jinghua. I wonder what virtue my son accumulated in his past life to find you, Zhao Yalan said, affectionately stroking Yi Qingcheng's hand. Yi Qingcheng smiled and glanced at Xiao Beichen. It must be my fortune. I missed out on your cooking today, but there's always tomorrow. I am hungry. Give me something to eat. After introducing the house, Xiao Beichen flopped onto the sofa, behaving like a lord. After a night filled with chaos, he was utterly exhausted. I've ordered takeout from Zhuang Tower. You'll have to settle for that today. Yi Qingcheng replied with a smile. That'll do. Xiao Beichen squinted, oblivious to the several murderous glares fixed upon him. Qingcheng, does he always act like this at home? Zhao Yalan inquired, her voice calm but pointed. Ye King, unaware of any discontent, nodded. She felt that since she was marrying Xiao Beichen, it was acceptable to invest a bit more effort. Old Xiao, Zhao Yalan called out. Xiao Jinghua, understanding her cue, produced a stick from somewhere and handed it over. Without hesitation, Zhao Yalan struck Xiao Beichen's arm. He winced at the pain. Eyeing the stick. Why is there always a stick around here? Xiao Beichen, no longer daring to lounge on the sofa, quickly stood up. Mom, I am your son. Don't you think you ought to be gentler? Turning, he fled. Seeking help? That was out of the question. If he were to be beaten to death, everyone in the house would be complicit. You're tough enough. I can't kill you. If it comes to that, I'll just buy you a coffin to send you off. Zhao Yalan chased after him. A wife is meant to pamper her husband, not to serve him like a servant. I truly don't understand what Qingcheng sees in such a good-for-nothing. I'm your son. How can you say that about me? Xiao Beichen lamented, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Jiang Lufei stood at the entrance of Yunding Villa. Dark Emperor, I know you are inside. If you do not wish for me to raze this estate to the ground, come out at once. Chapter 45. Men, not one worthy. Her roar echoed throughout the estate. With a creak, the estate's doors swung open. Jiang Lufei furrowed her brows at the figure emerging. Indeed, the Dark Emperor was here. She demanded he show himself. She recognized him as one of the 4 war gods under the Dark Emperor. Zhu Ke remarked, You're too late. The boss has already left. Impossible. Jiang Luofei coldly replied. Zhu Ke shrugged. Then go see for yourself. Jiang Lufei stormed inside. The estate was vast, and after searching for half an hour, she found no trace. Where has he gone? He must have fled to the capital, fearing your wrath. Zhu Ke replied without a second thought. You think I will believe that? Tell your boss that as long as he remains in Jiangcheng, I shall wait for him. Jiang Luofei declared icily. After leaving Yunding Villa, Jiang Luofei did not return to Yawang Island but headed to Yujing Villa District, her own property. Although she usually refrained from alcohol, today she uncorked a fine bottle, swirling the wine in her glass, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Her emotions were complex. Seeing Yi Qingcheng had stirred feelings of sadness within her. The assertiveness she had displayed was merely a facade. In the deep of night, emotions long hidden surged forth like a fountain, flooding her mind with memories of the Dark Emperor. A woman in a white dress, beaming with joy, entered, pausing upon seeing Jiang Luofei on the sofa. Why are you drinking? Have you encountered some trouble? Jiang Luofei responded coldly. Churin, if you start dating someone, you must bring him to me for approval. I deem him worthy, only then can you be with him. In this world, there are too many scoundrels. Jiang Churin was taken aback. And what is the matter with you? Nothing much. Jiang Luofei offered no explanation. Jiang Churin pouted, knowing Jiang Luofei's temperament, if she did not wish to speak. No one could pry it out of her. Aunt, I encountered a genius at school today. He effortlessly solved a problem that I couldn't even fathom, and he discerned its purpose with just a glance. He's a man, isn't he? Jiang Luofei inquired. Jiang Churen was taken aback. How do you know? Oomph. Your expression gives it away. There are no good men. Jiang Luofei replied coldly. Aunt, please don't misconstrue things. He is merely my best friend's sidekick. I've only met him once, and I only learned his name this afternoon from my friend. Jiang Churen hurried to clarify. What's his name? Aunt, what are you planning? Jiang Churen asked warily. I know your little schemes all too well. Since childhood, you have been a prodigy in your studies, the center of attention, showing no interest in looks or wealth, only respecting those who are more intelligent than yourself. Now, suddenly, a man even smarter than you has appeared, of course. Your heart may flutter. Jiang Luofei remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Churen's face flushed crimson, but she truly harbored no such thoughts. At most, she considered him a friend. She had no interest in men. Tell me, what is his name? Jiang Luofei pressed again. Xiao Beichen. Oh, Jiang Luofei mused softly. Have him come over when he has the time. I can discern whether he is a scoundrel at a glance. If he cannot pass my scrutiny, you need not associate with him. Aunt, I really have nothing with him. Jiang Churen attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Luofei. What is nothing now may not be nothing in the future. Men are all scoundrels. Chapter 46. Mother, you and father should try for another child. Before Jiang Churen could respond, Jiang Luofei entered her room. To Jiang Churen, her parents, who were business people constantly flying about, were not her actual guardians. It was her aunt. Hence, her aunt was more formidable in her eyes than her parents, even though she was merely in her 20s. She seemed to have entered menopause. Guardian, keep a close watch on Yi Qingqing's activities. Report to me immediately if there are any changes. Jiang Luofei made a phone call. Yes, the Dark Emperor, elusive and mysterious. She was uncertain if she could locate him, but since the Dark Emperor was fond of Yi Qingqing, monitoring her would surely lead to him. After dinner, Xiao Beichen patted his stomach and was about to lie down when he noticed several unfriendly gazes fixed upon him, making him feel uneasy. Glancing at the stick beside him, he cheerfully said, You all stay put. I'll handle this. Oomph, at least you have some sense. Zhao Yalan scoffed. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smile. Who said all mothers-in-law were wicked? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she began to report. Mom, you have no idea how he bullies me at home. While I'm busy working outside, I still have to wash his clothes, clean, and cook for him, and yet he still scolds me. Don't you dare slander me. Xiao Beichen's heart sank as he tidied the table. Mom, she asked, lying. Do you really think she is so wealthy that she needs to do all these chores herself? Zhao Yalan took a deep breath. I will not concern myself with past matters, but from now on, Qingsheng is a member of the Xiao family, the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. If you dare make her unhappy, don't blame me for being rude. Did you hear that? If you upset me, I will come to complain. Yi Qingsheng clung to Zhao Yalan's arm, emboldened. Qingsheng, feel free to complain. This rascal has a knack for making trouble. If he makes you unhappy, I'll deal with him. Xiao Jingwen nodded in agreement. Xiao Beichen was filled with disdain. What the hell? Getting married has turned me into an outsider. They say a married daughter is like spilled water. Why does it feel reversed in their family? During a lull in the conversation between Yi Qingsheng and Zhao Yalan, Xiao Anyan quietly remarked, Brother, that woman who kicked the car door earlier is your girlfriend, right? Xiao Beichen was taken aback. Sister, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say such things. You can fool mom and dad, but not me. The moment you lift your butt, I know what you're up to. Xiao Anyan smirked. Xiao Beichen furrowed his brow. He expected the usually silent Xiao Anyan to see through him. He decided to be honest. You must keep this a secret. She is not my girlfriend, she is my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? That doesn't seem right. That woman said the daughter-in-law is a mistress, Xiao Anyan commented. This situation is quite complicated. I can't explain it in detail. Just keep it to yourself. Xiao Beichen shrugged. Xiao Anyan scrutinized him and scoffed. I really don't understand what these beauties see in you. Fine, let me ask you this. Besides her, there aren't any others, right? Cough, cough. Xiao Beichen cleared his throat. Xiao Anyan slapped him on the back. Don't tell me there are more. There are 5 more. For a moment, Xiao Anyan felt an urge to strangle her brother. Scoundrel! Mom! She exclaimed. This startled Xiao Beichen, twisting his expression in shock. What now? Zhao Yalan and Yi Qingsheng, engrossed in conversation, were displeased by the interruption. Why don't you and Dad try for another child? Chapter 47. Project Progress Crazy. Zhao Yalan shot a glance and scolded. This frightened Xiao Beichen considerably. Are you really my sister? He complained. Xiao Anyun coldly replied. From now on, you must regard your sister as a deity, otherwise. Xiao Beichen gritted his teeth in frustration. At around midnight, Xiao Beichen and Yi Qingcheng finally returned home. Today the sofa is dry. I'll sleep on the sofa. Xiao Beichen, skipping a shower, plopped down on the sofa. Yi Qingcheng pulled out her phone. Sensing something was amiss, Xiao Beichen asked, "What are you doing? Since you want to sleep on the sofa, I'll call Mom and tell her you're rejecting me, that you don't want to sleep with me." Ye Kink grinned mischievously. Xiao Beichen felt overwhelmed. Am I destined to be controlled by several women? Don't. I can sleep in my room, right? No way. You must hold me while you sleep. Yi Qingcheng batted her long eyelashes. Don't push your luck. Xiao Beichen's expression turned cold. Previously, Yi Qingcheng would have backed down, but now, with Zhao Yalan's support, she was determined to make the call. Xiao Beichen rushed to stop her. You win. I'll hold you while I sleep. If that call went through, a moment later, a woman with a stick would be at the door. Ye Kink chuckled. She slept soundly that night, nestled in Xiao Beichen's embrace, until a phone call interrupted her slumber. All our personnel sent to the high-tech zone have been beaten. An urgent voice came through the line. What? Yi Qingcheng's brows furrowed, glancing at the slumbering Xiao Beichen before rising to head to the living room. As soon as she left, Xiao Beichen opened his eyes. Zhang Longhu is dead. Why is the high-tech zone project still stalled? Yi Qingcheng's tone turned frosty. Only one day remains. Today is the final deadline. If we fail to complete it, I will be stripped of my position as chairwoman. We don't know either. Those people demand 10 billion in compensation. Otherwise, our project cannot proceed. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Yi Qingcheng felt a headache coming on. Sister, is there something wrong with the company? At that moment, Yi Sairu woke up, noticing Yi Qingcheng's anxious demeanor. I will handle the company matters. You just focus on school. Ye King replied. Ye Xiao potet her lips in discontent. When Yi Qingcheng returned to her room, she noticed Xiao Beichen still sound asleep. So she gently closed the door and instructed Yi Xiao, when your brother-in-law wakes up, tell him I've gone to the company. Brother-in-law? I refuse to acknowledge him, Yi Xiao retorted, her small face scrunching up in defiance. Yi Qingcheng, unable to resist, playfully flicked her forehead, regardless of your acknowledgement. He is still your brother-in-law. I must take my leave now. After freshening up, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly exited. Yi Xiao, filled with indignation, felt abandoned by her sister who had always favored her, now seemingly sidelined for a man. Upon entering the room, she kicked Xiao Beichen awake, exclaiming, "What are you still sleeping for? My sister has gone to work, and you remain here like a useless lump. I'm hungry. Prepare me some food." Xiao Beichen pretended to rub his eyes, responding, "Did you just ask me to cook for you?" Yi Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "No cooking? Then I'll call my sister and have her cut off your allowance." Xiao Beichen chuckled. Yi Xiao, on the verge of losing her temper, thought of throttling him. "Fine, I'll cook, but I fear you won't dare eat it. If it doesn't taste good, I'll still call my sister to cut off your allowance." Yi Xiao nearly lost her mind. She turned and stormed into the kitchen. Xiao Beichen, revealing a pitiable expression, thought to himself, "Since your sister threatened me, I have no choice but to seek compensation from you." He had to admit, it felt rather delightful. The only downside was what he had learned from Yi Qingcheng. Chapter 48. I'm cowardly, so what? I want to eat steak. This porridge is too salty. I want buns. During breakfast, Yi Xiao glared at Xiao Beichen, her grip on the knife and fork tightening in irritation. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she had never endured such humiliation. Wang Xiaodai, sitting nearby, could no longer watch. Bullying Xiao is no accomplishment. If you're so bold, why not show it outside? Do you know why he always leaves so early? It's because there's trouble with the corporate project. If she cannot resolve it today, she'll have to resign. Yi Xiao gasped, "Sister Xiaodai, is it that serious?" Wang Xiaodai, bandaged up, nodded. Previously, Yi signed a bed agreement with the board. She advances the high-tech zone project, and the board will support her unconditionally. Conversely, if the project fails, she must resign. Initially, with the death of the underground Emperor Zhang Longhu, they believed the project would proceed smoothly, but there were unexpected disturbances. It was said that dozens of thugs had occupied the construction site and assaulted the company's staff. Yi Xiao snorted, "If you're still a man, Xiao Beichen, go help my sister now." Both pairs of eyes fixed on Xiao Beichen, who continued to eat his porridge and buns. "This is a work matter. I won tea involved myself. Besides, I'm just one person against dozens. Going will be like seeking death. You. Yiseo was infuriated. Weren't you quite formidable when you beat up Yang and his crew yesterday? What is the matter? Are you scared just because there are dozens of them? You're right. I am indeed cowardly, Xiao Beichen replied with a playful grin. Looking at his smile, Yiseo felt her patience fraying. If you're that capable, why not challenge dozens of thugs alone? Xiao Beichen replied, Xiao, don't stoop to the level of this coward. Wang Xiaodai coldly interjected. Someone like him, even if the sky fell, would only retract like a turtle. Only he treats him as precious. Otherwise, he asks nothing. The two left the table in frustration, their eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Beichen chuckled lightly. You two don't understand a thing. After finishing, he first headed to Yunding Mountain Villa, scanning the surroundings for signs of Jiang Luofei. Upon confirming she was not outside, he entered the villa. Boss, are you really planning to use the identity of the Dark Emperor to assist Yi Qingsheng? With Jiang Luofei's intelligence, she must have already set her sights on Yi Qingsheng. For you to show up now is akin to walking into a trap. Zhu Ke remarked. She has her ears everywhere. She certainly knows what you intend to do. Xiao Beichen donned a trench coat and mask, his entire demeanor transforming, exuding an air of intimidation as he sighed. I am well aware, but since I must tread this path, I shall see it through to the end. This is an opportunity to clarify some matters with Jiang Luofei. After all, I'm a scoundrel, so I might as well be clear and straightforward about it. Alas, I wonder how many women will shed tears. Zhu Ke responded. When Yi Qingsheng arrived at the high-tech zone, the scene before her was shocking. It resembled a desolate wasteland rather than a construction site. The area was divided into two factions, one comprised of thuggishes wielding knives and sticks, while the other consisted of the company's employees, all huddled in fear. What is happening? Yi Qingsheng's expression turned icy. President Yi, you finally arrived. I brought my team today, but these people attacked us without warning. Several of our brothers are in the hospital. The project manager stuttered, clearly terrified. Oh, so you're the president of the Yi Group. You're quite beautiful. A scar-faced man approached with a mocking tone, brandishing a machete. President, if you're so lovely, why not increase the compensation for the demolition? Surely you're not trying to force us into submission? He sneered. Yes, the compensation is unreasonable. We want more. Otherwise, don't even think about starting construction. The thugs and local villagers echoed fiercely. Yi Qingsheng's gaze turned frigid. The compensation we provided was determined after discussions with the municipal authorities and is entirely reasonable and lawful. If you have grievances, you may file a lawsuit. We don't care about that. The compensation is unacceptable. If you don't provide more, don't expect to proceed. The scar-faced man sneered. How much do you want for the compensation? Ye King inhaled deeply. Not much, just 10 billion. The scar-faced man gestured impossible. Yi Qingsheng instinctively blurted out. 10 billion. That is already far beyond what is reasonable. Refuse? Then don't blame us for being rude. The scar-faced man chuckled maliciously. Get them. Dozens of thugs began to attack the workers on site. Yi Qingsheng's eyes widened in fury, yet she felt utterly helpless. This small matter, leave it to me. Suddenly, a voice rang in Yi Qingsheng's ear. Turning around, she was astonished to see the masked man reappear before her. You. Before Yi Qingsheng could speak, Xiao Beichen commanded, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man and his thugs halted their assault, turning to Xiao Beichen. Ah, someone dares to intervene, wearing a mask and trying to be mysterious. Do you think we're afraid of you? The scar-faced man lit a cigarette, sizing him up with a smirk. President Yi, do you really underestimate us? One person thinks they can handle so many of us. Don't act recklessly, Yi Qingsheng warned. Who do you think you are? I'm going to act recklessly, the scar-faced man retorted, believing the comment was aimed at him. While in truth, Yi Qingsheng was addressing Xiao Beichen. She had witnessed his overwhelming prowess at Zhang Longhu's birthday banquet, where bloodshed was rampant, and he had been a formidable presence. Go, deal with him. Dozens of men surged toward Xiao Beichen. Is he seeking death, challenging so many alone? The project manager gasped in alarm. Yi Qingsheng remained silent, her eyes fixated on the masked figure, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, though she could not pinpoint why. In the next moment, everyone was frozen in place. Xiao Beichen entered like a wolf among sheep, rendering dozens of men akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. They lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair, having scarcely glimpsed the manner in which he struck. How is this possible? The scar-faced man widened his eyes in disbelief. Even the project manager was taken aback. Is this even human? Surely, not even a world boxing champion could possess such prowess. In a flash, Xiao Beichen vanished from his spot, reappearing before the scar-faced man, who trembled in abject terror. His gaze filled with dread. Do not kill him. Yi Qingcheng hastily interjected, fearing that Xiao Beichen might, in a moment of displeasure, take the man's life. Rest assured, I shall not kill him, Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly. They are merely a band of thugs. With Zhang Longhu dead, they would certainly not dare to pursue the Yi Corporation's project any further. However, their presence indicates that there must be a greater power backing them. This thought resonated with Yi Qingcheng. Upon hearing that he would not be killed, the scar-faced man regained his bravado. Humph, you're correct. I do have someone behind me. Who is it? Xiao Beichen inquired. Why should I tell you? The scar-faced man scoffed. Just because I said I wouldn't kill you doesn't mean I can't render you a cripple for life. What? What do you intend to do? The scar-faced man gasped. With a crack, Xiao Beichen, uninterested in further dialogue, shattered the man's hands. A scream pierced the air as onlookers gasped in horror, perceiving him as a demon. Next, he targeted the man's feet. The cold, indifferent voice made the scar-faced man shudder. No. Please don't. I'll tell you. It's Gades Ho. He paid me to stir up trouble. Who is he? Xiao Beichen continued his interrogation. Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened. He is a member of the Yi Corporation's board. I never imagined he would orchestrate such a scheme to force my resignation. The project manager was equally shocked, recognizing the internal strife within the corporation. Do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Xiao Beichen turned to address him. No, that's unnecessary. Yi Qingcheng swallowed hard, contemplating the man's apparent madness, who so readily spoke of killing. She then turned her gaze to the scar-faced man. If you wish to live, accompany me to the Yi Corporation. The scar-faced man dared not resist. Having just lost the use of his hands, he knew that any further defiance could render him a permanent cripple. Yi Qingcheng instructed her team to take the injured to the hospital, rewarding each with 3,000 yuan, while other workers received a 10% raise. After everything was settled, Yi Qingcheng asked, Who exactly are you? I already mentioned, I am someone who admires you, Xiao Beichen replied with a smile beneath his mask. I have informed you that I am married. Yi Qingcheng retorted, disliking this manner of conversation. Xiao Beichen shrugged. I had someone investigate your husband. He is nothing but a good-for-nothing. What right does he have to be with you? Do not speak ill of him. Yi Qingcheng shot back coldly. Fine, I won tea. Xiao Beichen responded with a grin. One day, you will realize that the man you admire is not as simple as he appears. What do you mean? Yi Qingcheng detected an underlying implication. Nothing, Xiao Beichen replied, choosing not to elaborate further, and waved goodbye. Watching him depart, Yi Qingcheng's expression turned icy. Show yourself. Upon reaching a remote location, Xiao Beichen halted and called out. In a flash, a figure emerged before him. Jiang Luofei, radiating an aura of fury. Dark Emperor. Are you not going to offer me an explanation? What explanation do I owe you? Xiao Beichen replied coolly. You saw for yourself. I have moved on, and now only have eyes for Yi Qingcheng. I am no longer interested in my past relationships. You scoundrel. Jiang Luofei's face was a mask of anger. Do not be so enraged. We are merely dating, not marrying. Just because I do not favor you. Must you forcibly bind me to you? His tone turned frigid. You are not like this before. Jiang Luofei clenched her fists, trembling with emotion, her eyes reddening. That was all pretense. Who would not be drawn to such a beautiful woman? A fleeting encounter does not necessitate a lifelong commitment. Those are your true feelings. Jiang Luofei spoke deliberately. At this moment, Xiao Beichen appeared momentarily stunned, his heart quaking. Though he had anticipated such a confrontation, his heart could not help but race. And finally, the chilling words escaped his lips. Indeed, I am the Dark Emperor, the king of the Dark Realm. I will not settle for just one woman in this lifetime. Unless you are willing to be a mistress, you can forget about being with me. Are you truly so heartless? A crystalline tear slipped from Jiang Luofei's eye, trailing down her face, mirroring the anguish in Xiao Beichen's heart. His heart bled. How unjust the world was. He, the one in debt, forced these women to pay the price. Chapter 51. Jiang Luofei's broken heart. The wind howled. brushing against Jiang Luofei's face and penetrating her heart. Xiao Beichen remained silent, a wave of guilt washing over him. If anyone understood the hidden sorrow behind Jiang Luofei's icy demeanor, it was undoubtedly him. Trained from a young age to be the saint of the Medicine King Hall, she had no childhood, only a myriad of prescriptions and herbs. She longed to be cherished. Yet, she had been deeply wounded by man. "I am sorry." After a long silence, those words finally escaped Xiao Beichen's lips. Jiang Luofei inhaled deeply, gently wiping her tears, her cold expression unchanged. "I understand. Regardless, I never held you dear." For reasons unknown, the fury that once consumed Jiang Luofei transformed into profound sadness at that moment. She could neither lift a sword nor brandish a blade. "I am leaving." With that, she turned away without a backward glance, tears streaming down her face in a secluded spot where no one could see. Ultimately, she was all alone. As she passed by, she spotted a small cat, cold as she was, and knelt down. "Have you also been abandoned?" "Meow," the orange cat replied. "I too have been forsaken by the one I loved most." Jiang Luofei gently scooped up the orange cat, glancing back only to find no trace of anyone. "Come home with me," she called out, unaware that in a concealed corner, Xiao Beichen was observing this scene, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Such a stubborn girl, just as she was when I first met her. "My life is destined to be a tragedy. You should not be entwined with my fate." Dingling. The sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. To his surprise, it was Yi Sairu calling. "Xiao, come to school shortly," her irate voice echoed. "Mind your tone, or your sister might cut off your allowance," Xiao Beichen jested, taking a deep breath. "You scoundrel." Yi Sairu seethed. "If it weren't for Churn insisting I call you, I would never have bothered." "Not going." Xiao Beichen rejected without a second thought. "Fine, then do not blame me for being unkind. I'll make sure you don't sleep a wink tonight." Yesiru retorted coldly. "All right, I'll go then." Xiao Beichen sighed. This girl had quite a temper. After hanging up, Yi Sairu huffed. "Competing with me? You truly think you can bind me with an allowance?" "Sairu, is he coming?" Jiang Churn inquired. "When I step in, it will be an easy task," Yi Sairu boasted. "But I am curious why your aunt wishes to meet him." Jiang Churn recounted the events of the previous night, prompting Yi Sio to erupt in laughter. "Your aunt must be afraid you'll lose your sight. Who would deign to look at such a worthless fellow?" She refrained from adding that the worthless fellow was her brother-in-law, not wishing to bear the shame if it became public knowledge. Jiang Churn smiled and replied, "It seems you underestimate this little sidekick. He is not as useless as you think. He solved the problems correctly yesterday." "Really?" Yi Sio was taken aback. Jiang Churn nodded. "Who would have guessed? He does possess some skill. But even if he can solve problems, what difference does it make? He is still a waste," Yi Sio retorted, pouting. Jiang Churn glanced at the time. "I need to head to class soon. I'll accompany you. After all, it's your last class. Once it's over, I'll go back with you. I haven't met your aunt yet," Yi Sio said. "Sure." Chapter 52. The Theory of the Gravity Testing Machine soon. Xiao Beichen arrived at Jiangxing University. After inquiring about the building, he made his way there, slipping in through the back door of the classroom and settling into the last row. It was his first taste of university life, and it felt refreshingly different. "Hey, you're not from this department, are you?" A young man beside him inquired. "How did you know?" Xiao Beichen responded. "Come on, I attend this class daily and have never seen you before. Honestly, are you here for Jiang Churn?" The young man wore a knowing expression. "How did you figure that out?" Xiao Beichen asked, puzzled. "Well, there are 30 guys in this classroom, and nearly all of them are here for her. But look at the woman next to Jiang Churn. She is also quite beautiful. I wonder if she has a boyfriend." Xiao Beichen realized the young man had mistaken him for a rival. "Which one do you prefer?" Xiao Beichen queried. "I like both." The young man was practically drooling. "That won't do. Both are mine," Xiao Beichen replied with a mischievous grin. The young man dismissed his claim with a laugh. At that moment, Yi Sio noticed Xiao Beichen. He greeted her, but she completely ignored him. "Did you see that? She doesn't even acknowledge you," the young man gloated. Xiao Beichen merely smiled in silence. The class progressed, and the teacher, an elderly gentleman, glanced at the time before cheerfully announcing, "Classmates, there are 20 minutes left. I wonder if you have heard of the gravity testing machine?" "The gravity testing machine? Isn't that a theoretical concept?" Jiang Churn asked. "Precisely. But do you know what this theory comprises?" The teacher began to write on the blackboard, his words resembling astronomical equations that left the students, including Jiang Churn, utterly bewildered, as it surpassed their comprehension. However, The teacher was merely touching upon a point relevant to their major. The students listened intently, but Xiao Beichen furrowed his brow. Hasn't the gravity testing machine already been invented? Why does it only exist in theory? Buddy, you're joking, right? Even if I'm not in this field, I know that the gravity testing machine is still theoretical. Only anti-gravity exists, utilizing air to achieve similar effects. Progress toward a true gravity testing machine has stagnated. Who would have guessed you understood this? Xiao Beichen remarked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, you have to impress the ladies. Impressive. Xiao Beichen gave a thumbs up, adding, but the gravity testing machine has indeed been created. The Dark Hall's rapid development is attributed to more than just me and my 4 battle gods. It also includes financial experts and scientists. The gravity testing machine was a collaborative creation between me and one of the scientists within the Dark Hall. He observed the blackboard, increasingly sensing something was amiss. Is this the gravity testing machine theory developed by the long domain? The discrepancies are far too great. Xiao Beichen thought, frowning deeply, realizing they had been researching in the opposite direction, which explained why they believe it only existed in theory. The young man, noticing Xiao Beichen's arrogance, decided to challenge him. He raised his hand. Excuse me, do you have a question? The teacher inquired. He claims that our nation's research on the gravity testing machine theory is erroneous. Chapter 53. A genius, absolutely a genius. The moment those words were uttered, all eyes turned towards Xiao Beichen, their gazes laced with disdain. Although they didn't fully comprehend, how could research conducted by scientists from the long domain be wrong? What nonsense was this worthless fellow spouting? Yixiao felt embarrassed, and Jiang Chern frowned. The teacher, visibly angered, commanded, "Stand up." The young man next to him basked in his own smugness, thinking it absurd for someone like this to pursue the school beauty. Ignorant. The teacher rebuked fiercely. Do you have any idea how many years it took for the long domain scientists to develop this theory? You dare to claim it's wrong? Explain to me where the error lies. If you cannot provide a coherent argument, we are far from finished. Xiao Beichen slowly stood, feeling exasperated. He had fallen into a trap. If it's not wrong, then why hasn't it been developed yet? Do you even know what you're talking about? The teacher retorted, increasingly agitated. Science progresses step by step. We solve one problem today and another tomorrow, not by shooting for the stars. Do you realize that your careless words undermine the hard work of countless scientists? Are those scientists not superior to you? Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. To openly challenge our long domain scientists is incredibly audacious. He is probably here to see Jiang Chern, attempting to garner attention. I bet he is just a keyboard warrior, belittling others because he can't achieve anything himself. People like him are truly detestable. Even the teacher wouldn't be so arrogant. Listening to the ridicule directed at him, Yixiao wished for the ground to swallow her whole. The embarrassment was overwhelming, and she was grateful no one knew of her connection to Xiao Beichen. Had she known he would act so foolishly, she would have insisted he wait outside. I don't know if they're better or not, but wrong is wrong. Xiao Beichen stated coolly. Good, good, good. The teacher, infuriated by Xiao Beichen's obstinacy, repeated the word thrice. I would love to hear your esteemed opinion on this theory, O learned scholar. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, you'd better leave immediately. It's simple. Replace the machine as pressurization with an air rupture system. Then invert the theory and recalculate from the final step. Air rupture system? I've never even heard of such a term. The student's expressions turned even more contemptuous. The young man beside him chuckled derisively. You're killing me with laughter. That sounds like a made-up term. This guy truly believes he is some sort of prodigy, spouting nonsense, Yixiao murmured. We must pretend we don't know him. Jiang Chern remained silent, though she too felt Xiao Beichen was being somewhat arrogant. This level of theoretical research was beyond their ability to critique. However, the teacher appeared momentarily stunned, staring at the densely packed theoretical formulas on the blackboard. In his mind, the concept of a reverse process began to take shape. This elder was no ordinary individual. He was a well-known professor at Jiangxing University, a high-tech talent subsidized by the long domain. He had spent his early years conducting scientific research in the imperial capital, and now, having aged, he returned to Jiangxing as a guest professor. The theoretical research on gravity testers was also part of his endeavors. Although he played a supporting role, he possessed an intricate understanding of the theory. At this moment, he fervently erased the equations from the blackboard and began anew, writing and erasing, lost in his calculations, completely oblivious to the ringing of the class bell. The students below dared not leave. The old man possessed a peculiar temperament, and if he became displeased, they were certain to fail their final exams. Hence, they could only cast furious glances at Xiao Beichen, blaming him for the extended class. Genius. You are truly a genius. Suddenly, the old man halted his chalk, gazing at Xiao Beichen in astonishment. Chapter 54. The rejection of the guest professor genius? The crowd gasped in surprise. What was happening? The old man, nearly beside himself, descended from the podium and approached Xiao Beichen, shoving aside the young man beside him with palpable excitement. How did you deduce that the air rupture system could replace machine pressurization? And how did you even know about the air rupture system? The air rupture system is not a secret. It can be found in various texts, such as the theory of Apulia forging in the Zoe apocalypse. As for why I know, it is simply because I know, Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly, choosing to omit the fact that he had developed it years prior to avoid raising suspicions from Yisairu. You are undoubtedly a genius. What is your name, young man? The elder exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Beichen, not your student. I'm here to find someone, he retorted. Ah, no wonder you are so remarkable. You are not a student? Would you be interested in becoming a guest professor at Jiangxing University? No. I should report this to the national level and have you directly enter the research system. What? Everyone looked at the old man in disbelief. He was proposing to make him a guest professor at Jiangxing University, and he believed that was beneath him, wanting to bring him into the national research system. They were all too stunned to speak. Not interested, Xiao Beichen flatly declined. My goodness, what did I just hear? Refused? Young friend, consider this carefully. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the elder urged. No need. I have no interest in research, Xiao Beichen reiterated. He then turned to the astonished Yi, Sairu, and Jiang Churen, saying, what are you still doing here? Class is over. Let us go. With that, he exited the classroom, leaving the others in shock. What a bizarre turn of events. Not only was he a genius in the scientific realm, but he also casually walked away with the two most beautiful girls in the school. The young man was utterly dumbfounded. Had he just shot himself in the foot? Outside the classroom, Jiang Churen was the first to break the silence. How do you possess such knowledge in scientific research? She had initially thought Xiao Beichen was merely putting on an act, only to discover he was a hidden expert. It's simple. One just needs a quick mind, he replied succinctly, nearly causing Jiang Churen to choke on her thoughts. Since her birth, she had been labeled a genius, excelling in her studies. Yet compared to this man, she felt inconsequential. He was merely 5 or 6 years her senior, but had already solved complex scientific problems and was even being offered a position as a guest professor. Yi Sairu was equally bewildered. Was this truly the same useless brother-in-law she knew? Yet, recalling his timid demeanor that morning, her admiration plummeted. Why did you bring me to school? Xiao Beichen inquired. You should let Churen explain, Yi Sairu replied, pouting. Jiang Churen blushed slightly as she recounted her conversation with Jiang Luofei from the previous night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beichen chuckled, though I am quite exceptional. Do not become infatuated with me. What? Who is infatuated with you? It's all my aunt's wild imagination, Jiang Churen stammered, much to Yi Sairu's astonishment. She had known Jiang Churen for years, but had never seen her in such a flustered state. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for this scoundrel, Xiao Beichen? No. Jiang Churen had such high standards, she could never be interested in him. Yi Sairu quickly dismissed the thought. If it were true, it would be too frightening. Her own sister and her best friend liking the same person. The mere thought was enough to send chills down her spine. It was simply too dramatic to fathom. The two remained oblivious to Yi Sairu's inner turmoil. Xiao Beichen did not refuse the invitation, agreeing to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Chapter 55. The dragon heard her before long. The trio arrived at the Yujing Villa district. Huh? Why is the door open? Jiang Churen noticed the door ajar as she prepared to enter the code. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the chaotic scene. Churen, has her house been robbed? Yisiru Guspit. I don't know. Jiang Churen swallowed nervously. Xiao, you go in first. Yi Sairu nudged him forward. Xiao Beichen rolled his eyes and stepped inside, only to freeze at the sight of a figure on the second floor. What is she doing here? Equally stunned was Jiang Luofei, who held a bottle of wine, her gaze icy. What are you doing here? Upon hearing Jiang Luofei's voice, Jiang Churen rushed in. Aunt, why is the house in such disarray? And why are you drinking again? It's nothing, Jiang Luofei replied, her cheeks flushed her attention focused entirely on Xiao Beichen. He is the husband of Yi Qingcheng, yet I feel he resembles someone from my past. Who? Who is he? Jiang Churin asked hurriedly. Oh, Jiang Luofei nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Make yourself comfortable. Seat. Yi Sairu surveyed the mess, bewildered at how such a beautiful woman could create such disarray. Jiang Churin quickly began tidying up, and Yi Sairu joined her. Jiang Luofei, however, paid them no mind and approached Xiao Beichen, her inebriated demeanor apparent. You are Yi Qingqing's husband, yet I can't shake the feeling you remind me of someone dear to me. Surely it must be someone you cherished, Xiao Beichen ventured. How did you know? Jiang Luofei's icy fa cracked into a fleeting smile. Those who can transform a woman in such a manner must indeed be men. If one cannot possess, it is better to forget, Xiao Beichen stated calmly. Forget? Jiang Luofei suddenly erupted in laughter, startling both Jiang Churin and Yi Sairu. How can one forget that which is etched in their very bones, flowing through their veins? All my happiness is tied to him. To forget him is to forget all joy. Is your aunt mentally unstable? Yi Sairu whispered, swallowing hard. Jiang Churin shrugged. She isn't usually like this. I don't know what has gotten into her lately. But never mind. You wouldn't understand. All you men are the same. In an instant, Jiang Luofei's demeanor turned cold. Let me remind you, your wife is currently being targeted. With that person's tactics, it is all too simple to win a woman's heart. You had best prepare yourself for a swift exit. Xiao Beichen said nothing, instead asking, is it worth it for a man? There is no such thing as worthiness in this world, Jiang Luofei responded. In a heartbeat, she lay back on the sofa, fast asleep. Aunt, Jiang Churin called out urgently. Xiao Beichen intervened. Let her rest for a while. She may feel better upon waking. But she mentioned there is an auction today for something called Dragon Heart Herb that is needed by someone very important. Jiang Churin exclaimed anxiously. At the mention of the Dragon Heart Herb, Xiao Beichen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being trembling. He had previously inquired about rare medicinal herbs from Jiang Luofei, but even the apothecary hall lacked such treasures. He had not brought it up again, yet he was astonished to learn that Jiang Luofei had remained vigilant all these years, still searching for the herb that he needed. Gazing at Jiang Luofei's face, Xiao Beichen was filled with guilt. Xiao Beichen, please take care of my aunt. I will go prepare some hangover soup, Jiang Churin said. I will accompany you, Yi Xiao added, unwilling to remain with a drunkard and a wastrel. Chapter 56, You Come With Me. Xiao Beichen slowly settled onto the sofa, watching the already slumbering Jiang Luofei as he gently brushed her hair aside. His thoughts drifted back to a few years prior, one fateful night when Jiang Luofei, intoxicated, lay across his lap, recounting tales of her childhood. What a fool! Xiao Beichen smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. After all these years, would it not be better to forget me? No, I shall never forget you, Jiang Luofei suddenly murmured, startling Xiao Beichen, who sprang to his feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was merely speaking in her sleep and breathed a sigh of relief. If she were to discover his true identity, he would surely be in peril. Caution. Caution. Xiao Beichen could not help but pat his chest. The thrill was overwhelming. Soon, Jiang Churin returned with the hangover soup. Xiao Beichen, come help me. I cannot lift my aunt. Men and women should not engage in close contact. Xiao Beichen quickly protested. He understood Jiang Luofei's disposition, aside from the man she fancied. Any other man merely glancing at her would provoke her disdain, let alone touching her skin. Yi Xiao kicked him lightly. Just carry her. Why are you hesitating? With no alternative, Xiao Beichen reluctantly cradled Jiang Luofei in his arms. Let me state this clearly. If she strikes me, you must explain. After sipping a few spoonfuls of the hangover soup, Jiang Luofei slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Churin exclaimed with delight, Aunt, you're awake. Jiang Luofei, feeling somewhat dizzy, nodded and suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing on a man's face, igniting her fury. Xiao Beichen quickly withdrew, thinking, I warned you she would surely hit me. Jiang Luofei attempted to strike, but Jiang Churin hastily interjected, Aunt, you were in a deep sleep. I asked Xiao Beichen to carry you. At this explanation, Jiang Luofei's anger subsided slightly, but her tone remained frosty. Do not allow men to touch me again. Jiang Churin smiled gently. Aunt, did you not say you were going to the auction tonight? Why drink so much? Auction? Jiang Luofei shook her head, recollecting the event. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, Churin, you shall accompany me. Huh? Jiang Churin pouted. I had plans with Xiao to watch a movie. They had already arranged to meet Xiao Beichen and then go to the cinema together. The tickets were purchased. No, Jiang Luofei insisted with an unwavering tone. Ye Xiao, slightly displeased, remarked, you merely desire company for the auction. Xiao Beichen will accompany you. Me? Xiao Beichen was taken aback. How had he become involved? Well, it is settled then. Before he could react, Yi Xiao, with a mischievous grin, took Jiang Churin's hand and rushed out. Inside, only two remained, and the atmosphere turned palpably awkward. That impudent girl. I am your brother-in-law. How could you entrust me to an unfamiliar woman? I have matters to attend to. Perhaps you should go alone? Xiao Beichen tentatively suggested. Leave, Jiang Luofei replied coldly. Her aversion to men was profound. All right then. Xiao Beichen felt a wave of relief. Such an astute woman as Jiang Luofei could easily suspect his true identity if he lingered too long. He was not willing to gamble on that. Just as he was about to step out the door, a delicate hand suddenly grasped his clothing. I have changed my mind. You must accompany me. Chapter 57. No English. No food. On what grounds? Xiao Beichen wore a miserable expression. Drink and drive? Drive and drink. Just as he uttered this, Jiang Luofei felt a wave of nausea and hurried to the restroom to vomit. After a brief interval, Xiao Beichen was left with no choice but to drive Jiang Luofei to the auction. On the way, she remarked, I am hungry. Find a restaurant nearby. You just vomited. How can you be hungry? Xiao Beichen was perplexed. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Jiang Luofei's furious expression and quickly relented. Fine, let us eat. They entered a high-end restaurant named Encounter, decorated in a style reminiscent of foreign romanticism, with exquisite foreign wines paired with steak. Though Xiao Beichen had dined extensively, he still found authentic cuisine from Longyu to be superior. It was not that he was a disgruntled individual. Rather, he felt that foreign cuisine often prioritized presentation over substance. Once seated, a server approached, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Beichen's attire. Most patrons were clad in suits, while he wore casual attire. Moreover, he was seated opposite a stunning beauty, eliciting a pang of jealousy. The server handed over an English menu. Xiao Beichen glanced at it before passing it to Jiang Luofei, as he was not particularly hungry. The server's expression turned scornful. Seeing someone who could not even read English attempting to dine on Western cuisine was laughable, particularly with such a beautiful companion, a flower among dung. Sir, it seems you cannot understand the English menu. I apologize, but our establishment has a policy. Those who cannot read English are not permitted to dine here. Please leave. What nonsense is this? I come here for a meal, and I must understand English? It was not that Xiao Beichen could not comprehend it. Rather, the server's attitude irked him. The server scoffed, This is our restaurant's rule. You must leave immediately. Do not forget, this is Longyu. Everyone has the right to dine equally. Xiao Beichen asserted. The server's tone dripped with condescension. And what of Longyu? This is our restaurant's rule. Are you not from Longyu? Does your restaurant's policy supersede that of Longyu? Indeed, our boss does not favor Longyu individuals who cannot speak English, the server replied. Oh, is that so? Then why open a restaurant in Longyu? Xiao Beichen retorted coldly. Who does not know that there are many people in Longyu? They may dislike the locals, but are fond of Longyu's wealth. This statement caused Jiang Luofei's brow to furrow. Sir, I shall say this one last time. If you cannot understand English, leave this establishment immediately, or I will, before he could finish. A resounding slap struck his face. If you do not like Longyu individuals, then disappear from Longyu. Do not obstruct me with your presence. The server's words provoked discontent among many patrons. Witnessing Xiao Beichen strike him brought a sense of relief, although some self-proclaimed elite individuals were dissatisfied. You dare strike me? The server shouted, covering his face. Strike you? As a resident of Longyu, devoid of its dignity, how dare you engage me in conversation? Xiao Beichen scoffed. What a barbarian. One should not dine here if they cannot speak English. Indeed, clearly a waste who has not received a proper education. Others whispered and pointed. Xiao Beichen erupted. Whoever dares utter another word, I shall deliver a slap. Chapter 58. Are you him? Observing Xiao Beichen's brazen demeanor, those around could only glare menacingly, rendered speechless. Should they utter another word, they risked receiving a similar fate. However, they were not anxious. Surely, someone would deal with him. You just wait. The waiter fled, covering his face, and upon his return, He was accompanied by a middle-aged man, his chest adorned with a manager's badge. His face twisted in anger. "Sir, how dare you strike our waiter? Apologize to him at once. Do you hear me?" The waiter, emboldened, stood firm. Xiao Beichen coldly replied, "May I inquire, is it the establishment's rule that one cannot dine here without speaking English?" "Indeed," the manager retorted angrily. "Anyone who comes to this establishment must abide by its rules." "Very well." Xiao Beichen slowly rose from his chair. Those who considered themselves superior and fluent in English scoffed. Hadn't they been quite arrogant moments ago? Yet now, faced with a formidable opponent, they were compelled to apologize. Smack! In the next instant, everyone was frozen in disbelief as Xiao Beichen delivered a resounding slap to the manager's face. The manager staggered back, clutching his face, blood spitting from his mouth along with 2 teeth. He pointed at Xiao Beichen and roared, "You dare to strike me again." Smack! Another slap echoed, this time on the other side of his face, leaving it swollen and grotesque. The onlookers gasped. This man was outrageously bold. If you wish to profit from Longyu, yet look down upon its people, then you should leave Longyu, Xiao Beichen declared coldly. Well done. Such individuals deserve to be taught a lesson. Those who eat at the table, yet claw from beneath. More voices joined in cheers. The manager, sensing the tide turning against him, threatened, "You just wait." He promptly called the police. "You're not planning to flee, are you?" At this moment, Jiang Luofei slowly interjected. "Flee? This is Longyu. Those who disrespect its culture should be the ones to leave." Unfazed, Xiao Beichen sat back down and addressed the manager. "Bring out your establishment's signature dishes. I will give you 10 minutes. Once that time is up, my hand will strike again." Arrogant, he not only struck someone, but demands service. The manager, covering his face, realized it would take the authorities half an hour to arrive and wished to avoid further beatings. This man is a lunatic. Hurry up with the food. Soon, the dishes were served, the manager clearly eager to appease. While enjoying her steak, Jiang Luofei remarked with a smirk, "No wonder a beauty like Yi Qingcheng would fancy you. You possess a hint of masculinity. I simply cannot tolerate such individuals." Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly, "Do not blame me for not warning you. Your current arrogance rests solely on Yi Qingcheng's affection for you. However, there exists someone who could effortlessly capture your wife's heart, and when that happens, you will find yourself expelled from the Yi family conglomerate with nothing left." Jiang Luofei even felt a twinge of pity for the man before her, unaware that he was the very dark emperor she spoke of. "Let go of what you cannot have. It is that simple," Xiao Beichen stated plainly. "You are surprisingly carefree." Jiang Luofei retorted coldly, "What else can one do? If you cannot hold on to sand, it is better to let it slip away." This statement was subtly a suggestion for Jiang Luofei to forget the Dark Emperor. Yet, it inadvertently infuriated her. Men are truly worthless. If you genuinely cared, would you forget her? What else can one do? Holding on only brings pain to both parties. It is better to release and be free. Xiao Beichen shrugged, noticing Jiang Luofei's changing expression, and continued, "One who has changed their heart cannot be pursued back. Even if you exhaust a lifetime, it is wiser to look forward. Are you him?" A sudden question nearly left Xiao Beichen breathless. Chapter 59. A few years in prison. Bang. 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 Xiao Beichen felt his heart race, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he recalled his previous words. Finding no flaws in them. How could it lead Jiang Luofei to such a conclusion? Damn it, had I known. I should never have agreed to escort her to the auction. Just as Xiao Beichen contemplated explaining, a chilling voice interrupted. "Too bad you are not him. Therefore, your words hold no significance. Damn it, can you not say everything at once? You are making my heart race. You seem rather anxious," Jiang Luofei questioned abruptly. "Why should I be anxious? Then why add la fight to your steak?" Only then did Xiao Beichen realize, hastily placing the wine glass back, his face flushed with embarrassment. My apologies. Jiang Luofei cast a sidelong glance. "Also, that is my wine. Your role today is that of a driver. You cannot drink." "Goodness, you truly see me as a chauffeur. I am merely here to assist." Xiao Beichen scoffed. Just then, outside, the blare of police sirens erupted. The manager and waiter nearly jumped for joy, with Lu Yutong pointing at Xiao Beichen. "You are finished. Soon, you will regret this." "Sir, do not fear. We have many eyes watching. It is clear they insulted our Longyu first." Someone spoke up. Let me see who dares to speak for him." "The director of the patrol office is my cousin," Lu Yutong sneered. "No wonder he was so arrogant. He had someone backing him. However, not everyone in the restaurant was a coward. Some stood up for Xiao Beichen, declaring they would never dine there again. Lu Yutong remained unfazed. Eat or not. It matters not. Others will come. Soon, a commotion was heard at the entrance. Several uniformed individuals burst in, led by a middle-aged man. His square face and hawkish nose signaling he was no saint. Lu Yutong's face lit up upon seeing him. "Cousin, this is the one who struck me. Hurry, arrest him." Just as he approached, he felt a kick to his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned. They had not anticipated Xiao Beichen's audacity to strike him in front of Lu Yutong's cousin, leaving them speechless. Jiang Luofei remained seated, sipping her Lafite, her brow knitted in thought as Xiao Beichen's figure reminded her of that person. Lu Yutong, clutching his waist, could hardly believe his eyes. "You dare to hit me before my cousin. Spare me your nonsense. Utter one more word, and I shall end you now," Xiao Beichen warned. The waiter attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a slap from Xiao Beichen, knocking him unconscious. "Outrageous! So audacious!" Lu Yutong exclaimed. "Cousin, did you see this? He truly disregards you. He must be arrested." Lu Yue's expression darkened ominously. As the head of the patrol office, witnessing someone so brazenly strike another before him was intolerable. "Kid, you are quite arrogant. You dare strike my cousin? Take him away." Xiao Beichen chuckled coldly. "While I am not well versed in the workings of the patrol office, I do understand procedures. You should investigate thoroughly before making judgments, rather than assuming because he is your cousin. You need not seek the truth." Lu Yutong seethed. "What are you? You struck me. What does it matter if you are right? Cousin, lock him up and torture him. Let him rot in prison for a few years." Chapter 60. "Master, is that you?" Jiang Luofei's brow twitched in displeasure. Xiao Beichen was with her, and this blatant bullying was a clear disregard for her. Lu Yue coldly regarded Xiao Beichen. "I do not require your guidance in my duties. Who do you think you are? Should I relinquish my position to you? Kneel and place your hands on your head at once." Such a foolhardy individual. Even with his cousin present, he dared to act so arrogantly. Truly deluded into thinking he was of importance. No matter how brash he was, he would inevitably comply when faced with a patrol officer. He might very well spend years behind bars. Why provoke anyone when he could have chosen a less formidable opponent? The surrounding crowd viewed Xiao Beichen as a fool for courting disaster, especially with the backing now present. "Young man, are you not quite arrogant? Here is your chance. Kneel down and consume everything on the floor. Perhaps I will persuade my cousin to be lenient and let you serve a year or two in confinement." Lu Yutong hurled the dishes onto the ground, followed by a disdainful spit. Xiao Beichen smiled faintly, discriminating against the people of Longyu, and now demanding that I kneel, attacking me without discernment. "It seems you are not prepared to reason." "Reason? You think you are worthy of that?" Lu Yue scoffed. "You heard my cousin's words. Either kneel and eat everything off the ground, or I shall take you to the governor's office." Xiao Beichen's smile faded. "It appears you are indeed unwilling to engage in reason." "I have no intention of reasoning. What can you do about it? In this place, I am a law." Lu Yue retorted coldly. "Then you are forcing my hand." "Force your hand?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who would dare act violently in front of the governor? Was this not courting death? Jiang Luofei regarded Xiao Beichen with newfound admiration. A man should be thus, full of youthful vigor. With these treacherous beings, if one could act, there was no need for idle chatter. "You seek your own demise." Lu Yue ceased his pretense, drawing a club from his waist and charging at Xiao Beichen. Xiao Beichen sidestepped effortlessly and seized Lu Yue's head, slamming it against the ground. His face smeared with food and saliva. "What a foolish attempt. You have some nerve," Lu Yutong exclaimed, eyes wide. No one expected Xiao Beichen to actually dare lay hands on the governor's men. The stakes had escalated dramatically. Lu Yue staggered to his feet. Fury etched on his face as he drew a gun, stating ominously, "Kneel down, or I shall arrest you and have you shot on the spot." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Matters had escalated dangerously, even to the point of drawing weapons. Jiang Luofei could no longer contain her emotions and prepared to reveal her identity. "Who dares disturb my meal? I can hardly eat with all this ruckus." A voice emerged from the private room. The crowd turned to behold a young man, and shock flooded their faces. It was none other than Zhao Tiancheng, the son of the city's mayor. "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" Lu Yue quickly concealed his weapon, plastering on a smile. "What's all this commotion? One cannot even enjoy a meal in peace." Zhao Tianqing expressed his displeasure. Young Master Zhao, there's a suspect here, accused of assaulting the restaurant manager and staff. Even I was a victim, Lu Yue hurriedly explained. Indeed. And look at me, young master, he drew blood. Lu Yutong interjected, showcasing his injury to Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing frowned. In broad daylight, who dares to assault the governor's men? They must have a death wish. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity. Young Master Zhao, it is him. Following Lu Yue's pointing finger, Zhao Tianqing was struck dumb. Master, what brings you here? Master, I have searched high and low for you. I never expected to find you here. Zhao Tianqing exclaimed in delight. Master? Lu Yue's pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Xiao Beichen glanced at him, feeling no familiarity. And you are? Puffed. The crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. This was the renowned son of the city's mayor, Zhao Tianqing, and he did not recognize Xiao Beichen. Zhao Tianqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Master, you don't remember me? I am Zhao Tianqing. You saved my father at the pharmacy. Do you recall? Upon hearing this, Xiao Beichen's memory was jogged. Ah, so it is you. The master remembers. After you left, I never had the chance to properly thank you. Zhao Tianqing began to kneel, but Xiao Beichen halted him. No need for such formalities. Zhao Tianqing laughed. Master, what brings you here? Is there a conflict with them? Oh, Xiao Beichen responded casually. He said that the people of Longyu are trash, and that those who cannot speak English are not permitted to dine here. So he attempted to expel me. I was displeased and slapped him a few times. Well done. Zhao Tianqing laughed heartily, suddenly turning to Lu Yutong with a cold demeanor. When did your restaurant adopt such a rule? How come I am unaware? Lu Yutong struggled to find words. Such rules were rarely enforced, and it was improbable Zhao Tianqing would know. Young Master Zhao, do not listen to his nonsense. He is merely stirring trouble, clearly the one who instigated the violence. Lu Yue interjected hastily. Indeed, he struck first. Young Master Zhao, you are the esteemed son of the city's mayor. You cannot disregard reason. Lu Yutong quickly added. Reason? Did not Director Lu just state that he is reason itself? Zhao Tianqing remarked with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue swallowed hard, his gaze cautious. Young Master Zhao, what era are we in? Surely we must adhere to reason. He is undoubtedly at fault for the violence. I suggest we take them all to the governor's office for questioning. Zhao Tianqing stepped forward slowly, a cold smile on his lips. It appears I have truly given you face. Do you know who he is? He is my father's savior. Without him, my father would have perished long ago. When a master told you to reason, why did you not heed him then? Now you waste my time with your foolishness. Do you think I am without temper? I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to be acquainted with you. Now remove that uniform and get out. Boom! His words struck Lu Yue like a thunderbolt, and he fell to his knees. Zizhao, young master, please do not do this. I acknowledge my mistakes. Leave. Zhao Tianqing showed no mercy. Realizing he had no hope, Lu Yue glared viciously at Lu Yutong, knowing that if not for his words, he would not be in this predicament. Had it not been for their blood relation, he might have wished death upon Lu Yutong. Take care of yourself. With Lu Yue's support gone, Lu Yutong turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Master, how do you wish to handle this person? Zhao Tianqing gestured toward Lu Yutong. Xiao Beichen replied coolly, the ground is dirty. Did you not hear the master? Clean the ground with your mouth. If there is even a speck of dirt, I will see to it that you perish. Zhao Tianqing roared. Chapter 62. I want to crush him. Lu Yutong, terrified, hastily knelt and began to clean the ground. Good dog. Zhao Tianqing remarked coldly. Go back and inform your boss that this establishment is indefinitely closed. What? Lu Yutong gasped, but upon seeing Zhao Tianqing's murderous glare, he quickly sealed his lips. Leave, Zhao Tianqing commanded. Lu Yutong scampered away, fearing that remaining even a moment longer would seal his fate. Turning back, Zhao Tianqing donned a smile. Master, since you saved my father last time, I have yet to express my gratitude. I wonder if you have time to join me for a meal? Currently, I am unavailable. Xiao Beichen declined. That is fine. Please leave me your number, and when you are free, I shall extend an invitation. Zhao Tianqing admired Xiao Beichen sincerely. Were it anyone else, they would be eager to associate with the Zhao family. Yet this man sought no personal gain, which was truly commendable. Reluctantly, Xiao Beichen provided his phone number. Zhao Tianqing, you mentioned that he saved your father. What is the story behind that? At this moment, Jiang Luofei, who had been seated quietly, finally spoke. Oh my, is that not the renowned Jiang Yixian? Master, no wonder your medical skills are so impressive. You have managed to win the heart of Jiang Yixian. Zhao Tianqing finally noticed the enchanting beauty seated opposite him. It went awry. Xiao Beichen's countenance changed abruptly. His medical skills were primarily acquired from Jiang Luofei. If she were to discover that he had employed the Phoenix 7 needles to save a life, she might suspect him. Jiang Luofei regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. You actually possess medical knowledge? Jiang Yixian, are you unaware? The master's medical skills. Before he could finish, Xiao Beichen coughed awkwardly, hastily interjecting. I learned from a wandering doctor for a few years. It just happened to come in handy. Zhao Tianqing quickly countered, Master, you're being too modest. When my father was gravely ill, even the renowned physician Huang Yuan from Jiangsheng was at a loss. It was your swift needles that preserved his life. He continued to chatter incessantly, oblivious to Xiao Beichen's increasingly uncomfortable demeanor. Damn it, if time could turn back, I would have let your father perish right before my eyes. Heaven above, earth below. To be honest, I have not done many good deeds in my life. Why must I be punished like this? Master, wouldn't you agree? After showering Xiao Beichen with flattery, Zhao Tianqing wore a smug expression. However, Xiao Beichen managed a strained smile, internally cursing Zhao Tianqing's ancestors. Jiang Luofei's interest peaked. I am aware of Huang Yuan's skills. Aside from Yaoan Island, he is undoubtedly the best in Jiangsheng. If he could not heal your father, how could you? She scrutinized Xiao Beichen anew, suddenly realizing that he was far more complex than he appeared. It seemed he was reluctant for her to uncover certain truths, which aroused her suspicion. Indeed, that is why I refer to him as Master, Zhao Tianqing chuckled. Enough, Xiao Beichen declared. Your auction should be commencing shortly. We must depart. He was eager to leave this place. All right, Master, Jiang Yixian, do take care, Zhao Tianqing said cheerfully. As they entered the vehicle, Xiao Beichen felt a chill run down his spine. In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Jiang Luofei's frigid expression, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing her lips. It seems you are concealing something from me. Chapter 63. Almost blown away, Xiao Beichen swallowed hard, feigning calmness. Why would I hide anything from you? You are not my wife. Is that so? Jiang Luofei retorted coldly. She leaned closer, unexpectedly vaulting into the front seat, causing Xiao Beichen's heart to race and his face to flush. Hey, be cautious. Do not attempt to deceive me. I can sense when you are withholding something. Jiang Luofei scrutinized him coldly. From the moment we first met, I noticed something was amiss with you. Yesterday, in the village, she had clearly observed him tremble when his gaze fell upon her. What the hell? Xiao Beichen's mind raced with 1,000 curses. Surely, she could not have guessed the truth. After spending less than 4 hours with Jiang Luofei, his emotions had swung wildly, soaring to heaven one moment and plummeting to hell the next. Yet he remained obstinate. Without solid proof, he would not concede. I do not know what you're talking about. Your medical skills are not something you learn from some wandering doctor. You must have recognized my identity the first time we met. As Jiang Luofei spoke, Xiao Beichen broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched. Do not attempt to explain. You can deceive others, but not me, Jiang Luofei stated icily. Suddenly, a glint of cold light appeared. Unbeknownst to him, a gleaming silver dagger had materialized in Jiang Luofei's hand, its sharp edge pressed against his throat. Any slight movement from him would result in a swift cut. The vehicle screeched to a halt, the atmosphere thick with tension. I will ask you once more. Are you concealing something from me? A potent surge of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Luofei's gaze. Truly, there is nothing. Xiao Beichen adamantly refused to relent, fearing that any admission would lead to his demise. Given Jiang Luofei's temperament, she would not hesitate to dismember him. Still unwilling to speak. Do you truly believe I hesitate to kill you? Jiang Luofei pressed the blade into his throat, drawing a thin line of blood. Speak, or remain silent. Damn, this woman is serious. Xiao Beichen felt his resolve wavering, frustration bubbling within him. I give you one last chance. Refuse to speak, and you shall die. Just as he prepared to confess, a figure suddenly appeared before the car window. Jiang Luofei furrowed her brow and slowly retracted her dagger, signaling for Xiao Beichen to roll down the window. A smiling Zhao Tianqing greeted them. Master, Jiang Yixian, why have you stopped by the roadside? Xiao Beichen exhaled heavily, his gaze filled with hope, A moment ago, he found Xiao Tianqing insufferable, but now he seemed like a savior. Xiao Tianqing noticed something amiss. "Master, why are you crying?" "Damn it. These are tears of relief. I was on the brink of being exposed. Sand got in my eyes." "It's nothing." Xiao Beichen quickly rubbed his eyes. "Sand? There are no construction trucks on this road. Where did it come from?" Xiao Tianqing questioned, perplexed. "Master, is the car broken? I can give you a ride wherever you are headed." "Yes, the car is broken. We are heading to the Golden Dragon auction house. Please take us." Xiao Beichen hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, leaping out to embrace Xiao Tianqing, leaving him bewildered. He immediately dove into Xiao Tianqing's vehicle. Xiao Tianqing, confused, turned to Jiang Luofei. "Jiang Yixian, why not ride with me as well? I'll take you both." "Oof." Jiang Luofei shot him a cold glance, entering the vehicle with a frown. Her anger palpable, further perplexing Xiao Tianqing. Chapter 64. The aggrieved Xiao Tianqing. The atmosphere in the car was stifling. Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei exchanged not a word. Xiao Tianqing, sensing the tension, mistakenly assumed they had quarreled. He attempted to lighten the mood with a grin. "What is the big deal about couples arguing? As the saying goes, a fight at the head of the bed, reconciliation at the foot. There is no need to sulk. Be quiet," they both exclaimed in unison. Xiao Tianqing was left speechless. As the scion of a prominent family, his first attempt at mediating had utterly backfired. "Master, as a man, why not just apologize to Jiang Yixian?" he suggested. "Apologize? Go drive your car," Xiao Beichen retorted vehemently. Ultimately, all of this was Xiao Tianqing's fault. If he had kept his mouth shut, Xiao Beichen would not be in his current predicament. Xiao Tianqing pouted, muttering softly. Since he could not convince Xiao Beichen, he turned his attention to Jiang Luofei. "Jiang Yixian, you are a person of great renown. Why stoop to his level? Say one more word, and I shall end you." Jiang Luofei, equally displeased, felt as though she was on the verge of uncovering something explosive, only to be interrupted by Xiao Tianqing. A wave of chill washed over her. Xiao Tianqing swallowed nervously, obediently closing his mouth, though internally he grumbled. When a city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Truly, not a family, not a door. Their personalities are chiseled from the same mold. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Golden Dragon auction house. In the span of a mere dozen kilometers, Xiao Tianqing felt as though he had traversed several hours. After bidding farewell to Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei, he hastily turned to leave, only to be intercepted by Xiao Beichen. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Xiao Tianqing swallowed hard, sensing an ominous turn of events. "Join us inside," Xiao Beichen insisted, apprehensive that if it were just the two of them, Jiang Luofei might conjure some mischief. His heart, already battered, could scarcely endure more. "Very well." Xiao Tianqing relented upon hearing Xiao Beichen's request. "You could go now." Jiang Luofei's icy tone pierced through the air. "But the master wants me to accompany you," Xiao Tianqing protested. "I said go." Jiang Luofei glared at him, sending chills down Xiao Tianqing's spine. "And master," he stammered. Before he could finish, Xiao Beichen interjected. "I want him to come with us. I want him to leave." Jiang Luofei was unyielding. "And master, should I go in or leave?" Xiao Tianqing nearly lost his mind, regretting his decision to stop and bring these two along. Ultimately, Jiang Luofei relented. If Xiao Tianqing did not accompany them, Xiao Beichen would leave immediately. "Oh, look who it is, the spineless Xiao," a voice called from behind. Glancing back, Xiao Beichen recognized who Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Mingfeng. Pretending not to know him, "Come, everyone, witness this pitiful man whose wife was bullied. Yet he cowers like a turtle," Xiao Mingfeng taunted, elevating his voice to draw attention. "Xiao, weren't you boasting about your affluent girlfriend? Why the silence now? Have you been ousted?" Who Xiao's mocking laughter rang out. "I wonder what she saw in you. A complete coward who hides while his wife is assaulted, only to be carried away by a masked stranger. What a misfortune for anyone who ends up with a man like you." Unbeknownst to them, their words irked both Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei. Xiao Beichen shot a glance at Xiao Tianqing. "You handle this." He then proceeded toward the auction house, indifferent. Jiang Luofei cast a cold look, but remained silent. "Hey, don't walk away, coward," Hu Xiao exclaimed, reveling in her perceived victory. He must have been thrown out. Otherwise, how could he look so grim? Xiao Tianqing was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. However, being simple-minded yet physically capable, he resolved to execute his task without further inquiry. As he turned around, his expression brightened upon recognizing Hu Xiao Xiao. Oh, isn't this Hu Xiao Xiao? Xiao! Young Master Xiao, she stammered, her demeanor shifting to panic. Xiao Xiao, do you know him? Xiao Mingfeng's brow furrowed. Is he your boyfriend? Zhao Tiancheng chuckled. Haha, it's amusing to see someone like you attract a suitor. You should know, Xiao Xiao is notorious in our circles. Watch your mouth. Who are you calling a courtesan? Xiao Mifeng snapped, seizing Zhao Tiancheng's collar. With a resounding slap, Zhao Tiancheng vented his frustration. Do you have the audacity to touch my collar? Enraged, Xiao Mingfeng lunged at him, but was halted by a middle-aged man, Yang Guangming, the head of the Jinlong auction house. Kid, are you tired of living? You dare lay a hand on young Master Zhao? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingfeng trembled in fear, realizing he had encountered a significant figure. I apologize, I was unaware it was you. Zhao Tiancheng straightened his attire, giving a thumbs up. You dare take on such a woman. Impressive. As he prepared to leave, he winked at Hu Xiao Xiao. Next time, remember to invite me. Xiao Mingfeng's expression darkened, while Hu Xiao Xiao hurried to clarify. Summer. It's not as he says, he's just talking nonsense. Even a fool could see the reality of the situation. Yet, Xiao Mingfeng chose to overlook it. He had no intention of treating Hu Xiao Xiao as a girlfriend, discarding her when he grew weary. Darling, why would I trust an outsider? Hu Xiao Xiao sighed with relief, her thoughts turning venomous. Damn Xiao Beichen. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been humiliated by Zhao Tiancheng. I must make him suffer. Unable to harbor resentment toward Zhao Tiancheng, she directed all her frustration at Xiao Beichen. The Jinlong auction house was the largest in Jiangcheng, accommodating over 1,000 guests. Upon entering, they found the hall filled to capacity. Choosing a random seat, Jiang Luofei shot a cold glance at Xiao Beichen. Do you really think you can evade the inevitable? I have my suspicions. Do not force me. Her intuition grew stronger, though she could not grasp why. The first time she saw him, his silhouette felt eerily familiar, initially dismissed as a mere illusion. Yet the coincidences piled up, coupled with Xiao Beichen's peculiar behavior, leading her to formulate a hypothesis. Xiao Beichen's heart sank. What was meant to come would indeed arrive. However, he had prepared his words. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Luofei nodded, her demeanor icy. Xiao Beichen feigned distress, his expression pitiful. Jiang medical immortal, I was wrong. What did you err in? Jiang Luofei's gaze darkened, revealing an inkling of tumultuous emotion. While startled by Xiao Beichen's sudden outburst, she sensed unspoken truths lingering between them. Could it be that this Xiao Beichen was, in fact, the Dark Emperor? Otherwise, how could two individuals with identical skills appear by Yi Qingqing's side? The odds were too slim. Every coincidence seemed deliberate. Her eyes bore into Xiao Beichen, filled with intense scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, an unsettling beat thrummed in Jiang Luofei's heart. Despite her usual indifference, she could not suppress her excitement. One person, creating two false identities beside Yi Qingqing. There must be a hidden reason compelling him to do so. If this were the case, perhaps he harbored secrets of his own. Jiang Luofei had always doubted that the Dark Emperor could be so heartless toward her. Their initial encounter had been so beautiful. The ending should not have been so tragic. With this thought, she could not help but swallow hard, urging speak. Jiang medical immortal. I beg for mercy. I should not have clandestinely learned the medical arts from Yawang Island, Xiao Beichen blurted out, having rehearsed his excuse. Jiang Luofei froze. Disbelief etched upon her face, her voice icy. What did you just say? Jiang medical immortal. My sister suffers from a leg ailment that no one could cure. So I thought of Yawang Island and snuck in to learn some medical techniques. I had no idea I would encounter you. I feared my secrets would be exposed during our first meeting, which is why I didn't want you to know I had medical skills. Zhao Tiancheng was adept at spinning tales. Impossible. Yawang Island is heavily guarded. How could you possibly infiltrate it? At this point, you still refuse to speak the truth. Jiang Luofei's gaze turned frigid. I have some skills myself. Otherwise, how could I have stood my ground against those in the restaurant? Yawang Island may be fortified, but there are always moments of laxity. Jiang Luofei frowned skeptically. I do not believe that even if you learn a few techniques, you could solve problems that Huang Yuhan could not. I swear I speak the truth. Xiao Beichen raised his hand in earnest. A man's vow is as fragile as paper. Just as Jiang Luofei was grappling with her thoughts, she suddenly spotted a figure whose indifferent expression was momentarily softened by a smile. It seems you intend to deny it until the end. The figure she recognized was Huang Yuan. Although the Medicine King Island is a branch of the Medicine King Hall, many medical techniques have not been passed down. It can almost be said that only 1% remains. However, that mere 1% is enough to establish the status of Medicine King Island in Jiang City. If she were to inquire of Huang Yuan about the medical technique used by Xiao Beichen, it could likely confirm his identity. Following Jiang Luofei's gaze, Xiao Beichen too saw Huang Yuan, his expression shifting drastically. With a cold smile, Jiang Luofei rose and walked toward Huang Yuan. Damn it, how could he be here? Xiao Beichen's eyes widened. The higher the path, the greater the demon. He was completely at a loss. The Phoenix 7 Needles. It does not belong to the medical techniques of Medicine King Island. The widely circulated Phoenix 6 Needles, with the 7th needle being something Jiang Luofei painstakingly restored after extensive research, remains obscure in the medical community. It's over. Now it's utterly over, given Jiang Luofei's intelligence. Once she learns that the technique used to save someone was the Phoenix 7 Needles, it would almost certainly confirm his identity. What qualifications do you have to participate in the auction? Just as Xiao Beichen was pondering how to respond, Hu Xiao's voice resounded once more. Get lost. Xiao Beichen had no time to engage with these people. Mind your words. Do you really think you have someone backing you? Without Yi Qingsheng, you are nothing. Hu Xiao retorted angrily, harboring deep resentment towards Xiao Beichen for the repeated humiliation he caused her. Apologize to my girlfriend, Xiao Mingfeng said coldly. Get lost as far as you can. Xiao Beichen's eyes glinted with malice, startling Xiao Mingfeng, who recalled the previous slap and hastily declared, Fine, you wait. After the auction, if I don't make you pay, I won't carry the surname Xia. Chapter 67, Boss. You've grown cowardly. The two of them dared not confront Xiao Beichen head-on and could only sulkily find a place to sit. Meanwhile, Jiang Luofei had approached Huang Yuan. Jiang Yixian. Huang Yuan had just been animatedly conversing with someone nearby, clearly the center of attention, but upon seeing Jiang Luofei, he immediately stood up. The crowd was astonished by Jiang Luofei's identity and even more entranced by her beauty, akin to a celestial being, though somewhat too cold. Huang Yuan, do you know him? Jiang Luofei turned and pointed at Xiao Beichen. Xiao Beichen's heart raced. Damn it, I shouldn't have intervened. What was I thinking, playing the Good Samaritan? Huang Yuan glanced over and exclaimed with excitement. Isn't he the one who saved Mayor Zhao? Good, if you know him, then tell me. What medical technique did he use when he saved Zhao Huayan? Jiang Luofei endeavored to maintain her calm, though her face betrayed a hint of agitation. She awaited an answer that could confirm Xiao Beichen's identity as the Dark Emperor. Xiao Beichen's heart was in his throat. He had already planned how to confess to Jiang Luofei. I remember clearly. He used the Tinshu and needle technique, Huang Yuan replied with a smile. Are you certain? Jiang Luofei's brows knitted tightly. Xiao Beichen was equally taken aback. Of course I'm sure. I must thank that young brother. Otherwise, my clinic would have been wrecked by the mayor's son. Huang Yuan added. Though your skills may not match those of the Medicine King Hall, you are still renowned in Jiang City. Why couldn't you apply the needles? Jiang Luofei asked coldly. Feeling the aggressive gaze of Jiang Luofei, Huang Yuan shivered. I was unwell at the time, lacking the strength to speak. Even if I knew how to apply the Tinshu and needle technique, I couldn't execute it. Jiang Yixian, are you all right? Huang Yuan noticed Jiang Luofei's expression was off and hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. Jiang Luofei icily replied, though inside she was tumultuous, a wave of disappointment washing over her, leaving her with a sense of despair. She thought she was drawing closer to the truth, yet the reality made her feel like a fool. Xiao Beichen. How could he possibly be the Dark Emperor? All of this was merely coincidence. Xiao Beichen was equally stunned. Logically, Huang Yuan, despite his age, shouldn't be so muddled. How could he forget something that happened just a few days ago? The phone rang. It was Zhuke calling. Boss, one slip can lead to exposure. How should I be rewarded? Otherwise, your identity would have been utterly revealed. Xiao Beichen sighed in relief. I truly owe you one this time. Remember to treat me to a meal. I've checked the auction items. There is indeed a dragon heart herb. Should we bid on it? Zhuke inquired cheerfully. Xiao Beichen pondered for a moment. I have no relationship with her anymore. Let us bid on it. Evidently, Zhuke was already at the auction. Zhuke teased. You really are heartless. You didn't TC Jiang Luofei's expression just now, did you? After talking with Huang Yuan, she became utterly despondent. Honestly, it's my first time witnessing a woman like Jiang Luofei reveal such vulnerability in this setting. Some feelings cannot simply be discarded, and some matters cannot be forgotten. A few months may take a lifetime to resolve. A lifetime is both long and short. It's best to find joy. Why make everyone so melancholic? You don't understand. Xiao Beichen spoke into the receiver, his gaze lingering on Jiang Lefei's dejected figure. I am well aware of my circumstances. I have many matters to attend to in the remaining 10 years. Bah, who says there are only 10 years left? Aren't you about to acquire a dragon heart herb? The remaining medicinal materials, can't they be found in 10 years? I see you are becoming increasingly cowardly, Zhuke remarked. All right, she is coming over. Xiao Beichen hung up the phone. Chapter 68. Purely disdain for trash, collecting his emotions, he donned a pitiful facade once more. Jiang Yixian. I truly only wish to treat my sister. Can you spare me? Get lost. Jiang Luofei fixed her gaze on him. After a long silence, she finally uttered a single word before sitting down. During this time, she did not speak another word. Zhao Tianqing also came over to sit, noticing Jiang Luofei's distress. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Soon, the auction began. Master, just tell me what you want, and I will bid on it, Zhao Tianqing said with a smile. Shut up. Xiao Beichen shot him a glance. In the dimly lit venue, Zhao Tianqing shrank back. Jiang Yixian, Jiang Luofei shot him a glare. And Zhao Tianqing immediately fell silent. Heavens! Earth! I am, after all, the son of the mayor. Usually, people treat me with utmost respect. Yet I find myself at the mercy of these two. The first items presented were gold and silver jewelry. Jiang Luofei was in a gloomy mood, utterly uninterested, while Xiao Beichen showed even less enthusiasm for these trinkets. However, some women were captivated by the gold and silver jewelry, urging their men to buy for them, acting spoiled in a manner that was quite grating. Most were mistresses, given the noticeable age gap between the middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s and the women in their 20s. Love? What a farce. It's all about the money. No one would believe otherwise. Hu Xiaoxiao too was fixated, hoping Xiao Mingfeng would buy for her. Xiao Mingfeng, however, was no fool. He merely viewed Hu Xiaoxiao as a toy and had no intention of spending money on her, pretending to take a call to sneak away. Hu Xiaoxiao was furious but could only follow him out. Just before leaving, Xiao Mingfeng glanced at Xiao Beichen. Kid, I will be waiting for you at the door. He only cast a hasty glance, failing to notice Zhao Tianqing beside him. Zhao Tianqing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Master, shall I assist you shortly? Xiao Beichen nodded. But don't keep calling me master. It's rather annoying. Just call me Xiao. Then I shall refer to you as Xiao Ge. Zhao Tianqing replied with a jovial smile. Suit yourself. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence once again. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated nearby took notice of Jiang Luofei, his gaze appraising her from head to toe. Instantly, he felt that the woman in his arms was no longer appealing. Compared to such a breathtaking beauty, she resembled little more than a servant. Beautiful lady, if you desire that item, I can buy it for you. All I ask is for your company for one night. I may lack many things, but money is not one of them. Jiang Luofei's eyes were filled with disdain. Get lost. Don't be so absolute. Everything has its price. How about 1 million? The middle-aged man chuckled. 1 million for you to bring your mother, to entertain me. Before Jiang Luofei could respond, Xiao Beichen interjected. Although his connection with Jiang Luofei had reached its end, he was not willing to tolerate such trash. The middle-aged man's expression turned awkward. You brat, mind your words. Do you believe I want to tear your tongue out? Puffed. I'll give you 1 million to send your mother over for a bit of fun. Xiao Beichen scoffed. You little punk, do you know who I am? The middle-aged man roared in anger. The woman beside him added, what a disgrace. Our Ding Ge is the chairman of a publicly listed group. With a mere word, he could ruin your life in Jiang City. Kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. And we'll consider this matter settled, Ding Xiangrong said coldly. Am I giving you face? Xiao Beichen, already in a foul mood, delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged man, who yelped in pain. He turned to the astonished Jiang Luofei, explaining, don't misunderstand. I simply cannot stand such garbage. Chapter 69. The saintess of the Medicine King Hall, Jiang Luofei, remained silent. The sudden pain enraged Ding Xiangrong. As the chairman of a publicly listed group, no one dared to treat him this way. You're looking for death. He immediately made a phone call, uttering a few phrases before hanging up. Pointing at Xiao Beichen, he declared, you dare provoke me, and I'll ensure your entire family pays the price. Before long, a large group of bodyguards approached, respectfully bowing to Ding Xiangrong. Chairman Ding. Ding Xiangrong adjusted his attire. Boy, recognize who I am. I am Ding Xiangrong, chairman of the Ding Group in Jiang City. The commotion drew the attention of many, causing the auction to come to a halt. Ding Xiangrong, my goodness, how could it be him? Those few individuals suddenly realized the gravity of their misstep, having tangled with such a powerful figure. It was said that the last person who crossed him ended up submerged in the river. Truly, they had no foresight, daring to provoke a person of Ding Xiangrong's stature. The Ding Group had considerable influence in Jiang City, nearly rivaling the Tianqing Group. However, Zhang Longhu of the Tianqing Group was no ordinary person, having risen from the underground. Thus, he maintained a commanding position. With Zhang Longhu now deceased, the jungle was left without its tiger, and the monkeys began to reign supreme. I told you not to provoke Chairman Ding, yet you still dared to act. The woman beside Ding Xiangrong leaned in, disdainfully saying, Chairman Ding, since you fancy this lady so much, why not have him kneel and apologize, then let him deliver her to your bed? We can leave it at that. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. Ding Xiangrong laughed heartily. He had numerous lovers, but this one was his favorite to bring out, as she never grew jealous. Did you hear that? Kneel down and hand this woman over to me. Perhaps I'll spare your life, Ding Xiangrong said, his previous anger dissipating as his gaze fixated on Jiang Luofei. The thought of betting such an exquisite beauty was tantalizing. Zhao Tianqing, dealing with such trash, was beneath him. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Tianqing stood up and, before the bodyguards, delivered a resounding slap to Ding Xiangrong's face. Ding Xiangrong was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such audacity even with all his bodyguards present. Just as he was about to give orders for his men to retaliate, Ding Xiangrong recognized the newcomer. Zhao, young Master Zhao, is that you? Ding Xiangrong, you have quite the audacity, Zhao Tianqing replied coldly, to dare lay hands on Jiang Yixian. You must be tired of living. Jiang Yixian? Ding Xiangrong covered his face. The saintess of the Medicine King Hall. At this revelation, everyone present was struck with astonishment. The Medicine King Hall. It was an institution held in high regard throughout the Dragon Domain. The hall had treated numerous prominent figures and boasted profound connections. Compared to the Medicine King Hall, Ding Xiangrong's influence was merely insignificant. Sore, Jan Yixian. I had no idea it was you. Ding Xiangrong's face turned pale. His previous arrogance vanished as he hurriedly apologized. There exists a saying, never offend someone from the Medicine King Hall, for one cannot fathom the depth of their connections. Get lost. Zhao Tianqing roared. Ding Xiangrong quickly rose and exited, unafraid of Zhao Tianqing, but completely intimidated by Jiang Luofei's identity. Chairman Ding, are we just going to let them go? The woman questioned, dissatisfied. Ding Xiangrong's expression turned malicious. I dare not touch Zhao Tianqing and Jiang Yixian, but that fellow beside them? I'll definitely make a move. Investigate his background. If he dares to strike me, I must know his identity. Chapter 70. The priceless medicinal herb. The crowd was left in bewilderment. No wonder they had the audacity to provoke Ding Xiangrong. One was the heir of the city's leading family, and the other was the saintess of the Medicine King Hall. Even the owner of the Golden Dragon Auction House had come personally to greet them. Jiang Luofei's expression remained frosty. Proceed. Yes, yes. The owner of the Golden Dragon Auction House quickly complied, and the auction resumed its normal pace. Jiang Luofei had little interest in the items being auctioned, so she simply closed her eyes. It wasn't until she heard Dragon Heart Herb that she opened her eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you are here for the Dragon Heart Herb, a rare medicinal plant discovered by a farmer on the edge of a cliff. I need not elaborate on its value. The starting bid is 10 million, with each subsequent bid not lower than 1 million. This announcement immediately left many in shock. A single herb starting at 10 million? Insanity. What kind of miraculous elixir was this? Surely, no one would dare purchase it. I too would like to see who the fool is that would buy such a herb, they murmured. However, before the crowd could fully process their astonishment, someone called out, 11 million, 15 million, 20 million, 25 million. Before anyone could react to the rising bids, the price for the Dragon Heart Herb had already exceeded 25 million, surpassing the total of all previous auctions of gold and jewelry combined. Huang Yuan had come specifically for the Dragon Heart Herb, but upon witnessing the exorbitant price, he was instantly disheartened. Although he was a well-known physician with some assets, he could not afford such a sum. 50 million. Jiang Luofei raised her hand for the first time, instantly capturing the attention of many. 50 million for a single herb? Madness. This crowd has surely lost their minds. Jiang Yixian, I need this herb to save my life. I hope you can be magnanimous. A middle-aged man stood up, his voice filled with urgency. The crowd gasped once more. This man held a significant position, being the foremost among Jiang City's three giants, Jiang Beichen, with backing from the War Department, far overshadowing the other two giants. I need it too, Jiang Luofei replied coolly, showing no deference. Jiang Bieh's face darkened, then let the price speak for itself. He immediately sat back down, his expression somewhat troubled. It was said he suffered from a severe ailment and had little time left. Yet he had foolishly offended a senior figure from the Medicine King Hall, which resulted in his lifelong exclusion from their circle. Xiao Tianqing explained. Xiao Beichen nodded in understanding. No wonder that despite knowing Jiang Luofei was present, he hesitated to call for help. 60 million. Jiang Beichen continued to raise the stakes. 100 million. Jiang Luofei wasted no time with trivialities. 150 million. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. The bidding had spiraled into madness, far exceeding the true value of the dragon heartgrass. This rare and precious herb had eluded Xiao Beichen for years, yet its actual worth was only in the tens of millions. Now, however, it had escalated to several hundred million. Jiang Beichen began to feel anxious. He understood the situation all too well, yet the dragon heartgrass was crucial for his survival. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 400 million. Jiang Luofei's demeanor remained icy. She had her own reasons for acquiring the herb. She intended to compel the Dark Emperor to plead with her for its release. 450 million. This price was her limit. As the esteemed saintess of the Medicine King Hall, she was bound by its regulations and could not freely allocate all her funds. 450 million was within her manageable range. Jiang Beichen clenched his fists. 500 million. Jiang Luofei took a deep breath, refraining from further bids. 500 million once. 500 million twice. Jiang Beichen was ecstatic, equally relieved. The onlookers held their breath, astonished by the lengths to which people would go for a mere medicinal herb. 550 million. Chapter 71. A dazzling woman gasped. Everyone inhaled sharply. Someone was still raising the bid. Jiang Beichen abruptly stood, spotting a woman clad in fiery red. Miss, kindly show restraint and spare me. Zhu Ke chuckled, apologies. But I too have my needs. There is no mercy in an auction. If you desire it, you must bid. How dare you seek death? A young man exclaimed angrily. He was Jiang Beihen's son, Jiang Xiaotian. Under normal circumstances, he might have been taken aback by Zhu Chue's beauty, but now it was a matter of his father's life. You threaten me? You are unworthy. Zhu Ke dismissed him effortlessly. Jiang Luofei's gaze fixed intently on Zhu Ke, scanning the surroundings but failing to discern the Dark Emperor's presence. Xiao Beichen observed everything. You, Jiang Xiaotian seethed, but was interrupted by Jiang Beichen. Enough. This young lady speaks truth. The price will reveal all. I bid 1 billion. If your offer exceeds mine, I concede. 1 billion. The crowd gasped in disbelief. $1 billion was substantial, but Jiang Beichen, still in his 40s, had no desire to meet an untimely end. Zhu Ke smiled sweetly. I want to take advantage of you. 1 billion and 10 million. Jiang Beihen's face darkened. 1 billion and 10 million once. 1 billion and 10 million twice. 1 billion and 10 million thrice. Bang! The gavel struck decisively. Let us congratulate this young lady for acquiring the dragon heartgrass at the price of 1 billion and 10 million. The host, drenched in sweat, had never encountered such a situation. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Jiang Beichen slumped into his chair. Damn it, you're courting death. Jiang Xiaotian, witnessing his father's despair, rushed toward Zhu Ke in anger. By the time Jiang Beichen reacted, it was too late. Zhu Ke coldly smirked and kicked him away, though she had not exerted full force. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaotian would have perished. As he attempted to charge again, Jiang Beichen shouted, Xiaotian, Dad, are we just going to let her take the dragon heartgrass? It's our only hope. Jiang Xiaotian pleaded urgently. Enough. A loss is a loss. Jiang Beichen aged visibly in that moment. Zhu Ke glanced at Jiang Luofei and said, Jiang Luofei, my master's herb needn't concern you. With that, she turned and departed. Jiang Luofei's expression turned frigid. Xiao Beichen was nonplussed, pondering Zhu Chue's insubordination. Was she inviting enmity? Xiao Tianqing, captivated by Zhu Ke, gazed fixedly at her. What an impressive woman. Brother Xiao, I must take my leave. I've never encountered someone like her, and I must pursue her. Afterward, Xiao Beichen sighed in relief. Being near Jiang Luofei always felt like impending exposure. Upon exiting the auction, a throng suddenly surrounded him. Xiao, I have awaited you for a long time, Xiao Mingfeng coldly declared, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. Oh, still here? Xiao Beichen jested. Hu Xiao, brimming with confidence, retorted. Stop the chatter. You've crossed us. Consider yourself unfortunate. From now on, know your place. Some people you cannot offend. Go take him down. The bodyguards surged forward. Stop. Chapter 72. A good deed awaits, a voice rang out. Who do you think you are? Hu Xiao shouted furiously. Slap. Xiao Mingfeng struck her across the face. Silence. Hu Xiao, stunned, covered her face. You hit me? Xiao Mingfeng immediately donned a smile. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than the renowned young master Jiang City, Jiang Shaotian. Enough chatter. Get out of my sight now. Jiang Shaotian barked. Fine. I'm leaving. Xiao Mingfeng hastily retreated, fearing to linger any longer. What a day. First the city's top young master. Now the foremost of Jiang City's three great families. As he departed, Xiao Mingfeng spat. Xiao, you're lucky today. Next time, I'll make sure you regret it. Xiao Beichen chuckled, pondering who was truly fortunate. You are Xiao Beichen, Jiang Shaotian inquired, turning to him. Xiao Beichen nodded. Thud. Jiang Shaotian dropped to his knees. Mr. Xiao, please save my father. Why should I? Xiao Beichen scoffed, uninterested in playing the savior again. He had nearly exposed his identity the last time. Anything you ask, I will do. Jiang Shaotian implored. Get away from me. Xiao Beichen was irritated. Jiang Shaotian, undeterred by his status, clung to Xiao Beichen's leg, weeping. Mr. Xiao, please. I cannot bear to lose my father. I cannot save him. Xiao Beichen replied, speechless. Master Huang stated that aside from the Medicine King Island, you alone can save my father. If you refuse, I will follow you relentlessly. Jiang Shaotian showed no regard for his identity as the young master of the Jiang family. Seeing his desperation softened Xiao Beichen's resolve. Perhaps performing one good deed again wouldn't be too burdensome. After pondering, he kicked Jiang Shaotian away. All right, stand up and speak. Jiang Shaotian beamed. Mr. Xiao, you agree? Enough with the nonsense. Take me to your father. Yes. Jiang Shaotian eagerly ushered Xiao Beichen into a car. Driving toward Coral Manor, an estate sprawling over 200 acres, adorned with artificial hills and waters, boasting exquisite scenery, though still lacking compared to Cloud Summit Manor. Upon entry, they were greeted by Huang Yuhan. Master Xiao, you've finally arrived. Don't call me Master Xiao. You've put me in quite the predicament. Xiao Beichen retorted, annoyed. I was merely providing cover for Master Xiao. Huang Yuhan chuckled. Observing their familiarity, an elderly man nearby appeared displeased. Huang, is this the miraculous doctor you spoke of? Looking so youthful, could he possibly be a charlatan? Master Xiao, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed physician, Fu Chongxin. This is the Master Xiao I mentioned. Huang Yuan said, Dr. Fu, do not underestimate Master Xiao. His medical expertise undoubtedly surpasses mine. Fu Chongxin scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Nowadays, anyone and everyone can practice medicine. We have thoroughly analyzed the condition of the Jiang patriarch. Without the Longxin grass, there is no chance of recovery. Young man, how could you possibly discern what ailment the Jiang patriarch suffers from? In truth, Jiang Shaotian harbored his own doubts and seized this opportunity to test the waters. Unexpectedly, Xiao Beichen rebuked him sharply. Be silent, you worthless fool. If you cannot even treat such a minor ailment, how dare you call yourself a physician? For him, the Longxin grass would be more harmful than beneficial, and you audaciously claim it can save his life. Consumption of Longxin grass would lead to immediate death. Chapter 73. The Land of Ultimate Yin. Upon hearing this, Fu Chongxin burst into laughter, his gaze at Xiao Beichen laced with mockery. Huh, you truly amuse me. Huang Yuan, is this the so-called master you brought back? Utter nonsense. In this world, only Longxin grass has a 30% chance of saving the Jiang patriarch's life. Yet he dares to assert that using it would result in death. Absurdity at its finest. Huang Yuan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Master Xiao, the Jiang patriarch harbors icy energy within. The Longxin grass is of a yang nature, which may not completely eradicate the ailment, but offers a 30% chance of preserving his life. He likely knows nothing of the Longxin grass. But then again, how could a half-baked practitioner comprehend its significance? Fu Changxin derided. Longxin grass. Rare and elusive. It is seldom employed for ordinary ailments. Thus the number of those who even know of its existence is minimal. Jiang Xiaotian furrowed his brow in disbelief. Had he sought assistance from a charlatan? Xiao Beichen regarded these individuals with disdain. Longxin grass does not belong to the yang category. It is of the ultimate yin and utmost gentleness. You shameless scoundrel. Even at this juncture, you attempt to argue. Ancient texts refer to it as Longxin Tianxiao. Of pure yang. Fu Changxin retorted with a cold chuckle. Then you surely overlooked the subsequent phrase in the ancient texts, which states that Longxin Tianxiao is of pure yang. Yet it decays and becomes the ultimate yin. Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly. Descriptions of Longxin grass in the marketplace are scarce, and the only existing account is a fragmented one. Xiao Beichen learned of this only with Jiang Luofei's assistance. Nonsense. Fu Changxin remained unconvinced. Believe what you will. Xiao Beichen could not be bothered. You. Fu Changxin was infuriated. Yet Huang Yuan fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the significant possibility that what was said might be true, given that this individual had employed the Phoenix 7 needles. Jiang Bieha waved his hand, his complexion pale. Divine Dr. Fu, enough. At this point, my body is already a dead horse being treated as a live one. Having a physician to attend to me is already a stroke of fortune. He naturally did not believe Xiao Beichen, mainly due to the latter's youth. However, it was still Jiang Xiaoyan's heartfelt endeavor. Humph. Fu Changxin coldly huffed. Young man, having said so much, I now wish to see if you can indeed cure the Jiang patriarch. If you manage to do so, I shall kneel before you without hesitation. Xiao Beichen turned to scrutinize Jiang Bieha, having only cast a cursory glance before, and his eyes now shimmered with astonishment. You must have visited a land of ultimate yin. A land of ultimate yin? Jiang Bieha forced a smile. I suppose so. That place is indeed quite cold. Where is it located? Xiao Beichen inquired eagerly. In the northwestern region of Jiang City, Jiang Bieha replied. Young man, are you here to heal or to interrogate? Fu Changxin interjected discontentedly. Silence. Xiao Beichen admonished. The climate of Jiang City is spring-like all year round. It is impossible for a land of ultimate yin to exist unless. He refrained from completing his sentence, realizing that his good deed had not gone unnoticed, as he had obtained such crucial information. Unless there exists some extraordinary treasure within. And what Xiao Beichen required was indeed characterized by such traits. This ailment of yours, I am determined to treat. Take me there when the time comes, Xiao Beichen declared. Xiao, Master Xiao, do you truly have a method to cure my father? Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed with joy. Xiao Beichen nodded. Fu Changxin wore a face of disdain. If even Huang Yuan and I cannot manage it, what could he possibly do? Xiao Beichen could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue, and instructed Jiang Bieha to lie down. Bring me a roll of silver needles. Huang Yuan, who had some on his person, quickly retrieved them. Young man, heed my warning and do not act recklessly. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Fu Changxin dismissed him entirely. Be silent and watch closely. Xiao Beichen cast a glance, removing Jiang Bieha's upper garment. He first tapped Jiang Bieha's body twice with his index finger, then took out the silver needles, beginning to insert them one by one. His force was gentle yet remarkably precise, to the extent that Jiang Bieha felt not a hint of pain. Fu Changxin furrowed his brow. What kind of needle technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Chapter 74. I intend to keep him alive until the fifth watch. The needles fell silently. Observing Xiao Beichen's technique, Fu Changxin was somewhat surprised. After years of practice, he believed he had reached a level that few could surpass. Yet healing the sick and saving lives cannot rely solely on technique. Fu Changxin scoffed. Your technique may be commendable, but the method you employ is chaotic and lacks any efficacy. You exude confidence in your ability to cure the Jiang patriarch. I see you as nothing more than a quack. Jiang Xiaotian hastily inquired. Divine Dr. Fu, do those few needles truly have no effect on my father's condition? Of course not. If I am powerless, what can a worthless individual like him accomplish? Fu Changxin asserted confidently. Huang Yuan, however, remained deeply concerned, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Beichen's needlework. Though it was his first time witnessing such a technique, he recalled that Xiao Beichen had previously executed the Phoenix 7 needles, suggesting that Fu Changxin's assertion of chaos might not hold true. Perhaps it truly could have an effect on Jiang Bie's condition. Jiang Xiaoyan's spirits plummeted. He had thought he had found a genuine miracle worker, only to discover that they were equally helpless. Jiang Biehe, seeing the expression on his son's face, managed a weak smile. Xiao Tian, do not blame yourself. Fate is preordained, and you have done enough. Suddenly, Jiang Biehe's expression shifted, his body racked with pain. His complexion paling in an instant as beads of sweat the size of soybeans erupted from his forehead. The abrupt turn of events caused everyone present, save for Xiao Beichen, to change countenance dramatically. Father, what is happening? Jiang Xiaotian cried out in alarm, having always been inseparable from Jiang Biehe. If Jiang Biehe were to perish, he would be left utterly alone in this world. Fu Changxin seethed with anger. I warned you against recklessness, and now that trouble has arisen, all responsibility falls on you. Huan Yuan's face blanched as well. If this continued, Jiang Biehe was undoubtedly doomed. What was there to panic about? In contrast, Xiao Beichen maintained his composure. You Xiao, I brought you here to heal my father, not to endanger his life. Jiang Xiaotian could no longer contain his fury. The bodyguards outside burst in masse, seemingly ready to tear Xiao Beichen apart. Young Master Jiang, please show mercy. Huan Yuan, seeing the situation escalate, quickly positioned himself in front of Xiao Beichen. As he had recommended Xiao Beichen, it was impossible for him to stand idly by now that trouble had arisen. He had not anticipated things would unfold this way. Get lost. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes blazed with rage as he shouted. Fu Changxin shook his head. I had intended to intervene, but now it seems my life is in jeopardy. Huan Yuan, this is all his own doing. Why should I concern myself? You are overly loyal to your principles, Xiao Beichen remarked with a smile. Huan Yuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Master Xiao, do not waste time with idle talk. Think of a way to save Jiang Biehe, or you may find yourself in peril. Xiao Beichen patted his shoulder. The king of hell may decree his death at the third watch, but I shall keep him alive until the fifth. I assure you, he shall not perish. Fu Changxin was left speechless. Even on the brink of death, he still boasts. May he remember to open his eyes in his next life. The Jiang family's influence is immense. Eliminating one or two individuals is a trivial matter. As Jiang Xiaotian was about to take action, a robust voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Everyone turned around, momentarily stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. The previously pale Jiang Biehe now appeared vibrant and full of energy, a stark contrast to his former state. Dad! Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, rushing over. Xiaotian, apologize to Master Xiao. He saved my life. Jiang Biehe quickly interjected. Soda. Jiang Xiaotian, displaying humility, bowed deeply to Xiao Beichen and then inquired about his father's condition. Dad, how are you feeling now? Jiang Biehe laughed heartily. I used to feel cold, my heart ached, and I sometimes struggled to catch my breath. But now, I feel completely fine. Master Xiao, you truly are a miraculous healer. If you ever need anything, I, Jiang Biehe, will not hesitate to face any danger. His vitality had improved beyond measure. Impossible. Fu Changxin shouted. Chapter 75. The power of the business empress. Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Biehe himself claimed to be well, so why was Fu Changxin intervening? Realizing his mistake, Fu Changxin continued. Jiang family head, although it is hard to accept. You know your condition well. To truly heal, there is no remedy other than the dragon heart herb. Not necessarily. Huan Yuan interjected. Our medical skills may be lacking, but that does not mean others are too. As healers, we must remain pragmatic. Enough with the idle chatter. Just check my father's pulse, Jiang Xiaotian commanded. Fu Changxin placed his hand on Jiang Biehe's wrist and was taken aback. How? How is this possible? Upon seeing Fu Changxin's expression, Huan Yuan hurriedly checked Jiang Biehe's pulse and exclaimed with joy, Congratulations, Jiang family head. The icy energy within you has mostly dissipated. Your life is no longer in jeopardy. Fu Changxin, did you not say that if Master Xiao could cure Jiang family head, you would kneel? Fu Changxin's expression darkened. Thud. He knelt down. Master Xiao, I was blind. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. He too exhibited a capacity for humility. Xiao Beichen waved his hand dismissively, lacking the time to engage in petty disputes. Jiang Biehe could hardly contain his delight. Master Xiao, all of this is thanks to you. Whatever you need from me, I will not hesitate. With Jiang Biehe's promise, the entire Jiang city could surely thrive. Xiao Beichen replied. Just take me to the place you mentioned. Master Xiao, are you referring to the ice cave? Jiang Bia asked. Xiao Beichen nodded. Let's leave it for today. It's too late. Find a place with abundant yang energy at noon. I will notify you then. After acquiring Jiang Bia's phone number, Xiao Beichen departed. Meanwhile, at the Yi Corporation's boardroom, Yi Qingcheng sat in her office as Elder Gu and others exchanged cold smiles. President Yi, our previous agreement has reached its final day. Elder Yi sneered. I know. Ye King replied coldly. If you know, then quickly relinquish the position of chairperson. Without ability, you cannot lead the Yi Corporation. The board members harbored resentment toward Yi Qingcheng, the newcomer who had disrupted their established order, causing significant harm to their interests. Yi Qingcheng drummed her fingers on the table, surveying the room. You all wish for me to step down as chairperson. The executives exchanged glances but remained silent. Very well. Yi Qingcheng observed their reticence and smirked. I can resign as chairperson, but before that, I would like you to meet someone. With a snap of her fingers, the scar-faced man was brought in, startling everyone. What was he doing here? Upon witnessing the reaction, Yi Qingcheng continued. He should be familiar to some of you. Known as Scarface, he is the culprit behind the disruptions in the high-tech zone project. Initially, I thought he was merely reckless, but it turns out he has backing. And it is someone among you. Bang! Elder Gu slammed the table and stood up. Yi Qingcheng, what do you mean? I mean no offense. I have thoroughly investigated the matter. As for who it is, I prefer not to say, but you all should know. This person must be expelled from the Yi Corporation. Yi Qingcheng fully displayed the authority of a business empress, leaving everyone speechless. Her words clearly implied that one among them must take the blame. Yi Qingcheng, stop spewing nonsense. Elle Yi rétorted angrily. Is it nonsense, or is it the truth? Yi Qingcheng replied. If I cannot resolve this, I will send the information back to the capital. I believe the truth will soon emerge, and the losses incurred by the Yi Corporation will fall on those responsible. Now, you may decide for yourselves. With that, Yi Qingcheng rose and left, denying Elder Gu the chance to respond. Chapter 76. Unmasking Xiao Beichen. As Yi Qingcheng departed, the boardroom erupted in chaos. Elder Yi, what should we do now? If Yi Qingcheng pursues this matter, none of us will escape. A group of anxious executives looked at Elder Gu. He snorted coldly, his expression dark and foreboding. He had not anticipated Yi Qingcheng would resort to such tactics. If word reached the capital, none would be safe. The boardroom might face a complete upheaval. Oldly, you have served the Yi Corporation for many years. It's time for you to retire. Elder Gu fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man. All eyes turned to him. Elder Gu, I have followed you for over a decade. You want me to leave now? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, pleading for mercy. You are responsible for this matter. Once it is traced back, you will have to leave. It's better to resign on your own. Elder Ji's glare was icy. Rest assured, even if you resign, your dividends will still be credited to your account each year. Despite his reluctance, the middle-aged man had no choice. Do not be disheartened. Your departure is merely temporary, Elder Gu reassured. The middle-aged man was puzzled. You hold substantial influence in the corporation, especially in managing the channels. If you resign, it is only natural for the channel merchants to cause a ruckus, demanding Yi Qingcheng's ousting and cutting off supplies. Elder Gu left the rest unsaid. The attendees, astute as they were, understood his intent. Elder Yi, I did not expect you to devise a counterplan so quickly. Truly clever. A chorus of flattery ensued. Elder Gu coldly replied, to threaten me is to pay the price. Yi Qingcheng drove home, where a figure awaited her at the community entrance. You? What do you want? Ye King Fronet. Jiang Luofei asked. Is this a convenient time? I wish to discuss something with you. If you intend to talk about that masked man, I have nothing to say. Ye King replied. I'm sorry, please step aside. I need to return home. Jiang Luofei retorted coldly. What if this masked man is Xiao Beichen? Yi Qingcheng burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. Impossible. Xiao Beichen is Xiao Beichen, and the masked man is the masked man. Do you think he needs to fabricate two identities, one professing love and the other denying it? Initially, she shared Jiang Luofei's suspicions, but after the auction, she felt something was amiss. As long as there was a sliver of possibility, she would not let it go easily. She immediately ordered an investigation into Xiao Beichen's background. He had spent 3 years in foreign territories, and both his connection with Yi Qingcheng and her own association with the Dark Emperor began there. Everything seemed too coincidental. Yi Qingcheng was about to assert her understanding of Xiao Beichen, but the words faltered on her lips. You don't truly know him. You've only interacted for a few months. Jiang Luofei remarked coldly. You've investigated me. Yi Qingqing's gaze was filled with frost. Not only have I investigated you, but also Xiao Beichen. The experiences you and he share are eerily similar to mine. I spent a few months with the Dark Emperor, and then he vanished. You spent a few months with Xiao Beichen, and he too disappeared. Jiang Luofei's intellect shone through as she discerned common threads from the minutiae of their lives. Yi Qingshang felt tumultuous waves in her heart. Do you have any concrete evidence? Her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Luofei shook her head. I came to propose a collaboration, to unmask his true identity. Chapter 77. The Hardship of Yi Sairu. On what grounds? Ye King, replied Ijili. No grounds are necessary. You aren't obliged to cooperate with me. But don't you wish to uncover the truth? Jiang Luofei inquired. Yi Qingsheng fell silent. I won't pressure you. If you come to a decision, call me. Jiang Luofei handed her a business card and vanished into the night. Gazing at the card, Yi Qingqing's thoughts were tumultuous. She once believed that marrying Xiao Beichen would suffice to rekindle his heart. But now a figure appeared to tell her that he was the masked man with whom she shared a profound past. In that moment, she found herself unable to discern truth from illusion. If Xiao Beichen were not the Dark Emperor, all would revert to tranquility. Yet, if he were the Dark Emperor, what path would she choose? Yi Qingsheng was no fool. She recognized the depth of Jiang Luofei's feelings for the Dark Emperor, mirroring her own relentless search for Xiao Beichen. Fool! How could Xiao Beichen be the masked man? Surely, her words are false. She shook her head and chuckled, yet tucked the card into her pocket. Upon returning home, she found Yi Sairu glaring intently at Xiao Beichen. Sister, you must help me. This guy devoured all the supper I bought. Ye Siro iklemet in ekaspiritan. I had no dinner, so what's wrong with eating a bite? Xiao Beichen feigned helplessness. He knew the food belonged to Yi Sairu, but as a form of punishment for leaving him alone with Jiang Luofei, he decided to indulge. I'm going mad, Yi Sairu cried. Enough, Yi Qingsheng retorted, pulling out a bank card. This card has 100,000. The password is your birthday. Will this suffice for your meal? If I catch you stealing food again, there will be consequences. Yi Sairu accepted the card, glaring back. Sister, I'm going to wash my hair. Yi Qingsheng nodded, turning to Xiao Beichen with hesitation. Do you know Jiang Luofei? Xiao Beichen's heart skipped a beat. Why do you ask about her? Then you do know her. Yi Qingqing's expression shifted to one of scrutiny, as if attempting to see through him. How could I not? I nearly lost my life at her hands, he replied, stretching his neck to reveal a line of blood. What happened? Yi Qingqing's heart ached as she gently caressed his neck, immediately casting aside Jiang Luofei's suspicions. A chill surged in her eyes. Xiao Beichen recounted the day's events, including Jiang Luofei's doubts about his identity as the Dark Emperor. This Jiang Luofei has gone too far, Yi Qingsheng declared coldly. She truly believes herself to be Sherlock Holmes. She just came to me, claiming you are the Dark Emperor, and urged me to collaborate with her to unearth your true self. Xiao Beichen realized the situation. No wonder Yi Qingsheng had inquired about Jiang Luofei upon returning home. I must confront her, Yi Qingsheng announced. Her partner faced unfounded suspicion, and a knife had grazed his neck. Had it been deeper, it could have cost him his life. Forget it. I don't wish to argue with a woman. Xiao Beichen waved dismissively. He did not want Yi Qingsheng to have any further dealings with Jiang Luofei. Yi Siro, Yi Qingsheng suddenly called out. Yi Sairu emerged from the bathroom. Sister, what do you need? Yi Qingsheng withdrew the bank card she had just given her. This card is confiscated. Sister, what are you doing? Yi Sairu protested, nearly in tears. She had been on the verge of financial ruin. Who told you to leave Xiao Beichen alone with that cold woman? From now on, I'll give you 2,000 a month. Chapter 78. Someone to resolve my issues. Yeah. Qing. Sheng. Yi Sairu was on the verge of madness. 2,000 a month? How could she, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, survive on such a meager sum? Calling me is pointless. Yi Qingsheng was resolute in her decision to limit her sister's allowance. No matter how Yi Sairu protested, it was futile. In exasperation, Yi Sairu shot a furious glare at Xiao Beichen before retreating to the bathroom. The following day, Yi Qingsheng arrived at work early. President Yi, you're quite early. I waited 10 minutes, Mr. Gu remarked coldly. Are you here to deliver the results? Ye King Inwuidet. You've won. The channel's president has voluntarily resigned. Here is his resignation letter, Mr. Gu replied, producing a document and placing it on the table. Good. Yi Qingsheng promptly signed her name. Mr. Gu glanced at it before exiting the office. Before long, there was a hurried knock at the door. Kumin, President Yi, there's trouble. All major channel suppliers are threatening to sever ties with us. The secretary, who had replaced Wang Xiaodai, rushed in. What's the reason? Yi Qingsheng's brow furrowed. They've heard rumors that President Li has resigned, and now they're in an uproar, insisting they will only cooperate with him, or they will stop supplying us. The secretary explained hastily. Yi Qingsheng fell silent, astonished at the speed of their backlash. One moment, the resignation had occurred, and the next, chaos ensued among the channels. All right, I understand, she replied, organizing her documents. Wait for me in the underground parking lot. I'll meet with these suppliers. Understood. Not long after, Yi Qingsheng and the secretary arrived at a building materials supplier. President Yi, pleading with me is futile, the middle-aged owner, Xia Gang, declared. I'm willing to pay 10% above market price, Yi Qingsheng countered. This isn't merely a monetary issue. Unless your Yi group invites President Li back. You might as well leave, Xia Gang scoffed, sipping his tea dismissively. Don't bother checking other markets. The entire channel is currently boycotting the Yi group. It would be pointless. Why? What price are they offering you? Yi Qingsheng's tone was icy. The message is clear. Unless you bring President Li back. Don't expect to source materials from us. I do have some loose goods, though. I could sell them to you at 3 times the market price, Xia Gang sneered. Yi Qingsheng said nothing further and turned to leave. Xia Gang's expression darkened. Humph. A mere woman thinks she can challenge us. He had been profiting off the Yi group for years, amassing millions, and could not allow a woman to take the helm without consequences. After visiting several suppliers, those with a slightly better attitude exchanged a few words, while the unfriendly ones forcibly ejected Yi Qingsheng and her secretary. General Yi, what should we do now? The secretary asked anxiously. Without the foundational materials, the project cannot possibly proceed. Just then, a phone call came in from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Yi Qingsheng responded, feeling flustered. I will handle the matter with the distributors. You should return to the headquarters and await further instructions, a deep voice replied. Yi Qing furuit hadburoth. You are that masked man. I do not require your assistance. You ought to pay more attention to Jiang Luofei. Helping you is my concern, he declared before abruptly ending the call. Let us go, Yi Qingsheng said. Where are we going? The secretary was taken aback. Someone is already assisting me with the distributors. Chapter 79. Pandora's box. Upon returning to the headquarters office, Elder Gu approached, ready to demand answers. General Yi, I have heard about the distributors. How can you sit here so calmly? You must know who is behind this. Yi Qingsheng glanced up. Anyone with half a brain could deduce that Elder Gu and his associates were scheming in the shadows. I'm not aware, she replied. Elder Yi sneered coldly, continuing. The distributors are closely tied to our group. If we cannot secure the materials, not only will the high-tech zone project be halted, but our other projects will also come to a standstill, and you will bear the consequences of the losses. You need not worry. It will be resolved shortly. Ye King, replied Ijiri. Then I wish you the best of luck. Elder Gu scoffed, entirely unconvinced. The distributors heed our words. Unless we speak, no one will procure the materials. If we cannot resolve this by the time of the board meeting in half an hour, bring General Li back, he added before departing. Yi Qingsheng's gaze was filled with frost. Just as she contemplated how to punish these people, her phone rang again. It was Jiang Luofei, her tone chilling. Why are you calling me? I heard about the issues with your distributors and wanted to check in, Jiang Luofei replied. Cut the pleasantries. Ye King retorted, not believing that Jiang Luofei had called merely to express concern, considering they had only met twice and were not even friends. Call Xiao Beichen. He may have already donned his mask to assist you, Jiang Luofei suggested. Yi Qingsheng frowned. Why should I trust you? Believe it or not, Jiang Luofei concluded before hanging up. Yi Qingsheng listened to the busy tone, lost in thought. Deep down, she was reluctant to trust Jiang Luofei, yet this felt akin to Pandora's box. Once a hint was present, it became uncontrollable. After contemplating for a while, Yi Qingsheng dialed out. After a few rings, the call connected. Beichen, are you awake? Why are you calling me so early? I'm still asleep, came a lazy voice from the other end. Yi Qingsheng felt relieved. His tone suggested he was not out and about, as the surroundings were unusually quiet. Don't sleep too long. Get up and have something to eat. All right, he replied impatiently before hanging up. Yi Qingsheng smiled slightly, questioning why she should believe Jiang Luofei's words. Unbeknownst to her, on the other end of the line, Xiao Beichen sat in the office of a construction materials supplier, chaos surrounding him. The walls were cracked, and before him squatted the owner, Xie Gang, visibly terrified and trembling. Just moments before, this man had barged in, demanding that he restore the supply chain for Ye's group without preamble. Naturally, Xie Gang, brimming with arrogance, refused, threatening that unless General Li from Ye's group was brought back, no one would procure even a scrap from him. No sooner had he uttered those words than the office descended into disarray. A monster. Absolutely a monster, Xie Gang thought, realizing that had the man's force been directed at him rather than the office, he might well have met his end. All right, now we can talk, Xiao Beichen said. Why yes? Xie Gang stammered in fear. Can Ye's group expect the materials? Xiao Beichen inquired. Yes. I will immediately deliver the materials to Ye's group, Xie Gang replied, terrified that a moment's delay would lead to his punishment. Good, Xiao Beichen nodded. Sometimes you must frighten them into compliance. Remember, my identity must remain confidential. If a whisper escapes. With that, he crushed a chair into splinters. Chapter 80. The Dragon Domain's female warrior. Subsequently, Xiao Beichen visited numerous distributors, suppressing them with a thunderous might. In the boardroom of Ye's group, multiple meetings were held in rapid succession, more than in the previous years combined. General, the distributors below are causing a ruckus. Perhaps you should lower your stance and invite General Li back, one board member suggested. Indeed, without General Li, how can we proceed with our projects? Others chimed in, eagerly watching Yi Qingqing's predicament unfold. Summoning him is not a simple task. It requires persistence, Yi Qingqing replied, her fingers tapping the table, her tone indifferent. Wait for what? There are no materials on the construction site. Do you have any idea how much we are losing each day? And you, in the capital, are dubbed the Queen of Commerce. Yet you do not grasp this? I said, wait. The board members fell silent, casting mocking glances at her. No matter how long they waited, it would yield no results. The resources lay firmly in their grasp. Unless they spoke, no one dared supply materials to Ye's group. At that moment, a female secretary entered and whispered a few words into Yi Qingqing's ear. She nodded. All right, the matter has been resolved. The major distributors have delivered the materials. Laughter erupted among the assembly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A senior executive scoffed. Yi Qingqing shot a cold glare. Why is it impossible? Did you meddle in this? The executive fell silent, hastily distancing himself. General Yi, I had no part in this. The owners of the distributors are waiting downstairs. If you doubt it, you can check for yourselves. However, after you see, find someone else to take the blame and have them resign. With that, he turned and exited the meeting room. If they wished to battle, they would fight to the end. Let us see who falters first. Observing Yi Qingqing's confidence, the senior executives felt a chill of apprehension. Yi Qingqing has no roots in Jiang City. Without my call, who would dare supply materials? Cool, mate. Let's go watch her spectacle. With Elder Ji's words, the executives felt reassured. However, when they arrived downstairs, they were taken aback. What are you doing here? Elder Go asked, astonished. Elder Go, you have led us to disaster. Someone appeared out of nowhere and swept us all aside. If we hadn't delivered the goods, we might have perished. Xie Gong lamented. The other distributors echoed his sentiments. Elder Go was furious, realizing Yi Qingqing had support behind her. Get lost, he growled, his voice low with anger. No way. What if we are killed when we return? Xie Gang quickly countered. They loved money, but feared for their lives even more. Elder Go was fuming, nearly fainting. They had lost, utterly and completely. Meanwhile, Jiang Luofei arrived at the construction materials supplier only to find it deserted. What a dark emperor. Such swift tactics. She mused. I refuse to believe I cannot unmask you. Well, I have plenty of time. First, I shall head to the airport. She was not in a hurry. As long as the Dark Emperor was Xiao Beichen, the truth would eventually surface. Soon, she arrived at Jiang City International Airport, where she awaited the arrival of someone. In the realm of the Dragon Domain, a valiant female warrior, renowned for her numerous battlefield achievements, emerged from within, accompanied by a modestly poised woman. This woman possessed an exquisite figure and an unparalleled beauty, her short hair exuding refinement, yet there lingered an unmistakable aura of slaughter about her. Upon spotting Jiang Luofei, She smiled and approached, greeting Luofei. Mohan, it has been a long time. Jiang Luofei replied, her countenance brightening with joy. Among her few friends, Mohan was undoubtedly one of the closest, a saintess of the Medicine King Hall and a female warrior of the Dragon Domain. Their presence together instantly transformed the airport into a vibrant spectacle, attracting numerous admirers who, upon failing to engage, retreated in disappointment. Once they were in the car, Jiang Luofei inquired, Mohan, why have you left the capital to come to Jiang City? With a smile, Mohan responded, I came to hear a report from a professor at Jiang City University. Someone has purportedly reinvented the theory of the gravity testing machine, with a significant likelihood of actualization. Is research now under your purview as well? Jiang Luofei asked. Mohan shook her head. I merely stumbled upon this, and since we haven't seen each other in ages, I thought I would stop by. By the way, have you found that Dark Emperor you mentioned over the phone? As close friends, such intimate discussions were reserved solely for each other. Jiang Luofei then recounted the entire situation. Are you saying that Yi Qingqing's husband is highly likely the Dark Emperor you mentioned? Mohan furrowed her brows in contemplation. But why does he maintain two identities while being with one person? This is the aspect that puzzles me. A hint of sigh escaped Jiang Luofei's otherwise frosty features. It matters not. As long as he exists, we shall surely uncover the truth. Mohan nodded in agreement. By the way, there are foreign pharmaceutical forces attempting to infiltrate the Dragon Domain. The Medicine King Hall has dispatched me for negotiations. I shall escort you to Jiang City University, and after your matters are settled, we can return for dinner together. Very well. As the host, your word is law. At Jiang City University, the principal's office buzzed with activity as nearly all board members gathered, standing obediently to the side, their gazes filled with reverence. Before them stood the first female warrior since the inception of the Dragon Domain, an illustrious figure, and notably, the youngest warrior in history, merely in her 20s. No one dared to underestimate her. Her stature and influence commanded respect, capable of rendering the board members obsolete with but a single decree. Listening to the report, Mohan raised an eyebrow. Are you saying this theory is not your own work? Indeed, the elderly professor responded excitedly. While it was part of the research, it was determined that our theory was flawed. A genius named Xiao Beichen refined it. In truth, the university had approached him several times to take on the role of lead researcher for this theory, but the professor, known for his integrity, would never claim another's achievements. Xiao Beichen? Is he truly remarkable? Why have I not heard his name in the scientific community? The principal interjected. Xiao Beichen is indeed a genius. He was the top scorer in our Southwestern Region's college entrance examination. However, he chose to enlist in the military instead of pursuing higher education. And where is he now? Mon Press said. We do not know, the principal replied. But his younger sister is a student here. Perhaps she has some insight. Bring her here, Mohan instructed, rubbing her temples. Before long, Yi Sairu arrived at the principal's office. Seeing the gathering of board members, she assumed her barbecue event at the back of the school had been discovered. Fearing expulsion, she immediately adopted a pleading demeanor. Principal, I have been diligent in my studies and have committed no wrongdoing. You cannot expel me. The principal, board members, and Mohan all exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Is this Xiao Beichen's younger sister? She seems rather dim-witted, Mohan thought, before clearing her throat. I summoned you to inquire about Xiao Beichen's whereabouts. Oh, you are looking for Xiao Beichen? Has he gotten into trouble? If so, let's take him out and execute him. Upon realizing the inquiry did not pertain to her, her expression relaxed. Yi Sairu, speak properly. We have matters to discuss regarding your brother-in-law, the principal urged. Yi Sairu pouted. I thought we were discussing his execution. Mohan, taken aback, wondered about this rather unrefined younger sister. I do not know where he is. Here is his number. You can ask him yourself. With casual indifference, Yi Sairu provided the phone number and turned to leave. The board members were inclined to reprimand her lack of decorum, but were halted by Mohan's intervention. Let it be. I will call him. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, Xiao Beichen. I am an expert dispatch from the capital. I have heard you have developed a theory for the gravity testing machine. Would it be possible for us to discuss it? Not interested. I have things to do. The curt reply came, and the call ended abruptly. Mohan's expression hardened with frost. How dare he hang up on me? She promptly made another call. Traced the satellite location of this phone. After ending the call, Xiao Beichen pondered where he had heard that voice before, familiar yet distant. However, He shrugged it off as he had just called Jiang Biehe for directions. Xiao Beichen? A voice called out. Turning around, he spotted a young woman. Upon closer inspection, he smiled. "Ah, it's you." The woman was Zhang Lanlan, a classmate from high school, known as the belle of their class. While she was considered attractive, she paled in comparison to Yi Qingcheng and Jiang Luofei, as they were in a different league altogether. "Manager Zhang, who is this?" asked one of the girls accompanying her. "This is our high school's prodigy, the top scorer of the college entrance exams, sought after by countless universities. Unfortunately, he chose to enlist in the military at the peak of his fame. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for cultivation within the dragon domain," Zhang Lanlan reminisced. "Once, I even foolishly confessed to him, only to be rejected." Zhang Lanlan reflected on how she knew of Xiao Beichen's humble beginnings, having lived in a town village. However, she eventually thrived and bought a house in the city center. Their families were even related. "Manager Zhang, you are now a successful manager earning millions annually, living the life of a wealthy elite. He must be regretting his decision to turn you down." Her companions chimed in. "Indeed, he must be wishing he could date you now," another added. "What nonsense. Our manager Zhang is so outstanding. He is not worthy of her. Moreover, even if he had pursued an education, many graduates exist today, and a top scorer is hardly remarkable." These girls, clearly sycophants, lavish praise upon Zhang Lanlan, their flattery almost reaching the heavens. Xiao Beichen, perceiving the veiled sarcasm in Zhang Lanlan's words, chuckled. "You seem to be doing quite well for yourself. Compared to you, I've certainly fared better. Just earning $1 million a year is quite an achievement," Zhang Lanlan retorted dismissively. "Care for a loan?" Xiao Beichen extended his hand with a smirk. "Ugh, you dare to ask for money? How pathetic," Zhang Lanlan scoffed. "Suit yourself. No need to be rude," Xiao Beichen shrugged. "By the way, I am getting married soon. I invite you to attend," Zhang Lanlan announced, pulling out an invitation. "Not interested," Xiao Beichen replied. "Well, if you decline, I shall send the invitation to your uncle." "Fine. Just give it to me." Xiao Beichen relented, taking the invitation. "I must go now. I have others waiting for me." He turned and headed toward the second floor of the restaurant. "Manager Zhang, why are you sending invitations like this?" someone inquired. Zhang Lanlan disdainfully replied, "Of course. It's to make him embarrass himself. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll treat you all." As they attempted to ascend to the second floor, a waiter stopped them. "I'm sorry, but the second floor has been reserved by the Jiang family," the waiter explained. "Reserved? But I clearly saw someone go in," Zhang Lanlan questioned, perplexed. "I truly apologize. The Jiang family is hosting today, so if you wish to dine, it must be on the first floor," the waiter reiterated. The mention of the Jiang family left Zhang Lanlan bewildered, pondering how Xiao Beichen could access the inner sanctum. Could it be that the Jiang family was inviting him to dine? Her shock was palpable, yet she quickly dismissed the notion. The Jiang family was one of the three major powers in Jiang City, while Xiao Beichen was merely a worthless resident of the urban village. How could he possibly be treated to a meal? "Indeed, it's a shame," someone remarked. "Our company is currently negotiating with the Jiang family for a contract. If you could secure that deal, it would be immensely profitable." Zhang Lanlan contemplated this, her eyes glimmering with ambition. Typically, individuals like them seldom encountered the prominent figures of the Jiang family. This was a rare opportunity. In the private room, upon seeing Xiao Beichen, all the Jiang family members immediately stood. Master Xiao, please, take a seat. There is no need for such formality," Xiao Beichen gestured. Once he spoke, everyone resumed their seats. Jiang Biehe raised a glass, declaring, "Master Xiao, I toast to you. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today." "I don't drink," Xiao Beichen replied. Jiang Biehe downed the drink himself, sitting back down. "Master Xiao, what brings you to the cave?" Everyone knew that Jiang Biehe's severe illness stemmed from that very cave, and he had no intention of returning. "There may be something I seek within," Xiao Beichen responded. "What is it?" Jiang Biehe asked. "Though I may not possess great influence, perhaps I can assist you in finding it." Xiao Beichen scribbled a note filled with rare, medicinal herbs. "Dr. Huang, could you take a look?" Jiang Biehe handed it to Huang Yuanan, who glanced at it and shook his head. "Aside for dragon heartgrass, I'm unfamiliar with the other herbs." "No matter," Xiao Beichen said, having never expected them to locate it. Nonetheless, Jiang Biehe insisted, "Master Xiao, if I can find it, I will do my utmost." "Very well," Xiao Beichen nodded. During their meal, he excused himself to the restroom, encountering Zhang Lanlan, who had bribed a waiter to gain access to the second floor. "Xiao Beichen, Are you working as a waiter here? What business is it of yours? He retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Zhang Lanlan scoffed. I'm offering you a chance to earn money. If you introduce me to the important figures in the private room, I'll give you 1,000. No, Xiao Beichen replied. You worthless fool. 1,000 is enough to keep you afloat for many days. She fumed. Step aside. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Beichen ignored her, prompting her to tremble with anger. Even when given a chance, you remain useless, destined to be a lowly person. She then looked toward the private room, steeling herself and walked in. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the project manager from Tianxiang Company, Zhang Lanlan. Here's my business card. It must be said that Zhang Lanlan was quite bold, speaking without hesitation, which explained her managerial position. What brings you to me? Jiang Biehe inquired, surprisingly calm. Zhang Lanlan paused, realizing he was not as intimidating as she had imagined. Our company wishes to collaborate with your esteemed group, and I wonder if you might grant us an opportunity. Certainly. Jiang Biehe nodded. Lu, please take her contact information and arrange for further discussions. Wow, what? Zhang Lanlan was taken aback. This was surprisingly easy. No contract proposals required. After exchanging contact details, she was ecstatic. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Exiting, she ran into Xiao Beichen, her face a mask of derision. You really think I couldn't accomplish anything without you? You didn't even want the 1,000 I offered. No wonder you'll always remain poor. Xiao Beichen was left bewildered. Zhang Lanlan offered no explanation and swiftly descended the stairs. Upon re-entering the private room, Jiang Biehe remarked, Master Xiao, your acquaintance just visited, wishing to discuss collaboration. Acquaintance? Xiao Beichen was taken aback. Jiang Biehe was equally surprised. I saw you speaking with her. Was she not your friend? Could this be a misunderstanding? It was only due to Xiao Beichen's reputation that he agreed to the collaboration. Otherwise, with Tianxiang Company's qualifications, they wouldn't even be worthy of carrying the Jiang family's shoes. Not quite a friend, merely a high school classmate, Xiao Beichen clarified. Ah, I see. Jiang Biehe casually tossed the business card to the floor. After their meal, they boarded the car, the sun at its zenith. They drove toward the outskirts of Jiang City, an area under the Jiang family's dominion, designated for tourism development. Otherwise, Jiang Biehe would not have ventured to such a desolate place. After about an hour and a half, they arrived at their destination. Immediately, people approached to greet them. Welcome, Jiang family head, they chorused. Jiang Biehe nodded and personally opened the car door for Xiao Beichen, astonishing everyone present. Who was this person that warranted such respect from the Jiang family head? Master Xiao, within lies the ice cave, Jiang Biehe stated. Jiang Shaodian expressed concern. Are you truly going inside? There could be dangers. Huang Yuantan also cautioned, the yin energy here is too potent. Prolonged exposure is detrimental to health. Yet, Xiao Beichen was elated. Indeed, just as I suspected, this place is not naturally formed, but influenced by external factors. If the ice beard truly exists, I will find 2 of the herbs I need. The rest may be discovered within 10 years. Master Xiao, if you truly wish to enter, we shall accompany you. Jiang Biehe offered. You must have stayed here for a considerable time, which is why the cold energy affected you. Xiao Beichen added. Jiang Biehe nodded. I stayed for about 7 days. Then it's settled. While the yin energy is strong, a brief stay should pose no harm, Xiao Beichen explained. The group ventured into the ice cave, which was deep and filled with numerous paths, complicating their search for the ice beard. However, Xiao Beichen was no ordinary individual. He keenly sensed where the cold energy was most concentrated. Upon reaching the deepest point, they were greeted by the sight of a stunningly beautiful, ice-clear beard, akin to a work of art. Everyone was taken aback. What is this? So beautiful, Jiang Shaodian exclaimed. This is what I've been searching for. Xiao Beichen exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it was the ice beard. However, he did not retrieve it immediately. Instead, he turned and coldly declared, You've been following us all this way. Come out. In an instant, several figures emerged, each radiating a chilling aura. Jiang Biehe and the others were taken aback, realizing they had been followed without their knowledge. We want this. Leave now, and we may spare your lives, a dangerously cold figure stated. It is you who should leave. This is our territory, and you have no right to claim it, Jiang Shaodian retorted. Friends, I am Jiang Biehe of the Jiang family. I kindly ask you to depart promptly. Jiang Biehe keenly sensed that these individuals were not to be trifled with, and thus spoke up, What is the Jiang family compared to us? We belong to the War Department, and we must secure the ice frost whiskers. If you refuse to leave, then prepare to die. The man intended to take action, but suddenly a cold voice rang out from behind. Who is Xiao Beichen? Accompanying the voice was a young woman. Her features sharp and imbued with a palpable aura of lethality, clearly someone who had taken many lives. Upon seeing her, Xiao Beichen's heart sank. How could it be her? In that instant, he recalled why the voice from the earlier phone call sounded so familiar. It was her, the Dragon Domain's war goddess, Muhan. Moreover, she was one of his former girlfriends. Chapter 85. The Wicked complained first. Not only Xiao Beichen, but the members of the War Department were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated encountering the Dragon Domain's war goddess here. The Black Hawk Division from the Southwest War Zone had encountered her before. The group immediately knelt down. Viva Goddess, Jiang Bieha, and the others swallowed hard. To be titled War Goddess indicated remarkable achievements in the Dragon Domain. The sight of this young woman, so designated, sent shivers down their spines. What are you Black Hawk members doing here? Muhan Fudovid Harbro. She had tracked their location all the way here. The leader of the group responded. We discovered particularly rare medicinal materials, the ice frost whiskers, yet these thieves claim they found them. How audacious to complain first, Jiang Bieha frowned, while Jiang Shaotian angrily retorted. Who are the thieves? Just because you are from the Black Hawk Division, do not think we fear you. This place belongs to the Jiang family, and naturally, these items belong to us. Presumptuous, still daring to argue. War Goddess, you can see these individuals are shameless. The ice frost whiskers were in our sight, and must rightfully belong to us. The leader scolded angrily. All eyes turned to Mo Han. Monskofit. I am not concerned with this matter. I am here to find someone. Who is Xiao Beichen? I am. Xiao Beichen stepped forward, though his heart raced with unease. Mo Han was the one with whom he had spent the least time among his ex-girlfriends, having never met her in person nor known her identity. Their relationship resembled that of Su Zhu and Mengu in Demigods and Semi-Devils, a collision of destinies. In the darkness, they met. Before dawn, they parted ways. At that time, Mo Han had been battling along the Dragon Domain's border and had been poisoned with a seductive toxin, which Xiao Beichen had saved her from. The seductive toxin, in essence, was not truly a poison, but rather an aphrodisiac. Even Xiao Beichen could not neutralize it. Even if he could, he might not choose to do so. Their relationship lasted a mere 7 days, and on the last night, Mo Han finally regained her senses, while Xiao Beichen had already departed. Everything felt like a dream. You are Xiao Beichen? Mo Han cast a glance, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. They could not recall where they had met. Yes. Upon witnessing Mo Han's reaction, Xiao Beichen sighed in relief. It was you who hung up on my call. The crowd was taken aback, unsure of the nature of their relationship. This scene resembled a girlfriend hanging up on her boyfriend during a call. Xiao Beichen scratched his head. That was me. Come with me. All right, but I must take this item with me. Xiao Beichen pointed to the ice frost whiskers. War Goddess, we discovered this first. The Black Hawk members grew anxious, shouting in protest. Mo Han shook her head. This is not my concern. My duty is simply to bring you back. The Black Hawk members sneered, without the War Goddess intervening. Acquiring the ice frost whiskers would be simple for them. Xiao Beichen chuckled lightly. Playing the rogue, refusing? Then I shall not leave. That would compel me to take action. Do not. A gentleman does not fight with a woman. Xiao Beichen quickly retreated a few steps. I understand your purpose. Taking me away will change nothing. If I do not cooperate, you will still find it impossible. Moreover, given the current atmosphere in the Dragon Domain, why must he relinquish what was rightfully his just because they claimed it? Stop the idle chatter. The Black Hawk members rebuked, turning to Mo Han with respect, War Goddess. This individual harbors ill intentions. It would be best to take him away directly. Do I need your concern in my affairs? A single glare silenced the Black Hawk members. In matters of rare treasures and talents, the capable shall prevail. I shall not beat around the bush. Whoever wins shall claim this item, Mo Han declared. Chapter 86. I fight for the elite. Jiang Shaotian protested. This is unfair. Jiang Bieha and the others shared his sentiment. Members of the War Department inherently possessed superior physical abilities. The Black Hawk Division was elite within the War Department. Xiao Beichen, an ordinary individual, could hardly be their match. Do you have an objection? Mo Han shot a cold glance. Of course we do. Why not compare medical skills with Master Xiao? Let us see if we can't deal with these few rascals. Jiang Xiaotian, youthful and brimming with vigor, could not swallow his pride, especially since Xiao Beichen had saved his father. You possess medical skills? Upon hearing this, Mo Han's gaze shifted to Xiao Beichen, scrutinizing him. Just a bit. Xiao Beichen felt a chill under her gaze. That is unfortunate. Within my circle, strength reigns supreme. If you wish to obtain something, you must fight for it with your strength. Mo Han's icy voice echoed in everyone's ears, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Jiang Xiaotian wished to say more, but Jiang Bieha restrained him. The war goddess's authority was sacred and inviolable. The Black Hawk members erupted in laughter. Kid, do you have the guts to spar with us? Just based on your abilities, you dare to compete over the ice frost whiskers? Have you looked in a mirror? Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly. Very well, I accept your challenge. Wow, I didn't expect you to possess such courage. Which one of us do you wish to challenge? The leader exclaimed. Xiao Beichen's finger pointed at each of them before finally resting on the man furthest to the left. You want to challenge me? Xiao Beichen shook his head. Do not waste time. You all come at me together. What? Everyone present was stunned into silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Bieha and the others stared aghast. Mo Han frowned slightly, muttering under her breath, such arrogance. The Black Hawk Division ranks among the best in the Southwest. Who does he think he is? Ha ha! The Black Hawk members laughed uproariously. This is hilarious. He actually dares to challenge all four of us. Who's he think he is? He probably does not even comprehend what the Black Hawk Division represents. Kid, let me enlighten you. The Black Hawk Division is the elite among elites in the Southwest. No member is someone like you can provoke. Jiang Bieha hastily advised. Master Xiao, their strength is not to be underestimated. Proceed with caution. It would be best to negotiate with the war goddess. Perhaps a turn of events could occur. Xiao Beichen waved his hand dismissively. I fight for the elite. Mo Han chuckled lightly. You possess some spirit, but spirit must be supported by strength. I shall grant you another chance to choose your opponent. No need. I do not regard these ants. Xiao Beichen declared. Damn it, who are you calling ants? The four Black Hawk members were infuriated. Mo Han shook her head, realizing the opportunity was wasted. He truly was a fool, one who did not understand the gravity of the situation. In that case, let the competition begin. Whoever wins shall possess the rights to this item, she said, crossing her arms and leaning against the cave wall. Kid, you tread the path of heaven, yet do not take it. You break into hell without invitation. Dare to look down upon us from the Black Hawk Division, and you shall find no burial ground. The four of them launched their attacks, aiming for Xiao Beichen's vital points. Mo Han furrowed her brow. She would not allow these individuals to harm Xiao Beichen. Master Xiao is truly foolish, Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed. No one had faith in Xiao Beichen. His medical skills were remarkable, yet this contest revolved around martial prowess. Alas, it seemed that this frost ice whisker would elude Master Xiao. Master Xiao is such a fool. Jiang Bia also shook his head slightly, resigned to waiting for the next opportunity to encounter another frost ice whisker. Chapter 87. He is the one I desire. The noise was unbearable, Xiao Beichen remarked coolly, daring to call themselves elite when even a random figure from the Dark Hall would easily overpower them. Standing firm against the four attackers, Xiao Beichen remained unmoved. The crowd gasped. Could he have given up resisting? The arrogance he had displayed earlier was now a distant memory. Macau Hans Bros Nita Tigli, Auzalas Brajart. Only capable of grandstanding. She prepared to intervene on behalf of Xiao Beichen, but was rooted in place. To her astonishment, Xiao Beichen dodged the four attackers with remarkable agility. Before they could regain their footing, he struck first, landing a punch on one's face, causing blood and teeth to scatter, accompanied by a chorus of wails. What? Master Xiao actually triumphed. My heavens, not only is Master Xiao exceptionally skilled in medicine, but he is also proficient in martial arts. Jiang Xiaotian laughed even louder. Ha, didn't these Black Hawk members claim to be the elite among elites? Yet here they are, sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Outrageous! The Black Hawk members immediately rose, intent on retaliating against Xiao Beichen. Did I permit you to stand? Xiao Beichen's foot pressed down, his gaze icy as he looked down upon them. We are from the Black Hawk Division. How dare you humiliate us like this? Slap! Xiao Beichen raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. You! Smack! Another slap followed. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, wielding a powerful gust of wind, executing a long yet razor-sharp kick aimed at Xiao Beichen. The force and precision were impeccable. This individual was not merely a lowly member of the Black Hawk Division, but the Dragon Domain's female war goddess. A strike from her could result in instant demise. However, this blow ultimately landed on Xiao Beichen's shoulder, inflicting no significant harm. Why didn't you evade? Mo Han's brow furrowed. A woman as beautiful as you would surely hold back in combat. There's a saying, to die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. Xiao Beichen chuckled. Gasp. At Xiao Beichen's words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was the Dragon Domain's female war goddess, renowned for her tremendous achievements. How daring to flirt in front of so many. Their audacity was astounding. Jiang Bieha and others couldn't help but feel anxious for Xiao Beichen. Muan, being a figure from the northern region, was not one to be constrained by trivialities. She snickered. You possess quite the audacity. If you win, that item will belong to you. Xiao Beichen retrieved a box from his pocket, carefully extracting the frost ice whisker in high spirits. In just 2 days, I have acquired 2 rare herbs. Surely, heaven cannot bear to take me, considering my good looks. The war goddess remarked that this item was demanded by our Black Hawk Division leader, and it absolutely cannot be allowed to leave with him. The Black Hawk members attempted to struggle. Mo Han cast a glance. Leave? The Black Hawk members felt a jolt of fear, seeing Mo Han's refusal. They fixed their gaze on Xiao Beichen. Kid, I warn you, if you do not hand over the frost ice whisker, no one in Jiang City can protect you. Before Xiao Beichen could respond, Mo Han interjected. If you have the ability, defeat him. Lacking ability, yet enjoying bullying others. This is the style of your Black Hawk Division? It seems I ought to report this to the higher-ups, so they can investigate your second-level combat unit thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be truly lawless. Before leaving, Mo Han added, he is the one I desire. If you wish to lay a hand on him, feel free to try. Did you hear that, a bunch of curs? I am the war goddess' person. Xiao Beichen laughed heartily. The expressions of the Black Hawk members turned ghastly. Watching the two depart, what should we do now? What else can we do? We shall return to the combat unit first. On another front, Mo Han drove a jeep and inquired, what do you intend to do with this item? The frost ice whisker is a rare herb. I have great use for it. Xiao Beichen gently placed his hand on the box, inhaling deeply. Chapter 88. I am on the verge of death. Great use? Mo Han, unfamiliar with herbs, merely felt the atmosphere in the car was stifling, prompting her to initiate conversation. Xiao Beichen grinned. Would you like to know? You may refrain from sharing. One replied coldly. Beg me, and I may consider divulging. Among his former romantic interests, the one with the best rapport was Mo Han. She knew nothing about him, not even his identity, allowing Xiao Beichen to tease her freely. Leave, one reiterated coldly, though she was somewhat curious about the man before her. She was not one to beg. A person skilled in both medicine and martial arts, as well as research projects, such an individual would undoubtedly be a genius in any era. However, Mo Han did not envy him. She adhered to the principle of striving for perfection, not dabbling in the trivial. Haha, what a frosty beauty. Xiao Beichen jested. Well, I don't mind telling you. In fact, I am nearing death. Why? Mo Han asked. Because a toxin lingers within me. If I cannot gather the necessary herbs within 10 years, I shall surely perish. Having suppressed this for so long, Xiao Beichen needed a means to vent, and Mo Han was undoubtedly that outlet. This was also the first time he felt that confessing the truth was not burdensome. 10 years is a long time. Gathering the herbs should not be excessively difficult, right? Mon frowed deeply. Xiao Beichen shook his head. These herbs are exceedingly rare. The difficulty in collecting them entirely is immense. You have formulated the theory for a gravity testing machine. As long as you are willing to serve the country, it will support you. Mo Han scrutinized Xiao Beichen, noticing a hint of sorrow in his expression, suggesting he was not lying. Xiao Beichen, unwilling to discuss this matter further, smiled and asked, May I pose a question? Speak. Mo Han's expression softened considerably. If someone were deeply enamored with you, yet you were on the brink of death, and she insisted on staying by your side, despite your impending demise, what would you do? Xiao Beichen inquired with a smile. Mo Han fell silent for a moment, not responding immediately, but instead asking, Is that person you? Xiao Beichen rested his hands behind his chair. Perhaps. I would deceive her, leading her to give up hope, then quietly embrace death myself. Mon replied. Ha ha. Xiao Beichen laughed heartily. You are truly my kindred spirit. Muhan, you You cannot blame me for being honest with you then. Just as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood erupted from Xiao Beichen. I apologize. I seem to have stained your car. The fire poison had long since infiltrated his heart. Recently, he had exerted himself too much, resulting in organ strain. Yet with the suppression of pure yin energy, spitting some blood was no grave matter. Are you all right? Makaufanisa brofuruva. Iemme fine. Xiao Beichen retrieved the tissue, first cleaning the car, then wiping his mouth. My apologies, you might need to get your car washed. That's all right. I advise you to visit a hospital. Monsugistid. It's futile. Xiao Beichen waved his hand. If hospitals were effective, what need would there be for a miraculous healer like me? Emohan remained silent, finding him to be a peculiar man. Upon entering the vehicle, he spoke seemingly intimate words, then coughed blood, yet was concerned about the car getting dirty. I know a highly skilled physician. I can introduce you. Monstatid. She was referring to Jiang Luofei. Chapter 89. An incident occurred. My dear friend is a healer. Before Emohan could finish her sentence, a phone call interrupted her words. Hello, Emohan shouted into her Bluetooth headset. Mohan, have you finished your work? The voice of Jiang Luofei came from the other end. Not yet. There's been a situation, Emohan replied. All right, let us eat together when you get back, she said before hanging up. Emohan removed her Bluetooth headset and asked, what were we just discussing? I mentioned that your friend is a miraculous physician, but it's unnecessary. I'm well aware of my own condition, Xiao Beichen declined. Very well. Emohan did not insist. At that moment, another call rang, but it was not Emohan's phone. It was Xiao Beichen's. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately answered, Sister. Beichen, something terrible has happened. The frantic voice on the line continued. Mom went for a job interview today for a cleaning position at a company and accidentally spilled someone else's coffee, and they're demanding $100,000 in compensation. Sister, don't panic. Which company is it? I'll head over immediately. Xiao Beichen's smile vanished. Ding Group? That name sounded familiar. However, he had no time to ponder and quickly instructed Emohan to drive to the Ding Group. Drive faster. Xiao Beichen's brows knitted together. This is the fastest I can go, Emohan retorted, rolling her eyes. After all, she was a warrior, usually commanding others to drive. Now, someone was instructing her. Get out. I'll drive, Xiao Beichen said coldly. Fine, just buckle up. Emohan acknowledged the urgency, flooring the accelerator, covering an hour-long journey in just half that time. The car came to a halt in front of a towering building. Before the vehicle had fully stopped, Xiao Beichen flung open the door and stepped out. Upon entering the building, he spotted two figures kneeling in the lobby. Dad, Mom. Xiao Beichen's eyes widened in horror. Beichen, what are you doing here? His parents turned their gaze upon him, their eyes filled with shame. Zhao Yalan's face bore the marks of several harsh slaps. Seeing Xiao Beichen's expression, she quickly urged, Beichen, please don't do anything rash. Yes, don't act impulsively, Xiao Jingwu advised. They knew their son's temperament all too well. He would not let this go easily. Around them, onlookers exchanged glances. After spotting Xiao Beichen, a young woman approached with a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this the reckless kid from yesterday? Xiao Beichen looked up and suddenly recalled, Ding Group, Ding Xiangrong. The young woman before him was Ding Xiangrong's mistress. It became clear that this was all a trap to humiliate him. Xiao Beichen's eyes blazed with fury, ready to retaliate, but was stopped. Beichen, don't act rashly. It will only complicate matters. Zhao Yalan turned to the young woman, saying, Miss, I apologize for spilling coffee on your clothes. This matter has nothing to do with my son, so please don't make things difficult for him. Shut your mouth, you old hag. The young woman spat, her eyes fixed on Xiao Beichen. I've done my research on you. A worthless person from the city village dares to confront our CEO. You really have some nerve. What? The crowd gasped, astonished that he would dare to confront the CEO, practically courting death. With neither Jiang Yixian nor Zhao Gongzi here, let us see how you handle this. If you dare to touch the CEO, I'll make sure to deal with your parents. The young woman yelled, raising her hand to strike Zhao Yalan. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. Have mercy. It's unseemly to strike an elder. Chapter 90. I will avenge my mother. Stay out of this. The young woman shouted, struggling to free herself but finding her efforts futile against the iron grip. After helping his parents to their feet, Xiao Beichen said, let go. This is my affair. At his words, Emohan finally released her hold. A bruise appeared on the young woman's arm, and she seethed with rage. So your mother accidentally spilled coffee on me and is demanding $100,000. Is that it? Now, it's 200,000. The young woman retorted. Fine. Xiao Beichen replied. He snatched a coffee cup from a nearby stunned onlooker and poured its contents over the young woman's head, soaking her hair and clothes. What are you doing? She shrieked. Xiao Beichen pulled out a bank card, the one Yi Sairu had given him. Pouring coffee on you costs 200,000. This card has 5 million. That's enough for 25 pours. You. The young woman fumed. Mom, let us go, Xiao Beichen declared, not wishing to waste more words with these people. Mohan followed him out. At that moment, Zhao Yalan and her husband finally noticed Mohan, asking Beichen, "Who is this?" "I'm a friend of Xiao Beichen," Mohan explained. Zhao Yalan and her husband sighed in relief, mistakenly thinking it was Xiao Beichen who had caused the scandal outside. "Mom, if you need money, just tell me. There's no need to go out and get upset," Xiao Beichen said. "Your mother has worked her whole life. She can't just sit idle," Xiao Jingwa chuckled. Zhao Yalan shot a glance. "Beichen, was that card really worth 5 million? Xiao Beichen shook his head. "It's just a blank card, not a cent on it. If the old lady knew I gave away 5 million, she'd probably beat me with a stick." "That's good." Zhao Yalan sighed in relief. "Beichen, you found a good sister-in-law. It's time for you all to enjoy life. No more working." Zhao Yalan added. "You child." She then playfully tapped his head. "By the way, Beichen, can you lend me 30,000? "Mom, I'll transfer the money to you shortly," Xiao Beichen assured. "Wonderful. But remember, you owe me this money, and I will pay you back." Zhao Yalan sighed with relief. Now we have enough for Yin's surgery. Xiao Beichen merely shrugged, remaining silent. "Today, I ran into people from the Lao Zhang family. Their daughter is getting married and invited us to the wedding banquet," Xiao Jingwa mentioned. "We must attend. We were neighbors back then," Zhao Yalan replied. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Xiao Beichen went to answer it, only to find Yi Qingcheng standing there. "What brings you here?" "I came to my parents' house. Do I need to notify you?" Yi Qingcheng shot him a sidelong glance. Today, she was in high spirits, having finally secured her position within the company. "You're getting more comfortable calling me Mom," Xiao Beichen teased. "Qingcheng is here." Zhao Yalan rushed over. "Mom, I want to eat your cooking." Yi Qingcheng smiled. She immediately noticed the marks on Zhao Yalan's face and frowned. "Mom, what happened?" "It's nothing. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go buy some ingredients," Zhao Yalan said as she changed her clothes. Xiao Jingwa, hoping to slack off, was also called to help. "Sister Yin, what is wrong with Mom?" Yi Qingcheng asked. Xiao Beichen was about to say it was nothing when Xiao and Yin recounted the whole incident. Yi Qingcheng nodded calmly. "I'll help Mom get revenge." Chapter 91. The old lady's favoritism in the Ding Group office. The young woman sat on Ding Xiangrong's lap, her face filled with resentment. "CEO Ding, you must avenge me. He actually dared to pour coffee on me in front of so many people." Ding Xiangrong's hand roamed over the fair legs of a young woman, while the other held a cigar, his expression fierce. "Damn it. They dare to cause trouble in our group. They must be tired of living. This grudge has been formed. If I don't eliminate them, I won't bear the surname Ding." Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. Ding Xiangrong immediately changed his demeanor, smiling as he said, "President Yi, what guidance do you have for me?" Currently, the Yi Group stands as the largest in Jiangcheng, overseeing numerous projects. There exists some collaboration between the Ding Group and the Yi Group. However, the Yi Group is the primary party, while the Ding Group is the secondary. I am here to inform you that the Yi Group is terminating its cooperation with the Ding Group. Yi Tingqing's cold voice resonated through the line. "What?" Ding Xiangrong sprang up from his chair, disbelief etched on his face. "President Yi, you must be joking, right? Do you think I would call you just for a jest?" "Yi Ting, replied easily." Ding Xiangrong felt a tremor in his heart. If they severed ties with the Yi Group, the Ding Group would incur losses of at least several billion. Even a conglomerate as large as the Ding Group lacked the fortitude for such a setback. "President Yi, if I have erred in any way, I am willing to amend my mistakes," Ding Xiangrong pleaded. "Did the Ding Group not slap 2 elderly individuals today?" Yi Tingcheng stated. Ding Xiangrong swallowed hard. "Yes, but how does that relate to our collaboration? You struck them. Thus, I terminate our partnership." With that, the call ended abruptly. Ding Xiangrong stood there, stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Ding Zong, what happened?" the young woman inquired. "Slap." Ding Xiangrong turned and struck her face. Silence. "Damn it. That Xiao has some connections. Even Yi Tingcheng is his friend." His face contorted with resentment. He immediately made a call. "Give me some assassins." On the other side, sister-in-law, "Won't this adversely affect you?" Xiao Anyan expressed her concern. Yi Tingchang shook her head with a smile. Many wish to collaborate with us. Hitting my parents is simply a sign of their ignorance. Xiao Anyan chuckled. Did you hear that? Sister-in-law is fiercely protective. You better treat her well, or I won't spare you. Xiao Beichen felt overwhelmed. He initially intended to marry just to appease the situation, yet it seemed he was sinking deeper. Oh, what's this? Yi Tingcheng noticed an invitation card on the table. Xiao Anyan explained, it's from the daughter of our former neighbor who is getting married. She glanced at Xiao Beichen and added, she once pursued my brother but was rejected. Perhaps sister-in-law should accompany us. Xiao Beichen scoffed. Why are you saying this? She's busy with work and has no time for weddings. Who says I have no time? I have plenty of it. Yi Tingcheng replied with a huff. I also want to see what this person who once pursued my husband looks like. Not long after, Zhao Yalan returned, burdened with numerous bags. Yi Tingcheng intended to help, but was shooed away by Zhao Yalan. Look at your hands. They are so delicate. You shouldn't be doing this. A table full of dishes was laid out. Zhao Yalan continuously served Yi Tingcheng, neglecting her own children. Tingcheng, I don't know what you like to eat. I hope this suits your palate. Yi Tingcheng beamed, nodding, Mom, your cooking is exquisite. If you like it, eat more. Look how thin you become. Zhao Yalan gently touched Yi Tingcheng's arm. If you crave anything, just send me a message, and I will make it for you. Yi Tingcheng felt elated. After dining and chatting for a long while, they reluctantly departed, while Xiao Beichen found himself being ushered out. Could it be that this old lady has developed cataracts? She doesn't even recognize her own son. Xiao Beichen grumbled. Yi Tingcheng laughed. Who told you to be unfavored by the old lady? Chapter 92. Assassins in the Yujing Villa district. Mo Han sat on the sofa, observing Jiang Churen, who was busy in the kitchen. Do you need help? He inquired. If you want to go, then go. I won't. Jiang Luofei lay back, her expression indifferent, seemingly in a foul mood. Mo Han couldn't help but comment. I really don't know who is taking care of whom here. Let me share an amusing story. What amusing story? Jiang Luofei asked. Today, I visited Jiangshan University and met someone quite interesting. He possesses medical skills, is proficient in martial arts, and even researches scientific projects. He is truly a versatile talent. Monstative. Learning without mastery is of no use, Jiang Luofei scoffed. Let me finish. He posed a question to me. If someone deeply loves you, and you reciprocate, yet you're on the brink of death, what would you choose to do? Mo Han continued. Jiang Luofei shot him a glance. You aren't seriously ill, are you? Of course not. I'm in good health, Mo Han retorted. Then how did you respond? I said I would deceive her, doing things that would make her heartbroken so she could forget me, and then quietly die alone, Mo Han replied. Jiang Luofei snorted. You're insane. Who would be bored enough to ask such a question? If it were me, I would cherish the remaining moments together rather than wait to regret losing it. Moreover, if someone sees you as their lifetime partner, do you think they could forget you just because you made them sad? I wouldn't let that happen. Even if not for myself, I would do everything in my power to cure my loved one. Who is this person? They seem a bit odd. His name is... Just as Mo Han was about to answer, a voice from the kitchen interrupted. Dinner's ready. Clear the table. Coming. Jiang Luofei remained still, while Mo Han stood up. Ding Zong, the people you requested have arrived. 3 assassins clad in black appeared before Ding Xiangrong, exuding an air of menace that signaled their professionalism. Ding Xiangrong puffed on a cigar while producing a photograph. Eliminate this individual, and I will pay you 5 million. The assassins nodded coldly. These individuals were desperate enough to undertake any task for the right price. In the dead of night, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, and a shadow flitted past. Xiao Beichen suddenly awoke, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yi Tingcheng before quietly leaving the house. Come out! Xiao Beichen shouted toward the villa's exterior. Whoosh! 3 figures emerged. You are Xiao Beichen. One of them assessed him coldly, brandishing a gleaming silver dagger. Who are you? Xiao Beichen frowned. Attack! Confirming his identity, the assassins immediately lunged, aiming for critical strikes. However, they were no match for Xiao Beichen. With swift punches, 2 assassins lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only one survivor. Live or die. Xiao Beichen's gaze pierced through the remaining assassin. Live. The assassin trembled, never expecting the man before him to be so formidable. Far from an ordinary individual. Tell me, who sent you? Xiao Beichen demanded. It was the chairman of the Ding group. He ordered us to kill you. The assassin quivered. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the assassin fell to the ground, believing until the end that he could escape. I haven't sought trouble with you, yet you dare to come looking for me. Xiao Beichen's gaze was frigid as he hefted the bodies and tossed them out of the villa district, unaware of a pair of terrified eyes peering through the door's crack. Oh my God, he killed someone. Chapter 93. A slap against the wall the following day. During breakfast, Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Beichen. Yi Qingchang chuckled. What are you staring at Beichen for? And no reason. Yi Xiao immediately buried her head in her meal, daring not to utter another word. Yi Qingchang found it peculiar. Usually, the two were like fire and water, constantly bickering whenever they met. Why was Yi Xiao behaving so obediently today? After finishing her meal, Yi Xiao hastily declared, I have an early class today. I must leave. Grabbing her bag, she dashed out the door. Upon arriving at school, Yi Xiao immediately sought out Jiang Chuan. Xiao, didn't you say you had no classes today? Why are you here so early? Jiang Chuan asked, puzzled, recalling how they had cooked a feast the previous night that still lingered in her mind. Let me share a secret with you. Xiao Beichen is no ordinary person. He kills without a second thought. Yi Xiao gulped, her eyes wide with terror, still in disbelief. What? Jiang Chuan gasped. Last night, I got up to use the bathroom and noticed the door ajar, only to see Xiao Beichen swiftly take down 3 men. Yi Xiao exclaimed. You must have watched too many movies and are hallucinating, Jiang Chuan retorted skeptically. It's true. I can feel he is definitely not simple. Yi Xiao pondered deeply. I must uncover his true nature. Otherwise, my sister might be in danger. About your sister? Jiang Chuan was even more confused. Yi Xiao offered no explanation and rushed to the principal's office, recalling the principal mentioning that the woman was a female warrior, suggesting she might investigate the matter. Meanwhile, in a villa, Ding Xiangrong embraced a woman. Damn it, why haven't they reported back yet after all this time? Mr. Ding, what report are you waiting for? The alluring woman beside him twirled her fingers on Ding Xiangrong's chest. Mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea, Ding Xiangrong snorted. He had dismissed his secretary with a slap the previous day, and today, the current woman was also displeasing to him. Ding Xiangrong took out his phone, preparing to call the assassin, when suddenly a loud bang startled him, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Damn it, who was making noise so early? Wearing only pajamas, Ding Xiangrong set out to find trouble. Upon reaching the hall, he froze, his expression one of sheer terror. Why, how did you get here? Mr. Ding, are you surprised to see me? Xiao Beichen smiled faintly. Ding Xiangrong cursed inwardly. These useless fools, calling themselves the top assassins, can't even deal with this waste. They must have run off with the money. Are you still waiting for the assassins you sent? Don't wait any longer. They're all dead, Xiao Beichen stated. What? Ding Xiangrong was taken aback. Now, let us discuss how to resolve the matter regarding my parents. Xiao Beichen's tone was devoid of warmth, chilling and filled with menace. I. Slap. A resounding slap echoed. How shall we resolve it? I. Slap. How shall we resolve it? 2 resounding slaps left Ding Xiangrong's face swollen like a pig's head. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I'm willing to apologize. I'll go pay my respects to your parents. Please spare my life. No need. I believe you should pay with your life instead. Chapter 94. Do you believe you will regret this? At noon, Xiao Beichen's family arrived at the hotel for their appointment. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they discovered a crowd of over 100 people, mostly relatives from the Zhang family. As soon as they spotted Xiao Beichen's family of 4, whispers erupted among the guests. The most common remarks were about how this family still resided in the urban village, urging others to avoid contact with them. Some even pointed at Xiao Anyan's legs. Hearing these remarks, Xiao Beichen's family frowned but refrained from causing a scene since it was a wedding. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man approached. Jinghua, you've arrived. Old Zhang, congratulations. Your daughter is getting married so soon. Xiao Jinghua stood up. The man was Zhang Lanjin's father, Zhang Huaishan. Haha, congratulations indeed. When shall we celebrate your son's or daughter's wedding? Though he spoke amiably, Zhang Huaishan clearly regarded Xiao Jinghua as beneath him, considering their urban village background. Certainly, Xiao Jinghua replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a bald man adorned with a golden necklace entered the venue. Zhang Huaishan hastily welcomed him. Mr. He, please, come and sit down. Who is this person? Someone inquired curiously. He is Zhang Lanjin's boss. His net worth is reportedly in the tens of millions. My goodness. Tens of millions. We must get to know such an influential figure. Instantly, the bald man became the center of attention. After about half an hour, the wedding commenced smoothly, evoking tears from some guests, while Zhang Huaishan beamed with pride over his daughter's auspicious match with a man of considerable means, boasting an annual income exceeding 1 million. Following the wedding ceremony, it was time for toasts. Soon, it was Xiao Beichen's table S turn to rise and toast. Zhao Yalan, who had watched Zhang Lanjian grow up, smiled. Lanjian, you've truly made a name for yourself, earning a 6-figure salary and marrying well. Indeed, Lanjian has always been clever. Xiao Jingwa praised. Too kind. Zhang Lanjian replied with a smile that held little warmth, her gaze fixed on Xiao Beichen, still nursing a grudge over his lack of assistance the previous day. Who can compare to Xiao Beichen? He was a prominent figure in our high school, but now he has fallen, still relying on his parents. Thus, she proclaimed, choosing the right partner is crucial. Good grades don't guarantee wealth. Zhao Yalan and Xiao Jingwa were left speechless, unable to believe Zhang Lanjian would openly belittle Xiao Beichen in front of so many people. The others also cast disdainful glances. In his 20s and still dependent on his parents. What a waste. Lanjian, how do you know these people? They look so unrefined. Zhang Lanjian's husband, Lu Qianghua, remarked disapprovingly. Rest assured, I never intended to associate with them. They're unworthy. By the way, I forgot to mention, you didn't help me yesterday, wasting $1,000. What a fool, yet I still managed to secure the Jiang family contract. Once the wedding is over, I'll go sign it. A waste is a waste. PLL, never progress. This remark displeased Zhao Yalan greatly. Lanjian, your family may have gained wealth, but you should not turn around to insult others. We are here to celebrate your wedding, not to create enmity. Oh, I'm so afraid of creating enmity with you. Zhang Lanlan chuckled. What do you think you are? You will spend your entire life dwelling in that suffocating place of the urban village. Aunt Yalan, my invitation was merely a formality, and I never expected you to actually show up, instantly lowering the standard of our banquet. Zhao Yalan was furious. Xiao Jingwa intervened. Forget it. Let us not take the words of a child to heart. If we are not welcomed, we shall take our leave. They had come over out of long-standing neighborly affection, but since they were not welcomed, it was best to depart. Xiao Beichen coldly remarked, Zhang Lanlan, do you believe you will regret this? Regret? Zhang Lanlan, dressed in her wedding gown, laughed heartily. What is there to regret? Regretting inviting your family? Indeed, I do regret it, otherwise my wedding wouldn't have been overshadowed. Uncle Zhang, can you not discipline her? Xiao Beichen did not react with immediate anger, but turned to Zhang Huaishan. Zhang Huaishan chuckled. The child is grown up. What should I discipline her for? Since Lanlan doesn't welcome you, it's best for you to leave promptly. Xiao Jingwa and Zhao Yalan were taken aback. While they could understand Zhang Lanlan's immaturity, they were shocked that elder Zhang Huaishan would say such a thing. Xiao Anyan was furious, her fingers tapping on her wheelchair. Very well. Xiao Beichun smiled slightly and seated himself. Zhang Lanlan, you should make a phone call to the Jiang family and inquire if they will collaborate with your company. Since you have shown no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Initially, he intended to observe Zhang Lanlan's demeanor, hoping for a commendable display that could serve as a wedding gift. However, their unforgivable act of humiliating his parents crossed the line. What do you mean? Zhang Lanlan scoffed. Make the call. Perhaps there will be a surprise. Noticing Xiao Beichun's self-assured demeanor, Zhang Lanlan felt a twinge of displeasure. Lu Qianhua laughed. Lanlan, go ahead and call. Slap their faces in front of everyone and make them leave. Zhang Lanlan nodded. Xiao Beichun, you are merely a waiter. Do you truly believe you can influence the Jiang family? Waiter? Xiao Jingwa and Zhao Yalan exchanged glances. Xiao Anyan recalled something and prepared for the unfolding drama. Under the watchful eyes of all, Zhang Lanlan placed a call, her tone immediately turning cordial. Hello, is this Secretary Huang? Who is this? Came a voice from the other end. I am Zhang Lanlan, the project manager from Tianxiang Company. We met at the restaurant yesterday. Do you remember? Zhang Lanlan smiled. Oh, I remember. Hearing this, Zhang Lanlan's face lit up with joy, and she switched to speakerphone. Even her boss, Mr. He, leaned in, eager for a partnership with the Jiang family. However, he had always felt dwarfed by their scale. So he was surprised that Zhang Lanlan had managed to secure such a connection. This was precisely why he had attended the wedding. Secretary Huang, I would like to inquire when we could discuss the contract. Zhang Lanlan was filled with pride. The people around them gave her thumbs up, their gazes directed with hostility toward Xiao Beichen. No one present was unaware of the Jiang family. They were titans in Jiang City, and collaborating with such a family was a monumental opportunity. Lan Lan is truly impressive. Earning over $1 million at such a young age and managing to collaborate with the Jiang family. Indeed, only 26 years old. She is a source of pride for her family. Mr. Yi personally stated, Zhang Lan Lan is a talent I highly value. Her future prospects are undoubtedly bright. The Zhang family felt a surge of pride. Their disdainful glances directed towards Xiao Beichen's family intensified. Zhang Lan Lan provocatively stared at Xiao Beichen. However, the voice on the phone abruptly left her stunned. Collaboration? What collaboration? Zhang Lan Lan's expression shifted instantly. Secretary Huang, didn't President Jiang say yesterday that he wanted to collaborate with our Tianxiang company? Collaborate with you? Your Tianxiang company is hardly worth mentioning. You wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. The call ended abruptly. Everyone present was left in shock. How could the conversation have taken such a turn? Mr. He was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What just happened? Mr. He, they must have misunderstood. I will call back. Zhang Lan Lan was anxious. No need to call back. They will never collaborate with you. At that moment, Xiao Beichen's voice resonated. Why? Zhang Lan Lan fumed, suddenly realizing something, her finger trembling as she pointed at Xiao Beichen. It's you. You plotted this malicious revenge after I left, using your identity as a waiter to speak ill of me. This declaration shocked the entire assembly. They could not believe such shamelessness existed. Lu Qianghua seethed. How can you be so malicious? The loss of the Jiang family collaboration meant they would miss out on nearly $1 million in bonuses. Mr. He was furious, realizing that the collaboration with the Jiang family had been thwarted by a mere waiter. Damn it, are you seeking death by ruining my prospects? Zhang Huaishan was incensed. You wretched thing, I considered you a nephew, and yet you engage in such disgusting behavior. The treachery of this family was intolerable. The most loathsome betrayal was being stabbed in the back. In an instant, Xiao Beichen's family became the target of collective disdain, facing universal condemnation. Zhao Yalin stepped forward. Beichen is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The facts are plain. You still dare to speak of misunderstanding. Zhang Huaishan was furious, barking. Get out. I want you to leave immediately. It's no wonder you're in your 20s and have yet to date. Your thoughts are all consumed by such matters. We cannot leave. Zhang Lanlan shouted. On her joyous day, she had intended to humiliate Xiao Beichen, but he had turned the tables with such cruelty. Xiao Beichen, I never realized you concealed yourself so deeply. Come with me to the Jiang family to clarify this matter. Clarify what? Xiao Beichen retorted. Do you know why you were able to enter the restaurant's private room unimpeded and engage with the Jiang family? It's because they regarded you as my friend. I merely clarified things while dining. Shameless. Who do you think you're to sit with someone of President Jiang's stature? Zhang Lanlan scoffed, refusing to believe it. My qualifications are not for you to judge, Xiao Beichen replied with a smile. You wretched thing, you are just asking for a beating. Zhang Huaishan shouted, raising his hand to strike Xiao Beichen. Just then, someone entered from outside and announced, Lan, there is someone claiming to be the chairman of the Yi Group outside, and he's brought you a grand gift. The chairman of the Yi Group? Zhang Lan was taken aback. The others exchanged glances. The Yi Group. Wasn't he that a conglomerate worth tens of billions in Jiang City? Lan, do you know such a significant figure? Mr. He immediately reacted, smiling. Even if we can't collaborate with the Jiang family, securing a partnership with the Yi Group would be a monumental leap. Zhang Lanlan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, laughing. I am good friends with President Yi. The atmosphere instantly became lively again. Lu Qianghua exclaimed, Lan, you've hidden your connections well. I had no idea you were acquainted with President Yi. Zhang Huaishan adjusted his attire. What are you waiting for? Hurry out to welcome him. Ha, shameless. Xiao Anyan muttered quietly. Let us sit back and enjoy the show, Xiao Beichen said. All the guests attending the wedding hurried outside. They were met with the sight of a luxurious car. A woman clad in professional attire emerged from the vehicle, instantly captivating all the men present. She was breathtakingly beautiful, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Accompanying her were several bodyguards. Congratulations to Miss Zhang Lanlan and Mr. Lu Qianghua on their union. A pair of gold jewelry valued at $1 million is presented to them. Upon hearing the bodyguard announcement, Zhang Lanlan swiftly cast aside her previous worries, feeling at that moment as if she were the happiest person alive. Chapter 97. Insulting in person. Congratulations to you. Yi Qingcheng stepped forward with a smile. Thank you. President Yi, Zhang Lanlan replied, nearly moved to tears. The onlookers were astounded. $1 million in gold jewelry, gifted so casually? Is this what it means to be wealthy? President Yi, I am He Jin Shui, the owner of Tianxiang Company. Here is my business card. He Jin Shui respectfully offered a card. Zhang Lanlan quickly interjected, he is my boss. Yi Qingqing nodded, accepting the card. He Jin Shui was overjoyed, never expecting to gain such a fortuitous encounter at a wedding. Old Zhang, your daughter truly brings honor to our Zhang family. Don't forget us when you achieve great success. Indeed, we have watched Lanlan grow up, the praise continued, lifting Zhang Huaishan's spirits to cloud 9. Excellent, excellent. President Yi, please come inside and take a seat, Lu Qianghua urged, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingcheng, who was undeniably stunning. In comparison, Zhang Lanlan seemed trivial. Whoever could marry such a beautiful woman would be exceedingly fortunate, blessed with both wealth and beauty. With a warm smile, Yi Qingcheng walked into the gathering, occasionally glancing at Zhang Lanlan, pondering if this was the woman who once pursued Xiao Beichen. After observing her, she felt her interest waning. What are you all sitting for? Stand up and greet President Yi. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Huaishan noticed Xiao Beichen's family sitting rigidly. He exclaimed in anger, no need, they are my. Before Yi Qingcheng could finish her sentence, Lu Qianghua interjected furiously. Do you know who this is? She is none other than the youngest and most talented President Yi of Jiangxing. If you weren't attending this wedding, you might never encounter such a person again. Fearing Yi Qingcheng's ire, Zhang Lanlan hastily added, President Yi, please don't be upset. This family is truly despicable. I was negotiating a collaboration with the Jiang family, but this individual sabotaged it. Yi Qingcheng inquired, how did he sabotage it? Anger simmered within her. He works as a waiter at that restaurant. As soon as I finalized the deal with President Jiang, he stabbed me in the back with slanderous words. Consequently, President Jiang believed his nonsense and withdrew from the collaboration. Zhang Lanlan was infuriated. I just told them to leave, and yet they still sit here, utterly shameless. Zhang Huaishan chuckled. President Yi, would you prefer not to see these people? I can have them removed at once. He turned around, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Shout, Jinghua, take your family and leave at once. Your presence is an eyesore. And you, who will never marry, merely know how to stab people in the back. Xiao Beichen smiled slightly. Are you sure? Not only have I married, but my wife is also beautiful and wealthy. Xiao Anyun could barely contain her laughter. What a heart-wrenching remark. Ha ha ha. You think with your family situation, you could marry a wife? Nowadays, a wife needs to have a car and a house. What do you have? Dream on. Lu Qianghua laughed heartily, with others joining in. What kind of wife should I seek then? Xiao Beichen replied cheerfully. Even if you find a wife, she will surely be short, ugly, poor, and overweight. That would fit your family's criteria perfectly. Lu Qianghua retorted. Oh, so my wife is short, ugly, poor, and overweight? Xiao Beichen responded. Chapter 98. From heaven to hell. Watching Xiao Beichen's foolish expression, the crowd erupted in laughter. Could he really be a fool, not angered by such remarks about his future wife? Who knows? Perhaps he's gone mad after seeing how well Zhang Lanlan's family is doing now. I'm dying of laughter. Turns out he is a lunatic. Zhang Lanlan scoffed, Dad. Hurry and get rid of them. We wouldn't want to soil President Yi's eyes. Zhang Huaishan nodded. Get out now. If you don't leave, do you believe I want to toss you out myself? All right then, Mom and Dad. We shall take our leave. Xiao Beichen stood, pushing his wheelchair towards the exit. Zhao Yaolin and Xiao Jinghua exchanged glances, remaining silent. The eyesores have departed. Let's take our seats, Zhang Lanlan smiled. Apologies, but perhaps you misunderstand. Yi Qingcheng stated with a stern expression, I'm the one you referred to as short, ugly, and poor. Zhang Lanlan momentarily faltered. President Yi, you are so beautiful and wealthy. How could you possibly be? Suddenly, realization struck her, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Why, you mean you are? Yi Qingcheng coldly laughed, offering no explanation, and turned to exit. Lanlan, why did President Yi leave? Zhang Huaishan asked, confusion etched on his face. No. Zhang Lanlan rushed out. The crowd, equally bewildered, followed suit. What they witnessed nearly terrified them. Xiao Beichen's family entered a luxury car, with Yi Qingcheng personally opening the door. What on earth is happening? Zhang Huaishan was still puzzled. President Yi, How could you allow such trash from the urban village to ride in your car? Jealousy simmered within him. He had never been in such a fine vehicle, so why should Xiao Jinghua? Yi Qingchang coldly remarked, "They are my parents. Why should they not ride? Do you think I attended this wedding to honor you? I came to see the woman who once pursued my husband." What? A gasp spread through the crowd. My husband? All eyes turned to Xiao Beichen, swallowing hard. Moments ago, they had called him a fool, but they were the true fools. He Jinshui's face turned pale with embarrassment. Zhang Lanlan, if you fail to handle this matter properly, don't bother returning to the company. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanlan turned ashen, panic-stricken. She threw herself against the car door, grasping Xiao Beichen's arm tightly. Xiao Beichen, don't go. I was only joking. We grew up as neighbors and classmates. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? If you leave, President He will kill me. Regret flooded her. Had she known Xiao Beichen was so formidable, she would have endeavored to befriend him sooner. Leave? Xiao Beichen cheerfully replied. Do you know what you resemble right now? What? A toad in a wedding dress. He forcefully pulled Zhang Lanlan's hand away, and the car vanished from sight. He Jinshui barked angrily. Didn't you just say President Yi was your good friend? Yet you insult her husband like this. You've proven yourself blind, manipulated by others. From today onward, don't bother coming to work, you're fired. Zhang Lanlan, on the verge of tears, realized that $1 million salary job was not something easily replaced. The most crucial aspect is that by provoking these individuals, her future days will only grow increasingly difficult. Lu Qianghua cast a glance at Lanlan and remarked, I believe we should maintain a period of calm. With that, he departed as well. The others around them, witnessing the scene, also made their farewells. The once elated Zhang Lanlan, who felt herself to be the happiest, had now plummeted to the depths of despair. She was even contemplating the unthinkable. Chapter 99. Reporting the brother-in-law, is it not inappropriate for us to proceed in this manner? Xiao Jinghua observed the discomfort on the faces of Zhang Huaishan's family. What could possibly be wrong? Such individuals deserve to be humiliated. Xiao Enyan scoffed, leaning in closer. However, we owe much to our sister-in-law. Had it not been for her, our fate would have been even more dire. Father, did you not notice their glares? They looked as if they wished to devour us whole. Xiao Jinghua nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Zhao Yalan, unusually silent, seemed to reflect on their past camaraderie, having been neighbors for many years. Mother, since they have already torn apart any semblance of civility, there is no need for us to feign cordiality. Zhao Yalan sighed, alas. How could such a simple family have devolved into this? By the way, what was the situation with the Jiang family that they mentioned? Yi Qingsheng inquired with a smile. All eyes turned toward Xiao Beichen, who himself was uncertain. Clearing his throat, he hesitated. Lately, I've been short on funds, so I brazenly borrowed some from the Jiang family. Stop the car, Zhao Yalan shouted. But parking here is rather inconvenient. It will delay others. They drove to the Uni Villa district, and upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Yalan rushed into the house. Xiao Beichen, disregarding everything, took off running. Be careful, North Chun, Xiao Enyan warned. There is no time to slow down. Mother S stick 1 TB far behind. By the time Zhao Yalan emerged, wielding his stick, Xiao Beichen had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Emohan arrived at Jiangxing University, where Yi Sairu dashed towards him. Emo Zhandi, you must save me, she exclaimed, panic-stricken. What's going on? Emohan asked, bewildered. The principal and others were equally perplexed. My brother-in-law is a scoundrel. He killed 3 people yesterday. A collective gasp filled the principal's office. Emohan furrowed his brows. Can you take responsibility for what you just claimed? Yesiru nodded fervently. Very well, lead me to the scene. They arrived at the site where the bodies had been discarded, yet found no trace of anything. Yi Sairu rummaged about frantically. How is this possible? I distinctly saw him throw the bodies right here. Well, what are you searching for? At that moment, they encountered the fleeing Xiao Beichen. Yi Sairu, filled with terror, quickly hid behind Emohan. Emohan coldly stated, he claims you witnessed him kill 3 people. My dear aunt, even if you harbor disdain for me, you cannot slander my name, Xiao Beichen retorted with a smirk. Given his keen hearing, it was impossible for him not to have noticed someone trailing him last night. He had merely employed a ruse to escape detection. Who is slandering you? I saw you commit murder with my own eyes. Despite her fear, Yi Sairu spoke defiantly. Xiao Beichen replied, apologies, Emo Zhandi, but my aunt has always been averse to me. Moi nu did. knowing well that Yi Sairu had been agitated upon learning he was seeking Xiao Beichen. She recalled how she had nearly wanted to drag him out for execution. From now on, refrain from speaking recklessly. I am quite busy. Before departing, she turned to Xiao Beichen. You must come to Jiangcheng University today. I have matters to discuss with you. As she watched Mo Han leave, Yi Sairu felt tears prickling her eyes. Turning around, she was met with Xiao Beichen's icy glare, prompting her to cry out, "Do not kill me." I saw nothing. Xiao Beichen chuckled softly. You intended to report me just now, therefore I cannot allow you to remain alive. Yi Sairu screamed, trembling with fear. Rest assured, I will not harm you. But should you dare to disclose what transpired today, I cannot guarantee your safety, Xiao Beichen threatened. Ding ding ding. Hello, Montak Zhundi. 3 bodies have been discovered in the outskirts. Chapter 100. An 80% probability such matters should be left to the local magistrate. Why involve me? Mohon Fudovid had bros. The identities of these individuals are not trivial. We shall discuss them further upon your arrival. Before long, Mo Han arrived at the scene and was greeted by a staff member. Mo Zhandi, you have finally arrived. What are their identities? Moaning Kuriet. Upon investigation, we have determined that the 3 deceased were affiliated with an organization known as the Killer's Hall for Beyond Our Borders. At this revelation, Mo Han inspected the bodies, her eyes widening in surprise. 3 killing gods. Their identities were indeed significant. She had come to Jiangcheng for 2 reasons: to seek those knowledgeable in gravitational testing theories and to apprehend the 3 killing gods. They had previously operated in the imperial capital, assassinating a prominent figure, and it was rumored they had fled to Jiangcheng. The manner of their deaths suggested a swift execution, something she herself could not achieve. Who possessed such formidable skills? Suddenly, 2 names sprang to her mind, the first suspect being the enigmatic Dark Emperor, whose identity and abilities remained shrouded in mystery, and the second being Xiao Beichen. Although he had not initially been on her list of suspects, the coincidences were too striking. His aunt had just reported seeing him murder 3 individuals. And now the 3 killing gods lay dead in the outskirts. How intriguing. Mon Smearkid coldly. It seems Xiao Beichen is even more formidable than I had anticipated, perhaps even surpassing my own capabilities. Investigate him for me. Understood. Oh, what a blunder. Xiao Beichen wiped his nose. Who is thinking of me? No. My left eyelid has been twitching. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me. Soon, information regarding Xiao Beichen reached Mo Han's hands. She furrowed her brows tightly, her heart racing. He is Yi Qingcheng's husband. To her astonishment, the name that Jiang Luofei had been reluctant to reveal was indeed Xiao Beichen. Luofei suspected he was the Dark Emperor. Could it be true? A bold hypothesis swirled in Mo Han's mind. Today, Jiang Luofei was home without any engagements, and Mo Han promptly returned. Didn't you have matters to attend to today? Why are you back so early? Jiang Luofei asked while perusing ancient texts. Mo Han replied with a hint of disappointment. I feared you might be bored, so I returned to keep you company. I am not bored. I am preparing for the upcoming medical competition. Jiang Luofei scoffed. Are you still unable to forget about that Dark Emperor? Why do you ask this suddenly? Jiang Luofei's expression turned inquisitive. As your close friend, I merely wish to express my concern. Mo Han replied with a smile. I shall never forget him, Jiang Luofei declared. Mo Han could not discern any oddity in Jiang Luofei's expression. So she continued, what is it about this Dark Emperor that captivates you so? Does he possess medical prowess? Jiang Luofei nodded. He is not only skilled in medicine, but also possesses profound martial arts expertise. Mo Han's heart sank. I must ask, if you were to discover that Xiao Beichen is the Dark Emperor, what would you do? She could not bear to see her dear friend sink deeper into this obsession. She estimated there was an 80% chance that Xiao Beichen was indeed the Dark Emperor. Otherwise, how could 2 individuals of such remarkable skill appear in close proximity to one another? It was too coincidental. Jiang Luofei fell into deep thought. I am unsure. However, what has piqued your interest in this matter today? Have you uncovered something? Mo Han chuckled lightly. How could that be? I merely inquired out of curiosity. This is your private matter, and I have no intention of meddling. Well then, you may continue with your work. I have matters to attend to. With that, Mo Han departed without lingering. What a nuisance, Jiang Luofei remarked. Chapter 101. Yao Xinga. Mo Han exited, her heart racing with trepidation as she inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the revelation she had inadvertently stumbled upon. a colossal secret. However, it was premature to draw any conclusions, for the truth behind the 3 deaths allegedly caused by Xiao Beichen remained uncertain, albeit with a considerable probability. General Mo, I have news for you. An aide produced a mobile device, illuminating the screen. How intriguing. Mo Han glanced at the message from the Minister of the Black Hawk Division, inviting her to assume a teaching role. An idea sparked in her mind, an opportunity to test Xiao Beichen. Soon, she arrived at Jiangxing University and dialed Xiao Beichen. Before long, he appeared. The principal's office was bustling with attendees, including the elderly professor who had been lecturing earlier. Upon seeing Xiao Beichen, they greeted him with utmost respect. Mr. Xiao, you have arrived. Xiao Beichen nodded, his focus entirely on Mo Han, sensing an unusual expression in her gaze. Miss Montauk, are you staring at me because I am exceptionally handsome? Everyone present gasped. No one had ever dared to speak to General Mo in such a manner. Even the old professor felt a pang of apprehension. Surprisingly, Mo Han did not take offense. Instead, she stated, "Let us discuss business. The gravity testing machine theory is your discovery. I present you with 2 options. First, you may become the project lead, receiving substantial support from Longyu for research and development. Or second, I can offer you a sum for the patent rights, after which you will have no further involvement with the project." All eyes turned to Xiao Beichen, and nearly everyone assumed he would choose the first option. Becoming the project leader was no trivial matter. It would not only ensure his legacy in academia, but also elevate his status dramatically. I choose the second option. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Beichen declared without hesitation. Mr. Xiao, do you comprehend the implications of this choice? The old professor swallowed hard. The principal interjected, Beichen, you once made a regrettable decision when you were the top student in high school. You should ponder this carefully. There's no need for contemplation. My decision is made. Xiao Beichen replied with a smile. He had more pressing concerns than to dedicate all his time to a research project. The theory was undoubtedly feasible, so there was no need for him to be the project leader. Merely an acknowledgement would suffice. Mo Han was not surprised by his response. Very well. This card holds 100 million. It will buy out your intellectual property rights for this project. Xiao Beichen accepted it with alacrity. But the old professor and principal attempted to dissuade him, only to be halted by Mo Han. You may leave now. Once alone in the office, Xiao Beichen inquired, "Why have you kept me here? Do you suspect I truly killed 3 people?" Mo Han shook her head. "You have drawn the ire of the Black Hawk Division. And now that their minister has re-emerged, do you think he won't come seeking retribution? What would he want from me?" "They are utterly incompetent," Xiao Beichen retorted. "They may be incompetent, but the minister is not to be trifled with. He is a formidable figure who once commanded respect in the capital. Perhaps you are familiar with the name Yao Xinghe?" Mo Han stated calmly. At the mention of this name, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Xiao Beichen's eyes, quickly supplanted by fear. He was a notorious figure in the capital. "What should I do?" "General Mo, you must save me," Xiao Beichen exclaimed, his bravado evaporating. Mo Han was taken aback. She had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. In one breath, he had been indifferent, and in the next, he was pleading for help. "There is a solution. Your skills are commendable. The Black Hawk Division seeks my recommendation for an instructor. I shall suggest you. When you meet Yao Xinghe, I will intervene, and perhaps we can resolve any animosities with a smile." Chapter 102. You are that ray of light. Me instruct the Black Hawk Division? I doubt I possess the qualifications, Xiao Beichen replied. "Indeed, you do." Mo Han fixed her gaze on him. "Very well," he conceded, feigning reluctance. "When will this take place?" "Tomorrow at noon. I will personally come escort you," Mo Han stated. "Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave," Xiao Beichen said. Mo Nu did, watching him depart, lost in contemplation. Once outside the principal's office, Xiao Beichen's expression grew cold, his fists tightening. "Yao Xinghe, it has been a long time. I wonder if you still remember me." Among those who had pursued him in the past, Yao Xinghe had been foremost. His own father had perished at Yao Xinghe's hands. And for years, Xiao Beichen had sought information about him, never expecting him to be hiding in Jiangxing. Vivid, bloody memories plagued his mind as he returned to the villa. Yi Qingsheng inquired, "Where have you been?" "I merely wandered about," Xiao Beichen shrugged. Yi Qingsheng handed him a bank card. "Take this card and repay the Jiang family." "I refuse your money," he protested, but Yi Qingsheng remained resolute. "I will not allow my man to borrow from others." Xiao Beichen shot her a sidelong glance. "Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs?" Her demeanor softened. I worry you might be short on funds. Why not come work at the company? I will not. He firmly rejected. If I join your company, I would merely become your subordinate, compelled to follow your whims. That is a valid point. Yi Qingcheng conceded after consideration. How about this? I will relinquish the position of chairman to you, and I will work for you. Xiao Beichen was taken aback. Was she truly this infatuated? I am too weary to manage such matters, he replied. Yi Qingcheng pondered once more. Indeed, being chairman is exhausting. Allow me to entrust all the finances to you. You can simply provide me with a monthly allowance, and then you will never be short of money. Xiao Beichen felt as though he might weep. Was there truly someone so naive? He had intended to portray himself as a carefree, indolent husband, but found himself bested by her. Do nothing. Manage nothing. Merely spend money. Was this the so-called empress of the business world in the eyes of those sycophants? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? He queried. Yi Qingcheng laughed lightly, shaking her head. I am not concerned. There are countless people in this world. Even if 1,000,000 deceive me, I know you would never betray me. Why is that? Xiao Beichen asked. Because you saved my life, Yi Qingcheng replied. It is said that at Zhang Longhu's birthday banquet, someone also saved your life and claimed you as his own. Why do you favor me over him? Xiao Beichen scoffed. Yi Qingcheng appeared surprised. Did Yi Sairu inform you? I knew she would cause trouble. When she returns, I shall slash her allowance to 1,000. Regardless of who told me, just answer whether it is true, Xiao Beichen insisted. It is true. However, I only have eyes for you. I shall love you for a lifetime. You illuminated the first ray of light in my life, showing me that one should live for oneself, not merely to meet others' expectations. Thus, when the first light appears, all other lights fade into obscurity, Yi Qingcheng earnestly declared. Fool! Upon hearing those words, a voice within Xiao Beichen stirred, bringing warmth to his heart. Had I not been consumed by vengeance, perhaps I would have truly surrendered my quest for revenge upon meeting you. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Chapter 103. The Bet. Isn't it quite touching? Yi Qingcheng's radiant smile resembled that of a well-behaved child eagerly awaiting a reward. Xiao Beichen scoffed, You're sick. Yet deep inside, he trembled with determination, vowing to acquire those medicinal herbs by any means necessary. Sick or not, she is still your wife. Ye king poted, visibly displeased. I thought you would reward me with a kiss, but instead, you were stingy. I'm off to handle some documents. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly dashed back and planted a kiss on Xiao Beichen's cheek, giggling, Hee, I've succeeded, haven't I? A kiss makes me work even harder. With that, she scampered upstairs. Xiao Beichen couldn't help but smile. How wonderful it would be if such days could continue indefinitely. Yet, he scoffed inwardly. With 7 ex-girlfriends, could he really afford to hang all his hopes on Yi Qingcheng? Was that fair to the other 6? A devilish figure whispered in his ear. An angelic counterpart chimed in. Women like Yi Qingcheng are rare treasures. You must seize the opportunity and let the others be forgotten like a passing breeze. Get lost. All of you. Xiao Beichen shouted. Unbidden, fantasies began to swirl in his mind. Yet, it was indeed a conundrum. Both Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Luofei were exceptional. Apart from Mo Han, who remained oblivious, it seemed every ex-girlfriend was worthy of cherishing. If he truly gathered all the herbs and the fire poison ceased to be a threat, what then? After a fleeting moment of introspection, Xiao Beichen swiftly cast aside such impractical reveries. He abhorred unrealistic fantasies. He had only managed to collect 2 types of herbs, and whether he would still be alive 10 years hence remained uncertain. At an indeterminate hour, Wang Xiaodai, swathed in bandages, emerged. She had spent nearly all her time in her room these past 2 days, only venturing out to eat. Casting a glance at Xiao Beichen, she remarked, I truly don't understand what President Yi sees in you. You are the epitome of a useless coward. Xiao Beichen chuckled. What do you expect me to do? At the very least, you cannot disrupt President Ye's work. Do you know why she labors day and night? Because she has wagered with the Yi family of the capital that within a year, she will elevate the Yi group's value to 10 billion without relying on them. If she fails, even if she adores you, she will have to marry someone she does not love. Is that so? Well, congratulations to her then. She can rid herself of a parasite like me. Xiao Beichen's gaze drifted to the room upstairs. You. Wang Xiaodai was furious. She had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Do you have any idea what that means for President Yi? Before coming to Jiangsheng, she confided in me that if she failed, She would rather die than proceed with the wedding. To watch a woman who loves you so deeply perish before your eyes makes you a monster. She no longer wished to waste her breath on Xiao Beichen. He replied, even if I cannot possess your future, I will never entrust it to someone you do not love. Meanwhile, in a Maybach en route to Jiangcheng, a young aristocrat clad in a sharply tailored suit, with slick-back hair reminiscent of a television heartthrob, exuded the aura of affluence. However, his hooked nose lent him a rather sinister appearance. He cradled two female models in his arms, appearing quite at ease. How long until we reach Jiangcheng? He inquired. The driver responded, we will arrive by 3 a.m. It seems I won't be seeing my fiancée today. I wonder what her expression will be upon seeing me. Just the thought of her beauty makes my mouth water. Ouyang Feichen said, licking his lips with a wicked grin. Chapter 104. I am Yi Qingqing's current husband. The next day, before Xiao Beichen had even risen, Yi Qingqing had prepared breakfast. Sister, why do I only have 900 in my account? Yi Xiao complained. From today onwards, your allowance is only 1,000. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. 1,000? Are you serious? Yi Xiao was nearly frantic. No reason. I simply wish it so. Yi Qingqing was disinclined to elaborate. Yi Xiao, on the verge of tears, lamented the tightening of their already modest finances. Just as she prepared to negotiate, she spotted Xiao Beichen descending, appearing almost ghostly, and swiftly grabbed a piece of bread to head to school. Upon opening the door, she was confronted by the last person she wished to see. Sister Xiao, did you miss me? The newcomer was none other than Ouyang Feichen, who had hurried over the previous night, a bouquet of flowers in hand. What are you doing here? Yi Xiao frowned. If her disdain for Xiao Beichen stemmed from his laziness and domineering nature, her aversion to Ouyang Feichen arose from his reckless lifestyle, notorious throughout the capital for his hedonistic ways. By comparison, Xiao Beichen seemed almost respectable. Hearing the commotion, Yi Qingqing approached, her expression darkening. Ouyang Feichen smiled. Qingqing, it has been a while. These are your favorite flowers. I apologize, but I did not invite you. Please leave immediately. Yi Qingqing showed no mercy. Despite Ouyang Feichen's thick skin, he felt the sting of embarrassment. I heard you've been getting close to some country bumpkin from Jiangcheng named Xiao Beichen, who boasts of being your husband. I truly doubt that rumor. Your standards are far too high to settle for a mere country boy, he said with a hint of disdain. Jiangcheng, in his eyes, was a mere speck compared to the political and economic epicenter that was the capital. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? A voice emerged from behind. Ouyang Feichen's expression froze, realizing there was indeed a man present. He forced a smile, asking, and who might this be? This is my brother-in-law, the so-called country bumpkin you speak of, Yi Xiao retorted coldly. The internal conflict between Xiao Beichen and Ouyang Feichen was insignificant compared to the external threat posed by Ouyang. A flicker of malice crossed Ouyang Feichen's mind. He had not anticipated the rumors to be true. Xiao, don't joke around. The entire capital knows your sister is my fiancée, Yi. How shameless. My sister has a year to fulfill her wager with the Yi family, and during this time, she can do as she pleases. Yi Xiao replied. The wager indeed allowed Yi Qingqing to date freely. Within moments, Ouyang Feichen chuckled, Mr. Xiao. You're quite fortunate to play the role of a fake boyfriend in front of Qingqing. It must be a blessing from your past life. He scrutinized Xiao Beichen, a smirk spreading across his face. In the capital, where numerous young aristocrats vied for Yi Qingqing's attention, how could she possibly settle for someone like this rustic? It was undeniably a ruse. Greetings, I am Ouyang Feichen, Yi Qingqing's future husband. Ouyang Feichen extended his hand. Xiao Beichen glanced at him and extended his hand in return, stating, hello, I am Xiao Beichen, Yi Qingqing's current husband. As their hands met, Xiao Beichen felt a crushing grip. Ouyang Feichen's sinister smile deepened. Xiao Beichen narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, Ouyang Feichen's face paled, feeling as if his hand was caught in a vice, the pain radiating throughout his body. Chapter 105. 5 million for a carrot. Ouyang Feichen's face turned crimson. Mr. Ouyang, what troubles you? Is it truly so unbearable that your face has turned crimson from merely holding hands? Could it be that you harbor a fondness for men? Apologies, but I'm quite straight. Observing Ouyang Feichen's expression, Xiao Beichen jested. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feichen was nearly at the brink of bloodshed. Who in the imperial capital did not know that he was the charming young dragon of the sea? How could he possibly be attracted to men? Xiao Beichen promptly withdrew his hand, blowing on it with a look of disdain. Ouyang Feichen's hand had swollen, and the moment he released it, he seemed to glimpse an elderly figure. Witnessing Ouyang Feichen's plight, Yi Xiao and Yi Qingsheng could not help but chuckle. It was evident to all that Xiao Beichen was merely toying with him. How dare you mock me? Ouyang Feichen's expression darkened, his tone icy. Mr. Ouyang, what do you mean by that? I'm quite lost. Xiao Beichen replied with a smile. You. Ouyang Feichen scoffed, but dared not erupt in anger, especially with Yi Qingsheng present. As a man of noble stature, he needed to maintain his composure. Turning around, he revealed a smile. Qingsheng, I have come all the way to Jiangsheng specifically to see you, and I even brought you a gift. I do not want it. Ye King retorted coldly. Ouyang Feichen smiled, waggling his fingers. Since you do not fancy flowers, you might appreciate this instead. With a snap of his fingers, a bodyguard promptly presented a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening it, ginseng emanated a fragrant herbal aroma. Qingsheng, this is 100-year-old wild ginseng, known for nourishing blood and enhancing beauty. I spent 5 million on it just for you, Ouyang Feichen proclaimed with a grin. I have already said, I do not want it. Yi Qingsheng remained steadfast in her refusal, wishing to sever any connection with Ouyang Feichen. Ouyang Feichen's smile faltered. Xiao Beichen's eyes sparkled. Qingsheng, how can you decline such a wonderful gift? Accept it before it goes to waste. 100-year-old wild ginseng is rare and invaluable. What? If you desire it, we can purchase it ourselves, Yi Qingsheng replied. If it's free, why not take it? Xiao Beichen cheerfully interjected, but before he could finish, his tone turned cold as he tossed the wild ginseng onto the ground, the box scattering. What a worthless item. Ouyang, I heard you're also a prominent figure in the imperial capital. How could you present a mere radish to someone? Ouyang Feichen's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Should I say you lack shame for gifting a radish, or are you simply foolish enough to be deceived? Xiao Beichen snapped the wild ginseng in half, revealing it to be a radish, its juice spilling forth. This radish is quite good. It should make a delightful soup. You could buy 2 for 5 yuan. Casting a glance at Ouyang Feichen, he added, it's nice, but next time, just give cash. Ouyang Feichen turned pale. The wild ginseng he had spent a fortune on had turned out to be a radish. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. Qingsheng, I had no idea it was a radish. You won't hold that against me, will you? His dignity was shattered. Yi Qingsheng shook her head, and Ouyang Feichen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she wouldn't blame him. Ouyang Feichen glared coldly at Xiao Beichen. Had it not been for him, this embarrassment would never have come to light. He huffed. Sir, you appear quite dashing. I wonder what you have gifted to Qingsheng. I have given nothing, Xiao Beichen replied. Ouyang Feichen saw a glimmer of hope in reclaiming his dignity. How can you remain here without presenting a gift? Even if your relationship with Qingsheng is merely a facade? Though I was deceived, at least my intentions were genuine. What about you? You show no sincerity at all. Yi Xiao gazed at Ouyang Feichen as if he were a fool, and after a moment, she exclaimed, Foolish dog. Chapter 106. I am her husband. Xiao Beichen's face bore a playful expression as he retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Do you know how much is on this card? You're dressed in rags. How much could it possibly hold? Ouyang Feichen scoffed. Actually, I'm not sure. How much is it? Qingsheng? Xiao Beichen called out. Yi Qingsheng smiled as she replied. Not much, just 100 million. Just 100 million? I hardly consider it significant. Although surprised, Ouyang Feichen did not care. For an ordinary person, it might be an astronomical sum, but for him, money flowed like water. Sometimes his annual expenditures exceeded 100 million. Ouyang Feichen continued to mock. With 100 million, how could you not even gift Qingsheng something? You must be quite stingy. This 100 million is given to me by Yi Qingsheng, Xiao Beichen stated. What? Ouyang Feichen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Xiao nearly dropped her jaw, feeling aggrieved. Sister, why do you give him 100 million while I only receive 1,000 each month? Yi Qingsheng shot her a glance. Speak another word, and it will be 800 a month. Yi Xiao quickly said it, her lips, clutching her pocket. Xiao Beichen pointed outside at the parked Rolls-Royce. Do you know whose car that is? Whose? By some twist of fate, Ouyang Feichen replied. It was gifted to me. Xiao Beichen declared proudly. As a man, one should never be a sycophant. A man stands tall. He must live off the kindness of others. Take my advice. Those who lick boots may end up with nothing. Yi Xiao secretly cursed. What a shameless man, eating off someone else's plate and speaking so brazenly. Ouyang Feichen was nearly ready to spit blood. Why did he have to endure this? The man before him, in terms of looks and stature, was certainly inferior. His face flushed red, whether from rage or envy was unclear. How could Yi Qingcheng possibly spend money on him? Qingcheng, you must be lying, Ouyang Feichen stammered. Of course it is true, Yi Qingcheng replied coldly. Why? What gave him the right to have you spend money on him? Ouyang Feichen was baffled. He had gifted Yi Qingcheng countless presents, yet received no acknowledgement in return. Because I like him, Yi Qingcheng replied icily. She then turned around with a radiant smile. Beichen, I must head to work now. If he is still here when I return, please show him the door. Do I need to teach you how to work? Xiao Beichen shot back, rolling his eyes. Yi Qingcheng stuck out her tongue. Xiao, I'll take you to school. In the car, Yi Xiao remarked, sister. Leaving those two alone could lead to chaos. Yi Qingcheng chuckled, shaking her head. Ouyang Feichen has nothing but his background. Do you think he could be a match for Beichen? True, Yi Xiao pondered. Though I dislike Xiao Beichen, his wit in confrontation is remarkable. And Ouyang Feichen is quite unfortunate to encounter someone like him. Yi Qingcheng gave her a playful tap. He is your brother-in-law, not just some random person. Yes, yes. You are biased, Yi Xiao replied, rubbing her head. Once the two departed, Ouyang Feichen was on the verge of exploding with rage. Yi Qingcheng was so hypocritical, cold as ice towards him while beaming at others. Young master, do not be vexed. Miss Yi is undoubtedly putting on an act for you, a bodyguard remarked. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feichen's expression softened slightly. Straightening his attire, he shot a frosty gaze at the young man. You, indeed, have quite the acting skills. No wonder Yi Qingcheng chose you to pose as her boyfriend. I'm not her boyfriend. Xiao Beichen contemplated before responding. Ouyang Feichen burst into laughter. I knew it. How could she possibly fancy someone as rustic as you? I'm her husband. Chapter 107. A defeat in disgrace. Ouyang Feichen stepped forward, his expression dark and foreboding. Do you have any idea what you amount to in my eyes? Not even a mere ant. Eliminating you would be child's play, were it not for Yi Qingcheng's protection. Xiao Beichen chuckled lightly. Without the backing of the Ouyang family, what are you worth? How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner? My young master is exceptionally gifted, having joined the Tianning Special Forces at 12, studied abroad at 15, and holds dual doctoral degrees, the bodyguard interjected. But Xiao Beichen swiftly interrupted. Enough with your nonsense. It is utterly trivial. Ouyang Feichen's fury ignited, just as a jeep came to a halt at the entrance. Mohan, donning sunglasses, coldly commanded, get in the car. Xiao Beichen waved dismissively. I have matters to attend to, so you can leave at once. With a resounding bang, he locked the door behind him. Ouyang Feichen cast a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Even with sunglasses, Mohan's striking demeanor could not be concealed. However, upon witnessing Xiao Beichen enter the vehicle, jealousy surged within him. This kid is quite fortunate. I shall ensure he understands the consequences of crossing me. Who is that person? He seems familiar, Mohan inquired. My wife's sycophant, Xiao Beichen replied. Your wife's sycophant? Mohan paused, taking a moment to scrutinize Xiao Beichen. In terms of attire and appearance, he resembled a sycophant himself. The vehicle journeyed towards the headquarters of the Black Hawk unit, arriving at a heavily guarded base deep within the mountains after about half an hour, where soldiers were stationed every 10 paces, armed with real weapons. However, with Mohan's identity, entry and exit were smooth. The deeper they ventured, the colder Xiao Beichen's demeanor became. A man clad in combat attire, exuding authority, stood in the center. His presence was formidable, and an aura of menace surrounded him, clearly a figure with blood on his hands. With sharp brows and piercing eyes, he stood erect, embodying the essence of a dragon. This man was Yao Xinghe, the minister of the Black Hawk unit. General Mo, it has been a long time. Yao Xinghe smiled upon seeing Mohan. It's been decades since you secluded yourself. Mohan offered a faint smile in return. Yao Xinghe sighed. Time truly flies. I didn't expect you to have become the war god of the dragon domain. Today, I hope to gain much insight from you. Mohan shook his head. It is not I who will be providing guidance, but rather him. Only then did Yao Xinghe notice Xiao Beichen beside Mohan, furrowing his brow. General Mo, you cannot be serious. What has he done to merit guiding the Black Hawk unit? We have no grievances, and I trust you do not wish to embarrass us, especially with the upcoming Nine Armies Battle. The Nine Armies Battle is a tradition in the southwestern regions, where each division selects 10 elite members for competition. The victors gain a year of honor and priority access to resources. Minister Yao was particularly concerned about this ranking. Minister Yao, do you doubt my capabilities? Xiao Beichen's eyes glimmered with a hint of frost, quickly concealed. He half-jokingly asked, were you? Yao Xinghe retorted coldly. Do not underestimate him. He is the one who defeated your Black Hawk unit decisively. Mon interjected. What do you mean, General Mo? Yao Xinghe's brow furrowed deeper. You may not be aware, but yesterday, your Black Hawk personnel attempted to seize a medicinal herb from him, and 4 men couldn't withstand a single strike, Mo Han stated nonchalantly. Medicinal herb? Could be the frost ice beard? Yao Xinghe exclaimed, alarmed. He cared more about the herb than the defeat of his subordinates. The frost ice beard was a rare and invaluable herb, crucial for his internal ailment. For years, he had sought it in vain. Indeed, once me lit. Yao Xinghe's gaze intensified, extending his hand. Young man, hand over the frost ice beard, and I shall overlook this matter. I also require the frost ice beard. Hence I cannot part with it. Xiao Beichen replied. Refusing to give me the frost ice beard? Are you seeking conflict? A murderous intent emanated from Yao Xinghe. Mo Han smiled subtly, remaining silent, as she aimed to stoke the flames of rivalry. Should Xiao Beichen triumph over Yao Xinghe, she would have to accept that he was indeed the Dark Emperor spoken of by Jiang Luofei, the one who had slain the 3 deities of the Killing God Hall. Xiao Beichen inwardly scoffed, yet feigned compliance. Minister Yao, I wouldn't dare oppose you, as you represent the Dragon Domain's War Department. However, the Frost Icebeard is essential to me, and I cannot surrender it. Seeking death, Yao Xinghe thundered. Had it not been for Mo Han's presence, he might have already acted. General Mo, the Frost Icebeard is of great significance to me, Yao Xinghe insisted, making it clear he wanted Mo Han to pressure Xiao Beichen into relinquishing it. Understand. However, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. Mo Han chuckled, stepping forward. You need the Frost Icebeard, and he needs it as well, but there is only one. Therefore, it is not within my power to decide who it belongs to. How about this? You both compete, and the winner shall claim the Frost Icebeard. Excellent. Yao Xinghe rejoiced, perceiving this as a clever means to secure the herb. Xiao Beichen feigned displeasure. General Mo, you seem rather biased. You can concede, but I cannot guarantee that the Frost Icebeard will still be in your possession. Mo Han shot him a glance. Xiao Beichen coldly smirked. Very well. Since a competition is to be held, it cannot take place here. We should find a more spacious location, Mo Han suggested. Yao Xinghe nodded and led them to the elite training camp of the Black Hawk unit. 10 individuals stood at attention, visibly excited upon seeing Mo Han. Stand at attention, Yao Xinghe commanded. The 10 immediately straightened up. Today, you shall be guided not by General Mo, but by Instructor Xiao, who stands beside him. Yao Xinghe declared coldly. What? Minister Yao, you cannot be serious. This young lad could never instruct us. His slender limbs suggested he might not withstand even a single strike. The elite members grew increasingly displeased. Yao Xinghe chuckled coldly. Do not underestimate him. General Mo has vouched for his strength. However, to ensure he is not merely a pretender, he must first challenge me. If he can withstand half of my strength, he may instruct you. If not, he must leave. Xiao Beichen laughed, recognizing Yao Xinghe's attempt to create excuses. He clearly sought the Frost Icebeard, masquerading his intentions under the guise of test. The others remained unconvinced. If he can withstand half of your strength, I shall adopt his surname. Indeed, what is he? At this moment, Xiao Beichen, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Rest assured, even if I win, I will not instruct you lot. Upon hearing this, outrage erupted among the gathered individuals. Their eyes bore into Xiao Beichen, as if they wished to tear him apart. Mo Han frowned slightly. Is this fellow not here to negotiate with Yao Xinghe? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? Enough! Yao Xinghe roared in anger. As minister of the Black Hawk unit, to call these individuals garbage was tantamount to branding himself as such. What else could he be if not garbage? Xiao Beichen retorted. As a soldier, it is not sufficient for you to merely study martial arts in the War Department. You must also uphold principles of propriety, integrity, and honor. If you cannot even manage this, how are you any different from the ruffians outside? The crowd erupted in anger. Yao Xinghe, in particular, was seething. My people are not subject to your judgment here. Enough of your nonsense. Let's fight. Aside from Mo Han, who maintained a neutral stance, hardly anyone considered Xiao Beichen a match for Yao Xinghe. In his youth, he had been a figure of great influence in the imperial capital, possessing formidable strength. It was inconceivable for him to have reached such a position otherwise. Even with his hidden ailment, he remained a standout among the entire Southwest Nine armies. This reckless youth dared to challenge Minister Yao. He would soon learn the consequences of his folly. Come on, Xiao Beichen replied coolly. And Mo Han, observing Xiao Beichen's expression, found herself momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, she sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. Yao Xinghe assumed a combative stance, while Xiao Beichen stood motionless, slowly raising his hand in a provocative manner. Show me the extent of Minister Yao's prowess. Seeking death, Yao Xinghe was furious. As a prodigy, he had never endured such humiliation. Although he had initially intended to give his opponent the first move, Xiao Beichen's blatant insolence compelled him to forego restraint. With a powerful push off the ground, Yao Xinghe soared into the air, leaving cracks in the earth beneath him, a testament to his immense strength. A terrifying shockwave radiated from him, causing the 10 elite soldiers to retreat, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had heard tales of Yao Xinghe's strength, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Now that he had unleashed his power, it was indeed extraordinary. Even Mo Han couldn't help but glance over, acknowledging, as expected of Yao Xinghe. Despite his ailment, he remains exceptionally powerful. If he were at his peak, he might even rival me. Let us see if you can withstand 50% of my strength. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted as Yao Xinghe's right hand transformed into a fist, descending from above, simple, brutal, and remarkably efficient. This young man was doomed. Even a fraction of Minister Yao's strength was beyond his capacity to endure. He dares to teach us a lesson. Who does he think he is? The elite soldiers sneered, as if they could already envision Xiao Beichen kneeling and begging for mercy. Xiao Beichen, you should brace yourself for this strike. And Mo Han murmured. Just as Yao Xinghe's ferocious punch was about to reach him, Xiao Beichen moved, slightly raising his hand. Boom! In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Xiao Beichen's hand enveloped Yao Xinghe's fist, dissipating all of its force. No, it can't be. The elite soldiers gasped in disbelief. It wasn't just them. Even Yao Xinghe himself couldn't believe it. He had claimed to use 50% of his strength, but in reality, he had exerted nearly 70%, only to have it effortlessly neutralized by Xiao Beichen. Xiao Beichen smiled mockingly. It seems Minister Yao is not as formidable as he once was. You have grown old. Brat, it appears I have underestimated you. Yao Xinghe roared, his aura surging to its peak. This time, he would hold nothing back and was prepared to unleash his full strength. A vortex of violent energy formed around him, as though it sought to annihilate everything in its path. He leaped into the air once more, higher and with greater power than before. Even Mo Han squinted, while the 10 elite soldiers struggled to maintain their footing. A terrifying force sliced through the air, and this move showcased the utmost in power and speed. A chilling glint flashed in Xiao Beichen's eyes. You forced me to use all my strength. You shall pay the price. Yao Xinghe growled. Is that so? Xiao Beichen replied with a derisive smile. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. Yao Xinghe was fast, but Xiao Beichen was faster. How is this possible? Yao Xinghe exclaimed in shock, unable to keep track of Xiao Beichen's movements. Suddenly, he sensed something and spun around midair, only to see Xiao Beichen's wicked grin. So this is the level of strength required to be a minister. It seems the dragon region has truly declined. Boom! Yao Xinghe's pupils constricted as he saw Xiao Beichen's fist enlarging before him. He attempted to resist, but it was too late. His speed was as slow as a snail compared to Xiao Beichen's. A tremendous crash resounded, as if a mountain had struck. Yao Xinghe's body collided with the ground, creating a large crater. Coughing up blood, Yao Xinghe felt the internal injuries to his organs. However, Xiao Beichen did not kill him. That would be too merciful. The image of his father being murdered by Yao Xinghe flashed in Xiao Beichen's mind. He had been too weak then to avenge his father, helplessly watching as Yao Xinghe took his life. Now, he had returned for vengeance. No one could escape. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in shock, jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Trembling, their eyes hollow, they appeared like soulless husks. What? How could Minister Yao be defeated in one strike? It was terrifying. Yao Xinghe was the minister of the Black Hawk Department, his strength beyond doubt, yet he had fallen to a mere youth. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe it. They looked at Xiao Beichen with eyes filled with fear. This was the most shocking event they had ever witnessed. Even Mo Han couldn't help but furrow her brow. Such strength can rival that of a war god. Could he truly be the Dark Emperor? If there had been an 80% chance before, now it was 100. Xiao Beichen crouched down, looking down at Yao Xinghe in the crater, gently patting his face with a taunting demeanor. Minister Yao, no wonder your Black Hawk department is filled with trash. It seems the rot begins with you. Who are you? Yao Xinghe demanded angrily, realizing that anyone stronger than him could not possibly be an insignificant nobody. Xiao Beichen's smile turned cruel. Do you wish to know who I am? In the War of the Nine Armies, I shall reveal it to you. He then cast a sweeping glance at the elite soldiers. Did you not look down upon me moments ago? I will train a team that ranked at the bottom of the Nine Armies War and trample you all underfoot. Do you wish to be a commander? Emohan inquired. Xiao Beichen nodded. What benefit is there for you? She pressed. No benefit at all. As long as he loses, I will be quite pleased, Xiao Beichen replied coldly, disdainfully pointing at Yao Xinghe. The crowd was left speechless by his audacious demeanor. Let us go, Xiao Beichen said nonchalantly, turning to leave, leaving behind an utterly flamboyant silhouette. That figure was wicked, arrogant, and brazen. Yet, no one dared to contradict his words. Emohan remained silent, quietly following him out. Once the two had departed, the elite soldiers of the Black Hawk department cautiously helped Yao Xinghe to his feet. Clenching his fist, he seethed, damn it, if I were not burdened by my ailment. Killing him would be a mere trifle. He dares to dream of crushing me in the War of the Nine Armies. What a deluded fantasy. The gap in strength was still considerable. The Black Hawk department was no pushover. They had secured second place in the previous War of the Nine Armies. And this batch of elites was even more formidable. He had summoned Emohan to guide them to secure the championship. Moreover, with less than a month remaining before the War of the Nine Armies officially commenced, what could Xiao Beichen possibly achieve? Just wait and see. He would ensure that Xiao Beichen would have no place to die. On the other side, they got into the car. Mohaning Kurid. It seems you harbor a grudge against Yao Xinghe. Why do you say that? Xiao Beichen chuckled softly, because I sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from you. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the intensity of that malice was palpable. Emohan remarked, you anticipated today's situation long ago. It was not I who summoned you here. Rather, it was your own desire to come, was it not? Xiao Beichen offered no reply, and Emohan refrained from pressing further. Even if Xiao Beichen truly held animosity towards Yao Xinghe, it was of little concern to her. However, Emohan brought the car to a halt, turning her gaze squarely upon Xiao Beichen. He felt a shiver run down his spine under her unwavering stare. Why are you staring at me instead of keeping your eyes on the road? Are you the Dark Emperor? The abruptness of her question left Xiao Beichen momentarily stunned. Why do you ask? Because you bear a striking resemblance to the Dark Emperor. You possess medical skills. Your martial prowess is formidable. And what your aunt said previously rings true. You have killed 3 people, have you not? Emohan's eyes seemed to pierce through Xiao Beichen's very soul. Xiao Beichen contemplated lying, but was rendered immobile by Emohan's grip on his head. Do not attempt to deceive me. Your eyes will betray you. Gazing into Emohan's scrutinizing eyes, Xiao Beichen pondered for a moment before nodding. He had not anticipated that Emohan would connect his 2 identities. Yet it bore little impact on him, for she was the one among his former lovers who knew the least. With a deep breath, Emohan responded, so, do you think I find you impressive enough to secretly harbor feelings for you? Harbor feelings for you? Do you believe you possess such allure? Emohan retorted with a cold laugh. Then why are you investigating me? Surely you are not intending to bring me to justice. Those were assassins. They sought to kill me, and my actions were merely self-defense. Xiao Beichen shrugged nonchalantly. The Hall of Killers, it is said, deserves to be exterminated. Mon contrariet. If you neither harbor feelings for me nor intend to apprehend me, then what is your purpose in investigating me? Xiao Beichen, feigning indifference, asked with a teasing glint in his eye. Do you know who I am? Emohan posed a rather peculiar question. Of course. You are the goddess of war from the dragon domain. And do you know who my best friend is? Best friend? Xiao Beichen replied, puzzled. What concern is it of mine who your best friend is? I'm already married. Do not presume that even you stand a chance. Is that so? Once meet a kid. What if my best friend happens to be Jiang Luofei? With that, the revelation struck Xiao Beichen like a bolt from the blue. What? Emohan and Jiang Luofei are best friends? This was a twist he had never anticipated, leaving him bewildered by the absurdity of fate. At that moment, Xiao Beichen's heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. Are you surprised? Emohan observed with a cold smile. Indeed, it is quite shocking. He managed to swallow nervously after a prolonged silence. Emohan retrieved her phone and pressed her finger against the top of her contact list. With just one call, I could immediately inform Jiang Luofei of your identity. What do you want? Xiao Beichen inhaled deeply. After years of navigating this world, I never thought I would fall into your hands. Mon lid darkly. Tell me why you left Luofei and assumed 2 roles beside Yi Qingsheng. Logically, it does not add up, yet you indeed acted in such a manner. You played 2 roles in one person's life. One, having already won Yi Qingsheng's affection, and the other, fervently pursuing her. It defies explanation unless there exists a hidden secret. Do you have a cigarette? Xiao Beichen, recognizing he was ensnared, feigned profundity. None. Moi ne plead. What a pity. This scene does not merit a cigarette. Xiao Beichen self-deprecatingly remarked. Do you truly wish to know? Moi ne did. Very well. Since I can no longer hide it, I shall tell you everything. Xiao Beichen began. You should recall what I once told you. If you were nearing death, yet someone loved you dearly, what would you do? Deceive her and find a place to quietly die. Emohan reiterated her previous response. I told you then that our thoughts were aligned. Xiao Beichen continued. Do you know why I sought the ice crystal beard? It was because I was nearing death and did not wish to occupy too much space in Jiang Luofei's memories. Once memories accumulate, they become difficult to forget. She is a good woman. Huh, once Gofed. If you're nearing death, why pursue Yi Qingsheng? Ultimately, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Who is a scoundrel? I have my own unavoidable circumstances. Xiao Beichen erupted in fury. Speak. Emohan pressed, tapping her screen. All right, I will tell you. Xiao Beichen was on the brink of madness. Did this girl possess no sympathy whatsoever? My health is failing, but I have matters to attend to, necessitating dual cultivation with women of pure physique. Coincidentally, both of them fit the criteria, so I pursued them. Who could have foreseen their deep affections? The reason I married Yi Qingsheng is quite simple. If I did not, she would cling to me for life. Pure physique? Emohan's brow furrowed deeply. I swear, I take every relationship seriously. I am absolutely not a scoundrel. Xiao Beichen raised his hands in defense. Regardless of your intentions, to toy with feelings is the mark of a scoundrel, Emohan coldly stated. Continue. Why do you play 2 roles beside Yi Qingsheng? Because I am nearing death. I have only a few years left to live. Thus, I sought to create an identity to divert Yi Qingsheng's affections. But who could have anticipated that Jiang Luofei would appear in Jiangsheng, thwarting all my plans? Xiao Beichen exclaimed. Is that so? Emohan scrutinized him closely. Aside from them, do you have any other ex-girlfriends? Xiao Beichen's heart sank, and he shook his head fervently. No, absolutely none. Really? I have loved my sister the most in my life. I swear by my sister's name that if I utter a single falsehood, may divine retribution strike me. Chapter 113. The tragedy of the Long family. Emohan's gaze burned intensely as she leaned forward, fixing her piercing eyes on Xiao Beichen. His heart raced, nearly leaping to his throat. What? What are you doing? If you come any closer, I shall cry foul. Once noted coldly. Your sister must be suffering from a great misfortune having a brother like you. Next question. Do you have any matters to attend to? Are they related to Yao Xinghe? Xiao Beichen nodded. You reside in the imperial capital. You should be aware of the Long family tragedy that occurred 20 years ago. You are a member of the Long family? Montag Hans Bao Fulovit in Shuk. Indeed, Xiao Beichen affirmed. The Long family of the imperial capital betrayed the nation, harmed their compatriots, and with tyrants at the helm, their annihilation was entirely justified. Emohan enunciated each word carefully, as a survivor of the Long family. You do not reflect upon your past, but instead seek revenge. What a betrayal of the nation and harm to one's own people. Xiao Beichen's expression darkened ominously. My Long family was filled with loyalty and bravery, perishing in battle, yet we were falsely accused, with no investigation conducted, and we were condemned outright. Is this what you deem justified? As my grandfather lay on his deathbed, he was still fighting for the border. My father remained steadfast in the rear. And my mother was tirelessly persuading various factions to unite against the common enemy and support the border. Ultimately, just as victory was within reach, our family was tragically annihilated. Do you consider this to be within the realm of reason? Do you believe you have been wronged? Mohanin Kurid. It is not a matter of grievance, but rather of fact. With a bit of reflection, one would understand that with the power of the Long family in those days, If we had truly intended to betray our nation and establish our own dominion, who in the entirety of Longyu could have stood in our way? Xiao Beichen retorted coldly. Emohan fell silent. The Long family has been the most prosperous clan since the founding of Longyu. In those early days, the Long family commanded greater respect in the northern border than even the imperial capital. The Long Divine Army, a force to be reckoned with, guaranteed peace in the land. Evidence, you ask? Mon Press said. Huh. When it comes to slandering others, why speak of evidence? Xiao Beichen countered. Should the victims be the ones to provide proof? No wonder the nations beyond our borders look down upon Longyu. It is entirely understandable. With a single statement, Emohan was left speechless. My life has been thus far. Revenge and vindication are my greatest purposes. As for Jiang Luofei and Yi Qingcheng, I can only express my apologies. Xiao Beichen declared. No one knows the extent of his internal struggle at this moment. Even if the past was indeed an injustice, it has long been settled. Do you intend to shake the very foundations of Longyu with the strength of a single person? Muaning Kurid. Why not? A true man, born between heaven and earth, should not languish in despair. Xiao Beichen scoffed. A hint of shock flickered in Emohan's eyes. To move Longyu with the strength of one. What immense audacity that would entail. You possess courage. Although I have known you for some time, I perceive this man before me as an unfathomable abyss. I always believe I have seen through him, only to be met with new surprises. When pushed to the brink, one may act with madness. Xiao Beichen smiled. Although I may label you a scoundrel, in a certain light, you are indeed a rare talent. Muan remarqued. Do not disclose this matter to Jiang Luofei. I do not wish for her to harbor any false hopes. Xiao Beichen responded. After a lengthy contemplation, Emohan nodded. Very well. Today, you shall accompany me to the Apothecaries Guild. What purpose does that serve? Xiao Beichen inquired. Luofei has already grown suspicious of your identity. Let us decisively extinguish her hopes today. Emohan recounted his plan. The reason Jiang Luofei still cannot let go of the Dark Emperor is that she suspects Xiao Beichen and the Dark Emperor to be one and the same. There must be secrets unknown to her, potentially the reason the Dark Emperor abandoned her. Once Jiang Luofei is plunged into despair, she will naturally believe that the Dark Emperor's departure was simply a matter of infidelity. This will be painful for her. But Emohan does not wish for his dear friend to remain trapped in memories. Chapter 114. Scoundrel within the Apothecaries Guild. Several elders were seated. Jiang Yixian. We must rely on you this time, an elder sighed. They had all faced off against the medical representatives from the Tiger Nation, only to be defeated every time. Their only hope lay with Jiang Luofei. Should she falter, the reputation of medicine in Longyu would be irrevocably tarnished. Jiang Luofei nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will secure victory in the medical competition the day after tomorrow. The elders bowed respectfully. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Jiang Luofei gasped. Emohan, what brings you here? Upon noticing Xiao Beichen behind him, her brow furrowed. Why are you here as well? She was taken aback, wondering how the two had come together. Luofei, may we speak privately? Emohan suggested with a smile. Jiang Luofei nodded and gestured for the elders to leave. In a now empty hall, although Emohan had prepared himself mentally, facing Jiang Luofei filled him with hesitation. He understood the depth of her love for the Dark Emperor. Since yesterday, I have suspected that you were concealing something from me. Could it be related to him? Jiang Luofei's cold demeanor was momentarily softened by a faint smile. Indeed, it is related to him. Mon confesseth. The smile on Jiang Luofei's face grew, yet remained chilling. The Dark Emperor, beneath that mask, you are truly this visage. Speak. Why did you leave me? And what is your connection with Yi Qingcheng? Her excitement caused her body to tremble. She had countless questions to ask. He is not the Dark Emperor you claim, Emohan asserted. Impossible. Jiang Luofei immediately rebutted. I knew him when we were beyond the borders. Emohan steeled himself and replied, You know him? A flash of shock crossed Jiang Luofei's icy countenance. Emohan nodded. He is a soldier under my command, a medic. Here are his credentials. If he were truly the so-called Dark Emperor, do you think he would be serving under me? Emohan presented a forged document to Jiang Luofei, who took it in disbelief. As she read the information, her expression shifted to one of shock, disappointment, and pain. Impossible, it cannot be true. Jiang Luofei grasped Xiao Beichen's collar. Tell me, you are the Dark Emperor. Quickly tell me. Her voice rose to a near hysterical pitch. In her despair, Hope flickered new. Yet amid that hope, despair loomed large. Her eyes reddened almost instantly, and she was engulfed in torment. Xiao Beichen felt a tremor within, yet dared not reveal it. Jiang Yixian, I truly am not the Dark Emperor. If you do not believe me, surely you can trust General Mo Han stepped forward to hold Jiang Luofei back. Luofei, I know this is hard for you to accept, but it is indeed the truth. Jiang Luofei slowly released her grip, her eyes vacant, faced with undeniable evidence. I am sorry, I became too agitated. Unconsciously, she pushed open the door and walked out, believing she was on the brink of uncovering the truth, only to find it was all a self-deception. The sunlight was blinding and warm, yet Jiang Luofei felt as though she were in a freezing hell. Mo Han cast a fierce glance at Xiao Beichen and muttered, "Scoundrel!" before chasing after her. Xiao Beichen remained seated for a long while before finally rising to leave. Chapter 115, Black Dragon Division, Ding Ling Ling. Just as he exited the Apothecaries Guild, an unfamiliar phone call came through. On the other end was a middle-aged man. "Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? Who are you?" Xiao Beichen inquired. "I am Lin Mu, the head of the Black Dragon Division. General Mo asked me to call you, saying you could assist us in the 9th Army's battle." Lin Mu explained. The Black Dragon Division, like the Black Hawk Division, is part of the Southwestern 9th Army. However, due to the presence of Yao Xinghe, the Black Hawk Division is considerably stronger than the Black Dragon Division, which had ranked last in the previous 9th Army battle. Both divisions are based in Jiang City, leading to constant comparisons that burden the Black Dragon Division, as most talents gravitate towards the Black Hawk Division, leaving the Black Dragon Division with only the less capable. Understood, Xiao Beichen replied. "Mr. Xiao, may I ask when you're available for me to pick you up?" Lin Mu's tone was exceedingly earnest. To be personally recommended by General Mo is no small matter. I am at the Apothecaries Guild. Not long after, a military jeep pulled up alongside the road. Upon seeing Xiao Beichen, Lin Mu was visibly taken aback. He had not expected someone so young to be the one recommended by General Mo. "Mr. Xiao?" "Yes," Xiao Beichen nodded. "Please get in." Lin Mu spoke respectfully. He was affable among the 9th Army's leaders and did not underestimate Xiao Beichen due to his youth. Rather, he regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing that such youth could earn General Mo's endorsement, indicating remarkable talent. Soon, the vehicle made its way to the Black Dragon Division. After approximately an hour, upon disembarking, Xiao Beichen surveyed the surroundings and observed that the structure of the base was considerably inferior to that of the Black Hawk Division. It hardly resembled a military installation. Lin Mu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Mr. Xiao, I apologize for the unsightly appearance of our Black Dragon Division. We're the least favored among the Southwest 9 armies. Hence our geographical conditions and infrastructure are subpar. If we continue to languish at the bottom in this upcoming battle, it is quite possible that the Black Dragon Division will cease to exist." As he spoke, his expression was filled with regret. The Black Dragon Division was scorned by all within the 9 armies, deemed unworthy of its designation. Years prior, there had been reports advocating for the disbandment of the division, but it was only recently that the decision was finalized. "Fear not. In 1 month's time, during the 9 armies battle, I shall elevate you to the forefront," Xiao Beichen stated nonchalantly. "Very well." Suddenly, Lin Mu sensed something amiss and lifted his head abruptly. "Mr. Xiao, what did you just say? You intend for us, the Black Dragon Division, to become the best among the 9 armies?" "Indeed." Without further elaboration, Xiao Beichen commanded, "Lead the way." Lin Mu, still in shock, shook his head slightly, dismissing Xiao Beichen's words as mere jest, and thus did not take them to heart. Under his guidance, they arrived at the training base of the Black Dragon Division, where 10 individuals were lazily seated on the ground. "I heard our Black Dragon Division is facing disbandment. Sigh, after spending so long here, I have developed a bond. It is truly hard to part with." One lamented, "Why must we always come in last?" The higher-ups have long been dissatisfied. All the talents have migrated to other divisions. Those of us here wouldn't even qualify elsewhere. These 10 were the elite representatives of the Black Dragon Division for the upcoming 9 armies battle, and each was voicing their concerns, a mix of anxiety regarding the battle and the potential dissolution of their division. "Attention!" Lin Mu shouted. The 10 immediately stood at attention upon noticing their commander's arrival. "Allow me to introduce your instructor, Mr. Xiao Beichen." "Greetings, Instructor Xiao." The 10 chorused in unison. Xiao Beichen nodded, his gaze penetrating as it fixated on the group. He casually pointed to one individual You step forward. Lin Mu interjected, Instructor Xiao, this is our most gifted elite. The only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the talents from other divisions. Xiao Beichen remained silent. His call for this individual was not due to his talent. What is your name? Reporting to Instructor Xiao, my name is Xie Tianqi. He replied, standing tall. Xiao Beichen inquired, just before entering, I heard you express reluctance about leaving the Black Dragon Division. Indeed, I have served here for 4 years. Xie Tianqi replied coldly, holding a deep-seated contempt for Xiao Beichen, questioning his qualifications. If you feel such reluctance, why not strive for first place and preserve the division's name? Xiao Beichen challenged. First place? The room fell silent, including Lin Mu, in the Nine Armies battle, who did not aspire for the throne of victory. Yet, the Black Dragon Division lacked the qualifications to even dream of it. What could be praised as ambition was merely folly, as they were acutely aware of their inferiority. Xie Tianqi glanced disdainfully at Xiao Beichen. You speak as if it's simple. We, the weakest among the 9 armies, are unfit to compete for first. Enough. Lin Mu interjected sternly. Xiao Beichen gestured for him to be quiet. You may leave the Black Dragon Division immediately. What? Xie Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were equally stunned. Lin Mu was perplexed by Xiao Beichen's intentions, considering Xie Tianqi their last remaining talent. Yes, you are all warriors, trained in martial arts, which indeed values talent, but do not forget that talent is not the sole determinant. More crucial is a relentless spirit, one that embraces every challenge. Xiao Beichen pointed at Xie Tianqi's heart. Without the heart of a warrior, you will not strive or fight for what you believe in. Do you know what the most painful thing in life is? It is regret. Regret for not having put forth the effort. Regret for the choices made. I can train those with mediocre talent, but they must possess a competitive spirit. Without the heart of a warrior, remaining here in the division is merely a form of existence. His tone was sharp, devoid of any softness, his gaze a blade piercing the hearts of the elite. Xie Tianqi retorted coldly, I cannot leave the Black Dragon Division. Instructor Xiao, do you truly believe attaining first place is easy? At least I would not utter the words give up, Xiao Beichen replied coolly. Those who easily speak of surrender, even with the highest talents, are but dust in the wind. His words left Xie Tianqi speechless. I was wrong. After a long pause, Xie Tianqi conceded, though internally he remained unconvinced. Xiao Beichen smiled gently. If you wish to claim first place, you must first believe in yourselves. Lin Mu nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Yet he knew that mere belief would not suffice to achieve first place. What foundational practices do you engage in? Xiao Beichen queried. Lin Mu responded. The Black Dragon 7 styles, our division's traditional techniques, created by the first minister of the Black Dragon Division, the Black Dragon War God himself. As he spoke the latter, a sigh escaped him. The Black Dragon Division had once enjoyed a glorious past, yet it had dwindled to mere history under his leadership. Very well, demonstrate it for me. Xiao Beichen commanded. Xie Tianqi stepped forward and performed the Black Dragon 7 styles in their entirety. Applause erupted immediately. Lin Mu nodded in approval. Quite impressive. Impressive? It is utterly pathetic. Xiao Beichen bellowed. Xie Tianqi erupted in anger. Instructor Xiao, I respect you enough to address you as such, but do not presume you truly embody the role of instructor. The Black Dragon 7 styles. How can you dismiss them as garbage without even understanding them? Lin Mu was taken aback. Instructor Xiao, I believe Xie Tianqi's execution of the Black Dragon 7 styles was commendable. The others glared in agreement. Commendable? Nonsense. Xiao Beichen scoffed. The Black Dragon 7 styles are lethal techniques, embodying the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. Each strike should be a killing blow. Though his execution may occasionally exhibit sonic booms, he is yet to grasp the essence of the Black Dragon 7 styles. Yielding to overcome rigidity? Lin Mu was hearing this for the first time. No wonder the Black Dragon Division has remained at the bottom year after year, unable to comprehend even the most fundamental concepts. Xiao Beichen's voice was icy. Xie Tianqi, filled with defiance, retorted, Instructor Xiao, if you possess the skill, demonstrate it instead of merely speaking. The Black Dragon 7 styles were intricate. Even a talent like him had taken 3 days to master. How could Xiao Beichen, having merely observed, possibly replicate it? However, in the next moment, the entire room fell silent. Xiao Beichen indeed executed the Black Dragon 7 styles flawlessly, mirroring Xie Tianqi's performance. Instructor Xiao, have you previously practiced the Black Dragon 7 styles? Lin Mu could not help but inquire. For the first time, gasp. The fact that he could perform the Black Dragon 7 styles to such a degree on his first attempt was no wonder the war god had recommended him as an instructor. I was merely mimicking. Now watch closely. The Black Dragon 7 styles are not to be executed in such a manner. Before anyone could react, Xiao Beichen redemonstrated the techniques, this time employing the balance of yin and yang from Tai Chi, utilizing slowness to counter speed. While appearing unremarkable, it concealed a deadly intent. Each punch and palm strike embodied both strength and grace. This extraordinary technique was formidable. However, no one provided the correct guidance, which is utter nonsense. Many perceive the Black Dragon 7 techniques merely as a display of brute force, failing to recognize the inherent grace within that power. Bang! With the final move executed, a fist struck the ground with great force. It appeared weak and feeble, yet it unleashed an astonishing power, creating a deep dent in the earth. My goodness, this is astonishingly strong. Could this truly be the essence of the Black Dragon 7 techniques? Everyone noticed the transformation in the comparison of both forces. A harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility, striking with strength against strength. Even Lin Mu couldn't resist the urge to learn. Taking a deep breath, Xie Tianqi clasped his fists. Instructor Xiao, I apologize for underestimating you. No matter. Xiao Beichen waved his hand dismissively. Achieving a balance of strength and softness is not easily mastered, but if you follow my method of training, you shall surely achieve greatness within a month. First, that was merely the pinnacle, not a reflection of your true capabilities. So arrogant. How utterly presumptuous. They hardly regarded the other departments. Indeed, Xie Tianqi and the others clasped their fists earnestly. Lin Mu's face was alight with excitement. Instructor Xiao, we are relying on you for our Black Dragon division. Xiao Beichen nodded. Throughout the day, under Xiao Beichen's rigorous training, the effectiveness was remarkably high, providing precise guidance to address various inadequacies. As today's special training concluded, he urged them to practice diligently. Xiao Beichen prepared to depart. Thank you, Instructor Xiao, the crowd exclaimed. They could clearly sense their own strength had elevated significantly. Xiao Beichen pointed at Xie Tianqi. You possess the highest talent among them. If you can master the Black Dragon 7 techniques to perfection, becoming a war god in the future will be a matter of time. Xie Tianqi trembled with excitement. As a member of the combat division, who would not desire the supreme title of war god? Watching Xiao Beichen leave, the group felt reluctant. If only Instructor Xiao could continue to guide us. Lin Mu sighed. Our Black Dragon division is too small to accommodate someone of Instructor Xiao's caliber. Everyone took note. Our goal is first place. We must not disappoint Instructor Xiao's expectations. Indeed, they shouted in unison. Chapter 118. The evening banquet. Once Xiao Beichen departed, Lin Mu immediately called Mo Han. War God Mo, thanks to your help this time. Lin Mu exclaimed excitedly. It's a trivial matter. Mon replied coldly. This is no small matter. Instructor Xiao is remarkably perceptive, having discerned the essence of the Black Dragon 7 techniques at first glance. Lin Mu relayed everything that had transpired to Mo Han. Mo Han stood in shock. Previously, she had doubted Xiao Beichen's ability to assist the Black Dragon division in turning the tide, especially since she had heard the division was the weakest among the Southwest 9 armies. Now, they actually had the strength to contend for first place. Who exactly is this person? Observing Jiang Luofei, who lay listlessly on the sofa, Mo Han felt a pang of sympathy. He merely modified the techniques of the Black Dragon division, still just a scoundrel. Upon returning home, Yi Qingsheng informed Ouyang Feichen of an upcoming banquet invitation, though she had no desire to attend. If you don't want to go, then don't. Xiao Beichen responded. Do you think Ouyang Feichen is an ordinary character? Even if I dislike him, he belongs to a prominent family in the capital. Not attending would invite gossip. Yi Xiu pouted. Yi Qingsheng nodded in agreement. What do you mean, then? Xiao Beichen asked. I want you to accompany me. Yi Qingsheng replied with a smile. Not going. Xiao Beichen refused to waste time on such matters. If you don't go, I'll tell Mom. Ye King tiritten it. Xiao Beichen sighed in resignation, unable to refuse. Yi Xiu, initially not on Yi Qingsheng's guest list, chimed in, for $1,000 a month, can I enjoy some fine dining at the banquet? The trio drove to the Jiangnan waterside. The scenery was delightful, with a large artificial lake and a multitude of luxury cars parked outside. By the time they arrived, it was already packed. After all, this was a soiree hosted by a noble scion from the capital, and mingling could lead to unexpected opportunities. Ye Xiao, who loved a bustling atmosphere, dashed into the crowd as soon as they parked. Xiao Beichen remained indifferent, finding a quiet corner to sit. Ye Qingminglet, knowing that to elevate the Yi family business to 100 billion, she needed to network with these influential individuals. Young Master Xia, I heard this noble scion hails from the capital and has a particularly distinguished background, Hu Xiao remarked. Xia Mingfeng snorted disdainfully. You've already mentioned he is from the capital. Do you think he is lacking? Moreover, he bears the surname Ouyang. How many prominent families in the capital share that name? Hearing this, Hu Xiao gasped in shock. How does he compare to Yi Qingcheng? The strengths of both families are comparable, and I've heard they have a familial connection, Xia Mingfeng replied. Familial connection? My goodness, Yi Qingcheng is utterly shameless, having ties to young Master Ouyang while still flirting with other men. She appears to be an ice queen, yet is so debauched. Hu Xiao sneered contemptuously. Silence. Xia Mingfeng admonished. Regardless of who Yi Qingcheng is, we have no right to comment. Be careful. If she hears you, we might find ourselves in trouble. Hu Xiao rolled her eyes. We're just talking behind her back. What is the issue? Suddenly, she recalled something. If that is the case, then the one named Xiao is in for a rough time. After all, she is young Master Ouyang's fiancée. Even if Yi Qingcheng and Xiao Beichen are divorced, she surely won't let him off easily. Xia Mingfeng's gaze lowered, a cold smile forming. Naturally. That is splendid. Hu Xiao exclaimed with delight, her eyes glinting with malice. A mere waste living in a village, relying on a woman, has repeatedly brought her shame. Xia Mingfeng, too, looked forward to their encounter. Last time at the auction, Xiao Beichen not only offended the Jiang family, but was also slapped by the heir of the city's foremost family. Chapter 119. Yi Xiao's discovery. Hey? Xia Mingfeng glanced around and spotted Xiao Beichen. I can't believe he had the audacity to attend the banquet. Who is that? Following Xia Mingfeng's gaze, Hu Xiao looked over. It's him. Her eyes gleamed with malice. Young Master Xia. What do you think young Master Ouyang's expression will be if we inform him of this? Ha, you think alike. Xia Mingfeng laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen sat in his chair, utterly bored. A voice approached him. Mr. Xiao, you're here. It was Zhao Qiansheng, his face brimming with surprise. Get lost. Xiao Beichen shot a glance. He did not wish to disclose his connection with Zhao Qiansheng, especially not to Yi Qingcheng. Mr. Xiao, I merely came to greet you. Why the hostility? Zhao Qiansheng pouted, for others typically addressed him as young Master Zhao. Yet here he felt like a pariah. Leave. Pretend you don't know me at this banquet. Xiao Beichen instructed. Zhao Qiansheng, understanding the hint, promptly moved to mingle with the ladies. However, this scene was witnessed by Yi Xiao, who was indulging in a cream-filled pastry. Isn't that Zhao Qiansheng from the city's foremost family? How does Xiao Beichen know him? Before long, another familiar face approached. Isn't that Jiang Xiaotian from the Jiang family? Yi Xiao gasped. These two held significant power in Jiang City. The Jiang family was the foremost among the three giants. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Beichen, they both displayed utmost respect, leaving Yi Xiao utterly perplexed. After Jiang Xiaotian departed, Yi Xiru hurriedly pursued him. Aside from being a young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaotian was also a student, despite his mature demeanor. He was actually a junior at Jiangqing University. Yi Xiru had even dined with him before. Xiru, what brings you here? Jiang Xiaotian asked, surprised. Enough of the small talk. I need to inquire about something. Yi Xiru, known for her domineering presence at school due to her distinguished background and striking looks, commanded respect from many. What is it? Jiang Xiaotian asked, puzzled. Do you know Xiao Beichen? Yi Xiru's gaze was intense. Are you referring to Master Xiao? I certainly. Jiang Xiaotian began to respond affirmatively, but recalled Xiao Beichen's previous words and quickly retracted his statement. Yi Xiru was not easily deceived. She pointed a finger at him. Don't even think about lying. If you dare to deceive me, I will release that video of you misbehaving after drinking last time. Please, no. At this, Jiang Xiaotian panicked. Though he was fearless in general, he felt completely at her mercy. Then tell me the truth. I saw you greeting him with a drink just now. Yi Xiru fit. Fine, I do know Master Xiao. Jiang Xiaotian admitted reluctantly. Master Xiao? Is he a practitioner of the occult? Yi Sairu frowned. Jiang Xiaotian chuckled. He is not a sorcerer. He is a master in the medical field. Without him, my father might not have survived. He practices medicine? Are you joking? Yi Sairu's disbelief was evident. This is the truth. I would never joke about my father's life. Yi Sairu's gaze toward Xiao Beichen now held a hint of scrutiny. What secrets did this young man harbor? A calm demeanor that belied lethal skill, coupled with a mastery of medical arts and a penchant for research. He was far from the useless brother-in-law she had once perceived. He was a veritable talent. No, I must uncover all the secrets he possesses. Yi Sairu vowed silently. Thank you for sharing everything, but please do not release that video, Jiang Xiaotian implored, filled with trepidation. I'll see how you behave, Yi Sairu replied coolly, suddenly recalling something. I need your help with another matter. She whispered something in his ear, and he was immediately taken aback. I can't do that. Can't do it? Then don't blame me. As she spoke, Yi Sairu took out her phone. Wait, I'll do it. Drinking with you is truly a disgrace for me. Jiang Xiaotian regretted ever having that drink, wishing he had refused it from the start. Meanwhile, Xiao Beichen sat comfortably in his chair, enjoying the moment. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Feichen appeared before him, accompanied by two familiar faces. Mr. Xiao, your audacity to come uninvited is quite shameless. Ouyang Feichen smirked. Ouyang, you may not know him well. He is shameless to the extreme, Hu Xiao interjected. Indeed, his audacity is thicker than the walls of the city, Xiao Mingfeng chimed in. Xiao Beichen slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the trio. If you have business, speak. If not, leave. You think I wanted to come? It was Yi Qingsheng who insisted I accompany her, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feichen's smile faltered, replaced by a surge of anger. Mr. Ouyang, he is nothing. He has no right to be with Miss Yi. He is merely riding on her coattails. Hu Xiao quickly remarked. Exactly. Miss Yi belongs with you, Mr. Ouyang. He is nothing but a waste, living in the urban village. Xiao Mifeng added. Living in the urban village? Ouyang Feichen's expression softened slightly at this revelation. Yes, Mr. Ouyang may not be aware, but he was once a suitor of mine. Yet he was utterly destitute. Without Miss Yi, he wouldn't even qualify to be in our presence. Hu Xiao laughed. Ouyang Feichen chuckled. It seems you know him well. Do share more. He is nothing more than trash. His parents work for others, and he has a disabled sister. He is an absolute leech, merely waiting to die at home. Miss Yi would never look his way. And there is something you might not know, Mr. Ouyang. At the last banquet, Miss Yi was set up, and he cowardly hid rather than defend her, Hu Xiao said, her tone mocking. The more they disparaged Xiao Beichen, the more pleased Ouyang Feichen became. What a farce. He is not even worthy of being compared to a young master from Jiangcheng. He is a total waste. Xiao is right. He enjoys slandering others, calling my Xiao a socialite. How disgusting. Lacking strength, yet always belittling others. If it weren't for the air from the city, I would have made him kneel, Xiao Mingfeng added. Laughter erupted, filled with disdain. How could such a person share the same banquet with them? It was utterly humiliating. Zhao Tiansheng and Jiang Xiaotian seethed with anger, but they refrained from speaking out, primarily because Xiao Beichen had instructed them to keep their relationship under wraps. Otherwise, they would have rushed forward to silence Xiao Mingfeng and Hu Xiao. Ouyang Feichen shook his head. I thought he might be a worthy competitor, but he is merely a waste. He pulled out a bank card. This card contains 100,000. After you part ways with Yi Qingsheng, do not appear in my sight again. Xiao Beichen stood up, picked up the money in front of everyone, and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang, for the 100,000. This action elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Indeed, he was a waste. A mere 100,000 could buy him off. What disgrace. Hurry and take the money and leave. Zhao Tiansheng and Jiang Xiaotian were momentarily stunned. Yi Sairu, however, knew Xiao Beichen well, crossing her arms. Xiao Beichen has never been one to suffer losses. Ouyang Feichen is likely in for a rough time. Ouyang Feichen was taken aback. He did not expect Xiao Beichen to be so spineless. He burst into laughter. I have another million in this card. How about you kneel down to me? With that amount, you could live comfortably for a lifetime. Hu Xiao gazed at the bank card, her eyes sparkling. She almost wanted to kneel to Ouyang Feichen, but it was unfortunate that it fell to the despicable Xiao Beichen. Laughter filled the air as everyone regarded Xiao Beichen as they would dog. This was 1 million. After all, I bet this spineless waste will kneel. 1 million is nothing to us, but it is a fortune for him. Apologies, but 100,000 is sufficient. Xiao Beichen replied cheerfully. Ouyang Feichen waved the card. 1 million is 10 times more than 100,000. Aren't you tempted? Xiao Beichen shook his head, a look of mockery on his face. Ouyang Feichen's brows knitted together, an uncomfortable feeling brewing within him, despite being in control. He felt as though Xiao Beichen toyed with him at will. I forgot to mention, Mr. Ouyang, it is not I who cannot part with Qingsheng. It is she who cannot part with me. Why not give that million to her and let her leave me? Xiao Beichen smiled. What do you mean? Ouyang Feichen's voice turned cold. Hu Xiao might have had more to say, urging him to recall the first time he met Yi Qingsheng. Xiao Beichen spoke, and Ouyang Feichen immediately directed his gaze towards Hu Xiao. Tell me everything you know. A wave of anxiety surged within Hu Xiao. Young Master Ouyang. Perhaps it's best to let this go. Speak. Ouyang Feichen commanded coldly. Hu Xiao swallowed hard. Despite her disdain for Xiao Beichen, she had to relay the truth. When I first met Miss Yi, she was adorned with golden jewelry and antique paintings, declaring that Xiao Beichen was her man. Enough. Ouyang Feichen's expression suddenly became extremely uncomfortable. The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. What was this? Had Yi Qingsheng lost her sight? Hu Xiao, you have yet to clarify. At that time, I was kissing Yi Qingsheng quite intimately. Xiao Beichen added fuel to the fire. Yi Sairu watched, her teeth clenched in frustration. You filthy creature. You never change, only knowing how to drag me out as a shield. Zhao Tianqing and Jiang Xiaodian gave a thumbs up. What a stunning play. Incredible. Any man would struggle to withstand such a mental assault. Ouyang Feichen trembled with rage. Very well. You dare to lay a hand on my woman. Do you wish to die? Bah. Xiao Beichen spat disdainfully. Your woman? Have you no shame? Qingsheng hasn't even glanced at you. You're nothing. Seeking death. Ouyang Feichen laughed bitterly in anger. Initially, I thought you were insignificant and would let you go after a humiliation, but you dare to touch my woman. There's nothing left to say. With a snap of his fingers, several bodyguards in suits advanced. Break his legs. Everyone knew that Ouyang Feichen was genuinely furious. Merely boasting counted for nothing. In the end, it was all about strength. These bodyguards were not ordinary individuals. They were veterans from the battlefield. One could take on 10 without issue. Zhao Tianqing felt anxious, wanting to intervene, but remembering Xiao Beichen's words, he remained still. Jiang Xiaodian, however, was untroubled. These men are no match for Master Xiao. He had witnessed Xiao Beichen's prowess firsthand. Yi Sairu was even less worried. Kid, you're barging into hell when there's a path to heaven. My young master is not someone of your ilk can provoke. A few bodyguards removed their jackets, revealing chiseled abs and towering heights, instilling a sense of intimidation. The crowd snickered. Hu Xiao laughed mockingly. You foolish creature. Young Master Ouyang is from an aristocratic family in the capital. How dare you provoke him? Xiao Beichen glanced over. Do you look down on me? Of course. Who would regard a piece of trash from the urban village? Hu Xiao retorted haughtily. How about we make a bet? If I knock them down, you'll kneel and call me daddy? Xiao Beichen's eyes glimmered with amusement. You think you're someone? If you lose, you'll kneel and lick my shoes. Hu Xiao scoffed. In terms of physique, Xiao Beichen was clearly outmatched by these bodyguards. Everyone present doubted Xiao Beichen, believing he was merely putting on a facade of calm. You've got guts, daring to bet against us. One of the bodyguards said coldly as he flexed his legs, just as everyone thought this would be a one-sided battle. An unexpected turn transpired. As soon as the bodyguards made contact with Xiao Beichen, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking like lightning on their faces. The hulking bodyguards fell to the ground, utterly defenseless. The crowd was stunned. No one understood how it had happened. The bodyguards were all down, while Xiao Beichen stood still as if nothing had occurred. Young Master Ouyang, it seems your subordinates are lacking. Just like you, Xiao Beichen sneered coldly. Ouyang Feichen's face turned ashen. Xiao Beichen turned to Hu Xiao, his expression playful. I've won the bet. Shoot until you kneel and call me daddy now? Bastard. Hu Xiao exclaimed in fury. You're not worthy. Not worthy? Suddenly, Xiao Beichen appeared before Hu Xiao and slapped her face, leaving half of it crimson. Kneel or not. Hu Xiao was on the verge of tears, grabbing on his Xiao Mingfeng. Young Master Xia, are you just going to stand by and watch him hit me? Xiao Mingfeng felt embarrassed and coldly replied, Xiao, don't go too far. Smack. A slap landed on Xiao Mingfeng's face. Xiao Beichen grinned wickedly. Now you think it's excessive? Why didn't you think it was excessive before? Enough. Ouyang Feichen roared. Xiao Beichen. Don't think just because you know a bit of martial arts that you're impressive. There are countless people in this world stronger than you. Don't forget my identity. I am a descendant of the Ouyang family. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Now, I demand you kneel to quell my anger. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It was clear that Ouyang Feichen was genuinely enraged. The Ouyang family in the capital was among the elite. Even if not rivaling the four great families, it was still a top-tier family. To oppose such a lineage was akin to courting death. Yet, Xiao Beichen remained unfazed, smiling. A bet is a bet. It is only fair. Ouyang Feichen, I extend the courtesy of calling you young Master Ouyang. If I call you Yang Dog, what can you do about it? I'm not sought trouble with you, so don't push your luck. One more word, and I'll deal with you too. Such arrogance. The crowd stood frozen, silent. Even Yi Sairu, who is usually fearless, couldn't he help but swallow hard. This is too domineering. Ouyang Feichen was left speechless, his eyes blazing with fury. Xiao Beichen chuckled. Who Xiao? I've never taken you seriously. Did you really think you were someone special, hopping around here? You have 3 seconds to kneel. If not, face the consequences. His tone was calm, yet brooked no dissent. Despite her countless grievances, Hu Xiao could only kneel. Daddy. Her voice was barely audible. Louder, Xiao Beichen demanded. Daddy. After uttering those words, Hu Xiao wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng emerged from the restroom, noticing the crowd gathered, and approached Xiao Beichen. Beichen, what happened? Xiao Beichen immediately feigned innocence. They wanted to beat me, but now they're all lying on the ground. What? The crowd was bewildered. Was this person really blaming the victim? Zhao Tianqing and Zhang Xiaodian were nearly in stitches. Ouyang Feichen hurried to explain. Qingcheng, it's not as he says. It's... Before Ouyang Feichen could finish, Yi Qingcheng's voice, cold as ice, interrupted. Ouyang Feichen, I warn you, if you dare touch a hair on Beichen, I will be your enemy. Don't think that just because you're from the Ouyang family, I want to do anything about it. You should have heard of my methods in the capital. Let us go. Yi Qingcheng took Xiao Beichen's hand and turned to leave the banquet. Seeing this, Yi Sairu hastily followed. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Ouyang Feichen's face was contorted with humiliation. His fiancée, he had actually linked arms with another man in front of him. The ultimate insult. Xiao, I will make you pay. Upon seeing Yi Qingcheng holding Xiao Beichen's hand, Hu Xiao was also dumbstruck, not expecting Xiao Beichen to remain unscathed. However, her eyes glinted with malice, daring to snatch young Master Ouyang's woman. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. Almost everyone shared this sentiment. Now, the more arrogant one becomes, the harsher the consequences will be. Mr. Xiao, you were quite audacious at the banquet, not even giving face to Ouyang Feichen. Yi Xiao felt a twinge of admiration in her heart. While outsiders are eager to curry favor with the illustrious Ouyang family of the imperial capital, let alone oppose Ouyang Feichen, Xiao Beichen merely dismissed it as a trivial matter, showing no concern for the Ouyang family. With a chuckle, Xiao Beichen's gaze subtly shifted toward Yi Qingcheng, who was driving. He could discern the furrowed brows of Yi Qingcheng, clearly contemplating the potential repercussions. After suffering such a significant loss, the opposing party would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yi Xiao gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? Quite imposing." Silence. Yi Qingcheng retorted. Yi Xiao pouted in response. Yi Qingcheng continued, "Beichen, despite Ouyang Feichen's temperament, he likely won't escalate this matter to the imperial capital. But he will definitely come looking for trouble. Perhaps you should consider hiding for a while." "I'm not going anywhere." Xiao Beichen refused outright, stating, "If you fear trouble, feel free to distance yourself from me." He truly embodied the essence of a rogue. Yi Qingcheng frowned, displeased. "What are you saying?" Meanwhile, Yi Xiao observed this seemingly mundane exchange with keen interest. This young man, while somewhat enigmatic, seemed intent on pushing her sister away, despite her sister being a celestial being. There were far too many secrets at play. The following day, Xiao Beichen visited the Black Dragon Division. Xia Tianqi and the others looked at him with eyes filled with respect. Their prowess had elevated significantly within a single day, particularly Xia Tianqi, a prodigy of the Black Dragon Division, who had rapidly grasped 3 to 4 aspects of the essence of the Black Dragon's 7 forms. After a thorough reinstruction, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. "Instructor Xiao, when will you take us for practical training? It would help us accurately assess our own strength." Xia Tianqi eagerly inquired. Xiao Beichen scoffed. With your meager skills, you think you can compare with the likes of others? In the presence of true experts, you remain utterly inadequate. Focus on your training. After giving a few more admonitions, Xiao Beichen received a phone call. It was Zhang Xiaotian on the line. Master Xiao, trouble is brewing. Speak plainly, Xiao Beichen replied. I just received news that Ouyang Feichen has gone to the Wei family, which might pose a threat to you. And there's a strong possibility the Wei family will deploy the Tianqing Guard. Chapter 124. An opportunity for practice. What is that? Xiao Beichen inquired. The Tianqing Guard is no ordinary force. Individually, they may not seem formidable, but they are well-versed in various tactics and formations. They are the Wei family's trump card, having once slain 4 master-level experts, gaining renown from that battle. Zhang Xiaotian mentioned the Tianqing Guard with a hint of trepidation. This unit comprises 300 individuals with astonishing combat capabilities, a taboo in Jiang City. Fortunately, the Wei family's commercial prowess is lacking, allowing the Jiang family to maintain an upper hand. However, should a confrontation arise, it could easily turn fatal. With Ouyang Feichen approaching the Wei family, he was undoubtedly urging them to take action, and if the Tianqing Guard intervened, Xiao Beichen might find himself in a precarious position. Masters are nothing to fear, Xiao Beichen retorted nonchalantly. Zhang Xiaotian swallowed hard. Master Xiao, we mustn't underestimate the situation. Caution is the key to survival. A master. Such individuals can establish their own sects and are renowned within the martial world. Even they have perished at the hands of the Tianqing Guard, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. After hanging up, Xiao Beichen smiled. You all wanted a chance to practice, and now you have it. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feichen lounged on a sofa, facing Wei Changhe, one of the 3 titans of Jiang City. Wei Changhe, I hear your Wei family has a formidable Tianqing Guard? Ouyang Feichen asked casually. Wei Changhe chuckled. They have slain a few masters. Ouyang Feichen nodded. That is somewhat acceptable. I presume you heard about last night's incident? I've heard. How audacious for someone to provoke young Master Ouyang. They must be tired of living. Wei Changhe exclaimed angrily. Young Master Ouyang, if you seek vengeance, our Wei family would gladly risk everything for your cause. Although Wei Changhe wields considerable influence in Jiang City, he still pales in comparison to a young master like Ouyang Feichen from the imperial capital. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Ouyang Feichen, it might open doors for their business in the imperial capital, the true economic epicenter. Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. I want your entire Tianqing Guard at my disposal, Ouyang Feichen declared. Wei Changhe laughed heartily. Young Master Ouyang, there is no need for that. Our Tianqing Guard comprises 300 individuals, divided into 6 squads of 50 each, and every squad is capable of taking down Master. How about I assign 1 squad to you? Ouyang Feichen contemplated, a malicious glint flickering in his eyes. This time, I shall ensure that the one surnamed Xiao kneels before me. With a squad in tow, he returned to Jiangnan Riverside. Ouyang Feichen promptly called Xiao Beichen, demanding he come to Jiangnan Riverside or face the consequences. Before long, Xiao Beichen arrived. Upon their reunion, Ouyang Feichen appeared confident, though the Tianqing Guard was beneath his notice. He had not brought any formidable allies with him to Jiang City and could barely manage with what he had. Killing a mere Xiao Beichen would be well within his grasp. Xiao Beichen, you possess quite a bit of audacity to actually show up. Ouyang Feichen narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of control. How could I refuse an invitation from young Master Ouyang? Xiao Beichen replied with a smile. Let me advise you to cease your sycophantic ways. Those who grovel end up with nothing. You, Ouyang Feichen erupted in fury. This was an outright provocation. You truly have some gall. Even at this juncture, you dare to act so arrogant. With a snap of his fingers, 50 individuals clad in identical uniforms emerged from within Jiangnan Riverside, exuding a chilling aura, moving in perfect synchrony like emotionless automatons. Xiao Beichen furrowed his brows. So this is the Tianqing Guard. Beasts. Chapter 125, Too Weak at a Glance. Xiao Beichen could tell that the Tianqing Guard had long lost their will, their eyes vacant, existing solely to follow orders. Their bodies had already been poisoned. Observing Xiao Beichen's expression, Ouyang Feichen assumed he was afraid, sneering. Now you know fear? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel and apologize. Then leave Yi Qingqing's side, and I might spare you. Leave? Xiao Beichen replied coolly. Damn it, am I not giving you face? Ouyang Feichen roared in rage. Do you really think your meager skills are impressive? I assure you, Wang Mei looked down upon the Tianqing guard. They can easily slay a master. You are nothing. Is that so? Xiao Beichen chuckled. I fail to see how you can kill me. Is that all you can do? He whistled sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 figures immediately materialized before Xiao Beichen. Instructor Xiao, is this the Tianqing guard? Xia Tianqi asked in surprise. The others were equally exhilarated. In Jiang City, they had heard numerous tales of the Tianqing guard, famed as the nemesis of masters. Are you frightened? Xiao Beichen inquired. Not at all. This is the perfect opportunity for practice. Xia Tianqi and the others were brimming with enthusiasm, ready to face any challenge. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Feichen laughed heartily. I thought you had some formidable allies. This motley crew dares to confront the Tianqing guard. These individuals were all in their 20s, hardly a threat. Even masters would not regard them as worthy opponents, let alone this group. Is an opponent? One glance reveals the truth. Xiao Beichen found a place to sit down and address Xia Tianqi and the others, stating, if you cannot handle such trivial opponents, do not claim me as your instructor in the future. Yes. Xia Tianqi and the others remained confident. A bunch of rubbish. Ouyang Feichen's face was filled with disdain. Go. Eliminate them. The Tianqing guard was merely a group of obedient automatons. With Ouyang Feichen's command, they all charged forward. Xia Tianqi and his companions did not back down. Unlike the Tianqing guard, they exuded a fierce and intimidating aura. Although there were 10 of them, their momentum surpassed that of the 50 Tianqing guards. Under Xiao Beichen's guidance, they not only possessed a kingly aura, but also a gentle yet powerful energy. Xia Tianqi, the fastest among them, dashed towards the Tianqing guard like a wild beast, brutally crashing into them, scattering the formation before it could be established. 3 members of the Tianqing guard were sent flying. Soon after, the remaining 9 joined the fray. Individually, they were already far superior to the Tianqing guard. Furthermore, having grasped the essence of the Black Dragon 7 forms, their strength had significantly advanced. Fierce yet infused with a gentle force, they had not fully comprehended it, but they were quite close. Is this the Tianqing guard? Their strength is rather unimpressive. Take your time. Don't finish them off too quickly. Due to the overwhelming prowess of the Black Dragon members, the 50 opponents were utterly insufficient. Merely Xia Tianqi alone had taken down several. What seemed like a protracted battle lasted only a few seconds before the Tianqing guard lay prostrate on the ground. Ouyang Feichen was stunned. Weren't they reputed as the nemesis of masters? How could they be so weak? In truth, it was not that the Tianqing guard was weak, but the Black Dragon members had become too formidable after Xiao Beichen's training. With less than a month remaining before the 9 armies war, they had risen from the bottom to the top 3. Moreover, they even believed they could seize first place among the 9 armies in a month. Enough. Xiao Beichen slowly stood up. You've merely dealt with a few insignificant insects. Look at how elated you all are. Instructor Xiao. Instructor Xiao. Xia Tianqi and the others immediately bowed respectfully. Xiao Beichen waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Ouyang Feichen. Young Master Ouyang, do you still wish for me to kneel before you? Chapter 126. The Great Contest of Traditional and Western Medicine. Ouyang Feichen's face turned ashen with rage. You little brat. Do not be too arrogant. Do not forget my identity. I am the eldest son of the Ouyang family in the imperial capital. Even if you have vanquished a few insects, what does it matter? If I wish for your demise, you shall meet it. So, young Master Ouyang still wishes to play? Xiao Beichen smiled without warmth. Indeed, unless you kneel before me now. Before he could finish his sentence, slap. A resounding slap landed on Ouyang Feichen's face. You dare strike me? Ouyang Feichen's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Beichen replied coolly, you are overstepping your bounds. I call you young Master Ouyang out of respect. Do not push your luck. Do you truly believe the Ouyang family is your talisman? Should you trouble me again, it shall not be so simple. Turning away, Xiao Beichen left. According to his usual temperament, Ouyang Feichen would have lost limbs, but he did not wish to leave any troubles for Yi Qingqing. Who is Instructor Xiao? I wish to deal with him. Xia Tianqi expressed his displeasure. Return to training. Xiao Beichen scolded. Watching Xiao Beichen and his group depart, Ouyang Feichen's expression darkened to the point of boiling water, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, if I do not eliminate you, I do not deserve the surname Xiao. He promptly made a phone call. Uncle Tian, come to Jiangsheng. Soon, the day of the great contest of traditional and Western medicine arrived. The event stirred the entire Jiangsheng. On one side stood the formidable and advanced medical team from the Tiger Nation. On the other side was the holy maiden of the Dragon Domain's pharmacy hall. A throng of media outlets gathered at the entrance. The first to arrive was a Rolls-Royce, from which emerged the team from the Tiger Nation. Leading them was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and brown eyes, named Raymond, the team captain. Mr. Raymond, do you have confidence in challenging the holy maiden of the pharmacy hall? A reporter inquired. Raymond adjusted his suit. Of course, I came to defeat traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional medicine is merely a collection of trivialities, while Western medicine is the orthodoxy. Let's wait and see. Following closely was a Ferrari. Lo Fei, are you all right? Emohan looked anxiously at Jiang Lo Fei in the passenger seat. Xian Lo Fei apirdumbed. Since learning that Xiao Beichen was not the Dark Emperor she believed him to be, she had remained in her room for 2 days, her cold face gaunt. Jiang Lo Fei shook her head. I am fine. Let us go. After exiting the vehicle, Jiang Lo Fei furrowed her brow. She disliked facing the media. But Emohan blocked them all. Entering the Medical Practitioners Guild, they immediately spotted Raymond. He provocatively remarked, Miss Jiang, you look a bit unwell. Are you too nervous? Ha ha. You must feel inferior to our Western medicine. The Dragon Domain is so pathetic, they can only send a woman to compete against us. Jiang Lo Fei did not respond, but instead gazed at the audience seating, now filled to capacity. This contest was not only crucial for the reputation of the Jiangxi Medical Guild, but also for the honor of the pharmacy hall, so she could not afford to lose. What do you think, Xiao? Who will win? Yixio asked. Stop referring to him as Xiao. He is your brother-in-law. Yi Qingsheng corrected, then turned her gaze to Jiang Lo Fei. I did not expect her to be the holy maiden of the pharmacy hall. She had just learned of Jiang Lo Fei's identity. Yixio pouted. Xiao Beichen frowned slightly. He had intended to observe the competition quietly, but Yi Qingsheng was also interested. Without a doubt, Jiang Lo Fei will win. Xiao Beichen replied. He was quite familiar with Jiang Lo Fei's medical skills. Her ascension to the holy maiden of the pharmacy hall was indicative of her extraordinary talent. Oh, such confidence! But this Raymond is not a simple character. He is a leading figure in the medical field of the Tiger Nation and has received numerous awards. Yixio remained more convinced in Western medicine, as the prevalence of Western doctors and hospitals indicated its dominance. Chapter 127, Jiang Lo Fei's disastrous defeat first. Raymond's team took the stage, greeted by a chorus of boos. These people from the Dragon Domain do not respect us. Raymond snorted coldly. What do I care for them? They will soon witness my medical prowess and be silenced. Soon, Jiang Lo Fei appeared to thunderous applause. The competition commenced swiftly, divided into 3 rounds. The first round involved treating a patient with a limp. Both employed different approaches, achieving remarkable results, resulting in a tie. The second round focused on curing eye ailments. For such skilled practitioners, it posed no challenge. They quickly succeeded, again ending in a tie. The third round was of utmost importance. Both patients were critically ill, on the brink of death. Their families had signed consent forms. Accepting any outcome. Miss Jiang, you possess some skill, but it is far from enough. Raymond taunted. Tend to your patient properly. We shall see. Raymond entered the operating room, utilizing various surgical tools to operate on his patient. Jiang Lo Fei, on the other hand, entered another operating room alone. While the audience watched the large screen, their faces filled with tension. Approximately 2 hours passed, and Raymond's surgery was halfway through. What is going on? Xiao Beichen's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lo Fei's side. Jiang Lo Fei employed the celestial 18 needles technique. The first 17 needles were flawlessly positioned. However, when it came to the 18th needle, her hand trembled violently, landing off to the left. This was a catastrophic mistake for an experienced practitioner. What is happening? Ye kink inwidet. Something grave is about to unfold. Xiao Beichen replied in a hushed tone, his expression betraying a growing concern. Yi Qingsheng observed everything keenly. As Jiang Lo Fei executed her final needle, the vital signs monitor displayed a flat line. The audience was left in stunned silence. Dead. She is dead. Despite Jiang Lo Fei's desperate attempts to rectify her mistake, the opportunity had slipped away and the patient was lost. Meanwhile, the Raymond team had successfully restored their patient's vital signs to normal. A heavy silence enveloped the audience. Even the host was rendered speechless. What a farce. Isn't she known as the king of medicine? How could she let a patient die before her very eyes? This so-called divine doctor is nothing but a joke. Soon, a torrent of insults erupted, with some even hurling objects onto the stage. Jiang Luofei's face drained of color. At that moment, two elderly individuals charged onto the stage. Slap! A resounding blow landed on Jiang Luofei's face, tears streaming down as one of them cried, "You worthless wretch! You've killed my son! You charlatan! I demand your life in return." Fortunately, Mo Han intervened, or the situation could have escalated further. The Jiangxing Medical Association members stood aghast. Jiang Luofei remained silent, turning to retreat backstage. Mo Han hurried after her. "Luofei, please don't be too hard on yourself. Even the most skilled doctors can falter. If you need to cry, let out." After holding back for so long, Jiang Luofei broke down. I failed him. She was acutely aware of her ability to save lives. Yet her mind was besieged by other thoughts. The past 2 days had been sleepless and fraught with anxiety. It's all right, Mo Han comforted her, harboring a deep resentment towards Xiao Beichen, knowing this debacle was orchestrated by him. Yet, it was too late to voice such sentiments. A greater storm loomed ahead, and Jiang Luofei was bound to be thrust into the eye of the storm in the days to come. In stark contrast to Jiang Luofei's despondency, Raymond basked in the limelight, using his acceptance speech to denigrate her. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but trash. Only Western medicine holds true value. Chapter 128. If you don't want your son to die, be silent. Jiang Luofei was doomed, having lost to the practitioners from Hu country on such a crucial occasion. Yi Sairu remarked with a disdainful curl of her lip. Yi Qingsheng nodded in agreement. The news will likely be filled with stories about her for quite some time. In such a competitive environment, it was common knowledge that no physician could guarantee a 100% success rate in treating patients. If such perfection were attainable, it would not be doctors, but deities. However, the online commentators lacked this understanding. They only cared about their own satisfaction. The situation had displeased them, leading to a torrent of rage-fueled insults, exacerbated by unscrupulous media manipulation. Jiang Luofei's future would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. "Beichen, are you quite close to Jiang Luofei?" Yi Qingsheng turned to ask. "We've interacted a few times, but I wouldn't call a relationship," Xiao Beichen replied coolly. Yi Qingsheng fell silent, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Observing Xiao Beichen's earlier agitation, it seemed their connection was far more complex than it appeared. Xiao Beichen opened his phone, and within less than half an hour since the conclusion of the medical competition, the internet was flooded with vitriolic comments, nearly all wishing for Jiang Luofei's demise. He quickly shut off the screen, apprehensive of revealing his emotions to Yi Qingsheng. "Please drop me off at a location. I have urgent matters to attend to," he instructed. Yi Sairu chimed in. "I also have something to handle. While I may not care for Jiang Luofei, Jiang Chen is her niece, and I must tend to her feelings." Yi Qingsheng nodded, as she too needed to return to the company to address some paperwork. The trio parted ways in the city center. Xiao Beichen did not head to Jiang Luofei's residence, but instead called Mo Han. As soon as the call connected, Mo Han's scolding erupted. "Xiao Beichen, how dare you call? Do you understand why Luofei lost to those from Hu country today? It's all your fault. She has been restless these past few days. Enough with the blame. Tell me where that patient was taken." Xiao Beichen pressed, urgency lacing his voice. "Why should I tell you? Mon riet tout anglais. If you don't want Jiang Luofei to be vilified further, just tell me." After some contemplation, Mo Han finally revealed the location. Before hanging up, she coldly warned, "If anything happens to Luofei, I will disclose everything about you to her." Without delay, Xiao Beichen hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the crematorium. I'll give you all the money you need." He tossed a bank card containing 3 million yuan into the driver's hands. "Hold on tight." With wealth wielding its influence, the half-hour journey was condensed to a mere 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Xiao Beichen spotted the two elderly individuals who had slapped Jiang Luofei on stage, their eyes swollen from crying. "My son, that unscrupulous doctor has caused your demise. I will avenge you," the elderly woman declared. The elderly man added, "I'm going to buy a knife and kill her." Despite the attempts of nearby staff to intervene, the two elders were beyond reasoning. "If you dare lay a finger on Jiang Luofei, your son is as good as dead," Xiao Beichen warned coldly. "My son is already dead. I will see her buried alongside him." The elderly woman retorted angrily. "Who says your son is dead? I declare he is alive," Xiao Beichen asserted. The surrounding staff furrowed their brows. Even the saintess of the Medicine King Hall could not save him. What was he thinking? Without waiting for their reactions, Xiao Beichen leapt into action. What are you doing? The elderly woman shouted. Get lost. He snapped. If you don't want your son to die, then be silent. Chapter 129. Take good care of Jiang Luofei. For me, this man is insane. He must be out of his mind. What are you all waiting for? Get him away from here. The elderly woman barked. The staff exchanged glances, but when they attempted to intervene, they were met with Xiao Beichen's murderous gaze. Get lost. He held no sympathy for the elderly couple. They had already signed a waiver of responsibility. Even without Jiang Luofei, their son would have perished. Now, they were placing the blame solely on her, seeking her life in retribution. If it weren't for Jiang Luofei, how would he have even bothered to save your son? Xiao Beichen stated coldly, his commanding presence instilling fear in all present. He quickly assessed the middle-aged man lying on the wooden board, recognizing multiple internal injuries resulting from overwork. No time to waste. I'll treat him as if he were a live horse. Jiang Luofei couldn't save him, but he could, albeit at a cost. He produced the silver needles he had purchased on the way and began to administer the celestial 18 needles technique, reviving the man's faltering heartbeat with a surge of energy. Don't you dare touch my son, the elderly woman wailed, but an invisible force pushed her back, preventing her from approaching. Puffed. Xiao Beichen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The strain of using his energy while fending off the crowd was an immense burden on his already ailing body. The internal fire poison surged violently within him. The onlookers gasped in shock, bewildered by his actions. Bang, bang, bang. Approximately half a minute later, the middle-aged man exhibited a faint heartbeat, eliciting great joy from Xiao Beichen. He immediately intensified his efforts, employing silver needles to stimulate and revive the organs. Although the recovery did not reach a normal state, it was sufficient for him to live for several more decades. Upon completing the procedure, Xiao Beichen took a deep breath and informed the staff, his life has been preserved. He will awaken at the latest by the day after tomorrow. The others hurried to monitor the situation. Despite their lack of medical knowledge, they could discern the heartbeat, which had miraculously returned. The elderly woman scoffed, Humph, my son has suffered so much. It is all your fault. Her eyes reflected not much joy, but rather a deep-seated resentment. Xiao Beichen chose to disregard her complaints, prepared a room for them to eat and rest, and was about to leave when the elderly woman blocked his path. You cannot just walk away, she insisted. Why? Xiao Beichen replied. Compensation. You must compensate us, she demanded. The old man emerged, showing no intention of caring for the middle-aged man. Yes, my son was perfectly fine until you treated him to death. Now that he is alive again, he has suffered, and you must pay. Xiao Beichen's gaze turned icy as he recognized that this elderly couple valued money more than their own son. However, he was disinclined to engage in further discourse. Provide me with an account. I will transfer 1 million to you. 1 million. The elderly couple was momentarily stunned, their faces soon betraying an uncontainable grin. This million comes with conditions. You must not disclose today's events. Xiao Beichen stated coldly. Understood, understood. They quickly scribbled down their account details and handed them to Xiao Beichen. He departed without a backward glance, while the elderly couple rejoiced. Who would have thought that seeing a doctor would not only cost nothing, but would also net us 1 million? I told you, if they kill him, we would seek trouble with them. Didn't I say so? Upon exiting the hotel, Xiao Beichen promptly called Emohan. The person whom Jiang Luofei was said to have killed has been saved. However, he will need some time to recover. So please take care of Jiang Luofei during this period. Chapter 130. A storm of abuse. What? Are you serious? Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Emohan's face displayed disbelief. The man who could not save Jiang Luofei had actually managed to save him. Yes, Xiao Beichen affirmed. Suddenly, he coughed up blood once more. The immense energy he had expended would further shorten his lifespan, likely leaving him with less than 5 years. Emohan, having caught this, inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. I won't die just yet. Remember, do not share this with Jiang Luofei. Xiao Beichen replied. He then called Zhuke to have her come pick him up. As his current physical state was dire, his face flushed. The fire poison had begun to spread. Soon, a jeep pulled up in front of him. Seeing Xiao Beichen's complexion, Zhuke gasped, Boss, what happened to you? Don't speak, Xiao Beichen instructed, holding his breath, unable to move. Zhuke, filled with concern, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao Beichen leapt into the ice water Zhuke had prepared, channeling his internal energy to suppress the fire poison. Gradually, his complexion stabilized. "Boss, do you know how close you were to scaring me to death just now?" Zhuke exclaimed. Xiao Beichen chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I'm still alive and kicking. Is she worth it for you?" "She's merely a tool," Zhuke remarked, understanding the situation. The relationship between Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei was simply one of fleeting intimacy. And in this irresponsible era, was it necessary to exert oneself so? Xiao Beichen shook his head, smiling. "She is not a tool. She is the one I love. Tom has not granted me the privilege to love her openly. I cannot provide her a future, but I can protect her to the best of my abilities within my limited lifespan. Boss, can you truly protect her? If Yi Qingsheng is in danger, will you rush to her aid as well? Don't forget, you have 7 ex-girlfriends." Zhuke shouted. "There is no choice. I owe too much." Xiao Beichen lay in the ice water, gazing at the ceiling. "In my life, I have encountered many good people, hence I owe many debts. I do not wish to be pursued for debts after my death." Though his tone seemed jesting, it was laden with sorrow. Zhuke, her anger boiling, turned and stormed upstairs, muttering, "You stubborn old man." While still furious, she recognized the rationale behind it. Many followed Xiao Beichen due to his character, making it impossible not to be swayed by him. The incident surrounding the competition between traditional and modern medicine continued to escalate, trending at the top of the news. A cacophony of insults ensued, with some extremists even causing a ruckus in the Yujing Villa district, hurling various objects at the doors. Emohan mobilized the combat unit to quell the unrest. She entered the room, heart aching as she looked at the vacant eyes of Jiang Luofei. "Luofei, do not take it too hard. Perhaps in a few days, all of this will pass." Jiang Luofei remained silent. Jiang Churen, filled with concern, remarked, "Sister Mo, do you think my aunt might be disheartened?" She had skipped school to care for Jiang Luofei. Emohan reassured her, "It will all be fine. Everything will pass." "Sister Mo, I saw a report online claiming my aunt has a questionable character." Jiang Churen opened her phone. An eye-catching headline caught Emohan's attention. Igniting her fury, who penned such absurdities? Jiang Luofei, an ice queen beauty who is actually a promiscuous woman. The content even implicated Xiao Beichen. Chapter 131. Seaside newspaper office. This news spread widely, reaching Yi CEO and others who were having breakfast. What on earth are these unscrupulous media concocting? Is there anyone in the world, aside from my sister, who would still think highly of Xiao Beichen? Yi CEO exclaimed it. The article was explicit, alleging that Jiang Luofei was involved with a married man, accompanied by a photo taken at the auction, where Xiao Beichen was seen passing by Jiang Luofei while walking toward Ding Xiangrong, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The comments were overwhelmingly derogatory. No wonder his medical skills are lacking. He is too busy chasing after women. How dare she pursue a married man? She is truly shameless. Ye kink furuit hadburoth. Noticing her expression, Yi CEO asked, "Sister, you don't actually believe that Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei are involved, do you?" What a joke. Jiang Luofei is an ice queen and would look down on Xiao Beichen. Although Yi CEO disdained Xiao Beichen, she would not deliberately distort the truth. Yi Qingsheng shook her head. "I'm concerned that this matter has escalated too much and may entangle us as well. I will call the newspaper." Immediately, she dialed. "Hello, Seaside Newspaper? I am Yi Qingsheng from Yi Corporation. Your latest news severely distorts the truth. How dare you fabricate relationships based solely on a photo?" The line went dead. The other party did not respond, simply hanging up. This infuriated Yi Qingsheng. "Beichen, you should refrain from going out for a while. I will resolve this matter and inform you afterward." She feared that certain extremists might come looking for trouble. Xiao Beichen shrugged indifferently, though a chilling sensation lingered in his heart. In a CAF, Yi Qingsheng sat on the sofa opposite a middle-aged man, a journalist named Lu Gang. "You took that photo. Kindly delete it," Yi Qingsheng said. Lu Gang crossed his arms defiantly. "Why should I delete it, Ms. Yi? You have no grounds." "Ye kink, replied Koldi." He chuckled dismissively, leaning forward slightly. "I heard that Miss Yi is quite close to Xiao Beichen. Could it be that Miss Yi is Xiao Beichen's wife?" Yi Qingsheng chose not to respond, aware that the other party was fishing for information. "Name a number, and I'll immediately delete the post for you." Lu Gang smiled and extended a hand. 5 million. "Very well." Yi Qingsheng tossed a bank card onto the table. I want to see the post deleted and a public apology within 10 minutes. She had no desire to linger with such a person and turned to leave. Lu Gang watched her retreating figure, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Huh, you think 5 million will make me delete it? Dream on. From the moment he published the article, he had become a sensation in the newspaper industry. That picture was worth a fortune. Before long, a balding man emerged. Lu Gang approached him. Editor Lee, you captured that scene, right? Of course. This is our news scoop. Editor Lee clapped Lu Gang on the shoulder. Xiao Lu, the position of top dog in our newspaper will soon be yours. Once this news breaks, it will definitely create a stir. Not only do we have the topic of Jiang Luofei, but we also have Yi Qinsheng, the queen of the business world. Imagine the impact. Both women are unparalleled beauties. Lu Gang expressed some concern. Editor Lee, while Jiang Luofei may be facing public outrage, Yi Qinsheng's status is not to be trifled with. What if she retaliates? Fear not. We have our connections. Editor Lee scoffed. Soon, a fresh headline appeared in the public eye. Jiang Luofei's affair with a married man. Suspected to be Yi Qinsheng of Yi Corporation, bribed 1 million to delete post. Chapter 132. Recklessness what? Is this madness? A stunning beauty like Yi Qinsheng is actually involved with someone named Xiao Beichen? My heavens, I beg for a photo of Xiao Beichen. I must see what he looks like. That scoundrel, I want to see him dead. The narrative swiftly shifted, with various newspapers reprinting the sensational story. Upon seeing the post, Yi Qinsheng's fury ignited, and she immediately called to inquire. Tell me, what is going on with the latest post? Sorry, Yizong. We had no choice but to create a buzz. Please bear with us. Lu Gang's shameless voice came through. By the way, I haven't touched the money on the card you provided. I'll deliver it to you later. Yi Qinsheng was infuriated, realizing she had been outmaneuvered and had become a pawn in someone else's game. Yet, there was little she could do. Most news outlets were reluctant to intervene, as the internet was rife with mindless chatter, and once a marketing account latched onto a topic, it would spiral out of control without regard for the truth. At Yunding Villa, Xiao Beichen also saw the post, his gaze chilling. Zhu Ke entered. Boss, I've discovered that these media outlets are backed by Ouyang Feichen. Xiao Beichen nodded. Clearly, these newspapers lack the audacity to create such a ruckus without support. It seems my previous lessons were insufficient, Xiao Beichen coldly remarked, then turned his gaze to Zhu Ke. Issue a final ultimatum to the newspaper staff. Understood, Zhu Ke replied. Soon, every major newspaper received an email. However, most dismissed it as inconsequential. The seaside newspaper was abuzz with excitement, as 2 explosive stories had dramatically elevated their standing in the news industry. Lu Gang, once the least favored, had suddenly become the center of attention, with female colleagues showering him with flirtatious glances. Even television stations were inviting him to become a special reporter. Liu Ye, you've made it big. Don't forget us. Indeed, we've been colleagues and friends for years. The belle of the seaside newspaper even left a room key for him. Everyone clustered around Lu Gang, eager to curry favor, fearing they would miss their chance. Suddenly, the door swung open with a kick, and a figure appeared in the doorway, capturing everyone's attention. Who called for Lu Gang? Xiao Beichen stated calmly. Who the hell are you to call Lu Ji's name so brazenly? A male colleague stepped forward, angrily confronting him. The others cursed their slow reactions, allowing someone else to seize the advantage. You're Xiao Beichen? Lu Gang recognized him from the auction and immediately identified him. You received 1 million to delete the post. Why did you publish another one? Xiao Beichen smiled faintly. What's it to you? I can post whatever I want. If you don't like it, tough luck. Lu Gang scoffed, unafraid even of Yi Qinsheng, let alone Xiao Beichen, whom he considered a nobody living in a village. However, Lu Gang soon grinned. Mr. Xiao, how about we make a deal? Tell me how you charm Jiang Luofei and Yi Qinsheng. That would be quite the sensational news. Everyone gasped at Lu Gang's keen journalistic instinct. Jiang Luofei and Yi Qinsheng were indeed top-tier beauties. Yet, Xiao Beichen, dressed in cheap clothes, appeared to be a man of little means. If such news broke, it could rival the scandal of Jiang Luofei's medical malpractice. Deal? I'm not interested in making a deal with you. Xiao Beichen slowly rose. It seems you still do not understand your predicament. I'll let you feel it firsthand. In an instant, Xiao Beichen was before Lu Gang, gripping his neck and slamming him against the tempered glass. The glass shattered, and the seaside newspaper was on the 33rd floor, where strong winds howled. Everyone gasped, and Lu Gang found himself dangling precariously. He trembled. knowing that even a slight release could send him plummeting to his doom. What do you want? Lu Gong stommered, tête. Xiao Beichen grinned wickedly. Guess. Chapter 133. Uncle Tian, I warn you, don't do anything reckless. If you do, you'll be committing murder. Lu Gang stuttered, panic-stricken. Xiao Beichen chuckled. Do you think I'm worried about murder after threatening you like this? He loosened his grip slightly, causing Lu Gang to slide down. Stop. No. Don't let go. I'll delete the post. I'll do it. Smart move. Xiao Beichen smiled, lifting Lu Gang back up and slamming him against the wall with force, causing internal injuries. You have 5 minutes to delete the post and issue a public apology online, or I will raise your entire newspaper to the ground. Xiao Beichen's words were light, yet filled with an irresistible power. They indeed desired fame, but they would never gamble with their lives. Editor Lee immediately intervened. You can't delete it. Kid, you have no idea who you're dealing with. We have backing from the esteemed Ouyang family. Slap. Xiao Beichen struck the wall with a resounding sound. What is Ouyang Feichen to me? What? You don't even fear someone as powerful as Ouyang? The audacity was astounding. Lu Gang, trembling with fear, hurriedly deleted the post, his hands shaking as he penned the apology. Xiao Beichen patted his shoulder. Good. Now, can I let you go? Lu Gong quivered. Please. Can you let me go now? Let you go? I never said I would. Xiao Beichen punched him squarely in the face, knocking him unconscious, and then dragged him away. Soon after, several other news outlets faced the same treatment. If they could take action, they would do so decisively. Meanwhile, at Jiang and Riverside, Ouyang Feichen gazed at the news on his phone, an icy expression crossing his face. They wish to challenge me, unaware of the peril that awaits them. I shall compel them to approach me on their knees, begging for mercy. The incident had already stirred a tempest online, creating an irreparable situation for the Yi Group. Within a mere half-day, the company's stock had plummeted by 3 points. What had begun as an issue instigated by Jiang Luofei had inadvertently tarnished the reputation of the Yi Group. A clever maneuver indeed. At that moment, a figure rushed in, breathless. Ouyang, young Master Ouyang, we are in serious trouble. The frantic demeanor was unbecoming. Ouyang Feichen retorted coldly. Before the man could elaborate, several figures emerged at the doorway. Ouyang Feichen, I warned you not to play tricks behind my back. The silhouette of Xiao Beichen came into view, accompanied by several media company owners. Xiao Beichen, it's you again. Ouyang Feichen's fury was palpable. Young Master Ouyang, please save us, this man has gone mad. The media representatives shouted in unison. Xiao Beichen delivered a swift kick to one of them, barking silence. The onlookers glared furiously, emboldened by Ouyang Feichen's backing. They brazenly declared, Xiao, you're doomed. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of young Master Ouyang? Kneel and apologize. He is unworthy, Xiao Beichen replied coolly, then turned his gaze to Ouyang Feichen. You truly are a nuisance, buzzing around like a fly. Ouyang Feichen chuckled coldly. Xiao, do you think I still fear you? I have already summoned formidable experts from the capital, and eliminating you would be a mere trifle. Tianshu, at Ouyang Feichen's call, a middle-aged man stepped forward, exuding an aura akin to that of a dragon or tiger, clearly not an ordinary individual. You are the one who dared to strike my young master, Xiao Beichen? Chapter 134. Dealing with insects requires no weapons. Who are you? Xiao Beichen narrowed his eyes. I am Tian Jinxiu. The man replied, his eyes filled with disdain. He could discern that Xiao Beichen possessed some skill, but compared to him, Xiao was merely a novice. Ouyang Feichen coldly stated, Xiao, do you truly believe yourself formidable? This is Tian Jinxiu, a guest elder of the Ouyang clan, the most esteemed expert beneath the war god. Before him, you are but a toy. I have warned you repeatedly. Do not think your petty tricks can offend me. Trash. Xiao Beichen replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Ouyang Feichen seethed with rage. Even in the presence of Tian Shu, Xiao dared to speak so brazenly. A person who relies solely on their family is nothing but refuse. Moreover, I have little regard for your Ouyang family. Xiao Beichen retorted. Impudence. Tian Jinxiu's expression shifted slightly. Were you to dare label my young master as trash? It seems you are blissfully ignorant of my might. I am not comparable to the insects you usually deal with. As he spoke, Tian Jinxiu unleashed his internal energy, reducing a table to mere dust, stunning all who witnessed it. Was this man a monster? Simultaneously, the crowd rejoiced. Truly, those summoned from the capital were different. Ouyang Feichen coldly laughed. Tian Shu, cease the chatter. Dispose of him at once. Tian Jinxiu nodded, gazing at Xiao Beichen with a hint of pity. You seek death, yet you choose to tread the path of oblivion. At that moment, a female voice rang out. A figure clad in fiery red attire caught everyone's attention. Who are you? Tian Jinxiu frowned. Kneel, submit, and I may spare your life. Zhuke declared coldly. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. The onlookers gasped. This woman was a master of the Grandmaster level, poised to earn the title of war god with further accomplishments, yet she demanded submission. Tian Jinxiu was unfazed. Before absolute power, all arrogance appeared ludicrous. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. Zhuke moved a chair closer, addressing her leader. Let me handle this insect. Xiao Beichen smiled, taking a seat comfortably. Ouyang Feichen was taken aback, pondering the identity of this individual surrounded by such extraordinary beauty. Although Zhuke may not have matched Jiang Luofei or Yi Qingcheng in appearance, her aura surpassed theirs, particularly highlighted by her decisive gaze, exuding a unique charm. Xiao, you are truly cowardly, hiding behind a woman, Ouyang Feichen remarked, jealousy lacing his words. Xiao Beichen smiled lightly, regrettably, young Master Ouyang. Even if you wish to enjoy such privileges, it is futile. I see you seek death. Ouyang Feichen thundered. Tian Shu, what are you waiting for? Act. Those observing could tell that this bodyguard was formidable. It seemed both Xiao Beichen and Zhuke were in grave danger. To offend young Master Ouyang is to invite certain death. Do you understand what a Grandmaster is? In all of Jiang City, none can rival him. The crowd scoffed, hardly believing in the prospects of Xiao Beichen and Zhuke. Tian Jinxiu coldly stated, State your name. I do not slay nameless wretches. Zhuke of the Dark Palace, she replied. Dark Palace? Tian Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. I expected a formidable force. Dark Palace? I've never heard of it. It must be a trivial organization, especially if your leader is so pathetic. As he spoke, he unsheathed a massive sword from behind him, 5 feet long and 1 foot wide. It crashed to the ground, shaking the floor. This is my weapon, the great broadsword. Now, display your weapon. Zhuke shook her head. Against insects like you, I need no weapon. Chapter 135. Young Master Ouyang, it is your turn, you. Tian Jinxiu fumed. As a Grandmaster, even those who held high positions would not dare to treat him with such disdain. Xiao Beichen chuckled. Zhuke, since they desire it, grant them their wish. With a resounding crash, Xiao Beichen struck the table, sending a fruit knife flying into his hand, which he tossed towards Zhuke. A fruit knife, excellent for slaying dogs. Zhuke quipped. Tian Jinxiu was nearly apoplectic, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As he revealed his formidable weapon, the great broadsword, his opponent merely lifted a fruit knife. A blatant insult. Today, I will ensure neither of you leaves this room. Ouyang Feichen laughed derisively. The consequences of provoking Tian Shu are unbearable for anyone. It seems you truly seek to end your lives. Such a beautiful woman will fall prey to the likes of Xiao Beichen. The media executives laughed mockingly, believing that provoking a Grandmaster was tantamount to seeking death. As the crowd jeered, Zhuke sprang into action, her form becoming a blur, the fruit knife transforming into a streak of silver. Tian Jinxiu's footing was firm as he stomped down, reclaiming his great broadsword and striking fiercely. Yet in that instant, he realized something was amiss. The fruit knife in Zhu Qiue's hand radiated immense power, and the seemingly delicate woman wielded strength beyond comprehension, forcing him onto the defensive. The onlookers gasped, though they lacked understanding of martial arts. They could see that Tian Jinxiu was continuously pushed back. Prepare yourself. Tian Jinxiu steadied himself after 10 moves, his voice cold and commanding. The broadsword emphasized a grand style of combat, but the sudden assault from Zhuke had rendered his strength ineffective. Zhuke scoffed. The weak only make excuses. You seek death. Tian Jinxiu retorted icily, no longer underestimating his opponent. He swung his great sword, conjuring a tempest that sent tables and chairs flying, leaving onlookers unable to keep their eyes open. When it came to wielding the broadsword, his prowess ascended to an entirely new level. Zhuke was undeterred, charging forward, though this time Tian Jinxiu subtly gained the upper hand. Ouyang Feichen smirked. Your subordinate has some skill, but soon he will perish at the hands of Tian Shu. Have you considered what will become of you if your Tian Shu meets his end? Xiao Beichen inquired. Impossible. Ouyang Feichen dismissed. The situation was glaringly obvious. The power of the woman in red was formidable, yet ultimately inconsequential in the face of absolute strength. Had she not held her hand earlier, perhaps Tian Jinxiu might have faced death, but opportunities are fleeting. Xiao Beichen nonchalantly replied, "Zhuke, cease your games." At his words, Zhuke moved with lightning speed, startling Tian Jinxiu. Her velocity was astonishingly superior. "Did you think my strength had increased? You are mistaken. My speed is my true asset." The fruit knife in her hand gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura that threatened death. Realizing Zhuke was far from the simple opponent he had presumed, Tian Jinxiu understood he had been playing a game of his own making. Do not kill. Before he could finish, the knife plunged into his neck, blood erupting like a fountain. He attempted to stanch the flow with his hands, but the severed vessels heralded his impending doom. After a brief struggle, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Xiao Beichen rose slowly from his chair, a sinister smile gracing his face. "Ouyang, it's your turn." Chapter 136. Seven-star poison needle. The onlookers were left in shock. Blood. The ground was soaked in it. The reporters had never witnessed such carnage, trembling in fear. Ouyang Feichen stumbled back, panic-stricken. "Don't come any closer. I am the scion of the Ouyang family from the imperial capital. I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, the Ouyang family will not let you off." "Is that so?" Xiao Beichen replied with a wicked grin. With a swift kick, he sent Ouyang Feichen crashing to the ground, then raised his foot and aimed it at Ouyang's arm. With a sickening crunch, the arm shattered, bones reduced to splinters. Ouyang Feichen screamed in agony, clutching his injured limb. "I will make you pay for this." Xiao Beichen clapped his hands in mock praise. "Excellent. Such spirit." Another crack echoed as the other arm met a similar fate. Ouyang Feichen's face turned pale, sweat beading on his brow. He realized then that Xiao Beichen held no regard for the Ouyang family. I was wrong. Xiao Beichen, you can treat me as nothing." Fear engulfed him. The murderous intent in Xiao Beichen's eyes was unmistakable. "My apologies, Ouyang, but I do not grant second chances." With a resounding thud, a fist struck Ouyang Feichen's chest, extinguishing his life. Even in death, Ouyang could hardly believe his fate. A devil. Absolutely a devil. The expression of fear was palpable among the spectators. "Boss, how should we handle these people?" Zhuke inquired. "I detest those who distort the truth." Xiao Beichen's words sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to kneel. "Mr. Xiao, we truly understand our mistakes. Please spare us. We will never distort the truth again. We swear to uphold journalistic integrity." The adage that those who twist the truth face dire consequences had come to fruition. Xiao Beichen did not respond and turned to leave. The Jiangnan waterfront had transformed into a hellish battlefield, the stench of blood lingering for an agonizing half-minute. Meanwhile, the online discourse continued to escalate. "Xiao Beichen, we have a problem." At that moment, Mo Han called in a panic. "What is it?" Xiao Beichen asked, his brow furrowing. "The people from the Medicine King Hall have come demanding the removal of Mo Han's status as the saintess." She replied urgently. "Understood," Xiao Beichen acknowledged. Feeling helpless about the situation, he had no ties to the Medicine King Hall, which would not heed his commands. In the Yujing Villa area, an elder seethed with fury, his status within the Medicine King Hall far from ordinary. He was the Grand Elder, Chong Kun, Jiang Luofei, as the saintess of the Medicine King Hall. "How could you suffer defeat in the contest between Eastern and Western medicine? You have brought disgrace upon our hall." Chong Kun stated coldly, "From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Medicine King Hall." "Understood," Jiang Luofei replied, her expression blank, nodding without resistance. You are becoming increasingly muddled. The Medicine King Hall has invested everything in you, and yet you have allowed us such shame. Your position as saintess will be taken by her." A bewitching woman entered the room. Jiang Luofei immediately recognized her as her junior, Bai Shui. "Sister Jiang, it's been a while. I never imagined your medical skills would deteriorate so drastically. Truly a disgrace." Bai Shui's face was laden with mockery. "Now that you are the saintess, you should strive to bring honor." Jiang Luofei, with a flick of her wrist, produced a token symbolizing her status and tossed it. Bai Shui eagerly picked it up, her eyes gleaming with greed as she looked at the dazed Jiang Luofei. "Sister Jiang, you seem unwell. Allow me to assist you." "No need," Jiang Luofei replied weakly. "How can there be no need? Allow me to help." A malicious glint appeared in Bai Shui's eyes as she conjured several flying needles. aiming them at Jiang Luofei's chest. You! Jiang Luofei gasped in horror. These were the 7-star poison needles of the Medicine King Hall. Those afflicted would face paralysis and organ failure. Her gaze shifted to Chang Kun, who merely chuckled, tacitly approving of the act. Sister Jiang, having shamed the Medicine King Hall, you must pay with your life. Chapter 137. The willful Xiao Beichen's Sister Jiang. Unless you find a highly skilled healer within 2 hours, death will be your only fate. Bai Shui cackled. How foolish of you. Chang Kun remarked coldly. The two exited the room, and although Jiang Luofei's medical expertise was commendable, a healer cannot heal themselves. Thus, death awaited Jiang Luofei. Mo Han and Jiang Churen, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed inside, only to find Jiang Luofei pale and bloodied on the floor. Luofei, aunt! Jiang Churen exclaimed, her pupils reddening. Mo Han trembled, lifting Jiang Luofei into his arms. Luofei, what has happened? Jiang Luofei's face was ashen. I have been struck by the 7-star poison needle of the Medicine King Hall. My days are numbered. Mo Han, I entrust my niece to your care. The 7-star poison needle. It was the most potent poison of the Medicine King Hall. Likely, no one in the entire city could remedy it. There was one who could, but Jiang Luofei would rather die than seek their help. Aunt, I cannot bear to lose you. Jiang Churen wept bitterly. Macao Khan's feasts glansha, fury igniting in his eyes. These vile scoundrels of the Medicine King Hall dare to harm you. Luofei, rest assured, I will not allow you to perish. Churen, take good care of your aunt. With that, Mo Han dashed out without hesitation. Jiang Luofei let out a soft gasp, followed by a spurt of fresh blood, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. Answer the phone, hurry! Mo Han exclaimed, simultaneously driving and dialing Xiao Beichen. The line finally connected. Xiao Beichen, where are you? Mo Han asked urgently. Xiao Beichen furrowed his brows. I'm at the downtown department store. What happened? I'll come and get you right away. Mo Han hung up without hesitation. Racing through the streets, once he picked up Xiao Beichen, Mo Han's expression softened slightly. Xiao Beichen, something has happened to Luofei. Is it related to the Medicine King Hall? Xiao Beichen inquired. Mo Han nodded coldly. To punish Luofei, the Medicine King Hall has inflicted her with the 7-star poison needle. At the mention of the 7-star poison needle, Xiao Beichen's face changed dramatically. Drive quickly. Just then his phone rang. Boss, you cannot go rescue Jiang Luofei. The voice of Zhuke came through. Are you spying on me? Xiao Beichen retorted. I'm just afraid you'll do something reckless, Zhuke replied. You just exerted yourself. Your life force is already waning. If you force yourself to save Jiang Luofei, your body could suffer irreparable damage. Boss, it's not worth it for a woman. We have many more important matters to attend to. No. Xiao Beichen's gaze turned icy. His tone as frigid as ancient ice. If she dies, I will regret it. Rest assured, I will be fine. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Zhuke was infuriated. When will you stop being so headstrong? Mo Han noticed the unusual pallor on Xiao Beichen's face. Your body. I'm Fine. Xiao Beichen insisted. Drive quickly. The antidote for the 7-star poison needle is only effective for 3 hours. We've already wasted an hour and a half. Time was of the essence. They arrived at the Yujing Villa area without delay. Upon seeing Xiao Beichen, Jiang Churen was taken aback. Sister Mo, why did you bring him here? One replied. He is the only one in Jiangcheng who can save Luofei. Without further ado, Xiao Beichen supported Jiang Luofei, tearing open her clothing to reveal her pale form. Jiang Churen was momentarily stunned, wanting to intervene, but Mo Han stopped her. Indeed, it was the 7-star poison needle, such a vile act by the Medicine King Hall. Xiao Beichen's voice was heavy with suppressed fury. The surface of Jiang Luofei's body bore 7 dark spots, the telltale signs of the 7-star poison needle. Luofei, I will not allow you to perish. In a flurry of movement, Xiao Beichen's hands moved gracefully, enveloped in a misty white aura, as if plucking strings from an invisible instrument. The mist coalesced into visible threads that danced at his fingertips. Mongol spid. He using qi to manipulate the needles. Though she was no expert in medicine, it was evident that Xiao Beichen's skills were extraordinary, truly the prowess of a grandmaster. Jiang Churen was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Xiao Beichen's remarkable abilities, which seemed almost beyond human capability. Go! Several silver needles shot forth like beams of silver light toward Jiang Luofei's body, landing with precision. Xiao Beichen then closed his eyes tightly, focusing on the changes within her body. Emohan, prepare an ice bucket. The larger and colder, the better. Understood. Without hesitation, Emohan set off to fulfill his request. Leveraging her connections, she quickly arranged for a truckload of ice to arrive. After about half an hour, black smoke began to rise from the white threads, accompanied by explosive sounds. Look, its complexion is returning to normal, Jiang Churan exclaimed with delight. Emohan, too, felt a wave of relief as Jiang Luofei's pallor transitioned from ghostly white to a healthier hue. However, in that moment, Xiao Beichen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Beichen, Emohan, and Jiang Churan exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in alarm as Xiao Beichen's face flushed crimson, radiating an intense heat. Don't come near, he barked. We are in the critical phase. If you approach now, all will be in vain. Jiang Churan was already in tears, while Emohan trembled uncontrollably. This was truly a matter of life for life. As the last traces of black mist dissipated, Xiao Beichen dashed outside, leaping into the ice bucket. Emohan followed closely, realizing the ice was melting at an alarming rate. These were blocks of ice at -18 degrees, a testament to how high Xiao Beichen's body temperature had soared. With a deep exhale, Xiao Beichen smiled down at them. Rest assured, Luofei will be fine. It's the first time you've called her Luofei in my presence. Mon remarqued. Xiao Beichen chuckled softly. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. The earlier scene had truly terrified her. I'm fine, just a little weak. Before he could finish, he fainted. Xiao Beichen, Emohan gasped, rushing forward to catch him. She hesitated to move him, his body still radiating heat. Yet without the resistance of his energy, he could not withstand being submerged in the frigid water. She had no choice but to jump into the ice bucket, closing the truck's hatch tightly, holding on to Xiao Beichen. For reasons unknown, Emohan felt an eerie familiarity, as if she had experienced a similar scene long ago. In a place filled with ice, two bodies entwined, bare and vulnerable. It was a memory she had long buried deep within her consciousness. As night fell, Xiao Beichen finally awoke, greeted by a comforting warmth. You're awake. Emohan's cold voice rang out. No opening your eyes. Splash. Water cascaded down. Xiao Beichen's eyes widened as he realized he was unclothed. You weren't wearing clothes just now? He stammered, swallowing hard. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone else, or I will kill you, Emohan stated icily. Xiao Beichen hastily dressed, muttering, threatening to kill me at every turn. You're so fierce, you might scare off potential suitors. Have you no shame? Emohan retorted, not engaging in that topic. Luofei has awakened. Don't you want to see her? No. Xiao Beichen flatly rejected. What a heartless man. Emohan sighed, casting him a sidelong glance. As he opened the car door, he noticed they had driven far into the wilderness, gazing up at the rising moon. You've seen my condition. I probably have less than a year left to live. Why cause further trouble? Like you said, find a quiet place to die. After these two incidents, his body had reached its limits. 10 years had dwindled to a mere year, and that was likely a conservative estimate. Once the internal fire and poison erupted, death would follow. Yet Xiao Beichen felt no regret. He owed this life to the 7 ex-girlfriends who had saved him from death. You are indeed noble, Missouri Han remarked. Xiao Beichen shook his head slightly. When you return, do not tell Luofei that I saved her. Time will erode those memories. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. Both Xiao Beichen and Emohan were startled, turning to see a figure standing in the wilderness. She was ethereal and radiant, adorned in a flowing white dress. The wind tousled her long, delicate hair, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow upon her, revealing a breathtaking visage. Luofei, what are you doing here? Emohan swallowed hard. Xiao Beichen was equally astonished. Jiang Ishian, greetings. Xiao Beichen wore an embarrassed smile, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. Jiang Luofei slowly moved, her skirt swaying gracefully, her eyes filled with tenderness. I know what you are thinking, but you need not dwell on it, for I heard every word of your conversation just now. Before Xiao Beichen could finish his sentence, her soft lips pressed against his, cool and refreshing. His hand, which instinctively sought to push her away, hovered in midair. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Luofei finally released him. What were you thinking just now? Xiao Beichen was reluctant to disrupt the moment, Yet he was troubled by the thought of a former girlfriend witnessing him kiss another ex. Even a seasoned heartthrob would find such a scenario awkward. Ahem. And Mohan cleared his throat. Please continue. Pretend I'm not here. He promptly turned his head away. Jiang Luofei placed a hand on Xiao Beichen's cheek. Do not leave me again, okay? My life has less than a year left. Xiao Beichen sighed. He too wished to embrace all his past lovers and revel in familial joy, yet his body no longer permitted such indulgences. Moreover, I have other matters to attend to. No, you have abandoned me twice already. This time, let me stay by your side. Her clear gaze brimmed with infinite warmth, the once icy demeanor having melted away. Regardless of what lies ahead or how long the road may stretch, I hope you will not forsake me. Xiao Beichen struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice trembling as he attempted to speak. You're not me, therefore. You have no right to decide which path I should take. Tears streamed down Jiang Luofei's cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. No matter which path you choose or for how long you walk it, I will accompany you. All right, Fine. Xiao Beichen inhaled deeply, a sense of liberation washing over him as he uttered those words. From now on, you shall walk this path with me, but you must remain behind me. Chapter 140. Perhaps she is worse off than I am. Upon returning to the Yunin Villa district, Yi Qingsheng, filled with worry, had repeatedly tried to contact Xiao Beichen. Where have you been? I called you several times. Xiao Beichen replied indifferently. Why should I report to you about my whereabouts? That is not what I meant. Yi Qingsheng pouted. I am simply concerned for you, especially after you cross paths with Ouyang Feichen. He surely will not let this go. Such needless worrying. Xiao Beichen scoffed. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Luofei found herself at the center of online controversy as news of her expulsion from the Medicine King Hall trended. Yet, she appeared radiant and unfazed. Luofei, have you seen what they are saying online? They are making a mockery of you. One exclaimed, visibly agitated. Jiang Luofei, snuggled comfortably on the sofa watching television, chuckled. What does it matter? I do not care. Emohan rolled her eyes. Women in love are often senseless. Mind your own business. Jiang Luofei retorted. I have yet to hold you accountable for keeping the truth about Xiao Beichen being the Dark Emperor for me. Muan Sai hid. It's fortunate you pressed Churin. Otherwise, you would still be in the dark. Luofei, you must remain rational. You know Xiao Beichen has less than a year left. I know. So what? Jiang Luofei replied nonchalantly. In this year, I will devote myself to searching for medicinal ingredients. Fine, let's not dwell on that. What about Yi Qingsheng? Do you really allow your man to harbor feelings for another woman? And Mohan questioned, perplexed, believing that love should be exclusive. Jiang Luofei smiled knowingly. You do not understand the depth of heartbreak, so you cannot comprehend my feelings. In fact, I almost pity Yi Qingsheng. Why? And Mohan asked. She may be suffering more than I ever did, Jiang Luofei replied, her smile fading to reveal a look of sympathy. Meanwhile, at the Ma family estate, following their recent tribulations, the once mighty Ma family had adopted a notably low profile. Minister Yao, you must avenge the family head, pleaded a middle-aged man kneeling on the floor. In the center sat Minister Yao Xinghe of the Black Eagle Department, his brow furrowed. He had originally come to request financial support from Ma Tiankuei for the Black Eagle's training, but was met with the shocking news of Ma Tiankuei's demise. Whoever killed him has directly challenged me. Yao Xinghe coldly demanded. We do not know. We only saw a man in a black mask. The middle-aged man stammered. Bang! Yao Xinghe slammed the table in frustration. How could the head of the family be killed, and you not even know who did it? The Ma family is supposedly one of the three great powers of Jiang City, but there is someone who surely knows. The middle-aged man quickly interjected. Yi Qingsheng of the Yi family. The person who killed Master Kuei was because of her. Yao Xinghe snorted. Hurry and capture her. We will interrogate her severely. His troubles had compounded, and he needed an outlet for his frustration. Yes, but Minister Yao, I fear she may have skilled protectors. Could we enlist the help of the Black Eagle Department? The middle-aged man suggested. Yao Xinghe nodded. Chapter 141. Yi Qingsheng is taken at the Yi Group. In the chairman's office, Yi Qingsheng was engrossed in her work when a lively figure appeared at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. Yi Xiao entered, her expression playful. Sister, I missed you. Ye Kink Fronet. What are you doing here this hour? Shouldn't you be at school? I just wanted to see you. Yi Xiao replied coyly. Speak plainly. Are you out of money? Yi Qingsheng asked, lifting her gaze. Only someone who knows me would ask that. Yi Xiao laughed. But I did not come just for money. Don't you have any suspicions about Xiao Beichen? Suspicions about what? Yi Qingsheng responded coolly. Are you secretly investigating your brother-in-law? Yi Xiao teased it. That man is not simple, Yi Xiao warned. He possesses medical skills, is highly capable, and is even a killer. Sister, how much do you really know about him? Evidence? Ye King Inuited. Yi Xiao Shuruk. I have no proof, but as your sister, I would not deceive you about something so serious. Without evidence, do not jump to conclusions, Yi Qingsheng cautioned. But, Yi Xiao began, only to be interrupted by a cacophony of noise from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Go see what is happening, Yi Qingsheng instructed. As Yi Xiao moved to the door, it was abruptly kicked open, and a group of armed individuals stormed in. Surround this place. Allow no one to escape. The imposing figures radiated an aura of menace, leaving an air of dread in their wake. Ms. Yi, we kindly ask that you accompany us, the leader. A middle-aged man with a piercing gaze commanded. Yi Xiao gasped, instinctively hiding behind her sister. Ye King stood slowly, surveying the room and noting the Black Eagle insignia on their arms, confirming they were from the Black Eagle Department of Jiang City. Ms. Yi, you may not recognize me, but I know you. It was you who caused Master Kuei's death at Zhang Longhu's birthday banquet. The middle-aged man was none other than Ma Tianhong, the current head of the Ma family. Yi Qingsheng furrowed her brows tightly, astonished that the Ma family had come knocking after all this time. She stepped forward defiantly, declaring, I did not kill Ma Tian Kuei. What use is it to seek me? Do not attempt to quibble before me, Ma Tianhong retorted coldly. Indeed, you did not kill Master Kuei, but you cannot evade your involvement. Realizing there was no escaping the situation, Yi Qingsheng's gaze turned icy. Do not slander me. Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated? She pressed the call button, but received no response. Ma Tianhong observed her futile attempts with a mocking expression. Miss Yi, your security personnel have long been subdued by my men. Today, no one can protect you. If you refuse to accompany us, you shall face the consequences. Yi Qingsheng, fad has sipirits plumit. Very well, I concede. A wise person knows when to yield. Ma Tianhong sneered. Before she was taken away, Yi Qingsheng whispered, Siru, do not reveal your identity. She feared for Yi Siru's safety. Soon, Yi Qingsheng was led away from her own territory. Yi Siru, in a state of panic, immediately called Jiang Xiaotian, believing that the Jiang family, being the foremost of the three great families in Jiang City, would have a solution. However, Jiang Xiaotian did not answer. Frantic, Yi Siru paced back and forth, exclaiming, What should I do? What can I do? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she quickly dialed Xiao Beichen. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, my sister has been captured by the Ma family. What? I'm scared too, came the trembling response after a brief silence. Yi Siru, unwilling to waste time, hung up abruptly, cursing, Damn it, this Xiao is still pretending with me. She refused to believe that Xiao Beichen would abandon them in their time of need. Chapter 142, Yi Qingsheng was soon brought to the Ma residence. You're Yi Qingsheng? Asked Yao Xinghe from his position of authority. Yes. Yi Qingsheng held her head high. Very well. Hand over the one who killed Ma Tian Kuei, and I may spare your life. Yao Xinghe declared. I do not know who killed Ma Tian Kuei. Yi Qingsheng shook her head defiantly. Still maintaining your stubbornness? Everyone at the banquet saw it. The one wearing the black mask killed Master Kuei and took you away. How can you claim ignorance? Ma Tianhong stormed forward, delivering a sharp slap to Yi Qingsheng's face. A fiery sting erupted across her cheek, yet she remained resolute, refusing to yield. I've said it before, I do not know. If you are convinced that a masked individual is responsible for Ma Tian Kuei's death, then you should pursue him instead of coming after me. How dare you seek death? Ma Tianhong fumed, ready to strike again when Yao Xinghe intervened. Yao Xinghe glared at Yi Qingsheng, his voice icy. Do you know who I am? I do not. Yi Qingsheng replied honestly. No wonder you dare to act so brazenly before me. I have investigated you thoroughly. Chairwoman of the Yi Corporation, a member of the Yi family from the capital, Yao Xinghe stated. Since you are aware of my lineage, do you not fear retribution? Yi Qingsheng challenged. Huh. If you were from one of the four great families of the capital, I would indeed be cautious, but a mere Yi family is nothing to fear in my presence. Yao Xinghe responded coldly. He possessed the strength to back his words. A figure who once commanded respect in the capital would not fear the Yi family. Who are you? Yi Qingsheng's brows knitted together, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. Yao Xinghe smirked with disdain. As a member of the Yi family, You must have heard of the name Yao Xinghe. What? Yi Qingsheng could no longer contain her disbelief. Yao Xinghe. He was once hailed as a potential minister. There was a second-rate family in the capital that foolishly provoked him, only to be annihilated, 38 lives extinguished without a single survivor. The fact that he emerged unscathed from such a calamity spoke volumes of his formidable background. Yi Qingsheng could hardly fathom encountering such a legendary figure here. The Yi family in the capital was powerful but merely a second-rate force, imposing in Jiang City, yet insignificant before someone of Yao Xinghe's caliber. I will ask you again, who killed Ma Tiankui? Yao Xinghe's voice dripped with mockery. I truly do not know. Yi Qingsheng stammered, her composure wavering. However, she could not betray the Dark Emperor. Revealing him would lead to certain death. Yao Xinghe slammed his hand on the table. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. If you remain obstinate, I will assist you in softening your resolve. He gestured, and 2 members of the Black Hawk Division hoisted Yi Qingsheng into the air. Yao Xinghe, what are you doing? Yi Qingsheng, gasped in shock. Yao Xinghe chuckled darkly. It seems you do not understand my position. Your life rests in my hands. I can let you live or let you die. If you do not surrender the one who killed Ma Tiankui, you shall perish. Ma Tianhong produced a whip, and Yao Xinghe coldly commanded, strike. The sound of the whip cracking echoed through the air, each strike leaving Yi Qingsheng wounded, her garments torn, deep crimson marks marring her delicate back. Minister Yao. She has lost consciousness, Ma Tianhong reported. Bring her back to consciousness, Yao Xinghe said, sipping his tea. Boss, please do not intervene, Zhu Ke cautioned. After previous incidents, she worried for Xiao Beichen's well-being. Rest assured, Xiao Beichen nodded. I am eager to see what a mere Ma family dares to do to my woman. Chapter 143. Stop. Several members of the Black Hawk Division blocked the entrance, their weapons crossed, as they confronted Xiao Beichen and his companion. Leave at once, unauthorized personnel. Upon recognizing the insignia on their shoulders, Xiao Beichen frowned. Members of the Black Hawk Division, what are you doing here? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Since you know we are from the Black Hawk Division, then scram. One guard retorted coldly, malice lacing his tone, when Xiao Beichen and his companion remained unmoving. The guards grew furious, pressing their weapons against Xiao Beichen's chest. I told you to leave. Did you not hear me? Zhu Ke, Xiao Beichen said firmly. With a swift nod, Zhu Ke moved like a flash, dispatching the 2 guards without hesitation. They progressed deeper into the compound, where a throng of Black Hawk Division members shouted at the sight of strangers. Yet, all were swiftly dealt with by Zhu Ke, standing atop the fallen bodies. Zhu Qiue's expression turned grave. Boss, could it be that Miss Yi was captured by the Black Hawk Division? Xiao Beichen offered no response, his expression beneath the mask chillingly indifferent. Crack, crack. The expansive Ma estate echoed with the sound of the whip and anguished cries as they approached. Yi Qingsheng, your resolve is admirable. Even after receiving dozens of lashes and losing consciousness twice, you still refuse to speak. Matianon Gebillod, Banting. The whip in his hand was a specially crafted instrument, lined with sharp barbs. After a mere dozen strikes, even a robust man could not withstand it. Even if you strike me 1,000 times, I still do not know. Yi Qingsheng gasped, her strength waning, barely able to crack her eyelids. She understood that enduring this might endanger her life, yet reason compelled her to protect others, especially those who had saved her. Though she harbored no affection for the Dark Emperor, he had once spared her life. Yao Xinghe, seated in his commanding position, grew visibly impatient. Ma Tianhong felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, you truly seem to be courting death. I will put an end to you. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Xiao Beichen and Zhu Ke stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Qingsheng, suspended in the center of the hall and bloodied beyond recognition, Zhu Ke was taken aback. The last time someone merely slapped Yi Qingsheng, they were sent to meet the king of hell. Yet, someone dared to reduce her to this state. Zhu Ke glanced at Xiao Beichen, unable to discern his features beneath the mask, but the fury emanating from his eyes was unmistakable. The Dark Emperor was enraged. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. You, why are you here? Yi Qingsheng, in a daze, caught sight of a figure and struggled to open her eyes, only to realize it was indeed the Dark Emperor. She disregarded her own peril. Quick, run. He is Yao Xinghe. Ma Tianhong was startled and hurriedly exclaimed to Yao Xinghe, who was seated. Minister Yao, he is the one who killed Lord Kui. Yao Xinghe sneered, wearing a mask, trying to be mysterious. We're the Black Hawk members. No need to shout. They are all dead. Xiao Beichen's voice was chilling, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, instilling fear in all. Yao Xinghe frowned. No wonder you had the capability to kill Ma Tiankuei. You are indeed formidable. To eliminate members of the War Department. Do you know your crime? Xiao Beichen remained silent, leaping into the air, slicing through the ropes with his hand and cradling Yi Qingcheng in his arms. Put me down, she exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger. Stay still. You have many injuries. He gently brushed her hair aside. Then, he turned to Yao Xinghe, his gaze icy. A dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it will die. You must have heard this before. Before he could finish, a figure silently approached. Yao Xinghe slapped. A resounding blow struck Yao Xinghe's face with such swiftness that even he, a powerful figure, was caught off guard. Several more slaps followed, leaving him no chance to react. It was notable that Xiao Beichen still held Yi Qingcheng in his arms. You dare hit me? Yao Xinghe roared in rage. Ma Tianhong stood by, dumbfounded. Yao Xinghe was a person of high status, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Before they could comprehend the situation, Xiao Beichen delivered a kick that sent Yao Xinghe flying, then stomped on his arm, shattering it as if it were made of dust. Ah! Yao Xinghe screamed in agony. At that moment, he realized the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. How could this be? In a mere city like Jiangcheng, there were two individuals stronger than him. Don't kill me. I have powerful connections. If you slay me, no one in the dragon domain can protect you. Under the threat of death. Yao Xinghe trembled as he spoke. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Beichen did not act further, but turned to leave with Yi Qingcheng in his arms. Yao Xinghe assumed he had instilled fear and laughed coldly. Brat, today you dare to strike me and break my arm. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Your life is not yet mine to take. Before departing, Xiao Beichen left a final word. Zhuke, eliminate everyone in the room. Spare Yao Xinghe. Understood. Subsequently, Xiao Beichen brought Yi Qingcheng to Yunding Villa. Take off your clothes, he commanded. What are you doing? Yi Qingcheng gasped in shock. Before she could react, Xiao Beichen swiftly removed her tattered clothing, revealing a gruesome wound that tugged at his heartstrings. He felt an overwhelming sorrow. How had she endured such pain? You should have just told Yao Xinghe that I killed Ma Tiankuei. Why be so foolish? Xiao Beichen inhaled deeply. Don't move. I need to clean your wound, or we'll get infected. Yi Qingcheng instinctively attempted to resist, but Xiao Beichen's strength was overpowering. Once he had cleaned, disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged her wounds, he finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, Yi Qingcheng murmured. No need. Xiao Beichen shook his head. When you return, do not bathe for a while, and do not remove the bandages for 7 days, understood? She nodded. The two exchanged little more than this, and Xiao Beichen escorted Yi Qingcheng down the mountain. Upon his return, Zhu Ke was already present. Boss, that girl Yi Xiao captured our photos. Should we intercept? Zhu Ke inquired, just as they entered the Ma family estate. There was a moment when Xiao Beichen had not worn his mask. At that instant, Zhu Ke sensed someone taking pictures and couldn't believe that her boss was unaware. Xiao Beichen shook his head. Let it be. It's time to come clean. Sigh. Zhu Ke sighed. Someone will inevitably get hurt. Elsewhere, Yi Xiao returned to the Uni Villa area and saw the injuries on Yi Qingcheng, her anger boiling over. These people have gone too far. How could they be so cruel to you? Yi Qingcheng shook her head. Yi Xiao, filled with heartache, nearly cried, suppressing her words. Everything could wait until her sister recovered. Gripping her phone, she was filled with questions. Yi Qingcheng moved, and her entire body felt as though it were tearing apart. Sister, Yi Xiao bitterly. Stop crying. I'm still alive, RNTI. Yi Qingcheng comforted her. By the way, tell Beichen I'm on a business trip. I don't want him to see me like this. At such a time, you're still thinking of him? He might just be a scoundrel. Yi Xiao kudid. Close your mouth. Yi Qingcheng shot her a glare. Contact Xiao Dai, and have her come pick me up. I'll stay with her for a while. All right. Yi Xiao observed her sister's concern, even now thinking of that scoundrel Xiao Beichen. Yi Qingcheng took out her phone and sent a message. Beichen, I'm on a business trip for a while. Don't think of me too much. Ding. Xiao Beichen's phone chimed. Upon reading the message, he fell silent. When he returned home, Yi Xiao was lounging on the sofa, her legs crossed, glaring at Xiao Beichen. Xiao, don't you have anything to explain? Xiao Beichen feigned ignorance. Are you crazy? What do I need to explain? You still dare to play dumb? I have irrefutable evidence. The woman I photographed last time is one of your subordinates? Isn't she? Isio boldly tossed the captured photo onto the table. Xiao Beichen smiled and asked, what do you want? I want to clarify why you fabricated an identity in front of my sister, using two identities to face her. Isio coldly demanded, one identity like a cowardly dog, the other completely unrestrained. I truly don't understand. If you don't understand, don't try to. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Xiao Beichen replied, I can ignore this matter. But I want to ask you one thing. Do you like my sister or not? Isio questioned. Not all. Xiao Beichen answered without hesitation. This statement infuriated Isio. If you don't like my sister, why do you secretly protect her and plan to marry her? Xiao Beichen shrugged, displaying a rogue demeanor. I find it amusing. You don't think I really like your sister, do you? The reason for protecting her is simply that she is currently mine and should not be bullied by others. Otherwise, it would make me look bad. Isio stood up from the sofa. I've never met such a scoundrel. Regarding the question of why I chose to marry your sister, the answer is quite simple. She has persistently pursued me, and I happen to be under familial pressure to wed. Consequently, it was only natural for me to regard her as a convenient shield, remarked Xiao Beichen. Isio was on the verge of tears. Her sister, such a wonderful person, devoted to love, had never shown a hint of disdain for Xiao Beichen despite his lack of education, employment, and residence in a rundown area. In contrast, other women would look down upon such a man, yet Xiao Beichen treated her sister's feelings as mere amusement, trifling with her affections. Scoundrel, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Isio exclaimed in anger. Do you wish to know why I committed murder that night? They sought to expose my identity, and I had yet to tire of the game, so I eliminated them. Xiao Beichen continued. If one must act, then one must act decisively. Leave my home at once. Isio trembled with rage. Xiao Beichen shrugged. Why should I leave? Do you think your sister would believe your words? Even if you presented evidence before her, do you think she would trust you over me? With a little coaxing and a friendly demeanor, your sister would likely cling to me like a stubborn burr. Your sister is infatuated. I will play as I please, and until I grow weary of it, no one shall evict me. You scoundrel. Isio could scarcely fathom the existence of someone so shameless. Indeed, I am a scoundrel. What of it? Unless you compel Yi Qinsheng to witness it herself. She will never believe you. Xiao Beichen scoffed. You are a worthless wretch. Isio stormed out. Xiao Beichen watched her retreating figure, his smile fading. He surveyed the opulence of the villa, his expression somber. Forgive me, Yi Qinsheng. It seems I must take my leave. Chapter 146, When Boredom Strikes. I shall return. Rain poured down in torrents, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder. Yi Qinsheng sat at the head of her bed, gazing out the window. Beichen, I wonder what you are doing and if you think of me. Since our marriage, it has been an eternity since we last met. Yizong, do have some soup, came a voice. The door creaked open, and Wang Xiaodai entered, her complexion radiant, her scars vanished. Yi Qinsheng sipped the soup. Xiaodai, I apologize for intruding upon you. What are you saying? My home is your home. After all, it was you who took me in when I was injured. Wang Xiaodai replied promptly. Yi Qinsheng similed faintly. Bang! At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Isio entered. Xiaodai, please step out for a moment. Wang Xiaodai, understanding the situation, exited gracefully. Xio, why are you crying? Yi Qinsheng noticed the redness around her sister's eyes. It's nothing. Isio wiped away the tears, struggling to speak as she saw her sister in such distress. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine, Yi Qinsheng reassured, interpreting her sister's concern as mere sisterly affection. Sister, let me keep you company for a while, Isio suggested. Very well, Yi Qinsheng nodded. Isio lifted the bowl and gently fed Yi Qinsheng. Yi Qinsheng patted her sister's hair. You've grown up and begun to understand things. I have always been sensible, Isio pouted. Sister, may I ask you, do you truly like Xiao Beichen? Yi Qinsheng nodded, smiling. If he is not the one by my side in the future, everything would be meaningless. Witnessing her sister's hopeful expression only deepened Isio's resentment. That detestable Xiao Beichen. How could he treat my sister's earnest feelings as mere folly? Fearing she might slip up, Isio refrained from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Yi Qinsheng, bored, opened her phone to check the news, discovering the top story was about Jiang Luofei. accompanied by nearly 10,000 scathing comments. Jiang Luofei, once a revered healer, is now belittled as nothing. How tragic. Recalling a previous conversation, Yi Xiao abruptly asked, "Sister, did you not mention that the so-called Dark Emperor has an affair with Jiang Luofei?" "I am uncertain," Yi Qingqing replied. "However, it is highly likely." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, merely out of curiosity." Yi Xiao forced a smile, her mind already concocting a plan. After leaving Wang Xiaodia's home, she took a taxi to the Yujing Villa district. Sitting on the sofa, she stared at Jiang Luofei for an extended period. "Xiao, why did you rush over?" Jiang Chen inquired. Yi Xiao coldly addressed Jiang Luofei. "Are you aware that Xiao Beichen is the Dark Emperor you adore?" At her words, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Luofei smiled knowingly. "Yes, I am aware." "You knew?" Yi Xiao's eyes widened. "Then do you not realize that this scoundrel is merely toying with the affections of both you and my sister?" "I'm aware of that too." Yi Xiao took a deep breath. "How can you be so knowledgeable? Do you not wish to retaliate against someone who trifles with feelings?" "Why would I seek revenge?" Jiang Luofei replied. "He has assured me that once he tires of Yi Qingsheng, he will return to me." What? Yi Xiao could hardly believe her ears. "You, shameless wretch. How can you be unconcerned, knowing he treats love so frivolously? If he truly returns to you, will you not fear being discarded once he tires of you?" Jiang Luofei's expression hardened. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. She has claimed your sister is merely a plaything, someone to toy with until a divorce is inevitable. No wonder so many online condemn you. You and Xiao Beichen are cut from the same cloth." Yi Xiao retorted. She then directed her ire towards Jiang Chen. "Chen, I considered you a dear friend, yet you deceived me regarding this matter." Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, fully aware that Xiao Beichen was indeed the Dark Emperor. Yet she struggled to find the words to explain herself. "Leave," Jiang Luofei coolly stated. "We do not welcome the Yi family here." Fine. You all lack shame. I shall expose your true selves." Yi Xiao shouted in frustration. Jiang Chen attempted to interject, but was silenced by Jiang Luofei. Chapter 147. Walking together in open defiance. "Annie, how could you say such things?" Jiang Chen was equally incensed. Her words seemed uncharacteristic of her aunt. Mo Han stood in disbelief, unable to reconcile Jiang Luofei's statements with the woman he thought he knew. Jiang Luofei shook her head. "Just now, Beichen called me, instructing me to say this. He has already resolved to leave Yi Qingsheng, just as he did with the unsuspecting me." Only then did Jiang Chen grasp the gravity of the situation, her heart aching. "Annie, do you not find this approach excessively cruel?" "Indeed, it is quite cruel, yet what choice do I have?" Jiang Luofei was the most qualified to speak on the matter, having traversed the path that Yi Qingsheng now walked. She understood the depth of love Yi Qingsheng harbored for Xiao Beichen, a devotion that transcended class and worldly affairs, yet could not surpass the finality of death. In truth, she bore no ill will towards Yi Qingsheng. She even felt a pang of sympathy. The agony of love was a heart-wrenching pain, incomparable to any other suffering. She hoped Yi Qingsheng could endure, for more storms were yet to come. This was merely an appetizer. The following day dawned clear and bright. A throng of journalists gathered outside the villa. The door creaked open, and gasps filled the air as Jiang Luofei emerged. "Miss Jiang, what are your thoughts on the recent medical incident that claimed lives? How is it that, despite your exceptional skills, you were bested by a practitioner from the Tiger Nation? Faced with the accusations that traditional Chinese medicine is inferior, what is your stance?" A large crowd immediately surrounded her. Jiang Luofei replied, "First, I did not lose to the people of the Tiger Kingdom. Second, I did not cause anyone's death." A well-known journalist scolded her vehemently. "Miss Jiang, you are blatantly lying." Everyone present at the Jiangxing Medical Association witnessed that the patient's heartbeat had already ceased. "How can you claim that you did not cause a death? Do you think everyone is blind? If you do not believe me, then come with me to the Junlin Grand Hotel," Jiang Luofei said slowly. The reporters were taken aback. What is the purpose of going there? However, Jiang Luofei did not elaborate, instead breaking into a smile. "Before we leave, I need to wait for someone." Waiting for someone? The group of reporters was even more bewildered. In their memory, those who suffered online harassment typically appeared haggard and downcast. Yet, Jiang Luofei not only seemed unperturbed but radiated joy, a stark contrast to her previously icy demeanor. After about 10 minutes, a jeep pulled up to the roadside. The person I am waiting for has arrived. Jiang Luofei's gaze turned towards it. The reporters followed suit, and to their astonishment, a man wearing a black mask emerged into view. Beneath the mask, Xiao Beichen approached with a neutral expression. Luofei, let us go. Jiang Luofei nodded, linking her arm with Xiao Beichen's, her smile blooming like a flower, as if she were the happiest woman in the world at that moment. Who is this person? Their relationship with Jiang Luofei seems extraordinary. Could he be her boyfriend? The reporters speculated. What are you still doing? Hurry and follow them. The group hurried towards the Junlin Grand Hotel. At that moment, Raymond received the news and couldn't help but sneer. Humph, the waste of Longyu is truly shameless, daring to claim she did not cause a death. How ridiculous. Prepare the car. We are also heading to the Junlin Grand Hotel to see what tricks they are up to. At the Medicine King's Hall, Bai Shui was utterly astonished. She was struck by the 7-star poison needle. How is she still alive? Fepter Southern Ah vulgar Tiankun Kone deeply. Jiang Luofei is indeed fortunate. Someone has managed to heal her. The 7-star poison needle is the most perilous technique within the Medicine King's Hall. Once struck, there is no escape from death. Who would have thought that Jiang Luofei would appear unscathed? Let us go to the Junlin Grand Hotel. We cannot allow Jiang Luofei to continue tarnishing the reputation of our Medicine King's Hall. All factions converged at the Junlin Grand Hotel. Soon, the entrance was overwhelmed with people. After disembarking, Jiang Luofei held Xiao Beichen's hand throughout. Beneath the mask, Xiao Beichen smiled slightly. Quickly, a Rolls-Royce arrived, and a throng of reporters rushed forward, led by Raymond from the Tiger Kingdom's medical delegation. Mr. Raymond, what are your thoughts on Jiang Luofei? A reporter inquired. Raymond glanced at Jiang Luofei and scoffed repeatedly. It is said that the people of Longyu value propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. I once thought Miss Jiang was merely lacking in medical skill, but I never expected her to abandon all shame, claiming the dead as living, gathering so many people at the hotel entrance. His remarks unequivocally defined the situation. Not only he, but even any ordinary person would find it hard to believe Jiang Luofei's words, as they had witnessed the patient's heart stop. The surrounding reporters nodded in agreement, their disdainful gazes fixed on Jiang Luofei. What a disgrace. She has not only lost her own dignity, but has also tarnished the reputation of Longyu. Such venomous words were hurled at Jiang Luofei. With a smile, she retorted, Mr. Raymond, whether what I say is true will soon be revealed. Humph. Raymond replied coldly. Moments later, another vehicle stopped at the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomer, the reporters rushed forward. Xiao Beichen's gaze turned frosty. Is this the one who plotted against you? Jiang Luofei nodded. The one in the center is Bai Shui, my junior sister. I never expected that, due to a single incident, the Medicine King's Hall would tacitly permit her to pursue my demise. She felt her grip tighten slightly. Rest assured, I will make them regret it. Mr. Chong, what is your perspective on Jiang Luofei's claim that she did not lose? What a shameful display. According to our analysis at the Medicine King's Hall, she speaks falsehoods. We have long clarified that Jiang Luofei is no longer affiliated with our hall. Thus her actions bear no relation to us. With a single statement, he distanced the hall from her. This must be the new saintess of the Medicine King's Hall. Bai Shui, could you share your thoughts on Jiang Luofei? Another reporter asked. Bai Shui smiled innocently, resembling a harmless little rabbit. Senior sister Jiang was very kind to me while at the Medicine King's Hall. However, setting friendship aside, I believe what she did was quite wrong. A death is a death. There is nothing shameful about owning up to one's mistakes. To claim the dead as living, though her last words went unsaid. Everyone understood their implication. Chang Kuen's voice turned cold. The emergence of such a waste from our Medicine King's Hall is a disgrace. Today, I wish to see how she intends to embarrass herself further. He then fixed his gaze on Jiang Luofei, stating coldly, if you do not provide our Medicine King's Hall with an explanation today, I will not let this matter rest. Do not think that just because someone saved your life once, they will do so a second time. Jiang Luofei's expression turned frigid. Elder Chong, what if what I say is true? Impossible. Chang Kuen immediately rebutted. I have been at the Medicine King's Hall for so many years, and no one has ever revived a person whose heart has stopped. How about we make a wager? Jiang Luofei proposed. If I win, you will kneel and apologize to me. If I lose, you can dispose of me as you see fit. Since the Medicine King's Hall showed no compassion, She felt no need to cling to past affections. Very well, Chang Kun agreed coldly. Chapter 149. Ignoring the threats of the Medicine King's Hall by Shui chuckled. Senior Sister Jiang. Elder Chang is also considered your half-mentor. Is this really appropriate? Even in a wager, it should not be used to humiliate him. The crowd nodded in agreement. The more they observed Jiang Luofei, the more they found her repulsive. First, she caused a death, bringing shame upon Longyu. Then, she spoke absurdities and demanded her mentor kneel, each action inciting the anger of those around her. Jiang Luofei smiled, offering no explanation as she linked arms with Xiao Beichen and walked into the Junlin Grand Hotel, leaving the crowd with only their backs. Bai Shui frowned at Jiang Luofei's smile, recalling how Jiang Luofei had been known as the Ice Mountain Healer in the Medicine King's Hall, now seemingly carefree and cheerful, as though the surrounding events were of no concern to her. The others followed suit, bearing expressions of disdain. Inside the hall, a multitude of people surged forth. Raymond's cold voice cut through the air. Miss Jiang, what exactly is your purpose in bringing us to the hotel? He was beginning to grow impatient. Do not rush. The best is yet to come, Jiang Luofei replied. I look forward to seeing how you will twist the narrative, Raymond shot back. Chang Kun and Bai Shui exchanged a glance, their eyes icy. Bai Shui smiled alluringly. Senior Sister Jiang, do not struggle. Death is death. Even the Medicine King's Hall has never claimed to possess the art of resurrection. Silence. Xiao Beichen, unable to tolerate the woman, admonished coldly. Bai Shui retorted angrily. How dare you? I am the saintess of the Medicine King's Hall. How dare you speak to me like that? The title of saintess carries significant weight, demanding respect even from the esteemed families of the imperial capital. What is the Medicine King's Hall to me? Xiao Beichen dismissed her with disdain. Enough of this nonsense. Chang Kun was seething with rage. Do not think that donning this mask grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly in the presence of my Medicine King Hall. I see you are courting death. As he spoke, Chang Kun launched an attack. Not only was he an accomplished physician, but his strength was formidable, having reached the level of a master. A surge of energy erupted from him, creating a tempest that startled those around him. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such power from Chang Kun's frail body. Is this the prowess of a martial artist from the Dragon Domain? Raymond squinted, showing no intention of intervening, relishing the spectacle of infighting among the Dragon Domain's members. Chang Kun bellowed, his right hand morphing into a dragon claw, aimed directly at Xiao Beichen's vital points. Bai Shui let out a cold laugh. Sister Jiang, it appears your lover is about to meet his demise for offending the Medicine King Hall. Jiang Luofei retorted. You are not worthy. Just as Chang Kun's strike was about to reach Xiao Beichen, the latter moved. A resounding slap sent Chang Kun flying. What? How is this possible? Bai Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by the astonishment of those around them. They had just witnessed Chang Kun's formidable aura and had expected him to effortlessly defeat the masked man. Yet the esteemed elder of the Medicine King Hall had been struck down with a single blow. Enough of this noise, Xiao Beichen remarked indifferently. Bai Shui hurried to assist Chang Kun, who felt the sting on his face and seethed with anger. Do you have any idea who I am? And who are you? Did your father not tell you? Xiao Beichen's words ignited Chang Kun's fury. You. Chang Kun trembled with rage. He had never endured such humiliation. Bai Shui feigned concern. Sister Jiang, you would do well to have your boyfriend kneel and apologize to Elder Chang, or you should know how ruthless the Medicine King Hall can be. Get lost. Jiang Luofei replied dismissively, treating their threats with utter disdain. The Medicine King Hall's stronghold was in the Dragon Domain, unaware of the vast influence of the underground forces lurking outside. Very well. It seems your wings have truly grown strong. Chang Kun fumed. Do not forget our wager. If you lose, you must submit to my judgment, and I will make you wish for death. Jiang Luofei countered. You should be more concerned about yourself. With a snap of his fingers, a figure emerged from the elevator, stunning everyone into silence. He was supposed to be dead. Chapter 150. He jumped up and ran. The figure that stepped out of the elevator was none other than the middle-aged man who had supposedly died at the pharmaceutical guild. Raymond was taken aback. Bai Shui was dumbfounded. Chang Kun was left speechless. Everyone present stood frozen in disbelief. Was this truly a living person or a ghost? He had been taken to the crematorium, yet here he stood at the Junlin Grand Hotel. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, but the middle-aged man remained firmly in place, undeniably alive. In no way. Chong Kuan shouted, resurrection. This is absolutely impossible. It defied all logic. Even the might of the Medicine King Hall could not revive the dead. Yet this man stood before them, undeniably alive. Suddenly, Raymond burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. Miss Jiang, you truly are skilled in orchestrating such a farce. Dr. Raymond, what do you mean by that? Someone inquired. Raymond sneered. It is a basic truth that the dead cannot return to life. This man bears a striking resemblance to the deceased, but he is full of vitality and color, far from a dying person. Some remained confused, prompting Raymond to elaborate. There is only one explanation. He is not the deceased at all, merely someone who looks similar. There is an ancient saying in the dragon domain about a cat swapping places with a prince. Miss Jiang, you are certainly playing a clever game, but do not forget, we live in a technological age. Uncovering someone's identity is a simple task. As Raymond's words sank in, everyone began to understand. So that was it. Jiang Luofei was truly despicable. To sustain a lie, she crafted even more deceit, tarnishing the reputation of the dragon domain in the process. Bai Shui laughed mockingly. Sister Jiang, do you not feel the slightest shame in your lies? At the very least, you were once a member of the Medicine King Hall. Do you not know that the most despised trait in our hall is a person who breaks their word? Regardless, you have already been expelled. And now is the time for you to fulfill your wager with Elder Chong. Without a doubt, in the eyes of everyone present, Jiang Luofei had lost. Tiang Kun Smiketh. Jiang Luofei, no wonder you were so confident. I thought you had learned the art of resurrection from somewhere, but it seems it was all a ruse. Now, I demand you kneel and apologize to us all. Disable your hands. And from this day forth, you shall no longer treat the sick. Forcing a healer to disable themselves was the utmost humiliation. Jiang Luofei shook her head. Jiang Luofei, you have audacity. Do you wish to openly break our agreement? Tiang Kun demanded angrily. I have no intention to break our agreement. I merely find your assumptions absurd. If you do not believe his identity, then investigate further to discover who he truly is. Jiang Luofei replied calmly. Only when you see the coffin will you weep. Raymond snorted, then turned to Chong Kuan. This is your Medicine King Hall's territory. You should investigate. Chong Kuan scoffed. I do not need a foreigner like you to instruct me. He promptly made a phone call to initiate an investigation. For him, this was a trivial task. The authority of an elder from the Medicine King Hall still held sway. As they waited, everyone cast disdainful glances at Jiang Luofei, incredulous that she would still attempt to argue her case at such a juncture. Approximately 10 minutes later, news arrived. Chong Kuan smirked as he activated the speakerphone. Elder Chong, the person you asked me to investigate has no siblings. He is an only child. I also inquired with the crematorium staff, and they said he jumped up and ran away when it was time for cremation, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 151. Imo Han was also my ex-girlfriend. The room fell into a deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. This was not a case of a cat swapping places with a prince. This was true resurrection. How? How is this possible? Raymond exclaimed. Chong Kuan, equally incredulos, ordered another investigation, yet the results were undeniably consistent. The man standing before them was indeed the one who had been declared dead. Now he stood alive and well. His condition nearly restored to that of a normal person. Xiao Beichen chuckled. He had already coordinated with the crematorium staff. No matter how thorough the investigation, it would yield no different results. Raymond, deflated, collapsed to the ground. I have lost. Although the patient he treated was alive, he was left paralyzed. In stark contrast, Jiang Luofei's patient stood vibrant before them. Anyone with functioning eyes could discern who had triumphed. Miss Jiang, I concede defeat. Raymond rose and respectfully bowed to Jiang Luofei. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed the finest in the world. The reporters, now alert, quickly turned their cameras toward Raymond. Jiang Luofei remained silent, stepping forward to face Chong Kuan. Chong Kuan, I have won our wager. It is time for you to uphold your end. Chong Kuan's face contorted in embarrassment. This was a severe blow to the dignity of the Medicine King Hall. Bai Shui, with a forced smile, remarked, Sister Jiang, Elder Chong was once your mentor. Is it truly appropriate to demand he kneel? Jiang Luofei's expression turned icy. When you used the 7-star poison needle to attempt to kill me, you showed no consideration for past kindness. She was not one to show mercy. Chong Kuan furiously declared, Do not forget, I am an elder of the Medicine King Hall. Forcing me to kneel is equivalent to humiliating the entire hall. As a former saintess of the Medicine King Hall, You should know that we will never tolerate such indignities. I could easily end your life with a mere flick of my hand, while you can only endure. If you dare to retaliate, you will undoubtedly be hunted down by the Medicine King Hall. Bang! Before Jiang Luofei could utter a word, Xiao Beichen could no longer restrain himself and kicked out. Refuse to kneel? I shall end your life right now. The aura of his cold intent startled Chang Kun, causing him to tremble as their gazes locked. Feeling the murderous intent in Xiao Beichen's eyes, he immediately knelt on the ground. You should be grateful to Luofei. Were it not for her, you would already be dead. Xiao Beichen originally intended to kill both Chang Kun and his companion, but Jiang Luofei, feeling a twinge of compassion, believed a lesson would suffice. As she watched the two depart, the reporters erupted in astonishment, unable to believe how the tides of public opinion had turned, with the Dragon Domain gaining the upper hand and simultaneously slapping the Medicine King Hall in the face. Elder Chang, Bai Shui quickly helped Chang Kun to his feet. A chilling, murderous intent surged within Chang Kun 3 times. I have been struck 3 times today. This grudge must be avenged. As an elder of the Medicine King Hall, he was accustomed to being treated with respect wherever he went. Today, before so many witnesses, he had knelt before a mere girl and been struck thrice. This humiliation was unbearable. If you offend me, I will make you wish for death. Bai Shui coldly remarked, Elder Chang, did you not once save the god of war, Tianso? Perhaps we should enlist his help to eliminate that masked man and Jiang Luofei. Chang Kun nodded. I will contact him first. Upon exiting the Junlin Grand Hotel, Jiang Luofei sincerely expressed, Beichen, thank you. What for? Xiao Beichen chuckled. Ultimately, I owe you both a debt. Have you truly made up your mind? Jiang Luofei inquired, referring to the matter concerning Yi Qingchen. Xiao Beichen stepped into a corner, removing his mask and gently stroking her hair. I have made up my mind. This path should not be tread by too many. It is my honor to have you accompany me. Jiang Luofei shook her head. I do not believe your actions are right. I feel that Yi Qingchen and I are of the same kind. Falling in love with someone is a lifelong commitment. Even if you instill despair in Yi Qingchen, her heart can no longer accommodate anyone else. If anyone understood this sentiment, it was undoubtedly Jiang Luofei. Xiao Beichen took a deep breath. This is a necessary sacrifice. My life was never truly mine to begin with. I am more curious, however, as to why you seem unperturbed. At first, I was indeed concerned. After all, no woman would willingly share a man. However, I eventually came to terms with it. They are all individuals who saved your life. Jiang Luofei smiled. I'm also quite curious about how many women you have entangled yourself with. Ah, Xiao Beichen scratched his head, and Mo Han is also one. Chapter 152. The unabashed, what did you say? Jiang Luofei's eyes widened in disbelief. In nothing. Xiao Beichen stammered, resembling a child caught in mischief, hastily denying the claim. Damn it. Why can't I control my own mouth? Jiang Luofei seized Xiao Beichen's ear, twisting it at a 90-degree angle. You certainly have a knack for choosing your targets. Always seeking out young and beautiful women? And Mo Han is my dear friend, and you dare not spare her. Ouch. Please stop. Xiao Beichen pleaded. How humiliating it was. As the master of the Dark Hall, a prominent figure in the dark world beyond the realm, he was now being publicly reprimanded. I had no idea she was your friend. Had I known, I would not have conversed with her so freely. Otherwise, you would not have discovered my identity. Do not attempt to argue with me. Just because I have feelings for you does not mean you can act recklessly. I shall end your life today. Jiang Luofei fumed. Crack, crack. This scene was captured by Yi Sairu, who lurked in the shadows, recording it on her phone, her eyes filled with malice. Pa, a pair of shameless lovers. The more they displayed their warmth, the more she felt her sister's worthlessness. Just as she had begun to view Xiao Beichen in a new light, her feelings turned to resentment. Once Yi Sairu departed, Xiao Beichen remarked, Enough of this. Yi Sairu has already taken photos and left. Yi Sairu believed she was hidden well, but in reality, it was all part of a play staged by Xiao Beichen and Jiang Luofei, deliberately allowing Yi Sairu to capture evidence. Jiang Luofei, however, was not satisfied. Who is causing a ruckus? You slept with my friend. Tell me, how should we resolve this matter? She revealed a row of pristine teeth, her gaze fiercely fixed upon Xiao Beichen. Xiao Beichen chuckled. How should I resolve it? I slept with her. Does that mean you want her to sleep with me too? Pa, you shameless wretch. Jiang Luofei retorted coldly. Upon returning to the Yujing Villa district, Jiang Lufei saw Mo Han sitting on the sofa, her face lighting up with delight. Luofei, have you seen the trending discussions online? Everyone is on your side. That Raymond and the Medicine King Hall are being relentlessly attacked. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Beichen. I did not expect you to possess such skills. Heh. Xiao Beichen sheepishly scratched his head. Jiang Luofei shot a glare at Xiao Beichen, her murderous intent barely contained. Noticing the tension between them, Mo Han asked, what happened? Is there another issue? Jiang Luofei replied, it's nothing, just a bit tired. I wish to lie down. Oh, Mo Han did not press further. With Jiang Cheng gone to school, only the three of them remained in the room. Jiang Luofei sat in the center of the sofa, with Xiao Beichen on her left and Mo Han on her right. Mo Han sensed the atmosphere had grown awkward and assumed she was intruding on their time together. So she stood. Luofei, I will head to my room. I'll leave the living room for you too. Do not go. Jiang Luofei firmly grasped Mo Han's hand, earnestly asking, Mo Han, are you hiding something from me? Xiao Beichen's heart sank. Mo Han appeared bewildered. I have nothing to hide from you. I have noticed you have been restless these past few days. You must be concealing something. Jiang Luofei insisted. Are you aware? Mo Han swallowed hard. Let me clarify. I am not interested in your man. Last time, it was merely because he saved you and then fainted. So I held on to him. Jiang Luofei's face, filled with murderous intent, fixed her gaze upon Xiao Beichen. Is that so? Some individuals seem to be withholding the truth from me. Xiao Beichen fell silent, utterly terrified. Chapter 153. The Nine Armies Battle, however, Jiang Luofei did not press further, as this belonged to the realm of late-night gossip among friends. Mo Han also felt the awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. Beichen, how is the Black Dragon Division you are training? The Nine Armies Battle is just around the corner. Ordinary, but securing first place should not be a problem, Xiao Beichen replied, scratching his nose. First place? Mo Han's face displayed shock before breaking into laughter. I know you are capable. Even Yao Xinghe is no match for you. But being an instructor is different. Even if she guided the Black Dragon Division, she might not be able to change the situation. The main issue is that time is too tight. 1 month is hardly enough to make any substantial change. Do you not believe me? Xiao Beichen chuckled. The current Black Dragon Division is not on the same level as before. Mo Han scoffed, all talk. Luofei, you do not restrain him at all. How can I? Some people are on the verge of soaring to the heavens. Jiang Luofei retorted with annoyance. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Beichen immediately cleared his throat twice, signaling her to be quiet. Jiang Luofei huffed, clearly displeased. Her gaze toward Mo Han now tinted with suspicion. Not only is there Yi Qingcheng, but also Mo Han. To make matters worse, there are 4 other women. Along with Xiao Beichen, they form 2 tables for mahjong. The more Jiang Luofei thinks about it, the angrier she becomes, wishing she could slap Xiao Beichen across the face. During dinner, Jiang Luofei deliberately makes things difficult. This dish is too salty. Send it back for a redo. Mo Han is taken aback. It's not salty. If I say it's salty, then it's salty. Jiang Luofei huffs. All right, I'll have it recooked. Xiao Beichen, feeling guilty, dares not retort. Go clean the floor. Go wash my clothes. Mo Han is astonished. Luofei, your attitude has changed so quickly. Just a few days ago, you were all lovey-dovey, and now you can't stand Xiao Beichen. Although she's also a woman, she finds it quite frightening. Who told him to make me unhappy? Jiang Luofei snorts. Some are joyful, while others are dismayed. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng is somewhat displeased, staring at her phone without any messages from Xiao Beichen. What is he doing? Why hasn't he messaged me? Perhaps he is busy and shouldn't he be disturbed. Several times, Yi Qingcheng picks up her phone only to put it back down. Feeling tormented and helpless, bored, she scrolls through the news, which has taken a complete turn regarding Jiang Luofei. Everyone is now on her side. Yi Qingcheng notices a photograph of Jiang Luofei with a masked man. She gasps. Have they reconciled? Men are indeed unreliable. Yet, she feels a twinge of relief that Jiang Luofei's reconciliation with the Dark Emperor means he will no longer harass her. At that moment, Yi Sairu walks in. Yi Qingcheng shares the latest news with her, but Yi Sairu's expression is cold, especially upon seeing the photo of Jiang Luofei and the Dark Emperor. Her heart aches. Sister, how long until you recover? Just a few days, why? Yi Qingcheng asks with a smile. Her injuries have nearly healed, and she just needs to rest for a few days to fully recover. It must be said that the Dark Emperor and Zhang Luofei make a rather suitable pair, both possessing remarkable medical skills. Yi Saira grips her phone tightly. It's nothing. When you're better, I'll show you something. What is it? I have nothing to do right now, Yi Qingxing replies. However, Yi Saira shakes her head. Sister, let us wait until you recover. Yi Qingchang chuckles. You child? Soon. The day of the Nine Armies battle arrives, a significant event for the Southwest Nine Armies. Xiao Beichen, looking at Xie Tianqi and others before him, shouts, if you can't secure first place, don't go out claiming I taught you. Yes. Xie Tianqi and others tremble with excitement. After a month of training, they have undergone a transformation, especially Xie Tianqi, who can now barely be suppressed by the Black Dragon Department as head, Lin Mu. It is worth noting that just a month ago, they were merely a group waiting to be disbanded. Chapter 154. Our Black Dragon Department will claim first place. Lin Mu excitedly steps forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Instructor Xiao, you have saved our Black Dragon Department. If you need anything from us in the future, we will brave any danger. Brave any danger. The 10 men behind him all kneel down. Get up, let us move out. The Nine Armies battle takes place on a flat area atop the 10,000 Great Mountains. Gradually, various factions begin to arrive. Lin Mu, why are you playing driver? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encounter another elite team of 10. The Jeep bears a striking emblem, a Black Panther. This team is the Black Panther Department of the Southwest Nine Armies. And the speaker is a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, the head of the Black Panther Department, his tone laced with arrogance and disdain. Who are you talk? Lin Mu, usually good-natured, retorts. This catches the Black Panther Department head off guard. His tone grows even more contemptuous. Lin Mu, you've got some nerve. Daring to talk back. Everyone knows that after this Nine Armies battle, your Black Dragon Department will be disbanded. From now on, the Southwest will only have 8 armies. Who told you we will definitely be disbanded? You might be in for a disappointment. This time, our Black Dragon Department will claim first place. This statement initially plunges the conversation into silence, followed by uproarious laughter. The Black Panther Department head laughs so hard he can barely contain himself. That is the best joke I've heard all year. You think your Black Dragon Department can claim first place? The Nine Armies battle consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all from which 30 elite competitors will advance to the next round. The second round is a one-on-one battle. Defeat all opponents to become first. Only the victorious department will be crowned first. In previous contests, very few from the Black Dragon Department have even managed to stand their ground in the first round, let alone advance. Last time, none made it to the next round. And now they believe they can claim first place within a year? It's a delusion, a daydream. The people in the Jeep glance at them with pity. The Black Dragon Department has fallen so low that they have begun to indulge in fantasies. Lin Mu, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such grand claims? A young man with piercing eyes and deep-set features scoffs. Who are you? Lin Mu, displeased, retorts, feeling it inappropriate for subordinates to interrupt the conversation of department heads. Let me introduce you. This is our Black Panther Department's genius, Wang Xian. He could take on all of your Black Dragon Department single-handedly. The Black Panther Department head boasts. Xie Tianqi smirks. Just him? He won T last 3 moves against me. Kid, I'll remember your face. In the first round, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 months, Wang Xian scoffs. All right, I'll remember you too. None of your Black Panther Department will escape. You'll all be eliminated in the first round. Xie Tianqi retorts defiantly. Such arrogance instantly incites the wrath of the Black Panther Department members, who glare at him furiously. The Nine Armies battle has yet to officially begin, yet a rivalry has already formed. At this moment, Xiao Beichen stretches lazily and remarks, we'll just have to beat them to a pulp. Yes. Xie Tianqi replies respectfully. Lin Mu glances back. Black Panther, just wait for the last place. With a press of the gas pedal, they speed towards the mountain summit. The Black Panther Department head, furious, exclaims, since when did the Black Dragon Department become so bold? And that kid, who does he think he is, claiming he beat my Black Panther Department to a pulp? Director, it seems that person is wearing an Instructor S uniform, someone replies. Instructor S uniform? The Black Panther Department head pauses, then sneers. The trashy Black Dragon Department has resorted to hiring a 20-something as an instructor. They're truly at the end of their rope, acting arrogant before their demise. Chapter 155. There is something wrong. Absolutely something wrong, Black Panther. Have you seen those from the Black Dragon Department? Surely they're not hiding at home. Too scared to come out? The head of the Black Bull department chuckles. The head of the Black Tiger department shakes his head. Let us keep it down. The Black Dragon department is about to be disbanded. Disbandment is a good thing. After all, the Black Dragon department is just a bunch of trash. Finishing at the bottom every year, the head of the Black Lion department remarks. The Black Panther department head chuckles. This year, the Black Dragon department is quite audacious. They just claimed they would fight for first place. Ha ha! The other department heads burst into laughter. What a mockery. It's absurd. Is Lin Mu out of his mind to make such claims? Isn't he afraid of being humiliated by the other departments and getting eliminated in the first round before even facing disbandment? Black Panther. Are you sure it was that Lin Mu who said this? The head of the Black Bull department inquires. Undoubtedly. This time they have invited a young instructor in his 20s, which must mean they possess some extraordinary advantage. The head of the Black Panther department wore a smile that belied his disdain. It was utterly absurd. Not only were they arrogant, but they were truly deranged. Soon, Lin Mu arrived at the ministers' gathering, met with a barrage of mockery. Lin Mu, do you aspire to be first? Inquired the head of the Black Bull department. Lin Mu nodded affirmatively, stating, in this battle of the 9 armies, our Black Dragon department will triumph over all of your teams and claim the top position. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. What had merely been speculation was now confirmed. He was indeed mad. Do you think your ragtag bunch from the Black Dragon can achieve first place? Such delusions, derided one minister, clearly looking down on Lin Mu, believing he tarnished their reputation. At that moment, the last minister, Yao Xinghe, arrived. All eyes turned to him, momentarily startled to see his hand bandaged, clearly injured, yet no one dared to inquire, their eyes brimming with hostility. The animosity directed towards the Black Dragon department stemmed from Lin Mu's arrogance, while the disdain towards the Black Hawk department was tinged with respect. The Black Hawk department had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Southwest 9 armies, and with Yao Xinghe having secured a war god as an advisor, it seemed their claim to first place was a foregone conclusion. Who has given you the audacity to claim first place? Yao Xinghe coldly asked. Lin Mu, unyielding, replied. Our own strength provides us the courage. Yao Xinghe scoffed. Do you truly believe that with the useless Xiao Beichen as your instructor, your Black Dragon department can ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 armies in merely a month? Just as Lin Mu prepared to retort, a figure clad in combat attire appeared before the ministers. Va Gott Montag! Va Gott Montag! The ministers of the 9 armies, including Yao Xinghe, respectfully clasped their fists in greeting, their eyes filled with envy. She was the youngest war god in the Dragon region and the only female among them, her stature and status far surpassing theirs. It was she who would preside over the upcoming battle of the 9 armies. Yao Xinghe remarked, Va Gott Montag. Our wager remains valid, I trust. Mohen glänzte Yao Xinghe, affirming existence. She now regretted allowing Yao Xinghe to establish a wager with Xiao Beichen, where the victor would claim ownership of the Ice Veil. The Black Hawk department's strength would inevitably rise, while the Black Dragon department languished at the bottom in the previous round, rendering any comparison moot. Very well. Yao Xinghe nodded, his gaze icy. The other ministers were somewhat puzzled, but Lin Mu comprehended the underlying tension. And Mohan instructed, summon all your instructors as well. It was tradition for instructors to observe their peers. The ministers quickly dispatched aides to fetch their instructors, while Lin Mu turned and left, returning with a youthful man, showering him with the utmost respect. This spectacle left the other ministers utterly astonished. Goodness, Lin Mu is truly unhinged. A minister, yet he trails behind a man in his 20s like a mere insect. They were utterly flabbergasted. This is disgraceful. After the battle of the 9 armies, the Black Dragon department must be disbanded, scoffed the head of the Black Panther department, observing Lin Mu's apparent insanity. Even Mohan was taken aback. While respecting strength was commendable, Lin Mu represented one of the 9 armies' ministers. Such behavior was excessively ostentatious. Clearing her throat, Mohan subtly signaled Lin Mu to be mindful of his status. Aware of his impropriety, Lin Mu offered an awkward smile. The other ministers, recognizing the cue, remained silent, though their disdain was palpable. Xiao Beichen, we meet again, Yao Xinghe sneered. I look forward to seeing how you transform the chronically last-ranked Black Dragon department into one superior to our Black Hawk department. The ministers exchanged glances, surprised to learn that Yao Xinghe recognized him. Ordinary, Xiao Beichen replied calmly, but dealing with you insects is rather effortless. What? The ministers were incredulous. Did he just refer to them as insects? Such arrogance surpassed even Lin Mu's earlier claims. It wasn't arrogance. It was merely the truth. He had observed many talents among the other departments, yet none were guided by competent instructors to unlock their true potential. After his guidance, individuals like Xie Tianqi would easily surpass these so-called insects. How dare you speak out of turn? The head of the Black Panther department roared, his anger palpable. You, a mere instructor, dare to interrupt the conversation among ministers. Xiao Beichen raised a finger, declaring, you, the first to be eliminated. The head of the Black Panther department was on the verge of exploding. Why bother arguing with such a person? Anyone can boast. Another minister interjected. You the second. Xiao Beichen retorted coolly. The ministers trembled with rage. How could someone be so audacious? The Southwest 9 armies represented the region's pinnacle of strength, yet they were being belittled so brazenly. Seeing tensions escalate, Emo Han swiftly intervened. Enough. Everyone, take your seats. The first round of the Battle of the 9 Armies would commence in 10 minutes. Yes, all eyes were fixed on Xiao Beichen and Lin Mu as they settled into their respective positions. Yao Xinghe sneered at Xiao Beichen. You are merely creating enemies for the Black Dragon Department. I assure you, the first round will see you all eliminated. Rubbish. Xiao Beichen replied slowly. What did you say? Yao Xinghe fumed. I said you are rubbish. Xiao Beichen whispered into Yao Xinghe's ear. You wish to know my identity? After the Battle of the 9 Armies concludes, I shall reveal it to you. Yao Xinghe furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet he could not decipher Xiao Beichen's true identity. Such theatrics. After a dismissive snort, Yao Xinghe took his seat. Lin Mu respectfully stated, Instructor Xiao, our seats are over there. Not at all. I prefer to sit next to the beautiful lady. Xiao Beichen plopped down beside Emo Han, causing Lin Mu to gasp in shock. Emo Han shot him a glance. Ordinarily, she would have reprimanded Xiao Beichen for his audacity, but here she needed to maintain her authority. After a fleeting glance, she chose silence. All eyes turned toward them. Unruly. Stand up immediately. The head of the Black Panther department bellowed, his temper flaring. Xiao Beichen, however, lounged insolently. I choose to sit here. What will you do about it? How dare you? I will make you pay. The head of the Black Panther department could no longer contain his fury, springing from his seat. The other ministers observed coldly, their expressions icy. This was intolerable. They were respected figures, yet here they were being belittled, even branded as insects. In truth, Xiao Beichen had no desire to engage them in banter. After all, they had initiated the insults towards the Black Dragon department. Even if he had only trained them for a month, they were still his protégés, and he would not permit anyone to demean them. Boom! Emo Han slammed her palm on the stone table, and a formidable wave of power radiated outward. Everyone was taken aback. This was the wrath of a war god. If any of you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to contest before the Battle of the 9 Armies, rather than whining like children. Although Emo Han is of the female gender, her disposition is more akin to that of man, revering strength and eschewing idle chatter. Only cowards resort to words. The reason she permitted Xiao Beichen to sit beside her was not due to the fact that he was her close friend's partner. In such circumstances, Emo Han would hardly be concerned with that. Rather, it was because she acknowledged Xiao Beichen's prowess. Should anyone else believe he did not deserve to be seated beside her, they ought to demonstrate their own strength. The head of the Black Panther department coldly remarked, Kid, weren't you quite arrogant? You claimed that besides the Black Dragon department, the rest of our 9th Army are mere ants. Why not face me in battle? Consider it an appetizer. Not interested, Xiao Beichen replied. Ha! I see you are afraid. How dare you insult us? Sneered the head of the Black Panther department, with the other department heads joining in the mockery. Below, Xie Tianqi and others endured a similar humiliation. You Black Dragon folks truly lack shame. You boast more than anyone, yet when it comes to a challenge, you cower. Wang Xian coldly declared. The Black Dragon department is nothing but rubbish. Don't you realize how you ended up in last place last time? Yet you still foolishly aspire to be first this year. Xie Tianqi retorted defiantly. Instructor Xiao is too disdainful to battle you ministers. If he were to strike, the head of the Black Panther department wouldn't even have the right to fight back. As for you, like Instructor Xiao said, you're merely ants. This statement not only incited discontent in the Black Panther department, but also ignited fury throughout the entire 9th Army. If one person from the Black Dragon department makes it to the next round, we will consider it a loss. Yes, they're loathed. We must eliminate them in the first round. Everyone cast venomous glances at Xie Tianqi and his companions. Enough. Emohan's voice rang out like a bell, instantly silencing all. It was evident that war god Mo was genuinely angered. The root of all this ire stemmed from Xiao Beichen, that insufferable fellow, a mere instructor. Yet he dared to sit beside war god Mo and shamelessly label them as ants. War god Mo, please calm your anger. The ministers hastily implored. The head of the Black Panther department remained defiant. War god Mo, this is all due to this brat's arrogance. He has no regard for us. If we do not punish him, how will others perceive our Southwest Ninth Army? I offer him two choices. Either step onto the arena and fight me, or kneel and apologize to our Southwest Ninth Army. Let me ask you a question. Are you a match for Yao Xinghe? The head of the Black Panther department hesitated briefly before responding. No, I am not a match for Minister Yao. Yao Xinghe was regarded as a unique figure among them. They took pride in being ministers of the Southwest Ninth Army, while Yao Xinghe had been forced into his position due to physical ailments. Even with only half of his original strength, he was not someone they could rival. In a Ninth Army battle, although no one could guarantee who would emerge victorious, it was universally accepted that Yao Xinghe was the foremost among the ministers. Since you are not a match for Yao Xinghe, you have even less right to challenge him. Chapter 158, a matter concerning men not qualified? The ministers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend. The head of the Black Panther department furiously retorted, War god Mo, why do I lack the qualification to challenge him? He is a minister. He commands a force of thousands. His current position is undoubtedly earned through his own strength. The elites of the Black Panther department were equally incensed. This was a blatant humiliation that demanded a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, even if their opponent was a war god, they would resist to the end. You think you still have the right to challenge him after Yao Xinghe defeated you? Emohan's chilling voice echoed throughout the arena, rendering it silent. All eyes turned to Yao Xinghe, who bore an expression akin to having swallowed something bitter, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon them. Gulping nervously, the head of the Black Panther department realized he had underestimated Xiao Beichen. Seemingly inconspicuous, he was nonetheless someone Yao Xinghe could not contend against. I'll let you off today. Despite his shock, the head of the Black Panther department did not wish to lose face in front of his subordinates, muttering a harsh remark before taking a seat. Wait, I suddenly feel interested. Xiao Beichen chuckled. How about I fight you with one hand? The head of the Black Panther department's face turned ashen. Enough. Emohan glared at Xiao Beichen, who was relentless in his provocations. Were it not for her understanding of his character, she might have thought it was the act of a petty person. Final 5 minutes. Each department. Prepare for the first round of melee. Emohan announced. Yes, came the collective response. Xiao Beichen gave a thumbs up. Who would have thought? You seem a bit foolish at times, but you managed to maintain order in such a situation. Shut up. Moi le commanded. Speak another word, and I swear I'll tear you apart. Xiao Beichen obediently closed his mouth. Do you truly have confidence in the strength of the Black Dragon department? After a moment, Emohan, still somewhat anxious, inquired. Should they lose, she would undoubtedly have to hand over the ice essence to Yao Xinghe. Xiao Beichen did not respond. I told you to speak. Montag haben was exasperated. One moment you tell me to talk, and the next to be silent. What do you want from me? Xiao Beichen chuckled, finding her vexation oddly endearing. Emohan clenched her fists. If those ministers are not your match, then I shall be your opponent. Xiao Beichen quickly assured her, do not worry. While I may not be a match for some of your caliber, dealing with these others below us will be more than sufficient. Emohan detected something amiss. Are you implying that you are inadequate for me? How about those ministers? One alone is surely no match, but even 10 together would not be a challenge for Yao Xinghe. Xiao Beichen asserted confidently. Only empty words. Montag Han was unconvinced. Yao Xinghe's strength was widely acknowledged. How could these elites possibly be his match? Also, what matter do you and Luo Fei have concealed from me? Emohan asked earnestly. Xiao Beichen, puzzled, replied, why do you say that? Luo Fei posed a question to me regarding men, and upon hearing it, she became quite furious. One explained it. Under Zhang Luofei's relentless questioning, she revealed all that transpired in the icy cave of the north, leaving her curious about how Zhang Luofei came to know of those events. Xiao Beichen awkwardly smiled. How would I know? You should inquire with Zhang Luofei. That makes sense. Emohan had indeed asked before. But Jiang Luofei refused to divulge any details. She was not the type to pry deeply, so she let the matter rest. I have a question as well. What sort of man can you speak of? Xiao Beichen asked with a grin. What is it to you? Focus on the Black Dragon department. And Mohan shot him a sidelong glance. A man? It was a memory she least wished to recall, and she muttered softly, if I ever encounter him, I will turn him into minced meat. Though her voice was low, Xiao Beichen heard her clearly. A chill ran down his spine as he bitterly chuckled inwardly. Must you be so ruthless? Jiang Luofei. Oh, Jiang Luofei. If you wish for me to survive in the hands of your best friend, do not reveal a single truth to her. Chapter 159. Everyone advances. Boom. 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 Accompanied by the resounding beat of drums, 90 elite members from each department of the Ninth Army ascended the arena from all directions. Each pair of eyes was filled with an insatiable desire for victory. They all focused their gaze on Xie Tianqi and his companions. Without question, the Black Dragon department had become the target of collective disdain. Almost all the other departments had reached a consensus. First, they would eliminate the weakest and most boastful Black Dragon department from the arena. Even if Xiao Beichen were exceptionally skilled, it was improbable that he could elevate the performance of the Black Dragon department, which had ranked last in the previous competition, within just a month. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we are about to be besieged. Xie Tianqi's eyes brimmed with a fierce determination. Damn it, I've long harbored disdain for these individuals. Each one of them looks down upon our Black Dragon department. Indeed, today we shall demonstrate to them what the true essence of the Black Dragon department is. The moment for us to stand tall has arrived. The elite of the Black Dragon department were eager to engage. The other departments wore expressions of mockery, and Wang Xian disdainfully remarked, after today, there will be no more Black Dragon department. All the department heads turned their gaze toward Xiao Beichen, inadvertently ignoring the head of the Black Dragon department, Lin Mu. Kid, I never expected your strength to surpass Yao Xinghe, but the Black Dragon department has languished at the bottom for years. No matter your extraordinary abilities, you cannot save it. The head of the Black Panther department sneered. The other heads, though silent, shared similar sentiments. The Black Dragon department had deteriorated to its core. Any budding genius would certainly not choose to join it. The talents of the Southwest region had been snatched up by the other departments, leaving only the dregs behind. To aim for first place? Such aspirations were mere fantasies. Xiao Beichen smiled faintly and shouted, You little rascals, what are you waiting for? Let's take care of the Black Panther department first, as I find them utterly intolerable. Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, Xie Tianqi and the others sprang into action. Their eyes glowed with fervor, each one brimming with vitality. The atmosphere was electric, infused with an aura of impending battle. The fierce intent surged skyward, leaving Wang Xian and the others no opportunity to retaliate as the Black Dragon 7 styles were unleashed. Wow, what is happening? Why is the Black Dragon department so formidable? Exclaimed a stunned observer. They utterly decimated the Black Panther department, and even their genius, Wang Xian, failed to withstand 3 moves. The other departments were left in shock, momentarily forgetting to act. The head of the Black Panther department leapt to his feet. His elite team annihilated. No, it cannot be. Who is that person? Why have I never heard of his name? He referred, of course, to Xie Tianqi. It was baffling. A blend of strength and grace. Was this truly the same Black Dragon department? Xie Tianqi coldly fixed his gaze on Wang Xian, who had fallen from the stage. I told you I would ensure your department finishes last. Wang Xian's face contorted with humiliation. Come on, I want to see just how strong you are. Xie Tianqi turned his attention to the other departments. At this moment, the atmosphere had shifted. No one dared to belittle the Black Dragon department, particularly Xie Tianqi. His strength undoubtedly placed him among the elite of the 9 armies. Indeed, he possessed considerable power. No wonder he dared to proclaim his intention to claim first place. It was a woman who spoke, the only female among the 9 armies. But none on the platform dared to underestimate her. Her name was Chu Qingning, an elite of the Blackwater department. Let's deal with the others first, and the Black Dragon department will be handled in the second round. Yes, the others nodded vigorously. The first round of chaos concluded swiftly, with the Black Panther department entirely eliminated, undoubtedly finishing in last place this year. Other departments had participants progressing to the next round. Most astonishing was the Black Dragon department. Not only did Xie Tianqi demonstrate his strength, but the others also succeeded in advancing to the next round. It should be noted that even the previous champion, the Blackwater Department, with the exceptional Chu Qingning among them, had only managed to advance 6 individuals. This clearly demonstrated the transformation of the Black Dragon Department. Chapter 160. A vow to claim first place. The head of the Black Panther Department was so enraged that he stared blankly, ultimately losing consciousness. Emohan furrowed her brow. Take him away. What an embarrassment. Immediately, several individuals stepped forward. The expressions of the other departments were quite dismal. During the intermission, Emohan could not help but regard Xiao Beichen with newfound respect. The once feeble Black Dragon Department had become so formidable. How did you achieve this? Muaning Kurid. Upon arriving in Jiang City, she had been appointed as the commander of the 9 armies and had observed their conditions. The Black Dragon Department was undeniably the weakest. Yet in merely a month's time, they had all progressed. Even she could not have accomplished such a feat. The weakness of the Black Dragon Department was not due to inferior strength, but rather because the Black Dragon's 7 styles they practiced were superficial, lacking true essence. Xiao Beichen explained, maintaining a demeanor as calm as the breeze. I merely assisted them in comprehending the essence of the Black Dragon's 7 styles, and naturally, their strength surged forth. Emohan suddenly understood. Since the previous head became a war deity, the Black Dragon Department has remained weak. The reason lay here. I had wondered why they became so frail, yet I could not discern the cause. I never imagined you would so easily illuminate it. Even I only realized that the Black Dragon's 7 styles were not solely about brute force, but also contained elements of gentleness upon witnessing Xie Tianqi and the others in action. You are too foolish to see it, of course, Xiao Beichen remarked. His words startled Lin Mu, who had just been feeling pleased. Instructor Xiao? Before he could finish, Emohan waved her hand. In this regard, I indeed fall short of him. There is nothing to be ashamed of. At that moment, Yao Xinghe approached. You certainly possess some skill, but thinking you can surpass my Black Eagle Department is a bit naive. Xiao Beichen scoffed. Get lost. You think just because you have some strength, you are impressive? I could easily eliminate you. Yao Xinghe shouted, a surge of indignation rising within him, having been humiliated repeatedly. He could no longer contain his frustration. Macau Hans brofurubatigli. Xiao Beichen slowly rose. I said, get lost. Trash. A collective gasp echoed as all eyes turned towards him, unable to believe he had dared to speak such words to Yao Xinghe. The heads of the various departments would never utter such a thing. You must be seeking death. Yao Xinghe's veins bulged, his fury boiling over, and he warned Emohan. War deity Emo, this is between him and me. I hope you do not interfere. You know, my backing is not to be trifled with. A blatant threat. Muang, having come from humble beginnings, possessed no connections. Everything she gained was through battles, and thus she could not abide such behavior. Yao Xinghe, how could you, once a rising star of the imperial capital, now resort to threats? Let me make this clear. If you kill him through your own abilities, I will have nothing to say. But if you rely on your connections, I will not stand idly by. Yao Xinghe coldly replied, We shall see. He recognized the futility of continuing the argument and departed. The expressions of the other heads varied, all aware that Yao Xinghe would not let this matter rest. Soon, the second round of matches commenced. The 30 advancing participants were divided into 15 groups. The victors would progress to the next round. The Black Dragon Department had 10 participants, and ultimately 5 advanced. This was already a commendable ratio among the departments, with even the Blackwater Department only managing 2. Tianqi, Instructor Xiao, is watching from above. You must not disgrace him. Our Black Dragon Department vows to claim first place. Rest assured, I will not disappoint Instructor Xiao, Xie Tianqi replied. Chapter 161. Defeating the enemy with a single move, the Black Dragon Department surged forward, entering the top 15. All the department heads were utterly astonished. Their gazes towards Xiao Beichen now held a measure of respect. By their educational philosophy, resources were typically allocated to geniuses. And while the talents of the Black Dragon Department were only passable, Xie Tianqi being the exception, they had become so formidable, a feat that none of the other heads could replicate. Yet, claiming first place would still pose a challenge. Indeed, Xie Tianqi was impressive, but the Blackwater Department had Chu Qingning, and the Black Eagle Department featured a character named Shen Tian. Both were exceptional talents. They dispatched their opponents with ruthless efficiency. Soon, the competition reached the final 4. Apart from the Blackwater Department, Black Dragon Department, and Black Eagle Department, All others have been eliminated. Surprisingly, the Black Dragon department had 2 participants in the final 4, indicating that the department, which had previously finished last, would at least secure a top 3 position. Now, it would be Xie Tianqi of the Black Dragon department facing off against Shun Tian of the Black Eagle department. The competitors took to the arena. As Mo Han's words resonated, the two entered the arena. Shun Tian's face revealed a scornful expression. "Kid, concede willingly and get off the stage, lest you suffer a beating." Xie Tianqi shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Our goal is to secure first place. It seems you are courting death." Shun Tian replied coldly. "Do not presume that because you have the guidance of Xiao Beichen, you can actually contend for the top spot. Do you understand why the champion's throne is so pristine? It is because trash like your Black Dragon division is barred from touching it. Rest assured, I have long deciphered your capabilities. You will be defeated within 3 moves." The atmosphere intensified as both sides took the stage. Yao Xinghe glanced at Xiao Beichen, expressing his belief that they were destined to lose. He had great confidence in Shun Tian. Many department heads shared this sentiment, recalling Shun Tian's impressive performance in the previous 9 armies battle, and acknowledging his strengthened prowess over the past year. "Silence. I do not wish to hear your drivel," Xiao Beichen retorted coldly. He then shouted towards the arena below, "With 1 move, defeat your opponent. Otherwise, do not call yourself my student." "Yes." Xie Tianqi nodded emphatically. The crowd was astonished. To claim victory with a single move seemed overly presumptuous. Even Mo Han couldn't help but comment, "Xiao Beichen, you are placing immense pressure on Xie Tianqi. He may not be able to perform at his best. In high-level confrontations, a moment can change everything." There was no doubt that Xiao Beichen's words could significantly affect Xie Tianqi's mindset, potentially leading him to act hastily and fall prey to his opponent. Xiao Beichen remarked indifferently, "If he cannot secure first place in such a grand contest, he truly does not deserve to be my student." Seeing Xiao Beichen remain obstinate, Mo Han refrained from further comment. Soon, the battle for the top 4 commenced. Shun Tian wore a cold expression and was the first to strike. Being present in this round proved his formidable strength. His aura surged skyward, propelling him forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, showcasing extraordinary power. In stark contrast, Xie Tianqi stood dazed, exposing numerous vulnerabilities, appearing somewhat bewildered. Yao Xinghe sneered. "The outcome is already determined. Were it not for Xiao Beichen's influence on his mindset, he might have lasted a few more rounds, but now he is flustered, unsure of how to defend himself." The department heads nodded in agreement, believing Xie Tianqi was destined to lose. Mo Han sighed, shaking his head. Shun Tian laughed coldly. "It seems you are paralyzed by fear." His fists remained fierce, brimming with aggression. However, in the next moment, Shun Tian found himself stunned, his expression shifting dramatically as he discovered that his fist had been ensnared. The hand coiling around it like a winding mountain, neutralizing all his force. He attempted to withdraw his fist, only to be further shocked and immobilized. "Instructor Xiao instructed me to use 1 move. I shall not employ a second," Xie Tianqi declared in a chilling tone. Suddenly, his right fist struck fiercely against Shun Tian's face, sending him flying, his consciousness fading. "Instructor Xiao, I have not failed you." Xie Tianqi did not even glance at Shun Tian as he turned to bow respectfully towards Xiao Beichen in the stands. Xiao Beichen cast a glance in return, just barely adequate. "If only you had incorporated some fluidity into your punch, you would have mastered 70% of the Black Dragon 7 styles." Chapter 162. Come what may, I shall vanquish all. The arena fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. They were astonished by Xie Tianqi's prowess and further awed by Xiao Beichen's teaching acumen. The Black Dragon division, could they really claim first place? They had risen from the brink of being disbanded to entering the top 4. Everyone had anticipated a closely matched battle. Yet Xie Tianqi triumphed with a single strike. In terms of innate talent, Xie Tianqi was certainly not on par with Shun Tian. However, at the same age, he had decisively overwhelmed him through sheer strength. All credit was due to Xiao Beichen, who sat in the viewing area. In just a month, he had transformed the Black Dragon division, a feat that even Mo Han doubted she could accomplish. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. In their fearful gazes, there was now an added respect. Yao Xinghe's face twitched in disbelief. He could not fathom that his prize student had been so easily dispatched by his opponent, let alone defeated in a single move. It was a humiliation that would forever mark him. Meanwhile, the other battle concluded with the Blackwater Division emerging victorious. Chu Qingning bowed. Wargadamo, I concede. Concede? Imo Han furrowed her brow. Indeed, my strength is comparable to Shun Tion's. Since he was defeated in one move, I see no need to humiliate myself. Chu Qingning asserted. Imo Han nodded, partially agreeing with Chu Qingning's reasoning. In this 9 armies competition, Xia Tianqi's strength was unparalleled. No one could rival him. And even the department heads present would find it no easy task to defeat him. Very well. I declare that the Black Dragon Division has valiantly claimed first place in this 9 armies battle. Madness. Absolute madness. Yet not a single department head dared to object. We are number 1. The elite members of the Black Dragon Division laughed heartily, bowing respectfully towards the viewing area. Thank you, Instructor Xiao. Thank you, Instructor Xiao. Lin Mu stood, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you, Instructor Xiao. Without your guidance, our Black Dragon Division might have truly faced disbandment. Numerous department heads rose to applaud. Instructor Xiao, we acknowledge our past errors. We wonder if you might visit our Black Panther Division. Do you still have the audacity? You were the one clamoring to challenge Instructor Xiao, and had it not been for his disdain, you would have already faced utter disgrace. Instructor Xiao, do not go to the Black Panther Division. Come to our Black Bull Division instead. The department heads clamored, eager for their divisions to receive Xiao Beichen's instruction. We shall discuss this later. Xiao Beichen waved his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze towards Yao Xinghe. Yao Xinghe, your Black Eagle Division truly has sunk to the lowest depths, believing itself to be of great import after basking in glory in the imperial capital for so long. Yet you are merely trash. The department heads remained silent. Yao Xinghe glared furiously. Kid, do not be too arrogant. I will ensure your demise. Leaving behind a harsh remark, Yao Xinghe turned to depart. This time, the Black Eagle Division had suffered a monumental embarrassment. Their so-called genius, who had even invited a war god-level expert for guidance, had been utterly vanquished. Xiao Beichen sneered, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After the 9 armies battle, the infamous Black Dragon Division claimed first place, their reputation soaring. Xiao Beichen departed in a vehicle. Xiao Beichen, do you intend to kill Yao Xinghe? Imo Han could not help but inquire. Of course, Xiao Beichen replied. I do not impede you, but I must caution you. Yao Xinghe's background is formidable. Should you kill him, there is a high likelihood that a war god-level expert will come after you, Imo Han warned. War god? Bring on as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. Xiao Beichen's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty chill. Chapter 163. The 5-clawed dragon pattern Imo Han felt the surge of murderous intent and could not help but be taken aback. Coldly, she remarked, do not think yourself invincible. There are always greater powers beyond the horizon. If you are capable, come and face me. An urge to challenge Xiao Beichen welled up within her. Do not. Xiao Beichen scoffed. I have no interest in engaging you. Why not? Imo Han questioned, puzzled. It is nothing. To strike my former girlfriend? That would make me a brute. I cannot bring myself to do it. Are you afraid? Imo Han's gaze turned frigid. You may interpret that way. Xiao Beichen chuckled. Just find a place to drop me off. I have matters to attend to. Are you going to kill Yao Xinghe? Imo Han asked. Xiao Beichen nodded. The grudge of annihilating a clan must be avenged. Revenge begets revenge, but when will it end? If the events of that year were indeed a miscarriage of justice, then far too many individuals were involved. Can you truly extinguish them all? Recently, Imo Han has come to understand some of the unreasonable aspects surrounding the massacre of the Long family. Numerous high-ranking officials and nobles are implicated, including several war gods. In the dragon domain, they represent a formidable force. Alone, Xiao Beichen does not believe she can exact vengeance. If I can kill, I will. If I cannot, I still must. Xiao Beichen declared coldly. Imo Han abruptly slammed on the brakes, stopping the vehicle midway. It's your choice, she said, neither obstructing nor aiding. Xiao Beichen flung open the car door and plunged into the thicket. Watching her leave without hesitation stirred something within Imo Han. On the other side, Yao Xinghe was seething with rage. A bunch of useless fools. Especially you, Shan Tian. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why couldn't you even withstand a single blow from Xia Tianqi? The elite members of the Black Hawk Division lowered their heads, too intimidated to retort. Get lost, Yao Xinghe barked, driving away without a glance at the inept crew who failed to introspect. His mind seethed with fury, blaming Xiao Beichen for daring to humiliate him to his face and for withholding his precious ice-cold beard. I want him dead. He must die. Yao Xing had trembled violently, his anger palpable. Suddenly, a figure leaped from a side path. Yao Xinghe slammed on the brakes, squinting to see it was Xiao Beichen. What are you doing here? He hissed, his gaze icy. Xiao Beichen smirked coldly. Naturally, I am here to kill you. Yao Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to kill me? Ha ha. There are few in this world who dare to threaten Yao Xinghe. Who do you think you are? He could hardly fathom that Xiao Beichen would have the audacity to make such a claim. His background was among the most prestigious in the dragon domain. Aside from the 4 prominent families, he could walk unchallenged. Xiao Beichen remained unperturbed. Then, I am among them. Aren't you curious about my identity? Abruptly, she unfastened her clothing, revealing her chiseled abdomen adorned with scars. Yao Xinghe gasped. How do you bear the 5-clawed dragon mark? Exerting her energy, a faint tattoo emerged on Xiao Beichen's skin. The 5-clawed dragon, majestic and imposing, exuding an aura of nobility and ferocity. The dragon mark, a symbol of ancient emperors, left Yao Xinghe's mouth agape. You are the Long family. At that moment, he grasped Xiao Beichen's true identity, the last descendant of the Long family, obliterated years ago. Only the bloodline of the Long family bore the 5-clawed dragon mark. Seems you haven't entirely lost your wits. You still recognize the 5-clawed dragon, Xiao Beichen mocked. I am the 6th generation of the Long family, the grandson of Long Qitian, the son of Long Tiantian. Long Qitian was the ruler of the northern territories, while Long Tiantian was the head of the Long family in the imperial capital. As their descendant, Xiao Beichen's mere presence sent Yao Xinghe into a tremor of disbelief. He never anticipated that she was the unaccounted survivor from the Long family massacre. What do you intend to do? Yao Xinghe stammered, stepping back in fear. I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you leave now, we can pretend this never happened. If you kill me, those behind me will investigate, and you will never escape the dragon domain. With a swift motion, Xiao Beichen kicked him to the ground and crushed his other arm underfoot. Yao Xinghe's screams filled the air. I still vividly remember the scene of you slaughtering my father, Xiao Beichen stated coldly, channeling her energy to sever his meridians. Kill me. Just do it. Yao Xinghe cried out in agony. Devil. You are a devil. He screamed. Want to die? I won't grant you such an easy exit. The torture continued until the afternoon, leaving Yao Xinghe battered and broken before Xiao Beichen finally dealt the fatal blow and departed. When passers-by finally discovered Yao Xinghe's lifeless body, the news of his tragic demise sent shockwaves through the community. The War of the 9 Armies had just concluded, and the Black Hawk Division's leader met a grim fate. This was monumental news, as Xiao Beichen emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains. She spotted Mo Han waiting at the crossroads. Without hesitation, she climbed into the car. Did you kill Yao Xinghe? Mo Han inquired, sensing the blood on Xiao Beichen. Yes. Xiao Beichen nodded. Moanin halid deeply, husning sedence. Upon returning to the Yujing Villa area, Mo Han relayed the events to Jiang Luofei. With a dismissive smile, Jiang Luofei remarked, let him die. It's no big deal. Many more will perish in the dragon domain. Montakamba speechless. Luofei, do you realize the magnitude of this situation? If the fire poison doesn't erupt soon, he may not survive. She hoped Jiang Luofei might persuade her otherwise. Killing Yao Xinghe might be manageable, but eliminating those higher up is a different matter. Even as the youngest war god in the dragon domain, I feel somewhat powerless. Jiang Luofei chuckled. Do you think my words would make a difference? Once he sets his mind to something, no one can change it. By the way, Yi Qingsheng may be facing some trouble. The latter statement was directed at Xiao Beichen. What trouble? Xiao Beichen asked. The son of the Ouyang family in the imperial capital, Ouyang Feichen, has died. Surely you're doing. Now the Ouyang family is coming to Jiang City, undoubtedly to investigate the cause of his death. They have already begun to suspect you. Though Jiang Luofei was no longer the holy maiden of the Medicine King Hall, her information network remained robust. Xiao Beichen fell silent. Ding! At that moment, Yi Qingsheng sent a message. Beichen, please don't make any appearances for a while. I've deposited 50 million into your account. Go enjoy yourself. I'll take care of your parents. Jiang Luofei saw this and remarked with a hint of jealousy, this Miss Yi truly treats you well. It seems she is willing to shoulder the blame. Stop being jealous. Xiao Beichen shot her a glance. Seeing Xiao Beichen's serious demeanor, Jiang Luofei's teasing mood faded, replaced with a grave tone. Beichen, I understand your concerns, but I can see that Yi Qingcheng genuinely cares for you. Even if Yi Sairu has ample evidence, she will still trust you. Why not share everything with her? Unable to tolerate Xiao Beichen's demeanor, Jiang Luofei empathized deeply with Yi Qingcheng. However, Xiao Beichen resolutely shook her head. She deserves her own life. What a heartless man, Jiang Luofei sighed. One day, you will regret this. In the Univilla area, several uninvited guests arrived. Among them, a middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Ouyang Feichen. Uncle Ouyang, please don't fret, Yi Qingcheng said. Ouyang Yun rebuked. You're not the one who died. So of course, you are not anxious. My son traveled all the way from the imperial capital to this godforsaken place for you. Yet you neither protected him nor prevented his demise here in Jiang City. And now, you can't even tell me who did it. What are we to do about this situation? Hearing Ouyang Yun's words, Yi Qingcheng's face turned pale. Uncle Ouyang, she could disregard Ouyang Feichen. But Ouyang Yun was the head of the Ouyang family in the imperial capital, a force to be reckoned with. Yi Qingcheng had not realized why Ouyang Feichen had died so quietly. He posed no threat while alive, but his death signaled the fury of the Ouyang family. Cease your pretense. As the future daughter-in-law of the Ouyang family, how dare you consort with other men? Your actions have disgraced our family in the capital. Ouyang Yun rebuked fiercely. Before arriving here, I conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that Fei Chun has a significant enmity with this Xiao Beichen. There is an 80% likelihood that he is responsible for my son's death. I demand retribution. Now, I am giving you an opportunity. Hand over Xiao Beichen immediately. His tone left no room for doubt. Yi Qingcheng hastily shook her head. Uncle Ouyang, I assure you that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with Xiao Beichen. Your words hold no weight. It is my word that counts. If you refuse to hand him over, I shall not let this rest. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Yi Qingcheng's face. Let them strike, as long as Uncle Ouyang finds solace. She prevented Yi Sairu from intervening, her gaze resolute. Yi Sairu watched, her heart aching, harboring deep resentment towards Xiao Beichen. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to end your life? Ouyang Yun seethed, raising his hand to deliver another slap when a voice rang out. Stop. Everyone turned their gaze. Yi Qingcheng was taken aback, astonished that Xiao Beichen would defy her. Who are you? Ouyang Yun glared in fury. Dare you lay a hand on my woman? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Beichen donned a roguish demeanor. Your woman? Ouyang Yun's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. You are Xiao Beichen, the one who killed my son? No, it was not Beichen, Yi Qingcheng interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Xiao Beichen maintained an outward composure, though internally he sighed. He truly did not wish to harm Yi Qingcheng, yet felt powerless. Even if he did not strike the fatal blow, he is undoubtedly implicated, Ouyang Yun retorted coldly. Yi Qingcheng inhaled deeply. Uncle Ouyang, what must happen for you to release Beichen? I demand his life. Ouyang Yun proclaimed. That is impossible. Yi Qingcheng responded without hesitation. This matter is beyond your authority. Ouyang Yun's anger escalated. His son had perished, and his son as fiancé, he dared to defend another man in his presence. Observing this, Xiao Beichen pulled Yi Qingcheng aside, a disdainful expression on his face. You wish to ascertain whether I am the murderer, and I will tell you. Yes, I did kill him. What will you do about it? The declaration struck Yi Qingcheng like a bolt from the blue, disbelief clouding her mind. If he truly had committed the act, why would he confess before Ouyang Yun? Such an admission would solidify his guilt, and the Ouyang family would not let it slide. Yi Sairu was equally astonished. What was his intention? Yet, her predominant feeling was one of joy. Do you genuinely think that the Ouyang family is as inept as that wastrel Fei Chun? Your demise is imminent. Ouyang Yun's eyes widened, his rage palpable, nearly grinding his teeth. Damn it, it truly is you. I will eliminate you to avenge my son. Initially fueled by mere suspicion, he now had a confession. Xiao Beichen wore an expression of defiance. If a wastrel is to be killed, then so be it. If I take offense to you, I might just end your life as well. Chapter 166. The calm before the storm, insanity. Utter madness. Yi Sairu's eyes widened in shock. Yi Qingcheng could scarcely believe that these words were uttered by Xiao Beichen. Ouyang Yun trembled with rage, an uncontrollable fury surging from within. You scoundrel! You killed my son and dare to threaten me. I see you are the one who is truly lawless. Guards, eliminate him. The bodyguards accompanying Ouyang Yun were formidable martial artists. No, stop. Yi Qingsheng immediately shielded Xiao Beichen. Uncle Ouyang, what Beichen just said was false. Do not believe him. Oomph. Do you think I cannot discern right from wrong? Ouyang Yun shouted. Even if the claims were fabricated, they were unforgivable. Yi Qingsheng's face was etched with urgency as she pushed Xiao Beichen towards the door. Beichen, I will handle this. Do not say another word. Xiao Beichen let out a cold snort, offering no resistance. He had become a rogue. Close the door. Yi Qingsheng pleaded, Uncle Ouyang, could you spare Beichen? I implore you. Slap. Ouyang Yun struck Yi Qingsheng's face with force. Why should I spare him? He killed my son. He must pay with his life. Thud. Yi Qing Kinad Sudeni. Desperation etched on her face. Uncle Ouyang, if you let Beichen go, I will do anything you ask. Though she was uncertain of Xiao Beichen's motives, he was merely an ordinary man facing the formidable Ouyang family. If they sought retribution, even she would be unable to protect him. Is that so? Ouyang Yun replied coldly. Ye King nodded. Very well, I can spare him, but you must agree to marry my other son within a month. Ouyang Yun's expression was one of cunning triumph. He had many sons, with Fei Chen being only one of the slightly favored. His primary aim was to coerce Yi Qingsheng into a marriage alliance, as it promised a prosperous future. Yi Qingsheng fell into silence. Yi Saira looked on, concern etched on her features. Sister, how long do you intend to defend him? Be silent. Yi Qingsheng's eyes reddened as she rebuked. Surprisingly, Yi Sairu did not heed her sister's command. Instead, she pulled out her phone, revealing several videos and photos. One by one, before Yi Qingsheng. Sister, do you understand what kind of scoundrel Xiao Beichen truly is? I have never encountered anyone more despicable. He told me you were merely a fling, that his true affections lie with Jiang Luofei. And look at these videos. The footage depicted intimate moments between Jiang Luofei and Xiao Beichen, with Xiao Beichen dressed similarly to the Dark Emperor in the news, a mask in his hand. No, it cannot be. This must be doctored. Yi Qingsheng refused to believe it. Sister, wake up. How could you not recognize if it was doctored? Yisiro shouted. You have given your all to him, and he is nothing but a cad, playing with your feelings. Silence. Yi Qingsheng shouted, turning to Ouyang Yun. Uncle Ouyang, I will consider your proposal. May I have some time? Ouyang Yun's response was cold. Fine. I grant you one day. If I do not receive your answer within that time, I will take that boy's life.